the tale of a reborn master of potions entwined in love with a platinum noble, achieving glory together. In both past and present, a cherished friend. Stars and moons sing in harmony, roses suffused with fragrance. Chapter 1 Rebirth. Look at me, Severus beheld those emerald eyes, ensnared in a trance of enchantment and bewilderment. Whether it was the venom of Nagini that had unraveled his nerves, he could not tell, but suddenly the verdant hue before him flickered and transformed into a profound ocean-like, grey-blue Lucius Malfoy. His barren existence had been a penance, finding fleeting solace solely in the presence of Lily and Lucius. Now, having repaid the debt owed to Lily with his very life, he found himself devoid of any ties to this world, save for the stigma of a Death Eater that clung to his dear friend. The savior, grasped by his arm, was the child of Lily whom he had fought to protect with his life. According to the ludicrous justice of the boy who lived, upon witnessing his memories, he would likely extend aid to Malfoy, wouldn't he? Severus pondered uncertainly, feeling himself plummeting, deeply descending, as if on the brink of a fall into an abyss. Yet, amidst this turmoil, he felt an unprecedented tranquility. The memories this world had bestowed upon him were far from beautiful. As a Slytherin, if given the chance to live, Severus would never be cowardly enough to embrace death as an escape, but should Merlin wish to guide him away from this wretched existence, he would gladly embark on that journey. Death, he mused with a sense of joy, represented eternal peace. He was undeniably weary, exhausted beyond measure and the aftermath of war. The renowned savior Harry Potter ardently defended Severus Snape at Wizengamot, clearing the former Death Eater of his charges and advocating for the honor he rightfully deserved. After 2 months of relentless trials, the International Confederation of Wizards conferred upon the former headmaster of Hogwarts the esteemed Order of Merlin First Class. Albus Severus Potter. How absurd! Draco Lucius sat by the fireplace, his once platinum hair now dulled to a grayish white, having not partaken of the elixir of glory since that person's demise. How could he possibly combine Severus's name with that detestable surname and the old bee's title? Father. Draco, with teary eyes, gazed anxiously at his frail father. Azkaban had ravaged Lucius's health, and after the loss of his godfather to death, Lucius's spirit had crumbled. But I am grateful to him, Draco. Had it not been for this Potter, your godfather would have faced scorn from all. Severus did not care for such matters, yet I do. Merlin, I find myself grateful to my enemy. At this, Lucius succumbed to a fit of painful coughing. The image of that youthful figure surfaced once more in his mind, pale skin, slender form, yet with indomitable fire burning in those dark eyes. Severus, what have you done to earn Potter's active assistance for Malfoy during his darkest days? Lucius often yearned for death. With Severus gone, the Malfoy name had lost its luster, and Slytherin lay in tatters under Gryffindor's relentless scrutiny. Forced into a cautious retreat, there was little left for him to cherish in this world. Yet, Draco had yet to mature, and so Lucius felt compelled to cling to life. Merlin grant him the blessing to live until Draco comes of age, and may he once again encounter Severus after death. Nocturne Alley. Severus awakened upon the unforgiving cot in the attic, painfully prying his eyes open. The agony from his wounds was excruciating, the calendar glaringly displaying the year 1966. He had returned to the year of his 6th birthday. Was it that the Grim Reaper refused to accept a soul as vile as his, or did Merlin grant him a second chance? Severus could not fathom that if rebirth had occurred at the moment he fell victim to Nagini's bite. He would never have envisioned such a possibility, however. Having transformed into a spectre, witnessing Lucius's suffering until his demise, observing the disgrace of his beloved Slytherin at the hands of Gryffindor, and bearing witness to the arduous times faced by the wizarding world after the Muggles discovered their existence, he found himself genuinely grateful to Merlin for this opportunity to begin anew. It must be noted that, had it not been for the deepest recesses of Hogwarts, where a magical creation born of the collective efforts of the 4 founders lay dormant, a dragon with a might surpassing that of Muggle nuclear weapons, the wizarding realm would have surely faced ruin. At times, the bonds between individuals are not as unyielding as one might presume, Severus thought bitterly. Look at this double agent, who betrayed Voldemort for Lily, now only recalling her name after all this contemplation in his rebirth, that he could utter the name with an unsettling calm. He had once venerated Lily as a goddess. Even uttering her name felt like an act of sacrilege. Confined by self-pity, he allowed Dumbledore to manipulate this unfulfilled love to his advantage. Was he truly worthy of being a Slytherin? He had believed he would forever dwell in the shadow of guilt for Lily. Yet, after becoming a ghost, confronted with the weighty themes of glory and shame, survival and obliteration, those affections, those lingering attachments faded into the background as he watched Draco flourish under Lucius's guidance, witnessing the resurgence of Slytherin's honor amidst the unprecedented turmoil in the wizarding world, gradually restoring the Malfoy legacy. He beheld Harry Potter ascend to the role of headmaster at Hogwarts, safeguarding all students, embodying the true savior. Reluctantly, Severus had to concede that Harry was unlike his father. He was even nobler than Dumbledore. This boy, whose parents fell to Voldemort's hand, treated the children of Slytherin with equality. Neither Dumbledore nor he could ever achieve such a feat. As the wizarding community gradually integrated with the Muggle world, and Draco and Harry enjoyed peaceful, fulfilling lives, Severus truly felt a sense of redemption. Though they had endured considerable suffering, they ultimately found happiness, achieving a conclusion that was not entirely bleak. That it was during this time that Severus recognized that Lily was not the center of his universe. If she had been, he would have harbored no regrets after perishing at Nagini's fangs, nor would he have lingered as a ghost. Lily was his childhood Artemis, his affection for her a nostalgic attachment to the beauty of his youth. His obsession stemmed from her tragic end at his hands. Yet Lily ultimately chose Potter, and they each embarked on their separate paths. Reflecting upon it, he realized he could scarcely recall Lily's visage, yet the essence of Slytherin, the futures of Harry and Draco, the memory of those gray-blue eyes and platinum hair, the fragrant potions and the glory of the wizarding world remained vivid. Behold, even in such a barren existence, he found himself tethered to so many things of significance. And now, witnessing the gradual integration of wizards into the Muggle realm, observing Draco and Harry thriving, and noting the weathered gravestone of Lucius, Severus finally felt at peace as he dissipated. Though he remained perplexed as to why, upon his dissolution, he did not venture into the underworld to embrace the Grim Reaper. Instead, he returned to the year of his 6th birthday, and this year, he was nearly slain by a magical surge unleashed by Tobias, and it was also in this year that he encountered Lily Evans. Chapter 2. Departure. Severus opened his eyes, meticulously surveying his surroundings. The dreary wallpaper, the wooden bed devoid of a mattress, and a dilapidated cabinet missing a door were the only remnants of this forsaken space. Descending from the attic, he found the house utterly deserted, a ruin in disarray. It was a place devoid of life, scarcely even qualifying as a house, let alone a home. The interior was shrouded in darkness, the beams were riddled with woodworm, the windowsills eroded by rain and snow, and the wallpaper's patterns had faded into obscurity. In a squat, brick-red flower pot, a single vibrant rose bloomed, the sole splash of color within the desolation. Severus cast a fleeting glance at the battered chairs, haphazardly mended, the greasy cupboard, and the patched dark green curtains that would surely provoke a scowl from Lucius Malfoy. Leaving the sitting room, he hurried to the kitchen, lifting the wooden door in the corner to access the basement. Upon discovering the chest concealed in the cellar, Severus expertly performed wandless magic. Though his magical reserves were scant, he could still manage the simple spell of Alohomora. Inside Eileen's trunk lay a tin cauldron, glass vials and potion bottles, alongside a few volumes of spellbooks, her entire inheritance from the Prince household. However, there was no wand, no currency. Eileen had shattered her wand herself, merely to demonstrate her resolve to break free from the wizarding world before Tobias. As for money, even if a single penny or a copper canute remained, Eileen would offer it all to Tobias. Severus deduced from the calendar that he had already experienced a surge of magical power, yet he had not encountered Lily. He vividly recalled the summer when he first met her. It was still spring, and he had no desire to reunite with Lily. They were fundamentally different individuals. Forcing themselves to coexist in the same world would only lead to mutual suffering. An aged soul had no wish to entangle itself once more with the youthful Gryffindor. He had far too many aspirations, with no time to be ensnared in Potter's romantic entanglements. He desired only to release himself, allowing Lily and Potter to seek their own happiness. As for protecting Lily, he had already safeguarded Harry's life in his past existence, repaying the debt he owed. He owed Lily nothing now, it was a brand new life. Severus retrieved the Polyjuice potion, a magical energy restoration potion, and a vial of forgetfulness potion. Merlin only knew why Eileen hadn't administered the forgetfulness potion to Tobias, thereby escaping this tormenting abode. Severus dismissed the thought. He was no longer the child yearning for parental affection. His rebirth was not intended to reform Tobias and Eileen. Everything he did now was to liberate himself. Tobias treated his younger self as a punching bag, while Eileen's heart belonged solely to Tobias. She would only demand her frail son to cater to her adult alcoholic husband. Expressionless, Severus performed wandless magic, shrinking Eileen's suitcase to conceal it within his robes, and then consumed the precious energy restoration potion. He returned to the attic, lying on the bed with his eyes closed, seeking to replenish his strength for the impending confrontation. Tobias had returned from the gambling house, having squandered all the pounds, shillings, and pennies Eileen had entrusted to him. He even lacked funds for alcohol. Yet when sober, he was more malicious than when drunk. Inebriated, he would only take his frustrations out on Severus upon seeing him, but when sober he actively sought to provoke conflict. Severus resisted Tobias's assaults with all his might, but at such a tender age his magical prowess was limited, rendering him incapable of casting any formidable spells, his physical strength utterly overshadowed by Tobias. I've lost again today. It must be your fault, you little monster, affecting my luck. I'll beat you to death, you wretched spawn. Tobias battered Severus's face, spewing venomous curses. Yet unlike before, Severus did not plead for mercy. Instead, he retaliated fiercely, even delivering a kick to Tobias's vulnerable anatomy. Like a venomous serpent, like a wolf. You bastard offspring. Tobias, incensed by Severus's defiance, intensified his assault. Seizing the moment of pain, Severus managed to escape his grasp. The stairs creaked ominously as Eileen stumbled up, bursting through the door. Pleading, Tobias, please do not strike Severus. He is our son, I beg you. Yet upon entering, she beheld the bite marks on Tobias's face, and the furious glare Severus directed at Tobias. Eileen gasped, Severus, how can you treat your father this way? She furiously interrogated her son, entirely disregarding the blood on his forehead, and the bruises adorning his body. Severus smirked mockingly. He should have known that this woman harbored only affection for her husband. I surmise that this creature, known as father, intends to end my life. Eileen, infuriated by his words, lunged to reprimand him. Severus had no intention of allowing her to strike him. However, Eileen blocked the doorway, leaving him no avenue of escape. Sober Tobias suddenly realized he could exploit Eileen's wrath to discipline his rebellious son. With a tone laden with disdain, he remarked, no wonder the monster spawned a little monster. At such a tender age, he seeks to slay his father. I truly regret marrying you, vile Eileen. Eileen gazed at Tobias in anguish. Each word he uttered piercing her heart. She thought to herself, this was not Tobias's fault. His transformation was entirely her doing for being a witch. And for Severus being a wizard and not a mute. Furthermore, how could Severus raise a hand against his father? Severus looked at Eileen. The mother who had once shown him a modicum of maternal affection in a previous life, now consumed by a frenzied fury, charging at him to deliver a slap. This is your punishment for harming your father. You shall not eat tonight, Eileen declared, uttering words she had never spoken in her past life. She threw Severus to the ground, kneeling at Tobias's feet like a supplicant, offering all the money she possessed. Her gaze was wild and obsessive. Tobias, this is all Severus's fault. Please do not leave this home. I have purchased your favorite whiskey. Please do not go out tonight. Tobias, reveling in the sight of Severus with his swollen cheeks and pained, hollow eyes, realized that Eileen's punishment inflicted far greater anguish upon his monstrous son than his own blows. Having vented his frustration, he magnanimously declared to Eileen, very well, I shall not leave. Eileen, if the whiskey is watered down, you will have much to answer for. Tobias triumphantly exited the attic. Eileen, elated by Tobias's decision to remain, hurried to the kitchen, never casting a glance at her injured son. Solely because he had disobeyed and defied his brutal father. Severus looked down at the blood on his hands, and let out a cold, mirthless laugh. In the dead of night, Tobias succumbed to drunken stupor, while Eileen, exhausted from her labor, fell into slumber. Severus quietly entered their bedroom, casting a wandless spell to send them into a deep slumber. Fearing his magic might falter and awaken Eileen and Tobias, he even struck them lightly on the head with a brick. He produced the forgetfulness potion infused with his own hair, forcing it into Eileen and Tobias's mouths. From that moment forth, this couple would forget everything pertaining to Severus Snape entirely. Having completed this task, Severus meticulously erased every trace of himself from this household. He confiscated every coin from Tobias's pockets, plucked a strand of his hair to add to the polyjuice potion, and after consuming it, he departed from this home that had evoked such a tumultuous love-hate relationship in his past life. Uncertain as ever, one cannot help but ponder whether Aaron and Tobias will attain the happiness they so rightfully deserve, now that their son, a creature imbued with magical prowess, has departed. Chapter 3. The Prince Manor. The locale of Spinner's End is a realm characterized by filth and chaos. Drunkenness, gambling, thievery, brigandage, vagrancy, and heinous crimes abound. Peopled by the dregs of society. In such a place, children and women must never venture out after dusk, lest they provoke grave troubles. Yet, for a familiar face like Tobias, a notorious drunkard and gambler, such rules seem nonchalantly disregarded. It is common knowledge that his outings are merely for a drink or a gamble. Severus, garbed in Tobias's sole unpatched attire, endeavored to evade Tobias's acquaintances as he exited Spinner's End. A profound sense of relief emanated from his very soul. In his previous life, during his third year, Tobias had sought to end Aaron's life. Yet she, resolute in her defiance, faced death without resistance, resulting in a catastrophic surge of magic that claimed both their lives. Upon returning home from Hogwarts, Severus was met with the sight of two decaying corpses, their stench overwhelming. This time, he resolved to forsake them. Having emerged from Spinner's End, Severus made his way to the bus station. With a mere £9 and 10 shillings scavenged from Tobias, he had to exercise frugal restraint to procure a ticket to London. Cokeworth boasted no magical stronghold leading to the wizarding world. As dawn broke, the nearby bakery opened its doors. With the remnants of his ticket funds, Severus purchased a hunk of black bread to stave off hunger. Before the long-distance bus departed, he retreated to the restroom to replenish himself with a potion. Hours later, Severus set foot on London soil. He journeyed to 48, Charing Cross Road and 12 Great Knockturn Alley, locating the Leaky Cauldron, a place that existed only in whispers among the ordinary populace. Upon entering, he observed that the establishment bore little difference from its future incarnation decades hence. Noisy, bustling, with a dilapidated decor, and the brass clock in the hall emitting absurd sounds. Cloaked wizards murmured secrets amongst themselves, while old drunks boisterously indulged in fire whiskey and mead, their faces flushed and reminiscent of Tobias. The young proprietor behind the bar feigned surprise upon seeing a newcomer. "Good day, sir. What can I offer you?" "You may call me Tom." Severus bluntly declined, "Sir, I do not partake in alcohol. I seek to reach Diagon Alley." "Oh, I see. Might I assist you with directions?" Tom Abbott inquired, instinctively probing. "No thank you, Mr. Tom. I am well aware of the way." With those words, Severus composedly made his way to the back courtyard of the Leaky Cauldron, knocking on the third brick atop the refuse bin. Silently, he slipped into Diagon Alley. He proceeded to George Weasley's apothecary on the northern side of Diagon Alley, exchanging several nondescript blood-replenishing potions from Aaron's trunk for 50 galleons, which he then utilized to purchase a disposable invisibility badge from Victor's Magical Goods. Finally, he visited Gringotts to convert the remaining galleons into pounds. His conversion was deliberate, as he intended to journey to Prince Manor, to undertake the trials he had previously failed, and claim all that belonged there. Those treasures discarded by Aaron, yet revered by him as priceless heirlooms of a lineage steeped in potion-making. To remain inconspicuous, he deemed the Muggle means of travel to be the wisest choice, as he pondered while sinking into slumber at the inn. In Spinner's End, the Snape household, Aaron and Tobias stirred awake, struggling against the tendrils of sleep, both afflicted by severe headaches. Tobias rubbed his temples, convinced that a drink would alleviate all his ailments. Oblivious to his lack of funds, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had Aaron not knelt before him yesterday, offering £7? Yet, why had she knelt? This question eluded him, and he chose to dismiss it. He hastily donned his clothes and exited, neglecting to check whether the money remained in his pocket. Aaron's mind was a tempest of confusion. Upon awakening, she felt as though she had forgotten something of great significance. Yet upon witnessing Tobias depart, her infatuation dulled her concern for anything else. "Tobias, my dear, how can you leave without breakfast?" she murmured dreamily. After a restful night, Severus vacated the Muggle Inn and purchased a train ticket to Norfolk. He would journey via Muggle transport to inherit the Prince family estate. The Prince Manor had been sealed since the line of heirs had ceased, rendering Severus unable to access it through the fireplace. Moreover, with his current reserves of magical energy, apparition was beyond his capabilities. Thus he had no choice but to resort to Muggle means of transport. On the train, Severus gazed at the swiftly passing scenery, reciting potion names from memory. Upon arriving in Norfolk, he hailed a cab, instructing the driver to Aylsham, the site of the Headless Queen's Brickling Manor, which also housed the Prince Manor. There he anticipated the briny sea breeze and the dense evergreens. Disembarking in Aylsham, he donned the badge to become invisible in a secluded area, and ventured into the thick coniferous forest. In his recollection, the entrance to Prince Manor lay deep within the woods, beyond the vast sea. The towering evergreen trees of the forest stood vibrant and lush, with squirrels and snakes stealthily prowling. In his previous life he had met his end at the fangs of Nagini, yet peculiarly, he bore no psychological scars from that encounter. He felt no trepidation towards these serpents. Perhaps, though he did not harbor thoughts of seeking death, a subconscious belief lingered that it might serve as an end to the agonizing struggles of his past life. Breathing in the fragrant scent of pine resin, Severus felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Thanks to the magical badge, the creatures of the forest and the few woodcutters remained blissfully unaware of his presence. The birds chirped and frolicked without a hint of feigned melancholy. Ultimately, Severus uncovered the magical array at the heart of the forest. He panted heavily, having nearly exhausted the energy potions from Aaron's trunk. His youth made him ill-equipped to endure such a strenuous journey. Severus rested on a large stone for a quarter of an hour, before rising to slice his palm, and press it against the core of the magical array. Visible only to those of Prince blood, he could feel his lifeblood being siphoned by the array, his complexion gradually paling. After 5 minutes, the totem of moonlight iris illuminated suddenly, revealing a small portal within the array. After casting a restoration spell on his palm, Severus hurriedly crossed through the diminutive gateway. As he fully passed through, the portal vanished behind him. Before him lay an expansive estate, an elegant castle adorned with moonlight irises and rare herbs enveloping the grounds. Even having witnessed it once in his previous life, Severus found himself entranced by the ancient manor. Alas! The half-blood prince could no longer participate in the family trials after the age of 15. The pure-blood potions hoarded by the prince family were only effective for young wizards under that age. A half-blood wizard, devoid of a purified lineage, could not gain recognition on the family tree, nor could his surname be transformed into prince. In his past life, after Aaron's demise, Severus had uncovered the truth of his heritage through her remnants. Following that revelation, he had clandestinely visited Prince Manor annually in hopes of attempting the trials. He had once arrogantly referred to himself as the half-blood prince, concealing a deep-seated concern and disdain for his own bloodline. He loathed his mixed heritage. Had he been pure-blood, he would have been the rightful heir of Slytherin. Even if he were to become a madman like Bellatrix, it would be far more exhilarating than the torment he endured in his previous existence. If he were a muggle, it would indeed be a fortunate circumstance. Without magic, Tobias would be unable to attribute his madness to him. Yet he is a half-blood, a destitute one at that, precariously teetering on the edge of poverty, constantly beset by the troublesome quartet of highwaymen. Despite possessing an innate talent for potions, his foundation and knowledge remain woefully inadequate. The rigorous evaluations of a potion-making lineage that has endured for millennia are invariably harsh on a half-blood heir. Fate, it seems, often spares little compassion for the wretched. In his previous life, he was exceptionally gifted in potionology, yet failed to pass Prince's assessment. This lament stands as a significant regret in his existence. He advanced forward, gliding past his cherished herbarium, halting before the elegant and majestic castle, gently placing his hand upon the moonflower on the grand door of the wizard's tower. In an ancient tongue akin to N, he intoned, "With the blood of Prince, I seek the origin of the moonflower. Here lies the cradle of Prince's legacy. I pledge my soul to bring glory to Prince. Should I falter in the trials, I shall quietly nurture my descendants, hoping for a brighter future." Upon uttering the final word, the moonlit iris on the door suddenly sprang to life, its soft petals transforming into sharp silver needles that pierced Severus's fingers. After confirming Severus's bloodline, the castle's doors swung open with a resounding boom. Chapter 4. The Trial. As Severus stepped into the castle, he beheld walls adorned with countless defensive magical runes depicting moonlit irises and silver serpents, while the floors were strewn with exquisitely patterned cashmere carpets. A lengthy banquet table was set with silver serpentine candelabra and golden chalices engraved with moonlit irises, and a silver-green family tree tapestry hung high upon the walls. The portraits lining both sides of the banquet table were draped in black silk. The moment Severus entered, the silk covering the portraits cascaded down. The visages of the prince family heads from generations past fixated their gazes upon Severus. At the far end, one portrait depicted an elderly man with silvery hair, clad in an emerald green wizard's robe. His piercing gaze scrutinized Severus, observing his dark hair and eyes, noting the characteristic nose of the prince lineage. "Are you the child of Eileen?" The voice of Edward Prince from the portrait was devoid of discernible emotion. Severus nodded. "I am the son of Eileen Prince." Edward inquired, "Why has your mother not come? Has she passed away?" "No, she is in good health." Edward exhaled with relief before bombarding Severus with questions. "Then why does she not return home? Why does she neglect to care for her own son? How could she allow you to come back alone?" This esteemed gentleman, Severus recognized this portrait as his grandfather's, though at present, he was unaware of the man's identity. He did not wish to divulge his reincarnation to these portraits, thus he concocted a fabricated tale of fleeing his family to share with them. "I escaped on my own. I discovered my mother's hidden spellbooks and notes in the basement, realizing my heritage as a descendant of Prince." Several family heads frowned, questioning why Eileen would conceal the spellbooks. "I could no longer endure life in that household. Ever since my magical powers surged uncontrollably, my alcoholic father has incessantly berated me as a monster, claiming our family's downfall is due to my existence. My father despises magic and wizards, declaring that I carry ignoble blood. My mother laments why I am not a squib, not a muggle. Yet she protects me, though she never defies my father, urging me to endure. Still, with her protection, I managed to survive. However, just days ago, after I resisted my father's attempt to beat me to death, my mother struck me across the face. She slapped her abused son, showing no sign of remorse. Esteemed gentlemen." Her eyes were filled with joy, simply because my father praised her for her actions. I realized I could not live in that house any longer. So I fled and came here. Listening to these revelations, the portrait of Edward was aghast, unable to fathom how his once intelligent daughter had devolved into such a state. The other portraits erupted in sharp rebukes. Foolish Eileen, wicked muggle. Look at how they treat their own child. Does Eileen truly deserve the name prince? The most authoritative portrait, that of Laxus, the first head of the prince family, struggled to maintain composure as he addressed Severus. How did you manage to escape? Severus recounted his clandestine studies of magic and potion knowledge following the surge of his powers, how he administered Eileen's sleeping draught and oblivion potion to her and Tobias, and how he traversed to Norfolk through muggle means after consuming a polyjuice potion. I do not wish to return to that home, so I made them forget me. Esteemed gentlemen, I believe that without a magical monster child, my father and mother might live more prosperously. This final statement was a blatant appeal for sympathy. Severus was no longer the naive child concerned about Eileen and Tobias's attitudes. His words were undoubtedly designed to sway the elder princes to favor him in the impending trials. What a good child he is. How could they behave this way? How can such parents exist? Even as a half-blood, he is still a prince. Has Eileen forgotten how tenuous the lineage of the prince family is? Severus listened as they vocally condemned Eileen, wishing he could unleash the most venomous words upon her and Tobias. On the family tree, Eileen Prince's name wavered precariously, dimming to the point of near obliteration. Although Edward Prince proclaimed his intention to disown Eileen, he never officially removed her name from the family tree, awaiting the day his daughter might repent. However, in the end, Eileen's name remained. The frail, pallid boy before them, raised by Eileen, was the last scion of the Prince family. To preserve the legacy of Prince, Eileen's name must also endure. After Laxus chanted a lengthy passage in Old Inn, the banquet table abruptly transformed into a vast black laboratory. The lab was equipped with cauldrons, potions, crystal vials, spare wands, thick tomes of magic, and parchment scrolls. This was the trial that a half-blood heir to the Prince family must undergo. According to his age, he would need to complete this examination and concoct a bloodline purification potion. This bloodline purification potion was distinctly different from the pure blood potion, cherished by the Prince family. The pure blood potion could transform a half-blood into a pure blood, transmuting decay into the miraculous, and awakening the magical lineage within. The ingredients for this potion were largely extinct. The Prince family had never publicly acknowledged the existence of such a potion. The few remaining vials were dwindling, known only to the head of the Prince family. Conversely, the bloodline purification potion served to awaken the magical potential within a wizarding descendant's blood, preventing the emergence of squibs. It lacked the transformative power of the pure blood potion. Severus nodded and seated himself beside the laboratory table. The magical clock indicated a 2-hour countdown, and the parchment bore 100 potion-related questions. A gentle reprieve compared to the infernal 1,000 questions he faced in his previous life. On the table lay a magnificent feather quill. Severus grasped it and began to write upon the parchment. For the reborn Severus, the distinctions between wolfsbane and hemlock, the required force for grinding ginger root in potion making, were trivial matters compared to the torment of answering questions in his previous life. Tackling this simplified version of the examination in this life is nothing short of a delightful and effortless experience. Even though the last 20 questions have reached the level of the OWL's exams, for a future master of potions, this poses no challenge whatsoever. An hour passed, and Severus meticulously completed his answers. He placed the parchment in the box as requested by Laxus, and soon, a three-dimensional O materialized on the surface of the box. The evaluation criteria here are akin to those at Hogwarts. An O signifies an exceptionally outstanding achievement. The portraits, witnessing Severus, the last scion of the Prince lineage, display such remarkable talent, finally calmed the ire they harbored due to Aaron and Tobias's suffocating actions. What a splendid child he is. While they marvel, Severus has already picked up the potion recipe resting on the table. This recipe evidently considers that Severus is a 6-year-old child who has never engaged in potion making, thus detailing each step with utmost precision, including the required gestures and duration. Furthermore, it grants Severus 3 opportunities. In his past life, he had but a single chance during each assessment. Severus harbors a profound love for potions. Even in his ghostly form, he would secretly peruse the Wizarding Journal's potion crafting and introduction to modern potions for new discoveries. Now, as a living being, he is even more enthralled. Brewing honor. Severing death. Severus diligently ground the snowdrop and extracted the juice of the longevity herb. Although he deliberately made a few minor mistakes to conceal the secret of his rebirth from the portraits, his silky, fluid potion-making technique still evoked joy and nostalgia among the princes. Merlin, he is a true prince. Just look at his innate talent for potion making. How fluid. How elegant. He is indeed a genius. I recall that at his age, I had yet to fully grasp potion making. Fortunately, our little prince is sharp-minded and aware of his return home. Otherwise, such a splendid talent would have surely been squandered by Erin. Yet Erin has done one good deed. She bore a remarkable child. Time flies when one is engaged in their passions. Severus tirelessly brewed that bloodline purification potion, pausing only briefly to consume the food prepared by the house elf summoned by Edward. Days blurred into nights, and after several days, Severus's cauldron brimmed with a resplendent purple bloodline purification potion. He decanted the potion into a conical vial, and placed it within the magical box for testing. The portrait princes erupted in jubilant cheers. Even Edward, who had been downcast for several days due to Erin's affairs, managed a faint smile. Alex has passed, and Erin has left home again. Before his demise, Edward sealed the prince family estate and heritage, believing the prince legacy had come to an end. Yet, in the end, Merlin has favored the princes, delivering unto them a true prince. Chapter 5. Purification of the Bloodline. Under Edward's urging, Severus followed the house elf, Comey, to the master bedroom of the castle to rest. According to Edward, purifying the bloodline necessitates a state of good health. Given Severus's current condition, he is far from meeting those standards. Thus, he must first restore his health. With the enthusiastic recommendations of the two remaining house elves, Comey and Gerald, Severus drank what he would have never touched in his past life: milk and vegetable juice. Over the course of 2 months, he restored his malnourished body through the potions and food provided by the prince family. Good boy. Go to the end of the second floor, find the tapestry of the moonlit iris. Smear your blood upon the flower stigma, walk back and forth 5 times. And whisper, pursue truth, compete for glory. Then you may enter. Drink the potion within the secret chamber, and sit at the center of the magical circle. Upon your success, you shall become the new head of the prince family. Severus nodded and turned toward the second floor, the corners of his lake blue silk robe trailing behind him. The elders of the prince family forbade Severus from donning the rigid black robes that had remained unchanged for a century, while Severus suited the black wizarding robes. Such attire lacked the softness and comfort he desired. Laxus and Edward silently observed Severus's slender figure as he walked away. This child exemplifies the perfect prince, possessing extraordinary potion-making talent, and an ineffable calmness and rationality. This child will lead the princes back to their former glory. Laxus mused that perhaps destiny is but a cycle, due to the prince family's obstinacy regarding emotions. A prince who fell in love with a muggle devoted himself to the development of a pure-blood potion. Before the pure-blood potion was perfected, the family had endured several crises of extinction. Now, the fruits of those who defied their family for love have become the last hope for the prince lineage. The pure-blood potion, refined by the 6th-generation head, Delphi Prince, will cleanse Severus of muggle blood. If Merlin grants his blessing, perhaps Severus might even awaken the bloodline of magical creatures. Severus meticulously applied his blood to the stigma of the moonlit iris as instructed by Laxus. He paced back and forth before the tapestry, murmuring the incantation, pursue truth, compete for glory. On the 5th pass, a silvery light enveloped him, drawing him into the secret chamber. Inside, a hexagram of magical runes radiated a green glow, while mysterious silvery runes slithered across the walls like serpents, forming an immensely powerful magic circle. At the center of the circle lay a bed crafted from obsidian, adorned with a hexagram and numerous enigmatic totems, which collectively formed a moonflower. Severus stepped into the magic circle, and beheld a crystal vial filled with a resplendent purple potion resting upon the obsidian altar. This is the pure-blood potion. Severus uncorked the pine stopper, inhaling the potion's bitter aroma. He drank the potion in one gulp, as instructed by the heads of the prince family, clearing his mind and lying peacefully upon the obsidian bed. Severus remained in the secret chamber for 3 days without emerging, causing great concern among the portraits of the past heads of the prince family, with Laxus and Edward particularly troubled. Typically, 3 days would suffice to replace the muggle blood within Severus's body. At this moment, his continued absence could indicate one of 2 possibilities. Severus has awakened the bloodline of magical creatures, or something has gone awry, though the latter is exceedingly unlikely. As the prince family's pure-blood potion has rarely failed over the centuries, the lineage's concern for Severus, as a descendant of the prince family, is entirely understandable. In the secret chamber, Severus furrowed his brow, drenched in cold sweat, slumbering upon the obsidian bed. A vibrant green glow enveloped him, and a moonlit iris motif appeared upon his pale forehead. Countless streams of blood surged from Severus's skin, flowing into the magic circle beneath the obsidian bed. After circulating, They transformed into numerous writhing, slender blood serpents that entered Severus's body. As the flowing blood coursed, a faint crimson hue enveloped the silver-green magic circle. A powerful surge of magical energy battered the chamber's walls, causing fine cracks to appear, only to be instantaneously mended by the silvery runes. Severus remained oblivious to the external world, feeling as though he had stepped into a resplendent, purple realm, with ants crawling through his bones and flesh. He had no sense of how much time had passed, yet he felt the burgeoning vitality within him. At long last, a verdant vine shattered the purple world, surrounding Severus with the fragrant aroma of grass and the gentle sound of flowing water. He heard the ancient incantation of the runes echoing. Heir of the prince, awaken your bloodline, follow us to seek the glory of the moonflower. Severus felt an unmistakable surge of magical energy and mental prowess coursing through his body, purifying his blood. Even his battle-worn soul seemed to be cleansed, rekindling a sense of joy and elation towards the world. Every wizard who awakens their ancient bloodline is bestowed with a new lease on life. Severus could not recall where he had encountered this phrase, but only now did he truly begin to grasp its meaning. The vitality within him surged uncontrollably, transcending all limits. Severus felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. His legs transformed into a silvery blue tail, and delicate wings sprouted from his shoulder blades. His dark pupils were veiled in a crimson haze, and his hair grew long, cascading throughout the chamber. The awakening of his bloodline lasted a full 5 days, and when the ancestral heads of the prince family beheld Severus once more, they could scarcely discern whether he was a prince or a princess. He retained his black eyes and hair, marked by the prince family's characteristic hooked nose. Yet his hair flowed down like a fairy tale princess from the Muggle realm. Edward gazed upon his grandson with immense relief. You have succeeded. Come fort, come, Gerald, Bobo, and prepare some sustenance for Severus. The 3 house elves, encircling a coffee table adorned with the prince family crest, presented delectable dishes upon golden platters and goblets. Young master, please dine. Severus was indeed famished, having subsisted solely on the energy provided by obsidian over the past 5 days. However, that energy paled in comparison to the nourishment of actual food. He sampled a piece of soft bread and sipped a cup of red tea, lacking interest in anything further. Little Severus, this won't do. How can you grow on such meager fare? Chided a female head of the prince family. Young master, your table manners are far from graceful. This is unbecoming of a noble. I believe you ought to commence etiquette lessons, remarked an austere elder. Silence, grandfather, Edward interjected, rushing to the portrait of the stern elder. This is Aaron's fault. It has nothing to do with Severus. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters for now. Severus, perplexed, inquired of Laxus. Ancestor, who is Bobo? Laxus replied gently, that is the house elf born for you. Is that so? Then why is it not named Potter? He would surely be delighted if his personal house elf bore the name Potter. As they conversed, a new branch sprouted beneath Aaron Prince on the dark green family tree tapestry, bearing the name Severus Prince. Snape had become a relic of the past. The future belonged to the radiant Severus Prince. Chapter 6, Lucius. Upon donning the family ring of the prince lineage, Severus truly commanded the prince manor. It boasted a vast library, its collection more extensive than that of Hogwarts or Malfoy Manor. Furthermore, there lay an opulent potions laboratory alongside numerous herb gardens and greenhouses, all of which were the very dreams Severus had long cherished. Moreover, he discovered that, in comparison to the core enterprises of the prince family, the peripheral industries managed by the Ministry of Magic were utterly inconsequential. Neither Aaron nor the unpurified Severus of his past life were aware of this family secret. It is well known that the prince family's core business revolved around potions, with their apothecaries established across the globe. However, with the closure of Prince Manor, these apothecaries fell into disuse, culminating in the herb crisis of the wizarding world in 1962. In truth, these apothecaries continued to operate. The cultivation of herbs was managed by the prince family's alchemical automatons, while the house elves were tasked with selling the herbs. To avoid drawing attention, the prince family had not sold a single herb within the UK in recent years. The galleons earned were not deposited in Gringotts, but rather clandestinely returned to the underground vault of Prince Manor by the house elves. The industries managed by the Ministry of Magic were merely a facade designed by the prince family to conceal their true wealth. The core competitive advantage of prince apothecaries in Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley lay in the potions produced by the princes. Without their name, they held little value and struggled to turn a profit. The Ministry of Magic was powerless in this regard. They could manage the prince family as apothecaries, but they could not engage in other businesses using the prince name. The coins stored in Gringotts were only liable to be confiscated after the prince family's extinction within a century. leaving only a scant few apothecaries visible to the public as potential sources of profit. Pureblood aristocrats are indeed astute, Severus mused. The Malfoy family had likewise weathered the toughest of times, relying on the hidden wealth and heritage of Abraxas. To enhance the restorative potion, one must incorporate a trace amount of yellow bough grass. It expedites the efficacy of the potion. This is my small discovery. Adding powdered stardust worms to the blood-replenishing potion amplifies its effects. I have tested it multiple times. The grinding method is imperfect. Goodness, Severus. The emerald pestle suits you splendidly. I assume I am in a potions class, not a jade appreciation course? As he grew accustomed to these portraits, Severus reverted to his acerbic nature. Moreover, he had been utterly engrossed in studies. Potions, herbology, runes, spells, magical history, and bloodline origins. While the Prince family was renowned as masters of potions, their studies in alchemy were by no means lacking. Severus, in his previous life, was not only a master of potions, but also a wizard powerful enough to serve as a double agent. Therefore, the study of potions and spells posed no challenge to him. Yet the millennia of Prince heritage was beyond comparison to his few decades of experience in his former life. Not to mention the unfamiliar realms of alchemy and magical history. Merlin knew he had never attended Professor Bin's class on magical history. The portraits of past heads of the Prince family held him to their every request, always demanding the house elves to ensure he ate, washed his hair, and donned various silken robes of different hues. He understood their intentions were for his benefit, yet he was unaccustomed to accepting such an abundance of goodwill. And then there were those 3 house elves. Comey was to represent the Prince family in managing affairs, while Gerald was to clean the castle and tend to the herb gardens. Thus not being overly nagging or clingy, Severus found them somewhat tolerable. However, Bobo, that name, reminiscent of Potter, due to his youth and status as Severus' personal house elf. He had been assigned by Edward to attend to him closely. This little elf strictly adhered to the demands of the Prince family, tearfully imploring him to consume a multitude of food, don those outrageous silken garments, and beseeching him to set aside his beloved potion books to engage in physical exercise. When he pretended not to hear, the wretched little elf would crash against the wall, wailing, "Bobo is a naughty elf. A naughty elf. A bad elf who cannot care for his master." Severus, though firm in demeanor, had a soft heart. He could only helplessly scold the elf for having a head like a troll while drinking milk, donning a silken robe, and jogging while listening to Bobo read from his potion book. Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor. Lucius gazed at his alabaster forearm, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He had been fortunate enough to be reborn a year before his father's journey to Romania, using prophetic dreams as a pretext to prevent his father from succumbing to death's embrace. In the autumn of 1967, a dragonpox epidemic would erupt within the wizarding community of Romania. His father, Abraxas, would meet his demise there, contracting dragonpox while aiding Voldemort in recruiting vampires. Abraxas had initially dismissed Lucius' words as mere folly. The notion that he would perish in Romania a year hence was utterly preposterous. However, Lucius was persistently being endearing, crying and refusing to let Abraxas leave. He asserted with unwavering conviction that the Malfoy lineage had once intermarried with Trelawney, suggesting that perhaps he had inherited the gift of foresight. Unable to withstand his son's relentless entreaties, Abraxas reluctantly acquiesced to the unreasonable demands of his little platinum noble, and proceeded to Riddle Manor to beseech the Lord for a change of task. Voldemort, acknowledging that Abraxas was the first Slytherin to aid him, consented to Abraxas's unreasonable request, declaring, "Mr. Malfoy, this is the last time." Trembling, Abraxas returned home, utterly bewildered as to how he had succumbed to such folly, defying the Lord's directives for the sake of his son's nonsensical ramblings. Yet, what he could not have anticipated was that in the year following Lucius's prophetic dream, Romania would be ravaged by a dragonpox epidemic, resulting in countless casualties within the wizarding community, with the wards of St. Mungo's overflowing with the afflicted. By then, however, Abraxas had already been dispatched to Germany to gather the remaining followers. In the stark light of such naked reality, Abraxas finally began to acknowledge his son's prophetic gift. Contemplating the future of the Malfoy family with a newfound clarity, Merlin knew his son had dreamt of their lord slicing souls to create Horcruxes, only to be vanquished by a mere infant, the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban, and the Malfoy family reduced to ruin, trampled beneath the feet of the Weasleys. Abraxas found it hard to accept this outcome, but the accuracy of Lucius's prophetic dreams compelled him to believe, as did Voldemort's increasingly cruel actions. Yet, in the face of the powerful lord, Abraxas remained the loyal Death Eater strategist. In practice, he began to diminish the Malfoy family's public appearances, immersing himself in charitable donations, and cancelled the plan to take Lucius to meet the Dark Lord. The July sun was bright and gentle as Lucius rubbed his forehead, having returned from his rebirth. The individuals he cherished most were Abraxas and Severus. Now his father had been sent to Germany by Voldemort, and would no longer venture to Romania. His fate had been rewritten. Next he intended to seek out Severus. Before his rebirth, Lucius had refrained from prying into Severus's secretive past out of respect. What he knew was only what Severus had chosen to share. His half-blood best friend bore the blood of the princes, and his father was rather unkind to him. Severus Snape, Severus Sev. Lucius recited this name, feeling as though it were a taut bowstring. When forgotten, it was merely an ordinary string, quietly residing in a hidden corner. Yet upon remembrance, it would spring forth, embedding itself in flesh and evoking a profound pain. He yearned to find Severus, if possible. He wished to rescue Severus from that unhappy home, and take him away from Lily Evans, bringing him back to the Malfoy estate. Thus, seizing the opportunity while Abraxas journeyed to Germany, Lucius rendered the family house elf, Dobby, unconscious, donned his invisibility cloak, and departed Malfoy Manor. Chapter 7. The Reunion. Lucius arrived at Spinner's End at noon. The day was bright and breezy, yet the Snape residence loomed dark and heavy, akin to a Siberian snow day. He eagerly infiltrated the abode, but found the one he yearned for was absent. Where had his dear friend gone? Had he, like Lucius, been favored by Merlin and left this suffocating home upon regaining life? Or perhaps, in this timeline, Severus Snape did not exist at all. A wave of despair washed over Lucius, making him feel as though he stood on the precipice of a cliff, one side lush with green grass, the other a fiery abyss. Severus. The name he had uttered countless times now lingered delicately on his lips. Lucius could scarcely believe that a world without Severus could exist. In Spinner's End, Tobias's venomous curses and Eileen's pleas for mercy persisted, suggesting that the so-called monstrous son merely brought misfortune as an excuse for the failures of the desperate. While the lovesick Lady Prince knelt in submission. Had Severus lived in such a family during his childhood? A wave of sorrow pierced Lucius's heart. Severus Snape? We have no such person here. Mrs. Snape has no son. Tobias beats her for this very reason. I recall that they seem to have a son. I even inquired about young Snape's whereabouts. Yet this couple vehemently denies ever having had a child. Perhaps they discarded him? Disguised in Muggle attire. Lucius questioned the Muggle residents of Spinner's End if they had seen Severus Snape. The majority dismissed him without a word, while the few remaining were newcomers, utterly ignorant of the Snape family's affairs. Spinner's End was a transient neighborhood, and many of Severus's neighbors had moved away after his departure. The few who remembered Severus had no knowledge of his current whereabouts, and they claimed the Snapes did not acknowledge their son's existence. Yet this was somewhat encouraging news. Was it not? The fact that someone remembered Severus indicated that he had truly existed in this timeline. Upon returning home, Lucius addressed Dobby saying, I require you to keep today's actions from my father. Do you understand? Dobby, hearing the unyielding tone of his young master, conflicted, began to bash his own head in turmoil. Dobby must be a good elf. Dobby cannot lie to Master Abraxas. But if Dobby reveals this to Master Abraxas, then he will become a bad elf for disobeying Master Lucius's command. What should Dobby do? I simply do not wish to cause my father worry. The young heir of the Malfoy family coaxed the entangled house elf. Dobby, I am perfectly well, am I not? I believe my father only wishes to ensure my safety by asking you to report my whereabouts. To ease his mind. It is not too much to ask for Malfoy's finest house elf to tell a little white lie, is it? Malfoy's finest house elf. Dobby stood frozen in place, suddenly leaping 3 feet into the air with excitement, exclaiming, Dobby is a good elf. I shall obey all of Master Lucius's commands. Upon returning home, Lucius undertook 2 tasks. He dispatched the already recruited house elf Dobby to keep an eye on Lily Evans's residence, and utilized his father Abraxas's minor influence to inquire about the current state of the Prince family. If Severus had indeed been reborn, it was highly probable he would seek out these 2 places. The young platinum noble, soon to attend Hogwarts, was quite convinced of this. Lily was Severus's white moonlight, and Prince was the most accessible resource for him. However, until Lucius boarded the Hogwarts Express, he had yet to find any trace of Severus. The Evans household showed no signs of anomaly. The Lady of the Lilies did not even recognize Severus. This was undoubtedly good news. Yet, the inquiries into the Prince family yielded no progress. It seemed as if the family had vanished entirely from the wizarding world since the closure of their estate by the former patriarch, Edward Prince. No matter how diligently Lucius searched for any sign of the princes, all he received from Dobby was nothing. Prince Manor. The portraits of the Prince ancestors groaned as they listened to the house elf, Comey, read aloud a letter left by Severus. Severus, the little rascal, had brazenly slipped out of Prince Manor with his house elf, Bobo, and a trunk full of potions after completing the most crucial potion class for the heir of the Prince family. Just listen to what he has to say. Dear Mr. Prince, by the time you hear Comey read this letter, I will have embarked on a journey into the Muggle realm with Bobo. You are aware of my origins in the Muggle world, and I comprehend the sheer terror of their existence. With a population in the billions and weapons capable of annihilating entire cities, the Muggle realm poses a significant threat. There are numerous wizards in the magical community who covet the Prince legacy, and now that I have received my letter from Hogwarts, Prince will inevitably be thrust into the public eye. Thus, I have resolved to venture into the Muggle world and procure their weapons by my own means to fortify the Prince estate. Additionally, I have brought a two-way mirror and a door key, so there is no need for concern on my behalf. Where on earth has he gone? Edward Prince exclaimed in a fit of rage. Comey repeatedly slammed against the wall, lamenting, Comey does not know, Comey does not know. Comey failed to stop the young master. Comey is a wicked elf, a wicked elf. In London's West End, at the Radman Manor, Thomas Radman respectfully addressed the dark-haired youth, My lord. The goods from the Ukrainians have arrived. Well done, Thomas. Severus smiled. He had consumed an aging potion, and appeared just as he once did. In this decaying British Empire, one could exchange a substantial sum of money for a respectable identity or even a title, thus gaining entry into the Muggle social sphere. Over the past 3 years, Severus had developed potions for Muggles, establishing a joint pharmaceutical group with this as its flagship product. He had also discreetly taken control of an underground faction in London, using it as a facade to smuggle numerous modern weapons into the Prince estate. Powerful wizards can shield themselves with armor to deflect bullets, and cast the Avada Kedavra curse, which travels faster than a bullet. However, such formidable wizards are a rarity even within the magical community. The true strength of Muggles lies in their possession of nuclear weapons, and their overwhelming numbers. Consider this. Fewer than 2 million wizards against billions of ordinary people. What a stark contrast. In a past life, had it not been for Hogwarts possessing the alchemical dragon as leverage, wizards would have found it impossible to negotiate with Muggles. Of course, Severus could not acquire a nuclear bomb. Only a handful of nations possess such weaponry. However, he and Lucius had established connections with several countries. The Ukrainians selling weapons to him were among them. Severus pinched the bridge of his nose. Compared to these intrigues, potions suited him far better. Once this transaction was concluded, he planned to brew a batch of the glory potion. Lucius would surely appreciate it, as he could present it to that peacock as a birthday gift. Indeed, he had met with Lucius. After his rebirth, Severus had not sought out Lily or Lucius. Yes, he was apprehensive about reuniting with old acquaintances. Lily, Lucius, everyone who had shown him kindness had met with misfortune. At times, Severus pondered whether he was a harbinger of calamity. Thus, he evaded inheriting the Prince estate, evaded fulfilling the obligations of the family heir, and fled to the Muggle world. His life was consumed by studies and work. He exerted every effort to acquire the power necessary to confront any crisis. He seemed genuinely occupied to the point of having no leisure time. Until one day, Severus glanced at the calendar, the glaring digits of 1967 starkly inscribed upon the paper. If memory served him correctly, it was the year Lucius's father had passed away. In an instant, Severus's trepidation and homesickness dissipated, leaving only the haunting shade of melancholy in his heart, guiding him directly to the presence of the platinum aristocrat. Merlin knows how joyful Lucius must have been upon seeing the letter Severus had sent. The letter was filled with familiar handwriting. Dear Mr. Malfoy, I am Severus Prince, and I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Kindly arrive punctually at the 5th booth of the Three Broomsticks before 3 o'clock. Yours faithfully, Severus. At the Three Broomsticks, Lucius and Severus were reunited. Madame Rosmerta served the two underage wizards butterbeers and specialty dishes, yet neither of the young gentlemen displayed any interest in consuming them. Lucius, Severus, you go first. No, you go first. The two hesitated, exchanging glances before breaking into relieved smiles. So you two have been reborn. Merlin, this is truly splendid. Chapter 8. Ventures in the Muggle World. Once Severus calmed down from the joy of their reunion, he promptly inquired about Abraxas. Lucius, aware of Severus's concerns, immediately reassured him that he had successfully prevented his father's death. The Malfoys valued family, and when Lucius mentioned Abraxas, his gray-blue eyes shimmered with tender affection. Lucius asked Severus if he had sustained any injuries while inheriting the Prince family estate, to which Severus naturally responded that all was well. It is truly wonderful that you have been reborn, Severus. Merlin knows the despair I felt when I couldn't find you in Spinner's End. You sought me out? Severus gazed at Lucius incredulously. Yes. After preventing my father from going to Romania, I sought an opportunity to visit your home. Yet, you were nowhere to be found. Truth be told, Lucius himself could not fathom why he had not sought out Narcissa, who was his wife after all. Nor did he reach out to Parkinson, Goyle, or Crabbe, who were also Malfoy acquaintances. Instead, his thoughts had solely gravitated towards his father and Severus. I was unscathed. The Prince Estate's assessments have age requirements. The younger one is, the easier it is to pass. Thankfully, I succeeded. His eyes gleamed like obsidian. At last, I possessed the foundation for self-preservation. Indeed, a half-blood potion prodigy could only kneel and kiss the hem of Voldemort's robes, but the head of the Prince family was different. The rational Voldemort would not overly pressure a prince prior to victory, nor would Dumbledore. It must be noted that the Prince family was favored by Merlin. Endowed with a genius for potion-making, every prince, upon maturation, could successfully brew the bloodline purification potion, crucial for wizards to avoid birthing squib offspring. Since the closure of the Prince Estate, the circulation of bloodline purification potions had dwindled significantly. Currently, these potions were scarce, fetching exorbitant prices. This very circumstance had allowed successive generations of princes to safeguard themselves during the Wizarding Wars, avoiding coercion into the conflict. If your mind is not clouded with beauty potions, you should not have sought that individual, correct? Show me your arm, Severus instructed Lucius. Lucius unfastened his cufflinks, allowing Severus to examine his arm. He observed his friend's pale skin and dark pupils as he meticulously inspected. Severus sighed with relief upon discovering that Lucius bore no unsightly mark. Do not draw his attention to you, Lucius, Severus cautioned. At this juncture, Voldemort was not the future snake-faced madman but a cold, cunning Dark Lord, the King of Slytherin. While Lucius was undoubtedly clever and crafty, the rational young version of the Dark Lord could command the likes of Abraxas Malfoy and Orion Black. Furthermore, Voldemort was a master of the dark arts. Lucius might not successfully conceal himself from such scrutiny. May I assume you are concerned for my well-being, Severus? Lucius intoned with his perennial cadence, addressing his serpentine friend. It is indeed my honor. Severus rolled his eyes, and replied with exasperation. If the esteemed young Malfoy truly cared for himself and the safety of his unfortunate friends, he ought to join me in diligently studying the art of mental occlusion. And then we can deliberate on our next course of action, rather than simply sitting there, playing the role of a melancholic noblewoman from the Middle Ages. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Thus, Lucius meticulously recounted to Severus the shifts in power following the war, while Severus shared the tale of his spectral existence. It became evident that infiltrating the Muggle realm was an imperative endeavor for them. However, they must refrain from displaying their ambitions too prematurely, lest both the Dark Lord and Dumbledore begin to harbor suspicions. Severus nodded in agreement, harboring resentment towards Voldemort and Dumbledore alike. He despised the former for having slain Lily, extinguishing the light of his youthful dark era. He loathed the latter for never considering his soul, and leaving him no avenue of escape. Dumbledore had never contemplated his preservation. Had he? Even the Chosen One could be sacrificed for the greater good, let alone he, a mere Death Eater. The moment Dumbledore compelled him to commit murder, he had irrevocably severed any hope of retreat. Indeed, I have commenced this endeavor, Lucius. I presume the Malfoy family is also in need of the wealth of the Muggle world? Thus, Lucius regained his status and title through political donations, mirroring Severus's approach, and mobilized substantial family funds to establish the PM investment group alongside him. The recollections faded. All of this was now relegated to the past. Sir, we are eager to engage in this transaction, lamented Vasily from Ukraine to Severus. Our people require sustenance, as well as pharmaceuticals produced by Count P's United Medical Group. Of course, gold would also suffice. We desire neither rubles nor pounds nor dollars. Severus recognized the hollow rhetoric spewing from him. The notion of serving the people was but a fade. The truth was that these federal officials sought to line their own pockets through smuggling, a matter of indifference to him. As long as he acquired what he desired, the integrity of Muggle officials was of no concern. He meticulously tested the weaponry sourced from the Soviet Union. The quality is commendable, Mr. Vasily. Our people shall deliver what you require to your designated location, just as you will send these items to Great Britain. A fruitful collaboration, Mr. Vasily. A fruitful collaboration, Count P. While Severus oscillated between potion studies as the heir of the Prince family and his ventures in the Muggle world, Lucius remained industrious. In contrast to the erudite and powerful Severus, who possessed knowledge from both past lives, Lucius excelled in politics and economics. After impressing Abraxas with his prophetic dreams and astute analyses concerning the Muggle realm, he directed his focus towards it. During holidays, he imbibed aging potions to traverse into the Muggle world, actively participating in European social circles under the guise of Count M. With his silver tongue, he captivated political dignitaries across nations, investing gleaming gold coins into ambitious youths, all while utilizing the PM investment company to amass wealth, busily spinning like a top. Severus's memories spanned longer than Lucius's, given his decades as a ghost. Moreover, due to the wizarding Muggle War, he had taken special care to observe the Muggle world for an extended period. Thus, he possessed a clear understanding of which industries would flourish in the future. Combined with the cunning of the Malfoys, the PM consortium swiftly evolved into a burgeoning capital powerhouse. Meanwhile, Voldemort and Dumbledore, embroiled in their own fierce conflicts within the wizarding world, remained utterly oblivious to these changes. Even Abraxas and the portraits of the prince family's heads were only aware that their children had established a modest enterprise in the Muggle world, procuring some moderately effective Muggle weaponry to fortify their estate, entirely unaware of the grand and tumultuous ventures their offspring had undertaken in such a brief span of years. Chapter 9. The Hogwarts Acceptance Letter. In 1971, Norfolk, England, at Prince Manor, Severus received the letter paper from the house elf, and penned his response affirming his willingness to attend Hogwarts. After Lucius casually fed a few nuts to the owl that had come to deliver the message, Severus affixed his completed letter to the owl's leg. Time flew swiftly. Severus, you are finally set to attend Hogwarts, Lucius remarked with deep emotion. If my memory serves me correctly, Lucius, 3 months ago you lamented to me about the trials of relearning spells at Hogwarts? Indeed, you are not mistaken. Yet, our little prince is soon to make his debut in the wizarding world, a moment I have eagerly anticipated. I presume you are aware that your flattery is somewhat nauseating, and that I am a half-blood? Severus did not shy away from referencing his unspeakable past. I have never claimed to be a noble prince, but I shall crown myself. Lucius could discern Severus's ambition, finding this version of him remarkably genuine and vibrant. The Severus Snape of the Death Eater cohort before Miss Lily's demise had been just so. At that time, Voldemort had not yet descended into madness, and they all believed he could unify the wizarding world. They undertook missions together, harboring ambitions of world conquest. They craved power and honor, their camaraderie forged through countless battles fought side by side. No, Severus was no longer the same as before. He too had transformed. In those days, they had bowed to Voldemort, kneeling humbly at the feet of the Dark Lord like dust. Now they had weathered immense changes, their perceptions and thoughts transcending the mere confines of the British wizarding community. They had matured, becoming more resilient, cunning, and wise. Their ambitions remained unquenched. Yet they had learned the art of politics. Lucius, whose father had passed away too soon, and Severus, who hailed from humble beginnings, had once been too naive, leading to their downfall as mere puppets under true power. But that would no longer be the case. The letter from Hogwarts revealed to the wizarding world that the prince family still had an heir. Many opportunistic rogue dark wizards, blinded by greed, flocked to Prince Manor, hoping to strike it rich. Just think of it. What treasures might reside within a pure-blood wizarding family like the prince's, with a legacy spanning millennia? Galleons, magical gemstones, rare potions, unique spellbooks, knowledge or wealth. It was enough to drive the powerful yet destitute to madness. Yet in the end, these individuals returned empty-handed. Prince Manor boasted formidable protective enchantments, alongside peculiar alchemical artifacts. I could not even breach the manor's first line of defense, one dark wizard remarked. Merlin knows what I endured. I encountered the heir of the prince family. He was dressed in black, his complexion as pale as a ghost. He even bound me for potion testing. Alas, I could not report him to the ministry, as I was there to commit robbery. Another wizard recounted, oh, that young wizard is a good soul. My partner is pregnant. He brewed a bloodline purification potion for me, and I need not worry about whether my child will be a squib or have deficient magical circulation. As for his offering of his grandfather's dragon wing root as payment, that need not be mentioned. A friend of Mr. Prince stated that as long as he could publicly exhibit the virtuous character and exceptional abilities of the Prince family head, he would take it upon himself to gift him another potion. Merlin knows how much his wife wishes for another vial of assurance. They wish to have a multitude of children. A kind-hearted young wizard, with extraordinary potion-making talent, combined with the remarkably powerful defenses of the manor, one could feel secure for the foreseeable future. Lucius, adorned with alchemical items crafted by his double-agent friend, spoke freely. Moreover, you can brew the bloodline purification potion required by all wizards. This way, considering the opinions of the wizarding populace, neither side of the conflict will dare to act against you lightly. Severus merely nodded casually, yet his concern for Lucius's safety overshadowed his own. I am safe for the moment, but what of you, Mr. Malfoy? Your prophetic dreams have spared you from meeting that individual. Yet in 2 years you will graduate. What will you do then? In his previous life, Lucius was marked with the dark mark at that very moment. Lucius remarked, let us first investigate how to remove the dark mark. If that proves futile, we shall contemplate alternative solutions. Severus, upon hearing this, felt a pang of frustration. Over the years, he and Lucius had perused countless tomes, delving into the treasured archives of both the Malfoy and Prince families. Yet, their progress had ultimately been minimal. They fervently hoped to achieve some breakthroughs before Voldemort's first downfall. Severus wished that his proud peacock of a friend would never have to bow at that man's feet. My father suggested that I could also become a traitor and run away during my rebellious adolescence, thus evading the war. However, I do not desire such a fate. You see, Severus. The O'Reilly couple endured unspeakable torment due to Sirius's actions within the Death Eater ranks. I have scarcely managed to save my father's life. Ah, the rebellious Malfoy? Severus had never envisioned such an epithet being associated with the Malfoy name. He possessed a myriad of phrases to deride Mr. Malfoy's schemes. Yet he found himself ensconced in silence. Perhaps, this is what paternal affection entails? Abraxas's plans were indeed quintessentially Malfoy. There will be a way, Lucius. Cool me. Let us visit Ollivander's. I am quite curious to see if my wand has undergone a transformation. After all, your elm wand has been replaced with acacia, has it not? Lucius, aware that his dear friend was seeking solace, revealed a radiant smile, his slate blue eyes shimmering with warmth, akin to a lake capable of drowning one's sorrows. Indeed. Severus, I too am eager. Severus, my wand has changed because of you. Will yours also transform due to my influence? The only one who shares my experiences of the past and the future. Chapter 10. The Silver Lime Wand. Ollivander's decor was perpetually antiquated and dilapidated. As Lucius and Severus entered the shop, Mr. Ollivander was diligently attending to his woodcraft. Ah, young Master Malfoy. Ollivander greeted cheerily. Is this your friend? Which family does he hail from? Ollivander inquired curiously, glancing at the unfamiliar face beside Lucius. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. This is my friend, Severus Prince. Greetings, young Mr. Prince. Ollivander exclaimed in surprise. Prince, one of the ancient pureblood noble families of the British wizarding world. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander beamed at Severus. A pleasure to greet you. Young Prince. Do come and try a wand. I am aware that the Prince family possesses a staff adorned with sirens, as famed as the Malfoy serpent-headed wand. You might wish to have your wand nested within it. Oh, it has been over 20 years since I last encountered a member of the Prince family. With that, Ollivander turned and retrieved a box from the U-shelf, placing it on the counter and gently opening it to reveal an exquisitely crafted wand. Do give it a try. Mr. Prince. Elm, dragon heartstring, 12.5 inches, quite noble indeed. Lucius narrowed his eyes. It was astonishingly the very wand he had used in his past life. However, in this incarnation, his former companion no longer resonated with him, for his current wand was composed of acacia wood and dragon heartstring. Unconsciously, he caressed the cane that housed the wand, observing Severus as he tested the wand. Severus accepted the wand from Mr. Ollivander and waved it gently, causing a small flame to flicker from the tip. He glanced at Ollivander, inquiring if it was suitable. Ollivander regretfully reclaimed the wand from Severus's grasp. I apologize. Young Mr. Prince. This wand does not quite suit you. While you can wield it, it is not the most appropriate choice. Ollivander returned the elm wand to its place and continued his search on the U-shelf. Shortly thereafter he produced another wand. How about this one? Redwood, unicorn tail hair. 10.5 inches, perfect for a potion prodigy. For a prince, such praise was undeniably the most complimentary. The wand was exquisitely crafted. Severus took it and waved it once more, and the tip gleamed brightly, producing a flickering glow. Quite impressive, but a tad gentle, Ollivander remarked. His brow furrowed as he presented several more wands for Severus to try, yet none were satisfactory. Prince Ollivander mused, recalling the family's history, and suddenly remembered the legend of Atlantis. Let us try this one. If I am not mistaken, he withdrew his own wand and summoned a black wand box with the summoning charm. Upon opening the box, a silver-gray wand was revealed. Silver lime wood, with a core of deep-sea star sand ground to powder, measuring 13 inches, exceptionally suited for a powerful witch or wizard. Adept in soul magic and transfiguration. Ollivander handed the wand to Severus. The moment Severus grasped the wand, he felt an undeniable connection. It was as if it were a part of him. He felt an affinity for this wand. He tapped it, and a flurry of pure white birds erupted from the tip, circling around Lucius. One mischievous bird alighted on the Platinum Noble's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his hair. "This is the one, Mr. Ollivander," Severus declared. "I did not misjudge. The Prince family indeed has the potential for siren lineage. It is said that the tears shed by a siren upon their demise transform into the exceedingly rare magical mineral, known as deep-sea star sand. Wizards possessing siren blood, when wielding wands crafted from deep-sea star sand, are invincible." Ollivander nodded with a composed demeanor. "Mr. Prince, this is a powerful wand, perfectly attuned to you. I hope you will treat it well." Such sentiments were customary for Ollivander to express to every young wizard visiting his shop. However, for Severus, who had previously used a second-hand wand in his childhood, and having acquired wealth, now sought a custom wand, this was a first. Ollivander's tone was earnest, prompting Severus to nod. "You need not worry, no wizard would ill-treat his wand. Mr. Ollivander, may I inquire about the price of this wand?" 7 galleons. A benefit bestowed upon young wizards by the Ministry of Magic. What Ollivander did not disclose was that even with the ministry's subsidy, it merely sufficed for the price of an ordinary wand. The premium wand in Severus's possession was worth far more. For instance, the wand belonging to the young Malfoy beside him had been sold for 80 galleons. This modest price was a gift from him to the Prince family. The wizarding world would not wish for the extinction of the Prince line, whether pureblood or otherwise. Severus, no longer a child, fully comprehended the value of the wand in his hand. After handing Ollivander 7 galleons, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Ollivander. The Prince family sells 3 vials of bloodline purification potion each month. I hear your daughter-in-law is expecting. Would you like me to reserve a vial for you?" Ollivander's eyes brightened. "Thank you for your generosity, young Mr. Prince. Tailored uniforms can be arranged by a refined tailor, and books can be delivered by owl. As for other necessities, the manor has ample supplies. Now what shall we do next?" Lucius glanced at Severus, who was caressing his new wand, and inquired with a smile. "Shall we head to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, my young Malfoy? Did you not express a desire for vanilla lemon ice cream?" At Riddle Manor, Abraxas dutifully addressed Voldemort. "My lord, Karkaroff and John Riddle have made the right choice. They are willing to pledge their loyalty to you." "Well done, Abraxas." Lord Voldemort did not hesitate to extol the virtues of his most loyal subordinate and companion. "I have heard that Lucius has befriended the heir of the Prince family? It appears Lucius has taken a liking to young Prince's feline companion." Abraxas was unaware of how Lucius had come to know the enigmatic scion of the Prince family, yet he had no intention of prying into his son's little secret. Regardless of how Lucius had acquainted himself with young Prince, the fact that it was advantageous for the Malfoys sufficed, did it not? "Abraxas, tell me, can the Prince family be of service to me?" "My lord, the princes throughout history have been fervent scholars, fixated solely on potions, and would not easily pledge their allegiance to others. Should we invite young Prince directly into our fold, he may very well seclude himself within his ancestral estate, and at that moment, Dumbledore would certainly seize the opportunity to denounce us publicly." Contemplating the newfound smile that graced Lucius's face after meeting young Prince, Abraxas chose to downplay the significance of the princes in Voldemort's presence, emphasizing instead the looming threat of Dumbledore. "The potions from the princes can be procured with galleons and rare potion materials. Beyond that, their family possesses little of note. My lord, we are far wealthier than those impoverished members of the Order of the Phoenix. It is certainly Dumbledore's followers who cannot afford the rare potions, not us. I shall ensure Lucius conveys to young Prince the importance of galleons. When Dumbledore inevitably makes unreasonable demands of the princes in the name of love and justice, young Prince will discern who his true friends are." "You speak wisely, Abraxas." A glimmer passed through Voldemort's crimson eyes. "Have Lucius attend to this matter. I shall remember the contributions of the Malfoy family." Abraxas bowed his head. "Yes, my lord. Lucius will exert an influence on Prince that favors our interests. The Malfoys shall forever remain loyal to Slytherin." "I trust you, Abraxas. The Malfoys are deserving of the Dark Lord's friendship." Voldemort made his promise, and Abraxas appeared to accept it with unrestrained elation. The two conversants wore thick masks, rendering it impossible to discern sincerity from pretense. Chapter 11. Journey to Hogwarts. On September 1st, aboard the Hogwarts Express, the young wizards encountered the recently discussed figure, the young master of the Prince family, the last heir. To their astonishment, this mysterious Mr. Prince boarded the train alongside Lucius Malfoy. They proceeded to the compartment belonging to the Prince family, while the Platinum Aristocrat dispatched his lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, to the Malfoy compartment. "What is so appealing about this dilapidated compartment?" Severus inquired of his friend after casting several cleaning charms on the Prince family's compartment. Lucius, adorned with a gleaming prefect badge, replied, "Oh, my dear Severus, this is all for your benefit. Surely, you would not appreciate the gem-encrusted armrests of our compartment." Sitting upon the emerald green velvet sofa, Severus reflected on the Malfoy family's decor, left momentarily speechless. "Well, you have convinced me, Lucius." Severus rubbed his face, for Merlin knew how distressed he felt being roused so early by Lucius to apply those potions to his face. He retrieved a small box of red tea and snacks crafted by house elves from his storage ring. "If memory serves, you are not accustomed to the snacks sold on the train." Lucius blinked, delicately pinching a hazelnut chocolate puff with his pale, slender fingers. "Severus, thank you for remembering my preferences." Severus averted his gaze, steering the conversation towards the business in London. The duo relished the tranquil journey, that is, if one overlooked the visits from the young pureblood aristocrats. Compared to his previous life, where he was immediately provoked by James Potter upon boarding, engaging in polite conversation with these naive pureblood children was not so intolerable. Such were the thoughts of the Slytherin headmaster in his past life. Until a little girl with fiery red hair and emerald green eyes rushed over, anxiously asking, "Excuse me, have you seen Mary's owl?" Severus gazed at Lily's vibrant hair and sparkling eyes, nostalgia and melancholy washing over him. He suppressed his emotions. "What is the name of the owl?" "Her name is Alice. She is a lovely lady." Severus nodded and waved his silver lime wand. "Owl Alice, come forth." It was a summoning charm, a spell reserved for upper-year students. Lily Evans thought to herself, having read it in her textbooks before the term began. The brown owl swooped down and landed on Severus's hand. He said to the girl who had brought sunlight into his dark childhood and bestowed upon him agony, "Here she is. You may take her." "Thank you so much. My name is Lily Evans. May I know yours?" "I believe Mary would be eager to express her gratitude to you." "No need for thanks, Miss Evans. I am Severus Prince. Your friend need not come to thank me." Severus fought to suppress his emotions, closing the compartment door with a heavy heart. He had once claimed he had let go entirely, that he had atoned for his sins. He had once declared that he was embarking on a new life. Yet upon seeing Lily, the pain surged anew. Lucius observed Severus, who leaned against the armchair with a vacant gaze, harboring a quiet resentment. How could this Miss Lily remain such a haunting presence? Severus was no longer her childhood friend, the ever-obliging Snape. Why did she still seek him out? The years spent together had long revealed to Lucius that his feelings for his dear friend were far from simple. Upon introspection, he pondered whether his efforts in his past life to help Severus become the Slytherin headmaster, and his frequent reminiscences of Severus post-war, were merely out of friendship. Yet he had never confessed his feelings to Severus. Before the threats posed by Voldemort, Dumbledore, and the Muggle world were resolved, it would be challenging for Severus to contemplate matters of the heart. Lucius understood Severus's character all too well. Thus he intended to gradually extinguish Severus's reminiscence of Miss Lily. Look how astute he was. However, when Miss Lily appeared, Lucius realized he was not rational at all. His heart was pierced. Akin to the countless times in his past life when Severus had rejected the notion of abandoning his hopeless love for Miss Lily. Was that Evans truly so significant? Indeed. How could the living compare to the dead? Lucius turned his head towards the window, concealing his obsessive gaze. Miss Lily was dead, or rather, she had died due to a tragic twist of fate involving Severus, which amplified all her virtues in Severus's mind while erasing all her flaws. He vividly remembered that after Lily Evans married Potter, Severus, despite his unrequited love for the fair Lily, had not been ensnared in a prison of love. At that time, did not Severus mourn and rage at the thought of Miss Lily becoming Mrs. Potter, convinced that he was on the right path? Lucius Malfoy, do not doubt your charm. You will find a way to make Severus realize that the red-haired girl is merely an unremarkable witch. Malfoys always attain their desires. Severus remained oblivious to Lucius's turmoil. He languished in the armchair, his gaze distant and lost in thought. He could scarcely believe it. Upon seeing Lily, his heart was not only filled with joy but also with fear. He feared knowing Lily, feared being dragged into the abyss by Gryffindor. He was afraid of that radiant childhood sunshine, that deity to whom he had once bowed. Indeed, he had taken root and sprouted in darkness, forever incapable of becoming the pure and unblemished good person Lily had hoped for. In his past life he chose the path of a Death Eater. In this life, he shall not tread that same road. Yet he remains fervently desirous of honor and power. On the other hand, Lily will opt for the banner of love and justice. He is a Slytherin, while she belongs to Gryffindor. They are fundamentally different. The young Slytherin painfully shut his eyes. As he disembarked from the train and traversed the dark lake on a small boat, He listened to the Sorting Hat jubilantly proclaim Slytherin, only to witness Lily being sorted into Gryffindor, engaging in lively conversation with Potter, whom he loathed above all else. Severus's conviction was further solidified. Just as Lily had stated during their rift in the past life, she has her own path, and he has his. In both past and present. He has never been so acutely aware of this truth. Thus he donned an elegant mask, a false smile gracing his pale visage. He took his place at the Slytherin table, silently sipping water. Then he beheld Lucius's worry-laden, slate-blue eyes. Merlin, Lucius was fully cognizant of his history with Lily. Having just seen him lost in thought, this platinum peacock must be exceedingly concerned. Pondering this, Severus gently patted Lucius's hand and whispered into his ear, "Lucius, fret not. I shall not act foolishly." He would no longer provoke Lily. He would not once again descend into that mire. Gryffindor has no need for Slytherin friends. Nor does Slytherin for Gryffindor. Moreover, he is now a prince. Under the current circumstances, the connection between Slytherin's prince and Gryffindor would not escape Dumbledore's notice. He had no desire to be manipulated by that old man any longer. The young snakes of Slytherin observed Severus and Lucius whispering to each other, exchanging knowing glances. Indeed, the princes share a profound bond with the Malfoys. Look at their familiarity, at their affectionate demeanor. Some young snakes from families of Death Eaters fumed, pondering whether the Malfoy family had sprayed some enchantment on them. First, it was the Lord, now the young prince. Why does everyone seem to favor the Malfoys? Meanwhile, Lily was engaged in hushed conversation with her new friend. "Elizabeth, do you know that dark-haired boy's name? Why are so many Slytherins sneaking glances at him?" Elizabeth MacDonald, stroking her kitten, replied with a nonchalant tone, "Lily, the little snakes of Slytherin are the most calculating. Their interest in Prince is undoubtedly a measure of his worth. Is he not a prince? But what does that have to do with value? Yet Prince is indeed a good person. He even helped Mary find her owl on the train." Elizabeth lowered her lashes, concealing her disdain for the ignorant, muddled wizard. A girl from a Gryffindor family must not act in such a manner. His surname is Prince, Lily. The Princes are a renowned family of potion makers. It is said that this young Mr. Prince can already brew bloodline purification potions. Every wizarding family with young witches and wizards needs this. I wonder how Malfoy has gotten close to this young prince. After all, his father is a Death Eater. Upon learning from Lily that Prince had been quite kind to her, the Gryffindor girl warned, "The Malfoys are all wicked Death Eaters. I wonder if Prince has been deceived by Malfoy? Lily, do you know this young Mr. Prince? If possible, you must advise him to be cautious." The red-haired girl recalled her joy upon meeting the owl, Alice, and her inexplicable fondness for that dark-haired boy, and resolutely nodded at Elizabeth. Chapter 12. The Battle for Head of Year. After the feast concluded, the heads of houses led their respective first-year students back to their dormitories. The seventh-year head of Slytherin is Rodolphus Lestrange. He is Bellatrix's betrothed, a year younger than his fiancée. His fiancée Bellatrix has already joined the Death Eaters, obsessively infatuated with their master, Lord Voldemort, yearning to become the Dark Lord's mistress. Severus stood amongst the throng of first-year students, following Rodolphus to the Slytherin common room located in the dungeon. The Slytherin password is Pureblood Glory. Rodolphus ushered the first-year snakes into the dungeon, and proclaimed loudly in the silver-green common room, "Welcome to the noble house of Slytherin. I am your head, Rodolphus Lestrange. Our founder was the great Salazar Slytherin. We are calm, rational, powerful, and in pursuit of honor." Severus paid little heed to Rodolphus's attempts to woo the first-year witches and wizards, instead nostalgically surveying the snake motifs adorning the dungeon. It was only when Rodolphus spoke of once a Slytherin, always a Slytherin, that Severus's gaze sharpened. He glanced at his equally focused platinum-haired friend, and sighed inwardly. Slytherin. Unlike the heads of other houses, Rodolphus did not instruct the students to return to their dormitories. Rather, he declared, "We are unlike the foolish Gryffindors. We shall follow only the true strong, not mere braggarts seeking attention. Next, we shall commence the challenge for Head of Year, beginning with our new blood, the first years." The platinum-haired youth looked toward his close friend, only to find his companion's profile stern and composed, his gaze steady and restrained. Severus would undoubtedly become Head of Year. Lucius had no doubt about it. As predicted by Lucius, the first-year students soon became embroiled in chaos. Naturally, there would be some young witches and wizards casting curses at Severus. Even though he bore the surname Prince, many wizards sought to befriend him. Yet, Slytherin respects only the strong. The heirs of pureblood families would not miss this opportunity to test Severus. His dark-haired friend stepped forward, wand of silver linden in hand. Voice low and smooth. "Protego. Disarm." All curses aimed at Severus rebounded, leaving some of the young spellcasters aflame. others dancing comically, and some ensnared by the aura of dark magic. Meanwhile, Severus stood unharmed, holding the wands of those who had once scorned his mixed heritage. He did not consider himself particularly formidable. After all, he was a reborn wizard. However, he needed to showcase his abilities, for in Slytherin, those lacking power are left with nothing. Only a prince with a talent for potions would be viewed as a fish on the chopping block. Thus, Severus participated in this mock battle for head of year. The first-year snakes flushed with embarrassment as Severus's spell disarmed them, a truly humiliating defeat. "I presume your minds are not filled with rushes, gentlemen," Severus stated coldly. "Come forward and reclaim your wands." The humbled young snakes lowered their proud heads, accepting their weapons from their newly appointed head of year. The other Slytherins looked on with keen interest, their minds racing. However, tomorrow's headlines at Hogwarts would not feature Severus. For Rodolphus was challenged by Lucius, a fifth year. This was the battle for head of house. The platinum nobleman's slate blue eyes were as deep as the sea as he fixed his gaze upon Rodolphus, the fervent Death Eater. His voice resplendent as a serenade. "Lucius Malfoy challenges you." Rodolphus was entirely unprepared for a challenge from a fifth-year underclassman. He glared coldly at the Malfoy boy and snarled, "Rodolphus Lestrange, Malfoy, you will regret your decision today." Lucius retorted, "I shall defeat you, Rodolphus. Just as your father spoke ill of mine before the Lord. Yet the Lord still trusts my father most." "Humph, my father may not care for old Lestrange's insults, but I am different." "Is Malfoy's loyalty to the Dark Lord something you can question?" Lucius had long since betrayed Voldemort in his heart. Yet he continued to masquerade as a devoted follower of the Dark Duke within Slytherin. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden willow wand erupted with an array of spells, its dazzling crimson light transforming into vast clouds of brilliance that pierced the eyes of the Slytherins. In less than half an hour, Rodolphus was brought to his knees by Lucius, a result of Lucius deliberately holding back his strength. After all, they were once formidable adult wizards. Lucius's wand tip pressed against the side of Rodolphus's neck. "You have lost." Rodolphus's face was a picture of despair. "I have lost." Lucius then remarked, "Perhaps Mr. Lestrange would be willing to serve as my second for the benefit of the Dark Lord?" Reluctantly, Rodolphus acquiesced. His mind was in turmoil, unable to fathom the expression on his father's face when he learned that he had been bested by the platinum peacock of the Malfoy household. Lucius, however, smiled faintly at the young snakes. "Return to your dormitories and rest. It is quite late, is it not?" The Slytherins nodded in acquiescence and made their way to their dormitory. It is worth noting that other houses welcome new students with fifth-year prefects. Lestrange had broken this custom today, and was justly rebuked by Malfoy. Lucius pulled his dear friend aside, pretending that the disgruntled Rodolphus lying there did not exist. Lestrange, now in his seventh year, still could not control his emotions. No wonder old Lestrange would rather entrust the family to that madwoman Bellatrix than let Rodolphus take the reins. It was also no surprise that Bellatrix looked down upon him, dreaming of climbing into the Dark Lord's bed. Lucius led Severus to his dormitory, where Severus raised an eyebrow and remarked, "If my memory serves me correctly, shouldn't the head of house reside in a single room?" Lucius adjusted the plaque at the dormitory door bearing their names. "I have constructed a potion laboratory within this dormitory." Severus ground his teeth. The platinum peacock knew precisely how to manipulate him. The dormitory had been enhanced by Lucius with a spatial expansion charm, featuring hardwood floors, silver-green wallpaper, and furniture in the opulent style favored by the Malfoy family. The sitting area boasted soft silver-gray sofas, which happened to be Severus's second favorite color after black. The dormitory contained 2 bedrooms, a washroom, and a potion laboratory. Upon opening the door to the laboratory, Severus was greeted by an array of potion equipment neatly arranged on the shelves, and he blinked in surprise. "Thank you, Lucius. And good night." The young potion master softly uttered his final words of the day, before stepping into his bedroom. He lay on the bed, covered by a quilt embroidered with the Malfoy family crest, blissfully unaware as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 13. An Exceptional Student. Severus's momentary pleasure from sleep did not last long. He sat with a cold expression at the Slytherin house table during breakfast, rejecting the pumpkin juice Lucius offered him. That damned peacock had the audacity to paint his face first thing in the morning. Severus had the urge to retaliate with a well-aimed curse, but that insufferable Lucius lowered his eyelashes and gazed at him with his melancholic gray-blue eyes. Damn it, Lucius should have known he could not endure this. He coldly acquiesced to Lucius's whims. While Lucius dressed him up like a doll, he consoled him, saying that on the first day of school, one ought to pay attention to one's appearance. For heaven's sake, wasn't it sufficient to don a new outfit on the first day of school to demonstrate one's importance? Severus expressionlessly chewed his toast as if it were Voldemort, venting his frustrations. Just as his mood improved slightly, he sensed someone watching him. Following the gaze, Severus found himself looking at Dumbledore seated at the head table. What on earth was that damned old bee looking at him for? What scheme was he concocting now? To speak frankly, the reborn Severus held a deep aversion for Dumbledore. This blue-eyed man had defended the very quartet of marauders that nearly led to his demise, dismissing Potter and Black's antics as mere childish pranks. He had sent him to spy to protect Potter as precious offspring, while concealing the fact that the boy was also a Horcrux. He had never left him with any avenue of retreat, forcing him to kill the greatest white wizard, who was already cursed and not long for this world. He had once trusted Dumbledore, even when the latter had shown no regard for the life of a poor Slytherin half-blood in his efforts to protect Potter. Yet, he could not deny Dumbledore's greatness. Indeed, he had sacrificed his own life for a greater good, quelling the rampages of 2 generations of Dark Lords. However, in the aftermath, the wizarding world found itself threatened by the feeble Muggles, who nearly brought wizards to their knees. It can only be said that the human heart is the most terrifying of entities, and love is not an omnipotent force. Ironically, it was the sleeping dragon left behind by the forefounders that ultimately turned the tide, containing the alchemical masterpiece of the malevolent Salazar Slytherin, the fruit of his lifelong endeavors. Severus instinctively activated his mental shielding techniques, capable of defending against the Dark Lord, seemingly inadvertently locking eyes with the blue-eyed headmaster before coldly averting his gaze. Generations of Slytherins would not favor a Gryffindor headmaster, would they? Dumbledore's indifference to the chilly demeanor of this young prince was hardly surprising, considering that the Prince family had always belonged to Slytherin, including the estranged Arryn prince who had run away with a Muggle out of love. Meanwhile, he was the leader of the Gryffindor house. It was only natural for this young prince to harbor a frosty attitude toward him. However, this young prince seemed to share an excellent rapport with the heir of the Malfoy family. Could this lead the Prince family to align with the Death Eaters? Should he find a way to send a Gryffindor friend to this young prince? But he was a Slytherin. Why was this prince not a Ravenclaw? If that were the case, he would not have to worry about this last prince joining the Death Eaters. After breakfast, Severus and Lucius proceeded to different classrooms for their lessons. As the head of the first-year students, Severus had to escort the first-year snakes to class. In his past life, having graduated from Hogwarts and served as a potions professor and Slytherin head for over a decade, Severus's understanding of Hogwarts was no less than Dumbledore's. He successfully led the young snakes to the potions classroom, where the first lesson of the year was potions, attended by both Slytherin and Gryffindor students. The potions professor was Horace Slughorn, the opportunistic and portly old man, who treated him with great deference. After all, in this life, he was not the impoverished Snape, but the heir of Prince. Prince was a renowned family of potion masters, and Slughorn, with his penchant for collecting exceptional students, would undoubtedly have his eye on him. This was a stark contrast to the way he had been treated by the professor in his previous life, Severus mused. Yet, he did not find Slughorn too intolerable. Though Slughorn was indeed self-serving, he was far more tolerable than the biased Dumbledore and the troublemaking quartet of marauders. In Professor Slughorn's potions class, Severus was paired with his ordinary friend from Slytherin, the future Death Eater's subordinate, Tully Avery. Avery spoke to Severus cautiously, a hint of fear in his voice as he recalled Severus's impressive feat of single-handedly defeating 7 opponents the previous day. If Mr. Avery's legs are not paralyzed, you should hurry and fetch the ingredients. Are you counting on your partner, who is busy organizing the cauldron, to do all the work? Avery finally came to the realization that his partner would not devour him. His complexion involuntarily flushed. I apologize, Mr. Prince, I shall fetch it immediately. He fled to the potion cabinet as if escaping for his life, while Severus bowed his head, intently polishing the cauldron. In the ensuing days, the first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors witnessed Prince's remarkable talent. Mr. Prince, your technique for stirring potions is exceptionally refined. Indeed, the cerulean hue of this potion is remarkably outstanding. Slytherin earns 2 points. Mr. Prince, you added 3 grams of powdered grey leaf to the blood-replenishing potion, did you not? Is this perhaps a cherished family modification? Observe this flawless powder. No student at Hogwarts can achieve such meticulousness, not even those in the advanced potions class. Slytherin earns 5 points. Dear Severus, after numerous exchanges, Slughorn began to address Severus by his first name. Incorporating star dustworm powder into the cold remedy is featured in the latest edition of the Complete Potions Guide. Have you subscribed to this journal? I must admit, I have never encountered such an eager student as you. For your erudition and diligence, Slytherin earns 5 points. Further evidence of Prince's gift emerged when Lily Evans from Gryffindor unexpectedly approached him with a question. James Potter, who also belonged to Gryffindor, and had fallen head over heels for Lily, impulsively tossed a dog tooth into Prince and Avery's potion cauldron out of jealousy. Just as an explosion seemed imminent, Prince swiftly added several herbs to the cauldron, which calmed down almost instantaneously. Astonishingly, the potion was salvaged. Professor Slughorn exclaimed with great excitement. This is truly magnificent, Severus. Slytherin earns 10 points. And as for you, Mr. Potter, for your reckless behavior, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Severus cast a cold glance at James Potter, a smirk playing on his lips when he uttered the insulting nickname Nosebleed as he remarked, "Little Potter, you shall come to regret this." In the Slytherin dormitory, Lucius chuckled. "How do you intend to make that foolish lion regret it?" Severus replied. "Do you not already know? The primary function of the Prince family's blood purification potion is to prevent women who consume it from giving birth to squibs. Additionally, it enhances the magical vitality of young wizards. In truth, the potion's high demand stems not from the former reason, but from the latter. He merely needs to declare that he will not sell the potion to the Potter family or their allies due to the insult suffered, and that alone will be enough to distress James." Upon hearing his friend's plan, Lucius smiled slightly. "If you wish, may I take charge of this matter? I shall ensure a satisfactory outcome." Severus nonchalantly acquiesced. Life during school was indeed somewhat dull. The affairs of the Muggle world were managed by squib proxies, and the Hogwarts curriculum consisted of content he had already mastered, which felt overly simplistic. Perhaps I should find something to amuse Lucius. That peacock, Severus mused. It was then that he unexpectedly encountered Dumbledore. "My child, could you come to the headmaster's office?" Severus coldly regarded Dumbledore, immediately initiating a mental blockade. "Headmaster, I believe we are not on such familiar terms that you may address me by my first name. Furthermore, if memory serves, I have Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class in 10 minutes. My dear child, it is quite all right. I have already excused you from Professor McGonagall's class," Dumbledore replied, blinking his eyes and displaying a benevolent smile. "There is a well-meaning child who wishes to apologize to you." Potter, Severus thought. He was eager to see how that Gryffindor bull would attempt to apologize to him. "Let us see what this is about, Headmaster. I must admit, I do not believe that someone who offends others so casually can be considered a good child. Moreover, it is quite impolite of you to have deprived me of a precious lesson without my consent." Chapter 14, A Retort to Potter. In the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, James fidgeted restlessly, glancing at his father, Charles Potter. Why should he apologize to that insufferable Nosebleed? He thought. Isn't that his name? Those Slytherin little snakes dare to claim they have a true prince. It is utterly ludicrous. Old Mr. Potter felt a twinge of disappointment. Why was James being so impulsive? He had painstakingly explained Prince's influence to James, only for it to fall on deaf ears. How could he possibly earn the boy's forgiveness if he continued on this path? Merlin knows upon receiving the news. His immediate thought was to turn enemies into friends. What harm was there in that? For young Mr. Prince, the impression left by an adversary was far more profound than that of a mere bystander. With the right approach, Potter and Prince could very well become friends. However, upon seeing James's current demeanor, old Potter had already given up on his initial intentions. Severus entered, frowning as he seated himself in the garish red and gold chair he despised, declining Dumbledore's offer of sweets and tea, subtly scrutinizing the Potters. Dumbledore, smiling warmly, addressed Severus. "Young Mr. Prince, I am aware that you had a minor altercation with James. However, as you know, he is impulsive and means no harm. You must not take offense at such trivial matters, nor allow yourself to be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. So, Headmaster, what is it that you wish for me to do?" Severus interjected. "You want me, a poor orphan raised in solitude, to empathize with Potter, who has both parents, to clean up his mess after he makes mistakes, as he insults my name and causes me trouble. Or are you suggesting that because of my slight retaliation against Potter, you will label me as malevolent?" Dumbledore had not anticipated that this child would be so sharp and sensitive. It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. "Child, Headmaster, may I interrupt? Are you implying that the ulterior motive you speak of is Lucius? Merlin, I always thought you were a kind old man like the gentleman in the portraits at Prince Manor. Yet today you unjustly accuse my friend. I will not permit anyone to speak ill of Lucius. He was the first person I ever met, and he holds great significance for me." At this point, Severus's eyes brimmed with tears, having learned to feign emotion. A few words had entirely erased the existence of Eileen and Tobias from his narrative. How dare he speak to Dumbledore in such a manner over that little Malfoy and his Death Eater family? "Humph, you wretched little Slytherin snake!" James Potter shouted. And old Potter angrily slapped him on the back, commanding him to be quiet. Severus, unusually incensed, declared. I presume, headmaster, that your summoning me here was not to allow me, a Slytherin orphan, to be subjected to the scorn of you 3 Gryffindors. Is this what you call a good child's apology? Severus, please do not address me by my first name, sir. I believe there is little left to discuss, Mr. Potter has no intention of apologizing. Of course, even if he did, I would refuse to accept it. A mere brush of the lips cannot erase the harm inflicted upon me and Avery. You must understand. It was due to my prompt action that Avery and I did not find ourselves in the infirmary. Yet this does not absolve Mr. Potter's actions. Nor does it mean his offense was solely against the Prince family. I never insulted your family. I spoke only of you. Why do you constantly try to take my Lily from me? James subconsciously felt that Severus's words were disadvantageous to him, and hastily sought to change the subject. Severus let out a soft chuckle, caressing his family ring. Mr. Potter, I am the last wizard of the Prince family. To insult me before I commit any act that endangers the wizarding world, violating both ethics and law, is to insult the Prince lineage itself. Charles fully comprehended the distinction between playing pranks on a child and insulting a family head, and this young prince would not let such affronts go unpunished. However, his methods were undeniably ruthless. Of course, they could very well be attributed to the Malfoys. Their associates had already traced the source of the rumor to the Malfoy family. Indeed, Charles had come here because the Prince family's apothecary had refused to fulfill the Gryffindor family's order for blood purification potions. Despite their willingness to pay a higher deposit, and arriving earlier than other pureblood nobles, at a soiree hosted by the Malfoy family's vassals, the Crabbe family, a rumor had circulated that the heir of the Potter family had insulted the young head of the Prince family and caused trouble at school. Consequently, Mr. Prince had vented his ire upon the entire Gryffindor family, leading to the rejection of their order. After all, which family does not have 1 or 2 underage wizards? More alarmingly, among the Gryffindors denied the potions, there was even a pregnant woman. In a moment of uproar, the head of the Potter family had no choice but to seek out Dumbledore for assistance in resolving the conflict. Young Mr. Prince, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Potter family. Charles cast a warning glance at James, gaining a newfound understanding of the tenacity of this little wizard. We hope you will lift the embargo on the Gryffindor family, and the Potter family is willing to pay the necessary price. Old Potter was a clever man, otherwise, he would not be able to contain those passionate and reckless lions. Severus observed Charles Potter's meticulously groomed hair, tended to by Doria Black Potter, and thought to himself, I wish young Mr. Potter and his reckless friends would keep their distance from me, and I would prefer not to hear any more derogatory nicknames from Gryffindor. Mr. Potter, I trust you will restrain your child. It is well known that the Prince family cherishes tranquility and scholarship, preferring to remain untroubled by worldly affairs. I am no different. I wish not to be disturbed while conducting my potion studies. As for young Mr. Potter's reluctant apology, Severus scoffed, I find it of little value. And so does Prince. And what of the Gryffindor mothers unable to procure potions? Charles gingerly ventured, embedding a subtle trap within his words. I assume you are aware of the scarcity of this potion, and should understand that my young magic is insufficient to brew even a few vials in a month. Therefore, you need not impose a moral obligation upon me. The Gryffindor's inability to obtain potions is of no concern to me, Mr. Potter. The restrictions placed on Gryffindor by Prince are merely an impulsive act of self-preservation from this orphan. There is nothing wrong with that. Sir, if I had nothing at all, would you still come to apologize for your son? Naturally, once young Mr. Potter managed to control his behavior, Prince would lift the restrictions on the Gryffindor family. Headmaster Dumbledore, I certainly would not wish to see those unfortunate mothers suffer. However, it is worth noting that there are pregnant women among students from other houses as well. After stating this, Severus emphasized once more that he needed to attend Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. Dumbledore could not discern his emotions. This child must have a mental block, Dumbledore thought, gazing into Severus's dark eyes with a tinge of melancholy. Although Prince belonged to Slytherin, he was not a prospective Death Eater. His actions could hardly be described as fair, yet for the sake of Gryffindor and the Order of the Phoenix, he felt compelled to assist Potter in resolving the conflict with Prince. Alas, the foremost seed of the Death Eaters, Malfoy, was inexplicably allied with Prince. While young Potter had managed to offend him thoroughly, Dumbledore wearily removed his crescent-shaped glasses. Of course, my child, please forgive this old man for foolishly wasting your precious time. If I had nothing at all, would you still be so sincere? Severus rubbed the tiny crystal of memory on his ring, recalling how in his past life he had nearly been killed by Black, Potter, and Lupin. The kindly old man before him had sharply warned him to keep secrets, dismissing it as merely an overblown jest. And this self-righteous Charles Potter, he was as arrogant as the Death Eater Walburga Black, showing no regard for a half-blooded, impoverished student like him. Were it not for Madame Pomfrey, he would not even have received that bag of galleons sent by house elves, as if he were a beggar. How laughable, Dumbledore! How laughable, Potter! To amend the errors of the marauding quartet, to save Sirius and Lupin's future. Rescuing his Potter from werewolf Lupin had turned him into a hero, while he, the victim from Slytherin, owed a life debt to James Potter. The terms inversion of right and wrong, and making a fuss over nothing were undoubtedly applicable to them. Even if he had fallen into Sirius's trap out of a desire for revenge against the marauding quartet, how could they still have the audacity to accuse him of wrongdoing? Is it right to allow a werewolf to enroll, thus threatening the safety of other young wizards? If the student from Slytherin were a werewolf, he had no doubt Dumbledore would not regard that student as a good child. Across 2 lifetimes, Severus continued to feel the sting of anger. He did not believe he needed to control his emotions. Otherwise he would not resemble an 11-year-old child. Would he? Very well, Headmaster, I accept your apology. Severus indifferently acknowledged Dumbledore's belated apology and then departed, leaving the 3 Gryffindors behind. Chapter 15. Lucius's Thoughts. In his recent conversation with Dumbledore, Severus skillfully revealed much information he wished for Dumbledore and the Potter family to know. For instance, he was an orphan. It was widely known that Alan Prince had no children, and Eileen Prince had vanished after abandoning her family for a Muggle. So whose child was Severus Prince? Was he the offspring of Alan Prince and an unknown witch, or the son of the missing Eileen and a Muggle? No, it should not be a Muggle. A half-blood could not gain recognition from the estate, so was Severus truly the child of Alan or of Eileen, and an unidentified wizard? This was a topic of much speculation among many in private, including Dumbledore. The elderly man, who believed in the power of love, thought that if Severus's mother were Eileen, then Severus, having a mother who loved a Muggle and rebelled against her family, might also be amiable toward Muggles, regardless of who his father was. As for the pure-blood potions, this was unknown to the public. To conceal this secret, the Prince family had staged 3 bloodline severance crises in 1473, 1679 and 1804. With such forward-thinking arrangements, the pure-blood potions were well hidden. In fact, their actions were remarkably prudent. Voldemort revered purebloods and despised the Muggle blood within his veins. If he were to discover that the Prince family possessed such treasures, he would undoubtedly attempt to seize them from Prince Manor without a second thought. Disregarding Dumbledore's counsel entirely, other pureblood families would also go mad over these rare potions, innocent of any wrongdoing, yet possessing a precious gem. This was a consideration that the ancestors of Prince had long contemplated. Dumbledore was, of course, unaware of this matter, as it had never been recorded, whether in Hogwarts archives or in the collection of Nickleby. However, in the calm and wise discourse of this young Mr. Prince, and in the indifference of the Slytherin orphan, Dumbledore had begun to recognize that his assumptions were completely misguided. It is evident that young Mr. Prince has been groomed from an early age to inherit the legacy of pureblood nobility. Such a young wizard is unlikely to harbor any goodwill towards Muggles. However, he recalls Edward Prince's words during a gathering of the Order of Merlin, where he asserted that both light and dark wizards require potions. Prince, being merely a scholar, would not engage in warfare. Should the young prince have received his education from his grandfather, even if only through portraits, there would be little cause for concern regarding his allegiance to the Death Eaters. Yet the influence of Lucius Malfoy on the young wizard is profoundly significant. After all, Sirius Black had joined Gryffindor due to James. Might Severus Prince, then, develop an admiration for Tom due to Lucius Malfoy's presence? In the Transfiguration classroom, a hurried Severus, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, transformed a button into a dictionary adorned with the silver Slytherin crest. He held great respect for Madame Minerva McGonagall, as she was a fair headmistress. Neither he nor Dumbledore could rival her authority. Approaching Severus, Professor McGonagall observed the exquisite patterns on the dictionary before nodding approvingly and stating, "Well done, Mr. Prince. The dictionary is exceptionally crafted. To transform a button into a book so swiftly requires immense effort. Slytherin earns 2 points." Talia Every cast an envious glance at Severus. By Merlin S. Beard, since the beginning of the term, Severus had consistently garnered Slytherin scores exceeding 10 to 30 points per week, while managing to deduct points from that traitorous Slytherin, Black, and that Gryffindor lion Potter. The first-year Slytherin snakes looked up to him with utter admiration. However, as Severus often spent his leisure time in the company of Lucius Malfoy, many of the younger Slytherins had yet to find opportunities to befriend him, save for Talia Every, his herbology partner. Meanwhile, seated among the Gryffindors, Sirius Black anxiously awaited the arrival of James Potter, while casting a fierce glare at Severus. Why did Professor McGonagall favor this prince? His talent in transfiguration was clearly inferior to James's, despite his performance appearing equally commendable. Yet, Black understood that Prince did not possess the same passion for transfiguration as he did for potions. Nevertheless, as the head of Gryffindor, McGonagall seemed quite taken with this Slytherin student. Sirius brooded, thinking that Dumbledore would never act in such a manner. After class, Sirius attempted to confront Severus to inquire about James Potter's whereabouts, but was unable to catch up, as Severus walked away too swiftly. Resigned, Sirius sulked back to the Gryffindor dormitory with Remus and Peter. Severus, on the other hand, returned to the cellar and addressed Lucius, who lounged lazily on the sofa. Dumbledore sought me out. Lucius's eyes flickered with concern. He didn't trouble you, did he? Severus replied. He regaled me with tales of how Potter is a good boy. But he forgets that I am not a Gryffindor lion with a mind muddled with chaff. He cannot deceive me. For I am no longer that Slytherin lad with nowhere to turn but Hogwarts, easily manipulated by him. That's a relief. I have been quite anxious since hearing Dumbledore sought you out, Lucius remarked, producing an unopened letter, a missive from Miss Lily. Severus glanced at his friend with exasperation. Lucius had long been devoted to persuading him to abandon Lily, whether through earnest advice or by coercing him into blind dates. Naturally, he found this intrusive, at times almost wishing to duel with Lucius, yet he understood that Lucius's intentions were well-meaning. He accepted the letter. Lucius, I will not act foolishly. This is for the best for both Lily and myself. This is a new life, and I owe her nothing. Lucius observed Severus's retreating figure with disdain, crushing a petal of the lily flower beneath the weight of a platinum rose in the vase. To be candid, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lily Evans, having loathed her long before realizing his feelings for his friend were not entirely platonic. No one appreciates a person who attracts the gaze of someone they desire. He loathed Miss Lily with the same intensity with which James Potter detested Severus. Yet, he noticed that the reincarnated Severus seemed to harbor less affection for Lily than in his previous life. This was undeniably good news. However, Severus still viewed the sunlight of his childhood through a rose-tinted lens, and thus, when Potter provoked him, he subtly ensured that Potter embarrassed himself in front of Lily, hoping to steer her towards other suitors. They both understood that Harry Potter's ability to vanquish Voldemort stemmed from the love spell that Dumbledore had imparted to Lily. Had Lily not married James Potter, it was probable that her child would not have been the savior. After all, the savior was born into a family that had resisted the Dark Lord thrice. Whether Severus's actions were a gift to Lily Evans, who had once brought him warmth, or a sign of lingering affection, Lucius could not discern. However, he was certain of how to help Severus forget those aspects of the past that incited his jealousy. Unlike James, who foolishly defended his territory like a lion, Lucius would not separate Severus from Miss Lily. Avoidance would only allow Lily to remain the idealized, benevolent figure in Severus's mind, and he would eventually discover Severus's subtle manipulations. After exposure, Severus would realize that the perfect Lily existed solely within his imagination. In truth, there are no perfect beings in this world. Lucius never hesitated to view Miss Lily through the lens of the greatest malice. To him, Lily Evans was merely an ordinary, naive and somewhat vain young girl, filled with a tiresome sense of righteousness, innocence, bravery, and a sense of justice. These words might evoke admiration among Gryffindors, but they were hardly to Slytherin's taste, whether for himself or Severus. Chapter 16, Lily's Letter. Severus and Lily, of course, had not rekindled any old flames. For this incarnation of Lily, Severus was not the childhood companion who had introduced her to the wizarding world. Her first impression of him stemmed from that exquisite levitation charm on the Hogwarts Express, as well as an inexplicable sense of familiarity toward Severus. Conversely, Severus had no intention of initiating a friendship with Lily. In this tumultuous era, where the Death Eaters clashed with the Order of the Phoenix, he and Lily belonged to rival houses, one Slytherin and the other Gryffindor, making it far more advantageous to remain strangers than to become friends. However, Elizabeth, a Gryffindor, had different notions regarding the encounter between Lily, Severus, and the surname Prince on the Hogwarts Express. Thus, she whispered disparaging remarks about Slytherin into Lily's ear, fretting over the pure-hearted lamb falling into Slytherin's clutches, and urged Lily to rescue Severus. Severus, of course, could not bring himself to speak harshly to the sunshine of his childhood, so he hesitantly accepted Lily's hand of friendship. Yet thereafter, Lily persistently spoke ill of Slytherin, encouraging him to seek a transfer from the professors, while the notorious quartet would come running at the mere whiff of Lily. Thankfully, Lucius was always there to provide him with warm cups of tea to chase away his fatigue, and Every was not the bothersome chatterbox. The newly appointed follower, Zabini, proved somewhat capable, assisting him in discreetly delivering those agreeable potions to the notorious quartet, thereby alleviating some of his burdens. As Severus tore open Lily's letter, he reflected on his recent visit to the headmaster's office. Charles Potter appeared to be a shrewd individual, likely akin to Dumbledore, a mutated lion. With Charles around, he should soon find some peace. Dumbledore and Charles Potter would undoubtedly teach James Potter the virtue of silence. That foolish dog Sirius would heed Potter's words. He ought to bear the surname Potter rather than Black. While Berga, that old woman, is no fool, she would caution Sirius to temper his temper and avoid provoking the princes. Although it is uncertain whether Sirius would heed Walburga's counsel. Of course, even if they persist in creating trouble, he is not intimidated. He feared nothing in his past life. Why should he now? It is merely a nuisance, a waste of precious time. Instead of squandering moments on such trivialities, he could utilize the two-way mirror to inspect the activities of the dullard agent or accompany the portrait of Edward, which he brought to school, in learning about heirship. Most importantly, he must delve into the solution for the dark mark. Who has time to engage in childish antics with them? Upon opening Lily's letter, Severus smiled at the familiar pleasantries in the first 2 lines. Despite the many trials they had endured, Lily no longer held the weight she once did in his heart. Yet, she remains the first kindness he encountered in that dark, sunless alley of spiders. In his memory, Lily has always radiated brightness. However, as he continued reading, his expression soured. She once again alluded to the supposed malevolence of Slytherin. While he cherished Slytherin, he harbored no fondness for the foolishness of certain pure-blood families. The issue, however, was that she also mentioned Lucius, referring to the cunning Death Eater Malfoy. In his previous life, Lily had uttered similar sentiments, and though Severus had been displeased then, he had secretly reveled in the concern she showed for him. But now, Severus found it increasingly difficult to accept Lily's condemnation of Lucius. Merlin, he thought. He was aware of his debts to Lucius. If he were to choose between Lily's son and Lucius, he would always select the former. Though Lucius would undoubtedly favor the Malfoy family over him, Severus understood that this was not the same. As he toiled to atone for his transgressions concerning Lily's son, Lucius had aided him in becoming the head of Slytherin, fighting for his honor, extending unparalleled concern. Hence, he tolerated the ostentatious adornments of the dormitory by the Platinum Peacock, allowing the accursed potions and flasks to be smeared across his face without refusal. He selflessly labored to refine the formulas for the glory and beauty potions for the Platinum Peacock, maintaining her exquisitely striking visage. Thus, he devoted his energies to studying the dark mark. What unsettled him further was Lily's mention of the conflict between him and Potter, imploring him to forgive the empty-headed Potter, and not to let his actions implicate the innocent. It echoed Dumbledore's sentiments. Ah, she remained so benevolent. Severus, with wings of purest white, emerged to smile at the troubled youth. Yet it was Potter she defended, the very Potter whose mind was filled with straw. Did she not realize that Potter's animosity towards him stemmed from her? Foolish Severus, awaken. In his past life, Sirius and Potter had harmed him thus. And she still chose to marry Potter. Did she truly consider him a friend? The world-weary demon Severus chuckled darkly, rubbing the heart on his tail. The compassionate angel Severus countered. Lily was merely deceived by a mindless giant, unaware of Lucius and worried for your safety. Should you not feel joy in that? Remember, she is Lily. If you were not to join the Death Eaters, you could have been splendid friends. She might even abandon Potter to be with you. You now possess everything. But you do not need such things, Severus. Do not forget, you are the head of the Prince family now, no longer the reckless Snape. You cannot squander the pure blood potions and familial inheritance of the Prince family. Edward and the others wish for you to be a worthy head. The demon Severus retorted coldly. Moreover, even if your prophecy to Voldemort may have hastened Lily's demise, he would have learned of it eventually. Have you never questioned whether what you heard was deliberately orchestrated by Dumbledore? Even if you owe Lily, you have repaid her debt with your life. Furthermore, it was not intentional. As for James Potter, you would rejoice in his death, would you not? Now you must learn to consider your own interests. This life is a fresh beginning. You cannot merely speak without action, professing forgetfulness while hesitating in practice. Yes, this is a new life. Severus withdrew an exquisite quill fashioned from peacock feathers, inscribing the words he ought to write upon the parchment emblazoned with the Prince family crest. He could not allow some unwarranted attachment to grant certain Gryffindors an opportunity to exploit him. How could Lily, a Muggle-born witch, know of the Prince apothecary shop and its dealings with the Gryffindor family? Of course, even if someone sought to manipulate the situation, it would depend on whether the target would respond. If it were Lucius, he would never compose such an offensive letter. No, he would. Severus, recalling his experiences of being deceived into courting various blonde pureblood witches who fit Lucius's aesthetic, lamented. Oh Merlin's garter, he thought of Lucius again. Dear Miss Lily Evans, I once hesitated to accept your hand of friendship, for Slytherin and Gryffindor are worlds apart. Eventually, through a series of misunderstandings, we forged a friendship. I had believed you to be free of prejudice, yet that has proven false. Out of respect for your womanhood, I have never challenged your biases against my house. However, this does not imply that your views are correct. I do not wish to sacrifice one friendship for another, for Lucius is my everlasting confidant, and I trust you understand my meaning. Naturally, I remain willing to address any troubling potion queries you may have. Yours faithfully, Prince. Severus, filled with an inexplicable sense of loss, cast aside his quill. It was his first refusal to Lily, employing the same words she had used in a previous life to criticize him for his biases against Gryffindor and his defense of Potter. This sensation was peculiar. It felt as if he had broken free from something. Initially, he had not desired to befriend Lily at Hogwarts, yet when she approached him, he found it difficult to refuse. However, as he continued to write this letter, he suddenly realized that saying no to Lily was not as daunting as he had imagined. He harbored a preposterous premonition that in the future, he might utter such refusals many more times, just as he did now, completely neglecting to respond to Lily's inquiry regarding the blood purity potion. Chapter 17. Severus, my little serpent. The first year swiftly passed, and Slytherin once again claimed the House Cup, though the Quidditch Cup was seized by Gryffindor. Charles Potter sent Severus an abundant array of rare herbs as an apology, and while Berga Black did not overlook the trouble caused by Sirius, this proud and astute lady certainly knew how to handle the situation. The head of Slytherin, the Prince family, would not retaliate against Black as he did against Potter, yet she could not feign ignorance of the troubles her son had caused. Moreover, she appreciated the methods of this Prince heir, who might also be the son of that loathsome Malfoy. Given that young Prince was still quite young, the Prince family could not compete with the youthful and vigorous Potter family, even though young Prince had reclaimed their family's assets and reopened an apothecary. However, the Potter family had no expectant mothers, so the blood purity potion was not a pressing need for them. Even without selling potions to the Potter family, it would not pose any trouble for them. However, young Prince and young Malfoy extended this matter to encompass all the Gryffindor families, publicly defining it as the sole means for an orphan to protect themselves. This statement graced the front page of the Daily Prophet, and one can only wonder how many galleons Prince and Malfoy expended for such influence. Controlling public opinion, Severus, is a task we must undertake. The Daily Prophet is notoriously unscrupulous, demanding 1,000 galleons in an instant. Lucius lamented to Severus while toying with his wand. Severus lifted his gaze from his potion book, conceiving a nefarious idea: to send Mr. Malfoy to seek out that individual, Lucius. Inform him that the Death Eaters require control over public opinion to tarnish the reputation of the Order of the Phoenix. He would surely acquiesce, and the old leech would be taught a lesson. Perhaps we need not spend our own coin on this endeavor, as Black and Lestrange would willingly offer their services to our esteemed lord. Oh, Severus, my little serpent, Lucius teased, you are an absolute genius, truly deserving of your reputation as a double agent who can deftly navigate between that man and Dumbledore. Upon realizing that his dear friend was indifferent to past lives, even finding amusement in those memories, Lucius too began to jest about such matters from time to time. As the two conversed, a colorful little bird burst forth from the brass clock on the table, singing jubilantly. Severus set aside his potion book and consumed an aging potion extracted from his ring. Time's up, I must take my leave. Lucius nodded, watching his friend's departing silhouette as he grasped his wand. He too had his battlegrounds to attend to. In Sicily, Severus, now tall and austere from the effects of the aging potion, carelessly aimed his wand at the traitor kneeling in the hall. Jason, how does the Assam tea of the Aquino family taste? Jason Choba trembled, too terrified to respond. How could he dare? Had he forgotten the master's formidable methods simply because he had been absent for 6 months? Do not forget that your wife and child remain in London. Severus intoned coldly. Infiltrate the company of Abiliar Aquino, demonstrate your worth, and absolve your sins? Jason Choba, devoid of any quality flesh upon his body, nodded frantically. Severus patted his face and handed him over to Thomas Remand, his most loyal subordinate. Find a plausible reason for him to escape, and keep a watchful eye on Mrs. Choba and Miss Choba. Thomas regarded their master with deference. He proclaimed that no one in this world could compare to their master. Who else could unearth a traitor upon arriving in Sicily? Thomas, of course, remained unaware that this was the effect of the soul-binding charm. Yet he was still awed by Severus's acuity. Yes, sir, I shall adhere to your wishes. After attending to matters in the Muggle world, Severus and Lucius immersed themselves in the studies of magic, combat training, and research on the Dark Mark. The situation in the wizarding world was becoming increasingly dire, as Voldemort had begun to punish his subordinates with excruciating severity. Severus and Lucius speculated that Voldemort may have crafted new Horcruxes. Following the commencement of the new school year, Lucius adeptly assumed the role of the male head of the Hogwarts Student Council. Meanwhile, Rodolphus officially joined the ranks of the Death Eaters, stepping into matrimony with Bellatrix Lestrange. Severus sent Lucius a vial of Felix Felicis as a gift for the Prince family, but did not attend the wedding. That year, Regulus Black from the Black family entered Hogwarts. This child, shy in demeanor, bore no resemblance to the audacious individual he would eventually become, one who would dare to defy the Dark Lord's will. Severus harbored a strong aversion to Sirius Black, yet he did not direct his disdain towards the entire Black family. At the very least, Narcissa and Regulus seemed quite agreeable, did they not? Severus, the older student, was approached by the timid young Black as he sat reading by the fireplace in the common room. Is there something you wish to discuss, young Mr. Black? Narcissa asked me to deliver this cherry-flavored soft candy to you, Mr. Prince. Regulus presented a silk pouch embroidered with the Black family crest to Severus. After a moment's contemplation, Severus accepted the small gift. Narcissa was entrusting him with the care of her brother. As the sibling of a traitor, gentle Regulus would undoubtedly face difficulties during his time in Slytherin. Her choice to send Regulus to him in such an indirect manner was likely intended to leave ample room for negotiation. After all, while they were certainly acquaintances, it did not grant her the liberty to make requests of him without thought. Ultimately he acquiesced. He did not mind Regulus accompanying him. Sirius, in a fit of rage, discovered that not only could he no longer provoke Severus, but now his brother had become the little serpent as shadow. Severus Prince, Taliesin Avery, and Daniel Zabini had welcomed a new addition to their Slytherin circle. First-year Regulus Black. To be frank, Severus himself was unsure how this small circle had formed. However, Avery had been his friend and subordinate in a past life, and Zabini was quite competent in his dealings. Severus harbored no ill will towards this small group. Moreover, he had heeded Lucius's counsel that friendships formed during school years tend to be among the most reliable of connections. Severus felt Lucius's words rang true, hence he did not dismiss them. Thus, during this term, their little group gained one more member, Regulus, who had been sent to seek refuge by Narcissa. Severus pondered the precious Hungarian horntail blood concealed within the cherry-flavored candy pouch, and generously lent his potion notes to Regulus. Furthermore, observing the wary gaze of Sirius, who feared that he might lead Regulus astray, Severus considered it a commendable choice to assist Narcissa in safeguarding her brother. Now, Severus possessed sufficient magical power to sustain prolonged use of the invisibility charm, allowing him to frequently wander the castle at night to transcribe texts not available at Prince Manor, Hogwarts' most treasured tomes. As for foraging in the Forbidden Forest, that was a task he had been compelled to undertake during his days of poverty. Presently, with the vast herb garden belonging to the Prince family at his disposal, there was no need to risk such dangers. Consider what lurked within the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts: uncontracted acromantulas and infectious werewolves. Severus did not deem it prudent to introduce such uncontrollable factors into the realm of young witches and wizards. Yet he left such matters for Voldemort to resolve. What merit could surpass aiding the Dark Lord in uncovering the faults of the White Wizard? Severus, I cannot fathom. Lucius's resplendent voice echoed within their dormitory. Severus replied to the Platinum Peacock. I presume Mr. Malfoy must recall that the man's dream is immortality. If you can wrest him from the clutches of death, he will surely be eternally grateful. As for anything beyond that, let it be. However, upon thinking of Lupin, both Lucius and Severus were reminded of their endeavor to learn Animagus transformation. The days spent with Mandrix were arduous. Yet on the first stormy day after enduring that experience, Lucius and Severus successfully attained their Animagus forms. Undoubtedly, Lucius's Animagus was a white peacock, fortunate that this peacock could indeed fly. Severus's Animagus took the form of a serpent, a revelation that entirely astonished Lucius. Although he affectionately referred to Severus as Little Serpent, he believed Severus resembled a little bat more closely. Even now, with Severus appearing healthy and handsome, and with he and the house elf, Bobo, watching over him, he would not revert to the pallid, gaunt, and greasy figure he had once been. Yet, Lucius still perceived him as a little bat. Severus was a messenger traversing the night, and so too was the little bat. In his heart, he found the little bat quite endearing. Chapter 18. Sweet Troubles. During the History of Magic class, Severus's self-crafted alchemical quill diligently summarized the key points on parchment. He sat quietly to the side, engrossed in his rare copy of 10,000 potions and their guesses. From a distance, the red-haired Lily cast glances at the dark-haired boy, contemplating Elizabeth's words and feeling an urge to approach Severus. However, recalling Severus's letter of advice and the demeanor of her dorm mate, Nana Brown, she hesitated once more. Just as Lily lingered in uncertainty, the history of magic class came to an end. The platinum-haired senior from Slytherin, the cunning serpent Malfoy, beckoned to Severus from the doorway of their classroom. Upon seeing him, Severus instantly brightened and walked over with a spring in his step, leaving behind his Slytherin friends, Zabini and Avery. Meanwhile, Nana Brown tugged at Lily's sleeve. "Lily, Senior Lombard has invited us to watch him play Quidditch. Let us hurry." Lost in her thoughts about Elizabeth, Lucius, and Severus, Lily absent-mindedly nodded to Nana Brown, completely oblivious to her friend's displeased expression. Nana Brown, of course, ressentait Lily's dismissive attitude. Were it not for James Potter's promise that he would request Mrs. Potter to formally introduce her merits during the upcoming social season, she would never have been so concerned about Lily. The Navii Lily remained unaware that Nana Brown's amiable demeanor was rooted in James Potter's influence. In Severus's past life, this role was played by Elizabeth MacDonald. She was entirely oblivious to the subtle jealousy harbored by many pure-blooded Gryffindor girls. For she was merely a muggle-born witch pursued fervently by Potter, the sole heir of his family. James Potter would even block those little witches who bore ill will towards Lily and issue fervent warnings. Even the cold and aloof prince from Slytherin seemed to regard her with a hint of distinction. Though their relationship was not particularly close, he would reject her advances with surprising gentleness, whereas he displayed none of this patience towards others from Gryffindor, exhibiting an air of superiority. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, clad in his eccentric purple robes, cheerfully munched on a mound of cockroach clusters. Through the portraits, he learned that the prince-child was quite displeased with Tom for exploiting his privacy to fabricate a story in the Daily Prophet about the solitary prince's only means of self-protection. He had even quarreled with Lucius Malfoy over this matter, although the two Slytherins reconciled shortly thereafter. Did this not merely attest to the child's lack of grudges? Furthermore, that Malfoy boy, like his father, possessed a silver tongue, capable of twisting even death into life. Would it not be a trivial matter to coax a Navii child? In the potions chamber, Severus donned a black hair cap enchanted to remain cool, his hands encased in gloves woven from unicorn tail hair, intently observing the frothing mixture in his cauldron. After adding snake venom and dried leaf, the green viscous liquid transformed into a milky white solution. Furrowing his brow, Severus introduced a vial of a special neutralizing agent, resulting in the liquid shifting to a vibrant orange hue, filling the chamber with a citrus aroma. Excellent. The ostentatious antidote has been concocted, he thought with a touch of self-mockery. A citrus-flavored antidote, how amusing. Lucius, emerging from the bathroom and calling for Severus to wash up, brightened at Severus's words and inquired, feigning ignorance, "Sev, who is your antidote for?" "For your troll self," Severus replied with an impassive glance, extinguishing the flames beneath the cauldron, and proceeding to the other side of the workstation to slice the leaves of mandrake. He filled a crystal vial with the potion. After preparing the citrus-flavored concoction, the irritable potion's master curtly instructed, "Once bottled, you may leave." Lucius, smiling, transfigured the unremarkable crystal vials into aesthetically pleasing designs that met the Malfoy standards, diligently filling each one. After completing the task, he grasped Severus's hand as he handled the herbs. "Sev, you really ought to wash up. But I need to experiment with the Prince family's heirloom potion number 11. Listen to me, you require rest." Lucius observed his friend's youthful and healthy physique. "I've prepared the bath for you. If you don't hurry, it will grow cold. I will handle these mandrakes." Severus, aware that the reborn Lucius was particularly concerned about his health, fell silent for a moment before discarding the silver knife in his hand and turning towards the washroom. However, he had no inkling that the bath not only contained warm water, but also platinum rose petals and bubbles with a distinct fragrance of cedar, citrus, and white tea. Gritting his teeth, Severus muttered Lucius's name, yet ultimately steeled himself to step into the bath. If memory served, this bath companion named Scandinavia cost a staggering 80 galleons. There was a reason for such expense, Severus mused as he soaked. The invigorating aroma was delightfully refreshing, soothing the mind. He felt his weary body unwind as the rising steam blurred his vision, the warm vapor lulling him into a drowsy state. Lucius sat on the sofa in the parlor, engrossed in a book, and after a considerable time without seeing Severus emerge, he frowned and approached the washroom door. "Sev, are you ready?" Silence. "What's wrong?" "Sev, did you not hear me?" Lucius raised his voice. Still silence prevailed. Growing anxious, Lucius disregarded any sense of privacy, and without a wand, cast an Alohomora on the bathroom door. To his surprise, he was met with an unexpected scene. The washroom was shrouded in mist, and Severus lay in the pristine white tub, his skin pale as snow. The elegant lineage of the prince family combined with the strength derived from the Muggle underground world rendered him less fragile than a typical 12-year-old. His upper body, partially exposed above the water, bore startling marks, their redness accentuated by the rising steam like blooming petals. Lucius swallowed hard, closing his eyes in anguish. When he reopened them, he silently cast a sleeping charm upon Severus. Approaching him, he experienced intimate contact with his dear friend for the first time. He washed Severus's hair and rinsed his body, deliberately avoiding his gaze to evade the sight of the alluring curve of his backside. Lucius found himself both elated and tormented as he assisted Severus with his bath, drying his hair and body, feeling a thirst that seemed to ignite a fire within him. Severus. Lucius's soul felt as though it had lifted, hovering above the dormitory, watching as the Malfoy puppet dressed the blushing boy in soft silk pajamas, observing as the puppet escorted the youth back to his room, gently kissing his forehead and lips before departing. For the first time, he loathed having allocated too many rooms within this dormitory. He reminded himself, Lucius, Severus remains unaware of your feelings, and he is merely 12 years old. Do not succumb to the lust that could consume you. Do not harm him, he has already endured far too much. You are the only one he trusts. In this regard, Miss Lily is of no comparison. Thus, he gallantly returned Severus to his room, turning back to the washroom to take a cold shower, unable to contain himself as he muttered, Sev, you truly are my sweet trouble. Chapter 19. The Eight-Eyed Giant Spider. Severus awoke early, his eyes vacant as he stared into the void. As a man reborn, he understood all too well what this entailed. Last night, it seemed he had fallen asleep in the washroom, only to be carried back to his room by Lucius. In his slumber he dreamt. Severus, in a fit of frustration, hastily tidied his bedding and discarded garments with a sense of urgency akin to a thief in the night, before darting into the washroom. Lucius had recently observed that Severus was behaving rather strangely. The latter had taken to avoiding his company and refrained from meeting his gaze. When inquired about his activities, Severus would deftly sidestep the question, either claiming to be engrossed in experimenting with the prince family's potions, or delving into the study of new spells. Although Severus had indeed made significant strides in developing a highly destructive area of effect spell, Silent Rupture, and had advanced his research on the Dark Mark, even publishing an article in the Potions Journal under Professor Slughorn's encouragement, Lucius still sensed something amiss. Why do you evade me? He questioned, his gaze intensely fixed upon his dear friend in the common room. I presume your mind is not addled, Mr. Peacock. Severus averted his eyes, flushed with indignation, retorting, you ought to know that I have been exceptionally busy. His cheeks burned crimson, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. Lucius regarded him, a wild notion blossoming in his mind, one that filled him with an intoxicating joy. Very well, I understand, Severus. The once worried Lucius suddenly exhibited an uncanny understanding, much to Severus's relief. Lucius remained oblivious to the peculiar dream Severus had been experiencing, which was fortuitous. Under Lucius's amiable demeanor, Severus gradually returned to his former self. However, certain dynamics had begun to subtly shift. Severus seldom mentioned Narcissa or Lily's names in Lucius's presence anymore. Recognizing this change, Lucius strategically increased their physical interactions, subtly revealing his affections to Severus. At Riddle Manor, my lord, Lucius reported, having discovered that Hagrid, the keeper of keys at Hogwarts, had been illegally breeding a forbidden species of magical creature, the Acromantula. This presented a splendid opportunity to undermine Dumbledore's authority. These spiders reproduced prolifically, and had not signed a covenant to ensure the safety of young witches and wizards, posing a grave threat to them. Once their parents learned of this, they would not tolerate any explanations. Abraxas stood beside Voldemort, delivering his report. The mention of Hagrid piqued Voldemort's interest. In his memories, this half-giant had taken the fall for him, and had even secured a foolish special contribution award. Excellent, Abraxas. I see Malfoy's loyalty. Lucius has done exceptionally well. Voldemort's visage, though no longer the epitome of beauty, still retained an air of eerie allure. His voice cold as he commanded, let it be known that Acromantulas have appeared within Hogwarts, all stemming from Dumbledore's misplaced compassion for a Gryffindor dropout. Abraxas, you know precisely what I mean. Abraxas was well aware that the Dark Lord, in his former life as Tom Riddle, had received a special contribution award from Hogwarts for exposing Hagrid's dangerous breeding practices. This scandal would undoubtedly make headlines in the Daily Prophet. Lucius's unmasking of Hagrid was a demonstration of the Malfoy family's allegiance, aimed at quelling Voldemort's suspicions regarding Abraxas. Furthermore, it served as groundwork for exposing Lupin's lycanthropy. That werewolf had nearly bitten Severus in a past life, and Lucius was determined to prevent Lupin from graduating smoothly from Gryffindor this time around. Of course, there was also Sirius Black, the instigator. As the new academic year commenced, Severus found himself in a state of contentment. The notorious quartet, deterred by parental threats, no longer dared to trouble him, and his research into the Dark Mark and the Prince family's ancestral potions had progressed significantly. The Muggle world was also thriving, with increasingly influential figures being indirectly swayed by their actions, and the new economic policies in Europe had stimulated the growth of their enterprises. Moreover, Severus was on the brink of acquiring the large-scale weaponry he had long desired. A select group of exceptional Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were concealing their talents. Lucius. For the first time, Severus experienced a tranquil school life, during which he stumbled upon a secret among his classmates. It was evident that their mediocre performances at school were merely a fade. I must say, given the current strife between the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix, their strategy is quite astute. They hold immense potential. Perhaps we should establish some informal connections with them. A club or study group could serve as an excellent pretext. Indeed, I have noticed, Lucius mused. In my previous life, I was far too young, my vision limited to Slytherin, and I overlooked the potential within these individuals. Merlin knows how many future ministry officials are among them. However, the task of cultivating their allegiance falls solely upon you, my dear Severus. They may not object to joining a study group under the Prince of Slytherin, yet they would be less inclined to accept friendship from Malfoy. My potions master, you are far more valuable than I, a mere Death Eater. Lucius lamented melodiously in Severus's ear, taking the opportunity to breathe softly against him. I assume you are aware that it is summer, so please refrain from tormenting your humble junior's ears. Severus's ears flushed as he pushed Lucius's head away, casting a glance at the brass clock. Time is running short. Change into your Quidditch robes. Take your foolish broom and attend Quidditch practice. I have heard that Potter has joined the Gryffindor team. As Slytherin's seeker, if you lose, do not bother returning. Lucius chuckled, retrieving his broom. As you wish, my potions master. While Lucius and Severus enjoyed their school life, the front page of the Daily Prophet sent shockwaves through the wizarding community. The cradle of young wizards, Hogwarts, encounters acromantulas. Is it negligence or conspiracy? The keeper of the Forbidden Forest, a former Gryffindor dropout, had been caught breeding acromantulas during his student years, and now he had not mended his ways. The Forbidden Forest was teeming with these creatures. The news ignited a frenzy, and with the efforts of Abraxas and others, public opinion erupted. Journalists chasing the latest scoop began to fabricate stories, further exacerbating the panic. Alarmed parents inundated the Hogwarts headmaster's office with countless frantic letters, wishing they could sprout wings and rescue their children from the school. Minister McNair of the Ministry of Magic stepped forward, assuring the Daily Prophet that, for the future of the wizarding world, the Aurors would soon assemble to eradicate the malevolent acromantulas from Hogwarts. Simultaneously, the ministry would establish an investigative team to uncover the truth behind this crisis. In Chapter 20, the panic instigated by the Hagrid incident was palpable. Minister McNair appeared to bask in glory, yet in truth, she was merely a puppet controlled by pureblood families. It was these families, wielding their immense wealth and influence, who had elevated McNair to the pinnacle of power, compelling her to obey their commands. Thus, as soon as the Dark Lord issued his directives, she hastily drafted an investigation order targeting Hogwarts. Within the ministry, wizards from pureblood lineage fully supported Minister McNair's decisions. Figures like Harold Minchum, Millicent Bagnold, and Barty Crouch, who typically adopted a hardline stance against Death Eaters, did not oppose McNair's orders. Millicent even sought the position of head of the investigative team. Their stance left members of the Order of the Phoenix thoroughly dissatisfied. Had Minchum and his ilk not been staunch opponents of the Death Eaters? How had they suddenly found common cause with McNair overnight? What advantages did those purebloods confer upon them? Millicent regarded their thoughts with disdain. She belonged to no one, merely serving as an official in the Ministry of Magic. Her enthusiasm was not driven by any benefits that McNair could provide. Rather, her role as the head of this investigative committee would undoubtedly enhance her reputation within the wizarding community. Although she was perplexed by the audacity of that dim-witted Forbidden Forest guard in harboring acromantulas, and whether this secret was an inconvenience orchestrated by the purebloods for Dumbledore, those details were inconsequential. What mattered was that the concerned parents of wizarding children surely desired someone to address this issue. And at this moment, Millicent Bagnold was resolutely prepared to step forward and tackle this dilemma, thereby accumulating her political clout. As both a witch and a half-blood, she was unwilling to become anyone's puppet. This indicated that she possessed limited leverage in the power struggles within the Ministry of Magic. To ascend, she needed to seize every opportunity. This had been her modus operandi in the past, and it would continue to be so in the future. Abraxas was fully aware of the machinations of these ministry politicians, given that his father had once served as a shadow minister, and was quite experienced in such matters. Thus, he focused not on the ministry, but rather sought to rally a significant portion of neutral board members to confront Dumbledore, questioning why such a perilous guard was employed in the Forbidden Forest. Within the Slytherin common room, young wizards anxiously approached their head of house, Lucius Malfoy. They feared the acromantulas might emerge and devour a young wizard, sending them to meet Merlin. Lucius gestured for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, those acromantulas have not ventured forth in years. Thus Hogwarts Castle remains temporarily safe. However, you must remember that from this day forward, we are prohibited from entering the Forbidden Forest again. While none among you are lions, there will always be those who would venture into the forest for a stroll. Henceforth, you are not to go there. You may have heard the half-giant guard's specious arguments, claiming those acromantulas are well-behaved creatures, but we, being wise and rational, must understand they are dark beings unbound by magical contracts. Unite with your acquaintances and write to your families. We must apply some pressure on Dumbledore. I can hardly fathom that Dumbledore would brazenly bring forth that guard to apologize and seek our forgiveness for his blunders. This is clearly a charade. And those foolish lions are celebrating in delight. Severus, seated beside Lucius, interjected slowly. No parent could endure the thought of their child coexisting with a creature like an acromantula. Even if they are a Gryffindor, Dumbledore claims he will eradicate all acromantulas, but who knows if that Hagrid might secretly keep one or two little darlings. As apprehension washed over the faces of the young wizards, Severus cleared his throat. Slytherin students may collect the Prince family's antidote from me. Consider it an early Christmas gift this year. The anxious little snakes found solace in Severus's words and erupted in cheers. Merlin knows how horrified they were to hear Hagrid refer to those acromantulas as adorable little fluffballs. With the Prince family's antidote, should they be bitten, they would at least have the means to drink the potion and signal for help or escape, rather than being consumed by an acromantula while dazed. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Prince, the young snakes expressed gratefully. Many nodded in agreement. After all, the antidote was not conjured from thin air. Herbs required expenditure, and Severus needed to invest effort in their creation. This year, they were determined to bestow upon Severus a generous and precious Christmas gift. No need to thank me. The safety of everyone is paramount, is it not? This was the arrangement Severus and Lucius had conceived from the outset. Amidst the threat of acromantulas, even the smallest acts of kindness would be magnified, allowing them to garner gratitude with mere trifles, much like Lucius had done for Severus in a past life. Following the conclusion of the Slytherin meeting, Dumbledore's office received numerous sharply worded letters of protest, each originating from a prominent pureblood family. Dumbledore could not afford to alienate them. The Order of the Phoenix could not push all purebloods into the arms of their enemies, the Death Eaters. Moreover, the correspondence was not limited to pureblood families aligned with the Death Eaters, but also included several of the rare neutral families within Slytherin, such as the Parkinsons, Zabinas, and Greengrasses. The greatest of white wizards gazed helplessly at these harsh and sarcastic letters, his head throbbing at the thought of the trouble Hagrid had caused him. Merlin. Those pureblood nobles treat their heirs as if they were their very lifeblood. They will not spare Hagrid. The atmosphere at Hogwarts was exceedingly tense. Slytherins declared they would not let the Forbidden Forest guard escape unscathed, while Gryffindors retorted sharply at the Slytherins. Ravenclaws remained silent, and Hufflepuffs whispered among themselves, utterly terrified. Meanwhile, several unobtrusive Slytherin young wizards, clutching Severus's antidote and their wages, traversed between houses, wearing amiable smiles to reassure their dear classmates. No one noticed these seemingly insignificant young wizards were aiding Severus and Lucius in winning hearts across the other houses. Chapter 21. Confrontation. Millicent's investigative committee entered Hogwarts, despite Dumbledore's reluctance. In the headmaster's office, Millicent Bagnold and her assistant, Pierce Sinistra, sat opposite Dumbledore, awaiting the results of the Auror search. Madam Bagnold, this is all my fault. I had no knowledge that Hagrid would engage in such actions. However, Hagrid and his arachnid Aragog had made an agreement that Aragog would not attack young wizards indiscriminately. Perhaps we could afford Hagrid a chance? Of course. If you don't mind this old man's ramblings, I would also like to express my bewilderment. The acromantulas have resided deep within the Forbidden Forest for many years without incident. Why are they suddenly being discovered now? The newspapers seem rather suspicious as well. Millicent loathed being referred to as Madame Bagnold by the white-bearded headmaster. The entire ministry, including those power-hungry purebloods, knew she abhorred being addressed in such a manner. Moreover, this white wizard was subtly guiding her to confront the purebloods. She was not so foolish as to become a pawn in someone else's game. Thus, she cleared her throat and retorted, "Mr. Dumbledore, according to our investigations, this Forbidden Forest guard committed grave errors in his youth, and it was you who defended him on the grounds that he was a minor, allowing him to avoid imprisonment in Azkaban. Yet, after that, you allowed such a person with a criminal record into the very sanctuary of all young wizards, Hogwarts. Perhaps you acted out of goodwill, but had any young wizards been harmed, I would have insisted on giving Hagrid a Dementor's kiss. Madame Bagnold, if I recall correctly, even the minister does not possess the authority to directly judge a criminal, and you are not the minister. Mr. Headmaster, I am fully aware of that. However, Madame Amelia from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is equally intolerant of any actions that harm young wizards." Just as the two were engaged in a verbal duel, Auror Captain Evan Shafik entered, knocking on the door. "Ms. Millicent, there are no living acromantulas left in the Forbidden Forest. We only found the body of the spider, known as Aragog. However, we did discover a young three-headed dog in Hagrid's hut." Pierce Sinonix exclaimed, "Merlin! Who could have anticipated that Hogwarts harbors yet another magical creature of level 5, aside from the acromantula?" At that moment, Millicent felt a surge of resentment towards Dumbledore for acting so swiftly, eradicating the offspring of the acromantula in such a brief span of time, leaving only Aragog's lifeless body behind. If Dumbledore was intent on preserving Hagrid, he could have simply claimed that the Forbidden Forest housed only a single aged acromantula. She truly detested this feeling. Merlin knew how those adoring Dumbledore would report it. They would proclaim that the great Dumbledore had resolved all troubles, while she, Millicent, would merely serve as a ridiculous backdrop. Thankfully, the Aurors had located that wretched three-headed dog, sparing her from such a dismal fate. She turned to the esteemed white wizard and gently suggested, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe the school might benefit from the presence of an officer from the Ministry of Magic to assist you with these vexing administrative issues." Dumbledore regarded her with a warm smile, perceiving her sarcasm as nothing more than a child's tantrum. "Oh my dear, I do not consider this to be a sound idea," he replied with a smile. However, unbeknownst to Dumbledore, the purebloods had conspired with Millicent from the Ministry. For the safety of the students, perhaps we should establish a position of overseer within the school to monitor the staff, Abraxas drawled languidly, to dispel any doubts regarding my intentions. This position need not be filled by a Slytherin. Olymp Black subtly mocked, "Ha! It seems our keeper of the Forbidden Forest hails from a certain house?" Dumbledore lowered his gaze, acknowledging, "The oversight of Hagrid was my failing, and he deeply regrets it. Fortunately, there is only one male acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, and it has never harmed any young witches or wizards. I have already dismissed Mr. Hagrid from his position. I believe our faculty at Hogwarts is quite competent, and there is no need to squander funds on a superfluous overseer." In truth, there were numerous acromantula within the Forbidden Forest. Yet, Dumbledore delayed permitting the Board of Governors and the Ministry's investigative team entrance to Hogwarts until he had dealt with those spiders. Little did he know that before one issue could be resolved, another arose. Hagrid had acquired yet another three-headed dog. For the first time, Dumbledore felt a pang of regret for his past kindness. Charles Potter and Hannah Longbottom unhesitatingly cast their votes in favor of Dumbledore. The situation rapidly devolved into a clash between opposing factions, the atmosphere in the meeting room growing tense, while Dumbledore maintained a benevolent smile, sincerely apologizing for his missteps. The influence of an elderly white wizard who had vanquished the Dark Lord was immense, particularly when he adopted such a humble and earnest stance, promising to consult his old friend Nicholas Flamel for more effective protective enchantments for the Forbidden Forest. Some concerned governors from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw softened under Dumbledore's assurances. However, Slytherin remained resolute, insisting on appointing an overseer to Hogwarts. "We could compromise if the headmaster is adamant against an overseer." Abraxas's serpent-like wand tapped the floor. "An administrative assistant. This is our bottom line. The candidate need not be a Slytherin, but they cannot be a Gryffindor." As soon as Abraxas's words fell, the eyes of the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff governors sparkled with intrigue. "Now let us proceed to a show of hands, Mr. Dumbledore," Olymp Black promptly interjected. Ever since Sirius had joined Gryffindor, he bore an intense loathing for that lion-filled house and all that was associated with it, including the headmaster before him. "Lucius, I must say, Mr. Malfoy has performed splendidly. My father is undoubtedly the finest Malfoy, the Platinum Noble, ever proud of his paternal lineage, remarked. Lure the wolf and consume the tiger. This is an excellent stratagem. If the candidate for the administrative assistant hails from Slytherin, both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff would likely oppose. Dumbledore found the outcome of this board meeting unsatisfactory. Malfoy had grown more cunning, using incentives to sway Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Yet, he pondered whether this scheme originated from Malfoy or Voldemort. If the former, he need not worry excessively, if the latter, however. No. Tom had created Horcruxes, and would not retain such rationality. But what if? What if Tom discovered a means to preserve his sanity? A composed and powerful dark wizard would plunge the wizarding world into calamity. In truth, Tom had already disrupted the peace and tranquility of the wizarding realm. Chapter 22. The Dissipation of the Halo. The annual Christmas holiday had arrived once more. 17-year-old Severus was temporarily spared from the social season, while Lucius could not escape the responsibilities that came with his status as heir. After sending Lucius off, he instructed the house elf to prepare gifts. Tomorrow, he and Lucius would don the guise of Santa Claus at the secretive wizarding orphanage they had established. This orphanage, nestled in a village in Norfolk, featured towering, thick walls and a permanent muggle-repelling charm, rendering it inconspicuous. Within its confines resided not only orphaned wizard children, but also young witches and wizards of Muggle descent abandoned by their families due to magical outbursts. Their endeavor served not only to assist orphans, but also to cultivate future subordinates, thereby amassing a reserve of power. Children raised from a young age were far more loyal than those hired with mere gold. Naturally, treacherous souls could be found in any environment. To mitigate such risks, every caregiver at the orphanage discreetly graded these young witches and wizards. On the day following Christmas, Severus and Lucius arrived at the orphanage, smiling as they placed gifts into the hands of the children before gracefully departing like a colorful dream. I notice you have taken a keen interest in agriculture, Severus. Lucius sighed. You have spent considerable sums of Muggle currency acquiring land over the years, some even barren stretches in Africa and the Middle East where nothing grows. Land is the most stable investment, Lucius. Beneath the earth lies a treasure trove of resources. The Muggle books you have consumed over the years are primarily focused on politics, management, and economics, but sometimes one must also delve into their natural sciences. Oil, rare earths, coal. These are as precious to Muggles as gold. And wizards possess ways to discern what lies beneath the surface. Moreover, even in the most desolate deserts and marshes, unique potions can thrive. You are correct, Severus. Perhaps I should acquire some new land as well. Even without those precious resources, I could cultivate more food. No wizard would turn down high-quality, affordable sustenance. Are you suggesting you wish to manipulate the food prices in the wizarding world, Lucius? With the conclusion of the Christmas holiday, the new term commenced. Severus and Lucius resumed their routine as Slytherin students. The atmosphere within the school grew increasingly tense. As the number of Horcruxes increased, Voldemort's sanity waned, and the Death Eaters received numerous assignments to assault Muggle-born witches and wizards, and even the Muggle world. Abraxas, Olymp, Lucius, Lestrange, and Rookwood, among others, did not escape unscathed due to their noble heritage. They were compelled to partake in these missions, enduring Voldemort's increasingly tyrannical treatment. The life of a Death Eater was not easily relinquished. Voldemort purified a portion of his Muggle blood with the blood of Morphin Gaunt, and subsequently fragmented his soul to create Horcruxes. This act, although akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, undeniably endowed him with immense power. Even the illustrious White Wizard Dumbledore found it exceedingly difficult to confront Voldemort directly and survive. Moreover, the presence of the Dark Mark loomed ominously. The terrifying activities of the Death Eaters had already cast a shadow over Hogwarts, possibly exacerbated by Dumbledore's influence. Conflicts had erupted between Slytherin and Gryffindor, with Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley clashing repeatedly, driven by their families' animosities. Although Arthur Weasley could not prevail against the resurrected Lucius, he had never ceased his provocations. Emboldened by Dumbledore's favoritism, Severus grew increasingly disdainful of Dumbledore's entourage, discreetly administering a newly concocted potion of misfortune to Arthur Weasley and the quartet of highwaymen, erasing his traces in the shadows. Lily's letters tightened his brow further. The Gryffindor girl either urged him to transfer due to her assertion that Slytherin was a haven for Death Eaters, or admonished him for Lucius's bullying of Arthur, suggesting he sever ties with Lucius. Alternatively, she hinted at her inquiries regarding his blood purification potion, even sharing her grievances about Potter's romantic pursuits with a somewhat sweet touch. Merlin. Severus, in a fit of irritation, incinerated Lily's letter with an angry blaze, dismissing the owl that awaited a response. He mused that he must contemplate the nature of his relationship with Lily, and who she truly was, rather than continuing to evade the truth as he had before. Many memories, once romanticized due to Lily's death, suddenly shed their illusory glow, revealing a stark reality. He recalled the moment Potter had humiliated him, and Lily had seemingly laughed before affectionately scolding Potter for his behavior. Had it not been for such painful recollections, how could he have ever uttered the term mudblood? Then there was the werewolf incident. While at school, Dumbledore had coerced him into signing an unbreakable vow, concealing Remus's secret, and Sirius's attempted murder in darkness. All that the world saw was Potter, bravely rescuing a Slytherin heir with whom he had always been at odds. Perhaps Lily had been unaware of Remus's true nature at the time, which allowed her to accept Potter's affection with open arms. Yet, could she remain entirely oblivious to Remus's lycanthropy in the future? With Lily's intellect and Potter's loose lips, would she not suspect that the quartet of highwaymen nearly endangered his life? Yet she still became Mrs. Potter. Since their rift in 5th year, until her untimely demise, she had never replied to any of his letters, even when he humbly sought reconciliation, lowering himself to the dust. Lucius was acutely aware of the rift between Lily and Severus, relishing the discord. Miss Lily Evans was, in his view, somewhat hypocritical. If she truly cared for Severus, she would not have merely offered token resistance against Potter's bullying, but would have wielded her wand in his defense. Lucius knew that as Severus mentally excised Miss Evans from his heart, he would experience a profound ache. However, Lucius had no intention of alleviating their strife. Rather, he sought to exacerbate it. For if he did not sever ties with Miss Evans, how could he hope to enter Severus's heart? The Malfoy family upheld the principle of familial supremacy. If Severus continued to love Miss Evans more than him, he would remain merely a friend to Severus. For, should Severus ever face a choice between him and Miss Evans, choosing her would plunge Lucius into despair. Yet Merlin smiled upon him. For Miss Evans's actions were perfectly aligned with his desires. As long as she maintained her biases against dark magic and Slytherin, continued to be manipulated by Elizabeth to relay trivialities to Severus, and allowed Potter, who had once been loathed by Severus, to charm her as he had in the past. It was only a matter of time before this childhood sun dimmed. Once disenchanted, Miss Evans would amount to nothing. Lily, upon receiving no response from Severus for the first time, pouted in frustration. In truth, she had harbored numerous grievances against Severus, previously when she mentioned Lucius. Severus's reply had been rather curt. Why could he not change for her as Potter had? Had not James ceased to trouble Severus, due to her intervention? Why did he maintain such intimacy with the malevolent Malfoy, while remaining distant from her? Merlin knew that the girls in the house were unwilling to believe that Prince was her friend, mockingly suggesting she had delusions. Then there was Elizabeth, one of her closest friends. Her aunt was pregnant and sought Severus's assistance in brewing some urgently needed potions. She broached the subject with Severus. Yet he had not engaged with her at all. Was it possible that Elizabeth was so shameless as to leverage his potions without compensation? Was she a beggar, humbly beseeching Severus for favors? In her rage, Miss Evans wholly forgot that not all boys would be as accommodating as Potter, who adored her. Glancing at the empty perch where her owl had been, she impulsively dashed out of Gryffindor Tower. She had to confront Severus and demand to know why he had not replied. She had done nothing wrong. Chapter 23, The Rift. Severus, save your humble friend's life. And lend me a glance at your history of magic assignment. Avery pleaded pathetically, trailing behind Severus, while Zabini crossed his arms, watching the spectacle unfold. Severus tossed the shrunken notebook from his pocket to Avery, saying, "Let us hope you do not replicate my name in your assignment as Mr. White did." "I won't be so foolish, rest assured. I will copy it only after revising," Avery vowed earnestly. Regulus watched enviously. How he wished he could possess Severus's remarkable talent and fortitude. Look at Severus. Although he was the sole heir of the Prince family, he remained an orphan, his family's influence waning. Yet he had established himself remarkably within the ruthless Slytherin house, and earned the respect of many young wizards. He had such commendable friends: Lucius Malfoy, Talia Avery, Daniel Zabini. As for Regulus, he had no friends, burdened by a traitorous brother, and Slytherin never easily forged friendships. As the group emerged from the library, they intended to head to the Great Hall for a meal after a morning spent laboring over assignments. Hunger gnawed at them. Unfortunately, before they could reach the hall, they encountered a blocking Gryffindor girl. "Prince, I need to speak with you," Lily whispered, toeing the ground. She addressed him as Severus Prince. Clearly, Lily understood that engaging in conversation with the Slytherin head in public was not the wisest choice. Avery and Zabini exchanged discontented glances at the Gryffindor flower being pursued by Potter, Yet they refrained from speaking until Severus responded. "Miss Evans, what is it?" Severus's tone was notably flat, lacking the warmth he usually displayed in private. Lily felt a twinge of discomfort. Something felt amiss. Severus should not treat her this way. Yet, she could not pinpoint the reason for her unease. She cast a timid glance towards Avery, Zabini and Regulus, as if they were the source of her torment. Severus furrowed his brow and said, "Tally, you all should proceed to dinner. I shall join you shortly." The trio could hardly fathom what their esteemed head and the Gryffindor lion might have to discuss. Yet yielding to the commands of the powerful was a long-standing tradition among Slytherins. Reluctantly, they departed. To avoid drawing attention, Severus cast a charm of oblivion upon himself and Lily before inquiring, "Lily, what brings you here?" Lily looked at Severus, whose expression was devoid of warmth, feeling a deep sense of grievance. Why, at this moment of her anxiety, could this Slytherin remain so indifferent? It was he who had neglected to respond to her letters. The fault lay with him, not her. Wasn't he it? Why did you not reply to my letter? I trust one did not say anything offensive. Moreover, I even persuaded Potter not to trouble you. I do not seek praise. Yet do you not feel even a hint of gratitude? Severus regarded the girl with astonishment. Did that foolish Potter convey these words to you? That he refrained from bothering me for your sake? Severus's eyelids flickered, lowering slightly to veil the mocking glint in his dark eyes. Severus, Potter has reformed. You ought not to speak of him in such a manner, Lily retorted, her tone tinged with displeasure. Is that so? Very well. The fragmented memories, nearly lost to the passage of time, surged back to Severus once more. James Potter. Do not attack Severus. And you, Severus, must refrain from using dark magic. They are all wicked. At that moment, Sirius disarmed him with a disarming charm, delivering a forceful punch to his abdomen. Remus, I am well aware that Slytherin harbors no virtuous souls. However, Severus is my friend, and I must correct his wrongs. You must also forgive him. But what wrongs did he have that warranted forgiveness from those who sought his harm? Was it merely because he was a Slytherin? Even if he were not a Slytherin, if he belonged to Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Gryffindor, so long as Potter had his eye on Lily and refused to relinquish their friendship, the marauders would not cease their harassment. The so-called little serpent opposing Slytherin's wickedness was merely an excuse for Potter and Sirius to trouble him. Why did they not dare to confront Lucius daily? Did Lily truly remain oblivious to this? She grasped his arm, chastising the Slytherins for their malice, forbidding him from studying dark magic. Did she ever consider the hardship he faced in Slytherin? He fought to suppress the tremors racking his body, sorrowfully realizing that the only light of his childhood might have been a mere figment of his imagination. Would Lily have persisted in their friendship had he not been a wizard, with the Evans family disliking him? Severus did not know the answer to that question. Miss Evans, I presume you still possess some wisdom. For the first time, Severus exposed his bitter nature beneath the sunlight he cherished. You ought to know you have been deceived. Potter's lack of trouble towards me stems from my severing the bloodline purification potion of the Gryffindor family. Mr. Potter agreed to control his son's behavior, not due to your counsel. Ultimately, he could not bear to declare that Lily's head was filled with nonsense, akin to a giant. Months ago, you reproached me for disregarding the lives of those innocent pregnant women, yet who has ever considered my plight? Clearly you do not read the Daily Prophet. You must have missed that issue. You accuse me of being unfriendly to your friends. In your correspondence, you continuously criticized my friend Lucius and my house Slytherin. But Lucius was a Death Eater, and the others in Slytherin were inherently wicked. I only wish the best for you, you cannot. Lily bit her lip, steadfast in her stance. It matters not. Mississippi Severus's tone was detached, his expression glum. Prince is merely an academic. Even if Lucius Malfoy is a Death Eater, what of it? Moreover, he is not currently. Our friendship was predicated on your apparent lack of prejudice against Slytherin and your commendable talent in potions. Yet it seems I was mistaken. Severus uttered words he scarcely believed, failing to adhere to his initial resolve to maintain distance from Lily at school, completely unable to resist the pull of her gaze. Yet he had not anticipated that when he could not see Lily, the cold phrases inscribed on parchment would weigh so heavily upon him. In this life and the next, Lily had always deemed Slytherin evil, positioning herself on a moral high ground to urge him towards the light, yet she had never considered his circumstances. He self-deprecatingly mused that perhaps after a lifetime of flattery, he could no longer tolerate Lily's reproaches, all things he had grown accustomed to in his previous life. I never imagined you would persistently criticize Lucius, Slytherin, and dark magic, yet my existence is composed of these very elements. Miss Evans, I cannot allow your transformation into someone unrecognizable to dictate my own. Perhaps Slytherin and Gryffindor were never meant to intersect. Severus struggled to draw a line beneath their connection, though he knew he alone bore the burden of their complex past. Right and wrong were both ineffable. Henceforth, let them each seek their own peace. He pondered that perhaps Lily Evans and James Potter were destined lovers, a union that no one could thwart. He ought not to be the one to impede their path, even if it was for Lily's sake. For Merlin had told him that one should not always act with self-importance. Severus found himself quite ridiculous. Since his rebirth, he had convinced himself that he had atoned for his sins and embarked on a new life. Yet his actions still clung to remnants of longing, unwilling to let go. Surely Lucius had mocked him countless times. Lily found herself unable to interject. In truth, she had never anticipated such a vehement reaction from Severus. In her memory, he had always been emotionally stable, whether confronted by Potter's provocations or the admiration of other Hogwarts girls. She believed she was special. She was not only the sole Gryffindor he acknowledged, but also one of the rare few who could escape his cold demeanor. Even when she offended him, he had never shown anger. Yet today his words bore an unmistakable finality. Was he angry because of Lucius or because of Potter? Lily was puzzled as to why this thought crossed her mind at such a moment. However, Severus had already lifted the oblivion charm and departed. The young Slytherin, nourished and trained in combat, stood taller than many of his peers and had cast a swiftning charm upon himself. Thus, by the time Lily grasped the situation, he had already entered the great hall and taken his seat at the Slytherin table. Lily felt a profound sadness, yet her pride forbade her from offering an apology. Severus had always treated her well. Perhaps in time, this matter would fade away, she thought uncertainly. James Potter was in high spirits lately. After reluctantly accepting his father Charles Potter's decree that he should not trouble Severus, he was elated to discover that the girl he admired, Lily, had become friends with Severus. He had nearly been driven mad by this development. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Lily had severed ties with that insufferable prince. Look. Even Lady Luck was smiling upon him. Surely Lily would come to love him. Lucius was even more jubilant than Potter. Before he could make a move, Miss Lily had already rendered Severus non-existent. He had anticipated that this day would eventually come. The Severus, now possessing the mindset of an adult and rekindled ambition, was fundamentally incompatible with Miss Lily. As foretold, the day arrived when Lucius extracted the lilies from the vase and discarded them into the trash, leaving only the shimmering platinum-hued magical rose to glisten in the crystal vase. Just as in Severus's heart, the lily had lost her rightful place. Chapter 24. The transformation of the Dark Duke and the Black Siblings. The horrific actions of the Death Eaters had become increasingly frequent, and Voldemort's madness escalated. He even began to employ unforgivable curses such as heart extraction and bone-gnawing against the aristocracy. In such tumultuous times, Abraxas found himself unable to trust anyone. For each pureblood family harbored loyalists to the Dark Lord, and no one could ascertain whether family secrets might be divulged to him. He could only double his efforts to court the vampires and expand the Death Eaters' influence abroad, thus proving his worth. The Dark Lord's demeanor bore no resemblance to that of the wise leader of the Walpurgis Knights from over a decade ago. He had become increasingly akin to the tyrant foretold in Lucius's prophetic dreams. Perhaps this madman would ultimately plunge into an abyss of no return, Abraxas mused. What terrified Abraxas even more were the mysterious deaths of Cygnus Black, Rodolphus Parkinson, and Georgiana Rosier. Cygnus Black had suddenly succumbed to illness. Rodolphus Parkinson met his end in a tragic accident, while Georgiana Rosier was murdered. The Death Eaters claimed these misfortunes were the work of the Order of the Phoenix. Yet Abraxas sensed a deeper complexity at play. He found himself engulfed in confusion and unease, questioning the true identity of the murderer. Was it his increasingly erratic and arrogant junior, or the mutated Lion of Hogwarts? Abraxas felt both bore suspicion, yet he could not uncover a shred of evidence against them. It was a vexing predicament. Young Mr. Prince was engrossed in researching the Dark Mark. Perhaps he ought to send the boy some of the Malfoy family's rare treasures. Lucius could not conceal his affections. His son undeniably favored that child. Abraxas was acutely aware that Lucius's refusal to accept his proposal of an engagement with the youngest daughter of the Black family stemmed solely from his feelings for young Prince. Whatever Lucius desired, Abraxas would endeavor to procure. Adorned with alchemical items since the peculiar deaths of Cygnus and others, Abraxas had been festooned with these trinkets, and he dispatched a plethora of alchemical goods to Lucius via a golden eagle. Dried figs, the juice of the Sinigar fruit, and powdered mandrake were among the items he sent. Severus muttered the names of the herbs, meticulously adding them to the cauldron while stirring counterclockwise. In the days following his confrontation with Lily, Severus felt a tumult of emotions. His agitation stemmed not only from Lily, but also from Lucius's audacious intimacy. The platinum strands brushing against his cheek, the accidental touch of slender fingers, and the near collapse of a tipsy beauty upon him after a night out in Hogsmeade. All these contributed to his growing frustration. The platinum aristocrat was certainly not one to be careless, hence the world around Severus appeared to spiral into madness. Even more maddening was the realization that he bore no inclination to push Lucius away. What was happening? Was he ailing? Or was it Lucius who had succumbed to some malady? His exceptional potion-making talent ensured that even amidst his restlessness and disquiet, the cauldron would not explode. Severus completed the concoction of his third dark mark dissolvent, and contemplated capturing a Death Eater for experimentation during the holidays. After being expelled from Hogwarts by Dumbledore, Hagrid had vanished, and the Ministry's Barty Crouch had declared him a wanted criminal. Mr. Crouch, hailing from Ravenclaw, harbored aspirations of becoming a formidable minister of magic, akin to the Minister of Magic in pre-Grindelwald Germany. Alas, with the Dark Lord and the White Wizard present, his dreams remained but an illusion. Young Barty, who entered school the same year as Regulus, harbored a deep-seated disdain for his father. This loathing seemed to ooze from his very marrow. Whenever Barty Crouch Sr. was mentioned, his expression would darken, and his eyes would flash with fury. The elder Barty had warned him before school to only attend Ravenclaw, as he wished to avoid any association with Slytherin or Gryffindor, fearing it might tarnish his political image. Hufflepuff was also out of the question. The International Magical Cooperation Director held a profound prejudice against that house, deeming it filled with ineptitudes. Should young Barty find himself there, he would suffer a loss of face. Young Barty harbored an intense hatred for his father, and the Crouch name itself. They possessed a bright, warm estate, yet his father, in pursuit of political theatrics, had relocated them to a dark, cramped old mansion. That house, much like old Barty, was harsh and unwelcoming. Throughout his upbringing, he had endured countless punishments from his father. But before the cameras of reporters, old Barty was forever depicted as the affectionate father. Young Barty yearned to unmask his father's duplicitous facade. He told the Sorting Hat that he wished to attend Slytherin, Gryffindor, or Hufflepuff, anywhere but Ravenclaw. Ultimately, he was sorted into Slytherin, vanquishing Regulus Black, to become the top student of his year. As a Black, Regulus's failure to secure the title of top student was a significant blow to his reputation, while Burgo was equally disappointed. However, the current Regulus was not as despondent as he had been before the start of term at Hogwarts. For reasons unknown, his cousin Narcissa Black had abandoned her plans for marriage, and instead became increasingly invested in family affairs. Regulus felt a surge of relief, as the pressure on him seemed to ease considerably. Moreover, young wizards from pureblood families who were of suitable age and standing were often ambitious, unlikely to bring happiness to Narcissa. If only his sister could assume the role of the Black family head. Upon Sirius being sorted into Gryffindor, he was regarded by his parents as the new heir to the family legacy. Yet, he was acutely aware that his gentle and shy demeanor rendered him ill-suited to lead a pureblood family. While his mother praised him for his obedience and understanding, lamenting that he lacked the strength of magic and fortitude possessed by Sirius, he felt a deep sadness within. Narcissa was superior to him, and far stronger than Sirius as well. Although Regulus did not comprehend Narcissa's motives for seeking power, he wholeheartedly supported her ambitions. He was also grateful to his cousin, for due to Sirius, his life in Slytherin had been quite miserable. Had Narcissa not enlisted the help of Senior Prince, his circumstances would likely not be as bearable. Narcissa became acquainted with Severus through Lucius. She sensed an intuitive connection, believing that young Mr. Prince harbored a favorable impression of her. Her instincts proved correct as she gained the friendship of Severus Prince, who even offered to protect Regulus. She was no fool. She could discern the nature of Lucius's gaze directed at Severus. That look was anything but innocent, prompting her to promptly eliminate Lucius from her list of potential suitors. Just as she contemplated the possibility of considering Wilson Knott, Lucius suggested that she might consider marrying a pureblood wizard to secure the power of the Black family. Narcissa felt as though the doors to a new world had swung open. Lucius was well aware of Narcissa's strengths. In their past lives, their union, though devoid of passionate love, had fostered the most profound familial bond and companionship. Narcissa's abilities undoubtedly merit the prominence of the Black family. She is unequivocally superior to her siblings, Bellatrix, Andromeda, Sirius, and Regulus. If this is the case, why must she settle for being merely Mrs. So-and-so? Would it not be far more advantageous for her to directly assume control of the Black family, rather than allow Sirius to squander their inheritance on Potter? Regulus's emergence from the shadow of Sirius's Gryffindor allegiance, and the defeat by Crouch is undeniably aided by Severus. Although Severus offered Regulus only a modicum of protection, he had already demonstrated his prowess during his first year, rendering him a figure few lower-year Slytherins dared to provoke. Moreover, Regulus remains a black. Despite the considerable prejudice held against him by many Slytherin snakes, the mere association with the black family ensures that no one dares to overstep. Of course, had Regulus lacked protection and capability, his surname alone would not spare him from considerable strife. At most, he would escape with minor injuries. Regulus holds Severus in high esteem. Coming from a pure-blood lineage, Severus's familial circumstances are far less affluent than his own. The Prince family, though illustrious and storied, has seen their elder suffer the loss of both parents, growing up surrounded only by house elves and portraits, with the family's outer assets consumed by the Ministry of Magic. Yet, look at how Senior Prince has conducted himself. He not only repelled foes within his estate, but also secured his standing in Slytherin. Even when standing alongside Lucius Malfoy, he maintains his ground. As a scion of a pure-blood family, young Black has heard of the immense effort Abraxas Malfoy has invested in raising his son. Yet Severus Prince has grown entirely through his own merit. Therefore, he should not lament his perceived shortcomings compared to Senior Prince. Nor should he allow outsiders to label him as timid or cowardly, especially in comparison to Sirius. Thus, Regulus strives all the harder. In the dormitory, Lucius intercepted Severus, who had been somewhat evading him of late, presenting him with rare gifts sent by Abraxas, along with several alchemical items. Among them were potions to mitigate the unforgivable curses and antidotes, encompassing a wide array of enchanted items. I do not require this, Lucius, Severus remarked, fiddling with the pendant box around his neck. There are too many sapphires on this piece. The gems were arranged to form the moonlit iris, emblematic of the Prince family crest. This was specifically prepared for you by my father, Lucius insisted, blurring the lines of propriety. Surely, you would not refuse a concerned elder anxious for the safety of his son and his son's dear friend? Severus would swear by Merlin that Abraxas, with his jewels coveted by countless society ladies, was certainly no ordinary elder. Old Mr. Malfoy would not appreciate his son's characterization. Yet, he found himself ill-equipped to reject the goodwill of an elder, for such opportunities were rare. He grasped the pendant box and said, "Please convey my gratitude to Uncle Abraxas." Lucius. This time, he refrained from referring to Abraxas Malfoy as Mr. Malfoy. Chapter 25, A New Academic Year. The new academic year heralded the Quidditch team selections, where second-year Regulus and young Barty Crouch joined the Slytherin Quidditch team. Young Barty had not initially considered joining the Quidditch team, but Regulus, that delicate boy, had grown increasingly assertive since becoming Prince's shadow, which intrigued him greatly. Thus, after Regulus participated in the Seeker trials, young Barty promptly signed up with Jackson Flint. Senior Crouch has joined the Quidditch team, Regulus whispered to Severus after the curtain fell. "I am aware, Regulus," Severus replied. Young Barty is a rare talent and moreover, he could serve as a vital pawn to counter old Barty Crouch. This is why Severus has instructed Regulus to keep an eye on young Barty. If young Barty is a natural Death Eater, eager to align himself with Voldemort, then Severus and Lucius would cease to regard him as a mere afterthought. However, if young Barty merely seeks strength against old Crouch, there are opportunities to exploit him. As the conflict among adult wizards spills over into Hogwarts, the school inevitably becomes a battlefield. Gryffindor represents the future members of the Order of the Phoenix, while Slytherin embodies the prospective Death Eaters. Within Slytherin, Malfoy, Parkinson, and Rosier form a relatively close-knit moderate faction. Lestrange and Nott stand as representatives of the hardliners. Families such as the Blacks and the Rulls gravitate towards the moderates in action, yet privately hold on to the bloodthirsty ideology of Muggle extermination. Rabaston, Lestrange and Wilson Nott have formed a small group, ambitiously aiming to challenge Lucius's standing. Beyond Hogwarts, the wizarding world is in disarray. For instance, Abraxas has recently survived several assassination attempts. Thanks to his foresight, he has evaded them all. He remains uncertain whether the assailants were hardline Death Eaters or members of the Order, but a burgeoning desire for retribution simmers within him. Clearly, the demise of the intellectuals among pure-blood families has not satiated the ambitions of some. Now they have begun to turn against their own. Fenrir Greyback, at the end of September, led the werewolves from the British werewolf enclave to submit to Voldemort, thereby expanding the influence of the Death Eaters once more. Abraxas has yet to receive the notebook Horcrux that Lucius once possessed. The powerful adult wizard and the young heir who hastily ascended after his father's death are not the same. The Dark Lord holds the latter in contempt and exerts pressure upon him, while he harbors a profound wariness of the former. Whether or not to entrust the notebook to Abraxas requires further contemplation. James Potter is reveling in the new academic year. Lucius and Rabaston have withdrawn from the Quidditch team, with second-year replacements being young Barty Crouch and Regulus Black. His dear friend Sirius has declared that Regulus will undoubtedly pose no challenge to them. Lily has also severed ties with that cunning, duplicitous Snivellus entirely, although Lily and Severus Prince appear merely as ordinary friends on the surface. With the Marauder's map and an invisibility cloak, how could he remain unaware of Lily's frequent visits to the prince? Lily's owl regularly flits between Gryffindor Tower and the Slytherin dungeon. However, in this new third year, that good child named Annie has ceased her flights to the Serpent's Lair, and Severus and Lily have irrevocably transformed into two parallel lines that shall never converge. The glances from Prince towards the Gryffindor long table have vanished, as have Lily's praises for Prince. If he works diligently, surely Lily will accept his affections. No one can resist the persistence of Potter. His mother is a Black, but under his father's insistence, did she not marry into the Gryffindor Potter family? Lily will marry him, and they will lead a blissful life at Potter Manor. Severus remains blissfully unaware of the dreams Potter harbors. He has entirely put such matters aside, whether obstructing Potter from seeing Lily, or pushing other charming young men towards her. He shall no longer engage in such pursuits. He has his own endeavors to attend to. He aims to showcase his talents, submitting articles to potion journals that reflect his age-appropriate level, presenting his minor improvements and innovative formulas, thereby attaining honor and laying the groundwork for his aspiration to become a potion master. He is no longer a young lad and understands that displaying extraordinary skill may provoke envy and malice from dark and aged foes, as well as draw the Dark Lord's scrutiny. Thus, even as he continues to yearn for recognition, he shall not shine as ostentatiously as in his previous life. He unveiled the brilliance he wished others to witness, meticulously laying the groundwork for the future of the Prince family. At Hogwarts, he embodied a young scholar yearning for honor, the epitome of a Slytherin that Dumbledore could trust. Beyond the walls of Hogwarts, he emerged as a rising star in the field of potions. The pureblood families and the wizarding community perceived the young head of the Prince family as diligently researching new potions to restore his family's honor. Evidence of this was seen in the revitalization of several shops, reclaimed by Severus from the Ministry of Magic, which thrived through bloodline purification potions, with representatives of the Prince family now visible in the herbal market. Yet, all of this was mere performance, a fade akin to that of previous heads of the Prince family, albeit one he concealed more adeptly. None were aware of the clandestine influence he wielded within the Muggle world. Just as Lucius jovially served as the president of the Hogwarts Student Council, few knew that the age-enhanced Count M had become a renowned campaign consultant in the Muggle realm, a coveted angel investor for young politicians across Europe. Severus shook the vial containing the golden elixir of joy and dispatched it via owl to his cultivated Muggle agent. Amidst the backdrop of the Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, the economies of Europe and America entered a state of stagflation, leading many ordinary businesses and even banks to falter or collapse. However, for Severus, supported by a medical consortium, this economic downturn presented an opportune moment for harvesting gains. His agent wrote to inform him that the following afternoon, he would engage in negotiations to acquire shares from the Royal Bank of Scotland. This venture held significant importance for Severus, prompting him to send his agent a vial of exceptional joy elixir to facilitate a successful negotiation. Success was assured. Chapter 26. The Role of the Muggle and the Journey to Hogsmeade. Recently, the Order of the Phoenix had been quite financially robust, as Dumbledore had garnered a considerable sum from selling the venom of the Acromantula. From this perspective, Dumbledore's handling of the Hagrid incident could hardly be deemed a complete failure. Furthermore, although he now had an assistant, Vino Phoenix, by his side, one could optimistically speculate that he might persuade this Ravenclaw to join the Order. All was in pursuit of a greater good. Personal preferences could easily be set aside. Even if Mr. Phoenix possessed a serious demeanor, held educational philosophies starkly opposed to his own, and harbored an aversion to sweets, rendering him quite unappealing. As long as this child's heart was aligned with justice, Dumbledore could overlook all his shortcomings. Severus found his mood markedly improved compared to Dumbledore, who struggled to regulate his emotions in the face of an assistant thrust upon him by the Board of Governors. With the aid of the Joy Elixir, Severus's Muggle subordinates executed his acquisition task flawlessly, acquiring shares of the Royal Bank of Scotland at a most reasonable price. The idea of cultivating Muggle subordinates to work within corporations was Lucius's, and after several years of validation, Severus could not help but commend its brilliance. Wizarding families, particularly purebloods, were often unkind to their Muggle offspring. While some couples would personally raise their children, such wizards were a mere minority. Most would relinquish their Muggle children to others, providing only a meager allowance for their upbringing. Some would go so far as to abandon their children altogether. A stable and comfortable life was an unattainable luxury for these Muggle children, let alone a good education. Consequently, these Muggles struggled to secure decent employment in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. They lacked a sense of belonging, financial security, and warmth. With nothing to their name, they desperately sought to better their circumstances. For such individuals, a minimal investment, a letter of acceptance from a Muggle training school, a decent salary, a promise, could compel them to willingly sign contracts, creating value and monitoring Muggle employees. Moreover, they exhibited unwavering loyalty and would never betray their benefactors. After all, the British Wizarding world had but one agency employing Muggles, with no alternatives. Even if they wished to betray, they had nowhere to turn. Not to mention the constraints of magical contracts. Initially, Severus had doubts regarding the capabilities of Muggles, having witnessed Filch's stubbornness and folly. Yet, reality proved that the intelligence of ordinary humans was relatively uniform, with few being as foolish as Sirius Black. Through training provided by teachers engaged by him and Lucius, these Muggle subordinates, bound by magical contracts, became remarkably astute and competent. Their loyalty remained steadfast. Severus took out a piece of specially crafted stationery sent by one Renju, and penned a letter of commendation to his Muggle subordinates, slipping a Gringotts check into the envelope. Jamie Thompson's young daughter had experienced a magical outburst, and he was in dire need of galleons. A pristine white owl grasped the letter in its beak and took flight, while Severus's fingers tapped on the desk, transforming the exquisite stationery into a paper crane that soared towards the student council president's office. The delicate crane flitted through the ether until it landed in the hands of the platinum-haired student council president. He gently tapped the crane, and a melodious voice filled the air. "Lucius, the matter with Thompson has been settled." Lucius enclosed the little crane within a ring adorned with the Malfoy family crest, then released his own delicate crane. This elegantly crafted crane, infused with perfume, returned to the Slytherin dungeon, landing delicately on Severus's fingertips. Severus tapped the crane, and he heard Lucius's deep, melodious voice resound. "Sev, this is splendid news. I am absolutely delighted. This weekend marks Hogsmeade weekend. Might I have the honor of inviting you to celebrate at the Three Broomsticks? If you consent, please tap the moonflower on the crane, and I shall receive the signal." Severus's dark eyes fixated on the vividly depicted moonflower on the crane, realizing that Lucius was increasingly unreserved in revealing his hidden sentiments. Nevertheless, the dark-haired youth tapped the flower. To the boy's astonishment, the crane dusted with golden powder vanished the moment he touched the moonlit blossom, showering the room in a cascade of starlight. Lucius Malfoy, Severus thought, this truly is one of his beloved tricks. Meanwhile, at that very moment, a silvery figure emerged from the magical array connecting the moonflower crane in the office of the Slytherin Student Council president, unmistakably a cherubic cupid launching heart-shaped arrows. Lucius gazed fondly at the little cupid, contemplating his plans, his heart fluttering. If only he could gift this shimmering figure before him to Severus, transforming their relationship from that of dear friends to something more profound. He loved Severus. A realization that dawned upon him after his rebirth when he discovered his feelings for his closest friend had evolved. Thus, upon this realization, the flames of desire surged forth. Having been kindled for so long, unbeknownst to him, this awareness rendered him cautious. For the moment he recognized his feelings, he found himself irrevocably ensnared. It also made him anxious, desperate, and resentful of the noble young lady who had invited Severus to Hogsmeade for the weekend. On the morning of the weekend, Severus and Lucius declined the invitations of others, and rose early to venture to Hogsmeade Village. Their first stop was the herb shop, where they partook in a substantial shopping spree, acquiring an array of peculiar herb seeds and rare potion ingredients. Severus was thoroughly pleased with this excursion, and reciprocated by accompanying Lucius to some shops that typically vexed him. For instance, he found himself in a cosmetics store, assisting Lucius in selecting various bottles and jars, and later in a quaint establishment, trying on the ostentatious wizarding robes Lucius had chosen for him. The style of attire is nearly identical to that of a certain platinum peacock, with only minor nuances distinguishing the two. So, where shall our next destination be? I fervently hope we are not to continue purchasing embellishments for our feathers, but rather engage in something of significance. Severus, having emerged from the realm of elegance, exhaled a sigh of relief and addressed Lucius with a hint of sternness. The ordeal of trying on garments and taking measurements is indeed an unspeakable torment. Very well, Severus. Our next stop shall be the Three Broomsticks. I certainly shall not drag you to the overcrowded Honeydukes, or the attention-seeking Madame Putafoot's tea shop. We are heading to the Three Broomsticks, where I have reserved a quaint little private booth. Lucius, seeking to soothe the somewhat ruffled Severus, transported them to the booth at the Three Broomsticks. Upon entering, Severus beheld the warm and refreshing decor, complete with a washroom and a cozy lounge, all impeccably appointed. The proprietress, Madame Rosmerta, rushed over to attend to her esteemed guests who had paid handsomely for the booth, inquiring about their needs. Lucius swiftly ordered their preferred dishes along with honeyed rum and fire whiskey. Both being potent spirits, Severus furrowed his brow. This is a celebration, Severus. And today is Saturday. A celebratory drink seemed rather innocuous, despite his lifelong aversion to alcohol. Moreover, it was Saturday, and should they indulge excessively, they could rest outside. Both the Three Broomsticks and Madame Pooterfoot's tea shop offered lounges, and there were 2 other inns in Hogsmeade. They could also return to Malfoy Manor or Prince Manor via a portkey. With this in mind, Severus nodded. Very well, let us sample the renowned honeyed rum. The beverage, known for its intricate brewing process and costly ingredients, required the addition of a mysterious sauce passed down through Madame Rosmerta's family for generations. Thus, it could only be found at the Three Broomsticks within the wizarding world. Hearing her concoction praised, Madame Rosmerta beamed and hurried downstairs to prepare food and drink for Severus and Lucius. Ah, youth is a splendid thing. These 2 handsome boys, like her little daughter, still have the chance to savor the sweetness of love. Chapter 27, Aphrodite's Favored. Lucius's drunken confession was premeditated. Once his beloved Severus had regained his health, he stood tall and fair-skinned, a far cry from the greasy and gloomy figure of his student days. Countless noble maidens aspired to win the heart of the stoic heir of the Prince family, the epitome of potion-making prowess. Observing the swarms of admirers, Lucius felt jealousy gnaw at his heart like ants. He could only imagine the number of suitors that would pursue Severus after he departed from Hogwarts. As Severus matured, nourished, and awakened to his lineage, he would only grow more striking and powerful, drawing the gaze of many a lady. Moreover, Severus's demeanor towards him had softened considerably, and their closeness felt increasingly natural. It seemed Severus harbored some feelings for him as well. Lucius mused that he cared not whether Severus's affection for him paled in comparison to his own. As long as Severus's heart was unoccupied by another, he saw nothing amiss in pursuing him ardently. Lucius continued to drink, consuming the majority of the honeyed rum and fire whiskey. His previous experiences in the social scene had endowed him with a respectable tolerance for alcohol. Yet his current youthful body lacked the maturity of adulthood, and he soon found himself slightly tipsy, a faint blush gracing his alabaster cheeks. Severus, noticing Lucius's inebriation, initially suspected he was feigning it. In his recollections, no Malfoy ever possessed a weak constitution for drink. However, observing Lucius's glazed eyes and flushed cheeks, and his lack of reaction to the threat of cutting off his beloved platinum locks, Severus finally believed Lucius was genuinely intoxicated. Lucius? Severus waved a hand before Lucius's eyes. Suddenly animated, Lucius grasped Severus's cool, slender hand. Severus. Severus's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Luke, you, he attempted to soothe with a nickname, but Lucius decisively interrupted. Severus. We share an unspeakable past. In this lonely world, only we carry the weight of similar experiences. We are destined for one another. I fear losing you more than you can comprehend. After you were bitten by Nagini, everything in this world bore your shadow. Severus, at that moment, I did not recognize it as love. Eventually, I came to understand my feelings, yet dread consumed me. I feared you would fall for Lily Evans, or some other wizard or witch. Hence, I confided in Narcissa about my love for you, rejected the ladies my father introduced, hinted at my affections to you, and felt both hatred and jealousy towards Evans. I longed to confess my love for you yet feared your rejection. Severus, please do not be cruel to me. Severus was aware of his own limited tolerance for alcohol, having only taken a couple of sips earlier. Though now slightly tipsy, his mind remained clear. He gazed into Lucius's grey-blue, melancholic yet tender eyes and sighed deeply. In truth, he had long made his choice, had he not? The very eyes that appeared before him in the moments before his spectre dissipated were those grey-blue, sorrowful eyes, and he had permitted Lucius's various intimate gestures, easily and without reservation uttering his nickname. He was not merely indulgent, he was not indifferent. Was Lucius unable to contain his truth any longer? Spurred by the effects of alcohol? Luc. Severus surrendered, closing his eyes to accept Lucius's kiss. They embraced, entwined in one another's arms. Stepping into the lounge of the Three Broomsticks booth, Severus, before entering, waved his wand to cast a silencing charm, an obliviate charm, and a confusion charm. Lucius was clad in a deep blue wizarding robe, exquisitely embroidered with intricate patterns, the edges entwining with Severus's ample emerald green cloak, creating a semblance of intimacy. Severus was oblivious to such details, his full attention captured by the sight of Lucius, who was engulfed in the ocean of love. His platinum locks shimmered dazzlingly, while his gray-blue eyes radiated gentleness and affection. Severus suddenly mused that the pure and beautiful light fairies of legend may not be so different from this. Lucius was courting him, the master of potions thought, akin to a peacock in the woods unfurling its plumage to win the heart of its beloved. Like the platinum peacock before him, Lucius was showcasing his allure with all his might. Lucius, having become somewhat intoxicated, initially only felt a light buzz, using the pretext of drunkenness to reveal his truths. Yet, upon receiving Severus's kiss, his mind began to swirl. He observed Severus's obsidian-like eyes, his pale skin, the contours of his profile, and his handsome visage. He kissed his forehead, his vibrant lips, his earlobe, and the pure expanse of his chest near his heart. On the floor, the emerald green and deep blue fabrics lay entwined, resembling a pair of exquisite twin blossoms. Upon the bed, the platinum-haired youth's actions towards the dark-haired boy exuded no lewdness, but rather a near-reverent tenderness as he kissed every corner of the boy's form. Severus's heart raced. He was typically one to conceal his emotions, often retreating from various feelings. Yet, under Lucius's almost reverential approach, he found newfound courage, encircling Lucius's neck, kissing his eyes. Luke. As the moon ascended above the village of Hogsmeade, the night unfurled its silken cloak. In the secluded booth of the Three Broomsticks, lovers gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their gray-blue and pure black irises intricately etched with the reflection of one another. The bitter essence of herbs intertwined with the fragrant allure of roses, crafting a new vintage that ignited an insatiable passion. The flames of desire roaring amidst their entwined breaths. The intoxicating haze of alcohol, coupled with the joy of a successful confession, left Lucius utterly entranced. He felt on the brink of losing control. Yet he was acutely aware that his beloved's youth rendered them unprepared for such indulgences. Whether initiated by him or Severus, it simply could not be. Yet, he sensed he was nearing the point of combustion from the fire of desire. Severus, of course, noticed the reaction of the platinum aristocrat. He discerned that the man before him was ensnared by passion, caught in a dilemma, utterly at a loss. He found himself questioning if he truly possessed such allure. For in his previous life of merely 38 years, he had always been overshadowed by gloom. A flicker of joy ignited within him at the thought that someone could be so enraptured by him. No one had ever cared for him in such a manner, nor had he ever received such love. In the throes of ecstasy, he unfastened Lucius's belt. As the trusted potions master of the Dark Lord, he may not have been keen on matters of desire, yet he was not entirely oblivious to the intricacies of the bedroom. Thus, they engaged in the tender acts befitting the cherry blossoms in spring, albeit without crossing the final threshold, all thanks to Lucius's restraint. Their bodies pressed together, they embraced passionately, their moans mingling with tender kisses. The dim light of the room cast a warm glow, while the silvery crescent moon illuminated the night outside. Lucius and Severus felt as though their souls had been cleansed by Merlin himself. Even if they were to descend into hell at that moment, they would be guided by the messenger of the underworld to the Elysium enveloped by the poplar trees. In the end, the god of sleep, Hypnos, bestowed his blessing upon them. The newly minted lovers, as if imbibing from the waters of life and death, succumbed to the fatigue of their pleasures, sinking into the soft pillows of the Three Broomsticks, drifting into enchanting dreams. Tonight, they had been struck by Cupid's golden arrow. They were the favored children of Aphrodite. Chapter 28, The Bet. Severus and Lucius had fallen in love. This affair remained a secret, known only to the two of them, including the students of Hogwarts. Even within Slytherin. Prior to this, the relationship between Lucius Malfoy and Severus Prince had already been sufficiently intimate. At the Slytherin long table, the elegantly attired platinum aristocrat gazed tenderly at his newly minted lover and inquired, "Would you care for a butter biscuit? They are delightful and not overly sweet." Severus found himself momentarily entranced by Lucius's fair, delicate hand. After a brief pause, he accepted the biscuit, quipping, "You'd best hope they're truly not sweet, or I shall turn your beauty potion into beet soup." Lucius chuckled helplessly, eliciting a blush from the young witches and wizards who secretly harbored affections for him. Unable to resist stealing glances, Severus, of course, could not overlook their stares. He scoffed and consumed the butter biscuit. He had no intention of engaging with those little ruffians whose minds were muddled with nonsense and infatuation. After all, Lucius would never be drawn to them. He could see that Lucius's confession at the Three Broomsticks was sincere. The platinum aristocrat was undoubtedly skilled in the art of social maneuvering, bearing a name that hinted at deceit, yet he could not fool Severus. For in his previous life, He had been a double agent. And only Merlin knew the thrill of spinning different lies to Dumbledore and Voldemort. Thus, he would not stoop to the pettiness of jealousy. Lucius beamed with joy. Though the soft flesh at his waist was tightly gripped by his lover's hand, he was compelled to grasp Severus's wrist beneath the cover of his robes, lowering his voice in a plea for mercy. In truth, Lucius was delighted. Severus's jealousy stemmed solely from his care for him. Otherwise, given Severus's temperament, he would have resorted to biting sarcasm or remained indifferently aloof. Hearing Lucius's gentle voice, Severus recognized the childlike nature of his own behavior. Merlin's beard. Had he been recently struck by a troll's club? Forgive me, Lucius, Severus admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Lucius smiled, though it stings a bit. I am quite pleased, so no need for apologies. By the way, Severus, would you like some red tea? Of course. But do not add milk or sugar. I advise you against such tea as well. Excessive sugar will ruin your proud beauty. Avery, Zabini, and the others had long since grown accustomed to their year's top student dining in the company of Malfoy rather than with them. While they were unaware of how the 5-year age difference between the two boys had led to their closeness, Slytherin respected privacy and would not pry. After breakfast, Severus had to bid farewell to his lover and join his fellow classmates for lessons. On the way, Mulciber repeatedly mentioned the Great One. It is said that the one with noble Slytherin blood, my uncle, has joined the Death Eaters to gain glory. Like my uncle, I aspire to that powerful Slytherin lord. In his past life, Mulciber had indeed been a Death Eater, fervently devoted to the Dark Lord, and had even targeted Mary, a Muggle-born girl from Gryffindor. Severus's first quarrel with Lily Evans had arisen from this incident. Severus cast a blank gaze over Mulciber, as if he were an inconsequential presence. He neither refuted nor agreed with Mulciber's statements, simply walking past him with an expressionless, cold demeanor, as though everything occurring around him was of no concern. Avery and Zabini hurried to catch up. Mulciber glared at Severus's retreating figure, grinding his teeth. Those damn neutral families will have their day when the Great One becomes the king of the wizarding world. However, the other young witches and wizards paid no heed to Mulciber's vitriol. They were not fools. How could they openly express their leanings towards the Dark Lord and Dumbledore in public? Even as underage wizards, they could not afford to be reckless. Moreover, family records indicated that many portraits within Hogwarts followed the headmaster's directives. Who could say if a careless remark might draw the headmaster's attention? Severus's non-committal approach was, indeed, the wisest course. After enduring the tedious defense against the dark arts class, Zabini inquired, Severus, will you attend the Quidditch match? Severus raised an eyebrow. I have no interest in that ludicrous game of flying broomsticks, chasing a silly golden ball. Avery smirked. Little Malfoy has already resigned from the Quidditch team, so our Severus, of course, has little interest in it. However, tomorrow's match is Slytherin versus Gryffindor, featuring the epic showdown of the Black Brothers. The Slytherin team is particularly eager for your support. You cannot imagine how they admire you. Your presence would surely delight them. Admiration? Severus scoffed internally, thinking their admiration was merely due to the prince's surname. Yet, in the end, Severus found himself seated in the Slytherin stands at the Quidditch pitch. He resolutely told himself that he was there simply to witness the folly of Sirius, that foolish dog. He was certain that Regulus, who had received special consideration from him in this life, would not retreat before his brother. Little Black would surely teach Sirius a lesson. Severus would never admit to being swayed by any form of misguided admiration. With a frosty demeanor, he waved the silver-green flag towards the members of the Slytherin team. Following the departure of Lucius and the other 7th-year Slytherin students from the Quidditch team, 2nd-year Barty Crouch and Regulus Black were granted the opportunity to join Slytherin. Barty took on the role of a beater, while Regulus became a seeker. Sitting beside Severus, Lucius, after casting a privacy charm and silencing spell, remarked to Severus, Regulus is the seeker. I wonder if he can outmatch Potter? Severus scoffed, I bet on Regulus to win. Ridiculous. It's not just a matter of Regulus, who has been specially trained by Flint. Even if a pig were to compete against Potter, I would still support that pig. Despite his memories of both James and Harry Potter possessing remarkable Quidditch talents, Severus would still choose to back Regulus, hoping he could alter his destiny and defeat the detestable Potter. Seizing the moment, Lucius leaned closer to Severus, whispering, Sev, what shall we wager? A grape-flavored glory potion? Severus hesitated. Oh no, that would be dreadfully dull. Sev, listen to me, let us do it this way. Lucius proceeded to share a series of ingenious ideas that only the author of Lady Chatterley's Lover could conceive. Damn that flamboyant peacock, Severus cursed inwardly. He sensed that Lucius had ulterior motives, and the bet he proposed was clearly a ruse. Lucius, indifferent to the absurdities and flamboyance of his suggestions, was entirely unconcerned. Yet Severus felt utterly embarrassed. Sev, I beg you. By this time next year, I will have graduated. Lucius softened his tone, casting a pitiful look at Severus. His grey-blue eyes appearing melancholic. Damn that ogre, how adept he was at feigning tragedy. Reluctantly, Severus nodded, his ears hidden beneath his hair, flushed crimson as if they might bleed. Lucius's laughter was exuberant and ostentatious. Severus had never witnessed him so jubilant. It was as if he had transformed into a carefree youth. He admitted that, in that moment, his heart did flutter. Chapter 29. The Two Blacks on the Quidditch Pitch. Today, Barty Crouch noticed that the usually gentle and shy young black seemed even more taciturn than usual. Was it the prospect of facing his brother on the pitch that weighed on him? If so, that would be exceedingly cowardly. Look at his brother. Sirius Black was laughing heartily with his three friends. Wasn't he little Barty, usually quite eager to chase after him? Why had he suddenly turned so sullen? Barty detested this gloomy feeling. It reminded him of their dreary mansion, and the perpetually overcast weather in England. Associated with the mansion and the rain was his utterly loathsome father, Black. Suddenly he called out to the slender boy, sneering, "Aren't you Princess Lackey? You must have heard about Gryffindor Potter causing trouble for your traitorous brother with Prince, right?" Though Prince retaliated. "You can't be ungrateful and go easy on your foolish brother on the pitch." Regulus's face flushed with anger at Barty's words. "Crouch. I shall never forsake the glory of Slytherin for the sake of Sirius, nor shall I betray Senior Prince." Barty shrugged at his vehement retort, "Suit yourself, Black. I shall only judge by your actions." This provocation caused Regulus's earlier gloom, stemming from his rivalry with his brother, to dissipate entirely. He glared defiantly at Barty Crouch's retreating figure. He would not be ungrateful. Sirius's troubles with Severus stemmed from the endless nonsense fed to him by the Gryffindor lions. He would not surrender without a fight simply because of Sirius. In fact, Sirius was also feeling quite conflicted as he gazed at Regulus's name on the match roster. He had initially believed Regulus would heed his advice and join Gryffindor. Wasn't he that Tattered Hat placed him in Gryffindor solely due to his threats? He had already shared the method with Regulus. Yet Regulus was sorted into the treacherous Slytherin, becoming a lackey to his and James's archrival, Severus Prince. What a lack of ambition to associate with that insufferable sniveler, and serve as his underling. "I say, Bigfoot, you've been staring at that roster for half an hour. What, afraid your brother might fall off his broomstick?" James teased, hooking his arm around Sirius's neck. "But regardless of your worries, you must not go easy on Slytherin. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm merely contemplating the changes in the Slytherin team." Sirius shot back. "With Lucius and Parkinson gone, and 2 second-year kids added, Slytherin is certain to lose this time." "Humph, no matter how that flamboyant peacock performs, Gryffindor shall still triumph," James exclaimed, ruffling his messy hair with enthusiasm. The Potter family had long been Gryffindors, and James had grown up listening to his father, Charles Potter, speak ill of Slytherin. His prejudice against Slytherin deepened, particularly after his encounters with the frustrating Severus Prince. "James, you must catch the snitch. Don't let a second-year brat steal the glory." Sirius pointed to Barty Crouch's name on the roster, lowering his gaze to hide the complexity of his feelings, and raised an eyebrow with a cheerful tone. "I hope that if Regulus loses, he doesn't come crying to me. I want to console him." James burst into laughter, and Sirius joined in, though a sense of emptiness lingered within him. The day of the Quidditch match soon arrived. Just after Severus and Lucius completed their bet, Dumbledore, donned in a ginger-yellow robe adorned with moon patterns, stood up and cast a sonorous charm on his throat before announcing the commencement of the match. Nearby, Narcissa glanced at the pitch with frustration. This Slytherin rose sighed as she observed the two blacks on the Quidditch field. "If only they were both in Slytherin, I would undoubtedly be the happiest girl alive," Narcissa thought, her mind in turmoil. Why must Sirius Black go to Gryffindor? Only Merlin knew how devastated she felt upon hearing Sirius boast about his threats to the Sorting Hat. Now, the Black brothers' climactic showdown on the Quidditch pitch had become a source of mockery for Slytherin. Lucius was right. She had no need to forge an alliance for Black. Rather than being married off, she should seize control of her destiny. Whether as an advisor to Regulus, much like her father did for Uncle Orion, or as the head of the family herself, both were excellent choices. On the field, the players from Gryffindor and Slytherin took their positions, soaring into the air on their flying broomsticks. The weather was cool and sunny, the perfect day for a Quidditch match. Regulus had already caught sight of Sirius's indifferent gaze directed at him, but he was no longer the little black son affected by his brother's cold demeanor. He wore an equally aloof expression, turning away from Sirius's gaze. The match was fiercely contested, with Slytherin and Gryffindor both regarded as championship contenders. The scores remained tightly contested, 30 to 40, 90 to 80, and then 101 to 101. It was abundantly clear that whoever located the golden snitch first would emerge as the ultimate victor. As the score reached 104 to 103, Regulus and James simultaneously spotted the golden snitch, both twisting the direction of their brooms to pursue it. Quick to notice this unfolding scene, little Barty swung his bat, intending to disrupt James with a bludger. Sirius, ever vigilant of Potter, observed Barty's actions but was too far away to intervene. In a moment of heated impulse, he dove down from above, aiming to collide with Regulus's broom, attempting to undermine his rival's efforts. Regulus, perched precariously on his broom, almost toppled off. But the bludger sent by Barty had already hurtled toward James. "James, watch out!" Sirius exclaimed. Hearing Sirius's warning, James Potter swiftly evaded the incoming bludger. In that fleeting instant, Regulus, hanging upside down from his broom, seized the golden snitch. The commentator's voice boomed. "Slytherin's Regulus Black has caught the golden snitch. Slytherin wins." The stands erupted in cheers from Slytherin students. Yet the expression on Narcissa Black's face was one of utter dismay. After the match concluded, a calmer Sirius gazed at Regulus's icy demeanor, filled with regret. He rushed over to offer an apology, but before he could speak, Regulus mockingly interjected. "What a pity Barty failed to hit Potter." Yet Slytherin still triumphed. "Sirius, did you come over to reprimand me once more?" Provoked, Sirius blurted out, "Regulus, what good is that little Barty Crouch? A treacherous little serpent, an arrogant lunatic, always causing you trouble, and you still affectionately call him by his name. Just because he is a Slytherin? Indeed, just because he is a Slytherin. Because I am a Slytherin as well. Are you satisfied with that answer? Moreover, didn't you recklessly collide with my broom for your beloved Gryffindor, Sirius? What gives you the right to criticize me?" Regulus retorted. No matter how detestable Barty Crouch may be, he paled in comparison to Gryffindor's Potter. Regulus loathed Potter. First it was Charles, and now this James. All attempting to ensnare the Blacks in their web of enchantment. How could my Regulus be like Walburga? Sirius stared in astonishment at his brother, who now appeared as a cold stranger, feeling as though Regulus had swapped souls with someone else entirely. "You ought to refer to her as Mother, Sirius Black." Regulus shrugged off his hand and strode away, emitting a hissing threat. "Do not forget that you are still a Black. Is Gryffindor truly so welcoming to you? Sirius, I shall be watching." Severus the elder was right. He need not punish himself for Sirius's transgressions. Indeed, he was not a perfect heir. But that was because he was the second son of the Black family. To avoid inheritance disputes, he had never received the education befitting an heir. It was Sirius who had forsaken his responsibilities. He owed no one anything. So why should Sirius rejoice in his freedom and friendships daily while he languished in a sea of penitence? Regulus expressionlessly smoothed the wrinkles on his robe caused by Sirius's touch, donning a mask of composure as he entered the Slytherin common room. There awaited a celebration for their Quidditch victory. Chapter 30. The Favor of the Unicorn. The Slytherin Quidditch victory celebration concluded amidst an exuberant atmosphere. After the festivities, students gradually departed the common room, each returning to their respective dormitories. Severus and Lucius, along with the throng, made their way down the dimly lit corridor toward their dormitory. Moonlight streamed through the high windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Neither Severus nor Lucius spoke, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Upon finally reaching the door to their dormitory, Lucius gently pushed it open, and a faint aroma of potions wafted through the air. He waved his wand, illuminating the enchanted lamps within. Since Lucius's successful confession of his feelings, their dormitory had undergone a significant transformation. 2 separate bedrooms had been merged into one expansive chamber, predominantly adorned in shades of silver and teal. Severus intended to wash up first and glanced at Lucius before entering the washroom. "I'm going to freshen up." Lucius raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to wrap his arms around Severus's shoulders. "How about we wash up together? I still owe you a wager, Severus." In the washroom, Lucius, under the effects of a polyjuice potion, coiled his tail around Severus's waist, his voice husky as he kissed him and inquired, "Severus, are you satisfied?" Severus detached the tail from his waist, his pale hand gliding over it a couple of times before teasingly pressing on the base of Lucius's tail. "I am quite satisfied." Lucius gazed into Severus's shimmering eyes, exchanging a lingering kiss. An hour later, the washroom floor was flooded. Yet such trivial matters posed no challenge for our wizard. A simple cleaning charm would effortlessly resolve everything. In their spacious dormitory, the warmth from the magical fireplace dispelled the chill of the dungeon, while the aromatic candles on the bedside table cast a gentle glow. Severus and Lucius lay beneath a silk quilt, gradually succumbing to sleep under the watchful gaze of the fish swimming outside. The following morning, Severus rose early, donning his black formal wizard robe and brewing coffee on the dresser by the window. As the rich aroma of coffee permeated the room, Severus glanced back at the platinum-haired aristocrat, sleeping soundly with his cheek pressed against the pillow, and clicked his tongue. This infuriating rake was fortunate enough to have no classes this morning. Grumbling, he adjusted the covers over the platinum-haired scoundrel and placed a vial of glimmering potion on the bedside table. Severus stuffed his shrunken textbooks and notes into the pockets of his robe and stepped outside to meet Avery and the others for class. This morning's lesson was Care of Magical Creatures. As Severus watched the unicorn led in by Professor Richard, he felt deeply captivated. Ah, what exquisite potion ingredients! Moreover, this unicorn's tail hair was a striking platinum color, reminiscent of the sleeping Lucius's hair. Regrettably, these unicorns only permitted young maidens to approach them. A young wizard like Severus was not accepted. Severus and Zabini both gazed in awe at the unicorn, the former admiring it as a potion ingredient and its beautiful tail, while the latter simply appreciated the creature's beauty. After some contemplation, Severus decided he wanted a strand of unicorn hair. Thus, he retrieved a small vial of potion from his ring, uncorked it, and cast a wind charm over the potion. This was a specially formulated nutrient potion from the prince family, suitable for pets and magical creatures. Severus recalled how his owl and Lucius's eagle had a particular fondness for this potion, akin to a cat's reaction to catnip. He wondered if it could attract the unicorn, allowing him to trade for a strand of its tail hair. It turned out that anything produced by the princes was of the highest quality. Not only did the eagle and owl adore the nutrient potion, but the unicorn did as well. It not only agreed to trade a strand of its tail hair for the potion, but also seemed eager to nuzzle Severus, sensing that this human appeared quite fond of it, and bore a delightful herbal scent, reminiscent of a familiar fragrance it had encountered before. James glared at the interaction between Severus and the unicorn with clenched teeth. Was Merlin blind? How could such a sacred creature as a unicorn take a liking to a Slytherin snake? Oh right, Prince had used a potion. He must have bewitched the unicorn. He needed to put an end to Slytherin's nefarious deeds. However, he was acutely aware that seeking trouble with Prince was not an option. His father had sternly warned him against provoking Prince, under the threat of cutting off his monthly allowance and confiscating his flying broomstick. The former was trivial, but the latter could very well cost him half his existence. Professor Dumbledore had also earnestly advised him that the Prince family had maintained a stance of neutrality for generations. Yet the current head of the Prince family, that insufferable snot-nosed brat, was an orphan, unbound by the constraints of elder supervision. Thus, the family's inclinations rested solely on Severus Prince's shoulders. In the name of justice, he must stifle his inner dissatisfaction and refrain from provoking Severus, lest he inadvertently drive the boy into the clutches of the malevolent Death Eaters. Professor Richard, you witnessed it yourself. Prince has used a vile potion to confuse the unicorn's senses. James Potter opted to report this to Professor Richard. This is an immoral act, a violation against the purity of the unicorn. Mr. Potter, do take note. That was merely a specialized nutrient potion for pets and magical creatures. Avery interjected, having observed James's malicious gaze directed at Severus. Professor Richard, that potion was concocted by Severus for his owl, and the vial bore the Owltata sticker. A sticker? A vivid image of the cold-faced youth applying stickers to glass test tubes materialized in Professor Richard's mind. Merlin, how fond of small creatures young Prince must be. After a moment's reflection, he approached Severus, who was engaged in conversation with the unicorn, and softly inquired, Mr. Prince, what is the nature of this potion? Is it available for sale? Struggling to embrace the unicorn nuzzling against him, Severus replied, Professor, this potion is simply an ordinary nutrient supplement, devoid of any special properties. However, if you desire, I would be happy to gift you a small amount. Professor Richard expressed his gratitude with delight, departing from the unicorn and its companion now encircled by a gaggle of young witches. You heard that, Mr. Potter? It is merely a nutrient supplement, Professor Richard casually remarked to James. If Severus dared to offer such a potion to a professor, it could hardly be a forbidden substance. Perhaps Prince was deceiving him. James mused. Yet, observing Richard's demeanor, he suppressed his thoughts. He resolved to inform Headmaster Dumbledore of the matter. Professor Richard accepted Prince's gift without a trace of suspicion, recognizing that further entanglement with him would be futile. When Lucius awoke, the other side of the bed was already cold. A faint aroma of coffee wafted through the air, accompanied by several sheets of scribbled notes and a crystal vial containing a purple potion on the bedside table. Lucius joyfully uncorked the vial, consuming the radiant potion, and barefooted. He ventured toward the washroom. The washroom bore the marks of two individuals, newly acquired matching towels and cups, jars and bottles shared between them, and the lingering scent of yesterday's bath products. He had never envisioned that his student days could be filled with such joy and warmth. Although he and Severus led exceedingly busy lives, they were nonetheless profoundly fulfilling and splendid. Reflecting on his previous life as a student, he recalled only his unwavering support for Voldemort, rallying the pure-blooded Slytherins to his cause. Without the adult head of the Malfoy family, he had to demonstrate his worth to the Dark Lord to secure the family's standing and assets. As for Severus during that time, aside from potions, he likely had little left but the mischievous antics of the Marauders and his friendship with Lily Evans. Lucius smirked, maliciously thinking. Now Lily Evans no longer served as a cage for Severus. Slytherins were adept at discerning the times, understanding what constituted true treasure. Since Severus was willing to sever ties with Lily Evans for him, it was clear that Severus had genuinely moved on. TSK, even so, he still harbored no fondness for Miss Lily. Perhaps it was simply a present disdain, or perhaps a lasting one. Chapter 31. The exchange of dolls. Severus crafted an alchemical item using the tail hair he had exchanged with the unicorn along with other rare materials, a palm-sized doll resembling Lucius. He intended to present this gift to Lucius as a particularly special surprise for this Christmas. Lucius would undoubtedly be elated upon unwrapping it. A wave of anticipation washed over Severus. In addition to the Christmas gift for Lucius, Severus prepared a meticulously crafted offering for the entire wizarding world. This gift was poised to elevate his prestige, garner honor, and demonstrate his potential to become an exceptional potion master. It was an improved potion for dragonpox. Based on ancient formulas, Severus concocted this potion for Lucius. Although Lucius had successfully rescued his father Abraxas, he occasionally suffered nightmares that left him waking in terror, often feeling as if he had never truly saved his father, that Abraxas had perished from the dragonpox epidemic in the Romanian wizarding community. Thus, after encountering a bottleneck in his research on the removal of the Dark Mark, Severus sought to uplift his spirits by exploring other projects, one of which included the dragonpox treatment potion. While Severus had no intentions of saving the world and possessed no compassion, the dragonpox potion would undoubtedly be a boon for many wizards. After all, who could predict when the next outbreak of dragonpox would occur? Perhaps it could strike at their very doorstep. It was foreseeable that Severus's research outcome would bring him honor. Following the development of the new potion, it required professional testing before it could be administered to patients. Consequently, St. Mungo's and the International Potion Masters Association formed a specialized inspection team to evaluate the efficacy and clinical effects of Severus's dragonpox treatment potion. Following their thorough examination, the potion was confirmed to effectively treat the dragonpox virus with minimal side effects, making it safe for use on afflicted wizarding communities. Mungo's and various magical hospitals invested in acquiring the rights to use the formula, resulting in Severus earning a substantial sum of galleons. Of course, compared to the wealth he had amassed in the Muggle world, this sum was but a drop in the ocean. The International Potion Masters Association and the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association simultaneously extended invitations for Severus to join their ranks. These two organizations held great prestige within the wizarding community, and the selection process for membership was undoubtedly rigorous. In his previous life, Severus had been a member of both organizations, and this time he would not refuse their invitation. Moreover, both associations were neutral, providing far more benefits than drawbacks. Within the International Potion Masters Association, many potion masters were acquaintances of Severus's grandfather, Edward Prince, and they would likely extend him their support. Edward had indicated that bringing along his portrait would make those old-timers reluctant to trouble the younger generation, given their prior friendships. Thus, Severus became the youngest member in the history of the International Potion Masters Association, and after the Christmas term commenced, he received a special contribution award from Dumbledore, the very same award bestowed upon Tom Riddle. Severus cradled the small Lucius doll, complaining to Lucius, "Did Dumbledore take leave of his senses? How could he award me such a prize? Perhaps he seeks to gain a free potion master." Lucius planted a kiss on the corner of Severus's mouth, whispering, "Forget what Dumbledore thinks. Let us focus on how to dress these two dolls. Severus, what do you think about making a new cloak for little Severus?" Casting a glance at the splendid attire adorning the small Severus doll, complete with a belt embroidered with the Malfoy crest and intricate rose patterns, Severus recalled that this was the very style he had vehemently rejected during their last clothing endeavor. "I believe these two alchemical creatures were created for the purpose of serving tea and performing menial tasks. However, once they don the garments you prepared, They were utterly incapable of fulfilling any duties. How could I bear to let little Severus work? Severus. Thus, we need not engage in any exchange. You may take my little Lucius, and I shall take little Severus Snape instead. Upon hearing this, Lucius clutched his chest and lamented, "Oh dear Severus. Do you recall the purpose behind our exchanging dolls?" "Of course," Severus replied. "It was so we could see each other at all times, even after Lucius's graduation. To this end, they had even affixed a pair of two-way mirrors to these dolls." Observing Lucius adopt a melodramatic expression, Severus, aware that Lucius's theatrics were merely a fade, nonetheless found joy in indulging this platinum princess. "Very well, although it is rather foolish. I will not permit little Lucius to work." He was loath to make such a promise, for it implied that he and Lucius had squandered a wealth of precious alchemical materials to create two ordinary cotton dolls. What kind of foolishness could a giant produce? Yet, gazing upon the radiant smile that blossomed on the platinum peacock's face, Severus suddenly felt that these concerns were trivial. The reason Dumbledore conferred an honor upon Severus, the Slytherin, was certainly not as Lucius jested, that he was merely a free potions master. The current Severus Prince was far removed from his past incarnation as a double agent. He could not possibly provide potions for the Order of the Phoenix without compensation, nor would he openly declare allegiance. What truly compelled Dumbledore to make this decision was the unicorn. It is well known that unicorns are drawn only to pure souls. Were Severus's soul to be tainted with malevolence and chaos, no matter how palatable his potions might be to a unicorn, it would never approach him. After hearing James Potter's grievances, Dumbledore felt considerably reassured regarding Severus. It seemed that Malfoy had not entirely swayed this young prince's inclinations. He did not wish for Prince to be blinded by friendship and power, leading his prodigious talents and cherished treasures into the embrace of the Death Eaters. Thus, he awarded Severus a special contribution award after the latter developed a cure for dragon pox, encouraging him to continue on the path of healing. It would be even better if this child could lean towards the just cause of the order. Unfortunately, that seemed improbable. Young Prince and James Potter were sworn adversaries. Their relationship so fraught that young Prince's countenance darkened at the mere sight of a Gryffindor, even in the presence of the greatest white wizard. This was quite vexing. Since the Slytherin versus Gryffindor Quidditch match, Regulus had not exchanged a single word with his brother Sirius, not even during Christmas. For the first time, Regulus did not prepare a Christmas gift for Sirius. This led to a vehement argument between Walburga and Sirius. Aside from Regulus, Walburga was particularly incensed by Sirius's closeness to Dumbledore and Potter, prompting the Dark Lord to question the Black family's allegiance, resulting in Olymp being assigned the most perilous of tasks. How could she not be furious? Christmas at number 12, Grimmauld Place was far from harmonious. An absent father, an enraged mother, and brothers at odds. Regulus felt as if the once harmonious Black family from years past had become nothing but a fleeting dream. "Who cast the freezing charm upon your face?" young Barty Crouch taunted. "And your complexion is so much more appealing, Mr. Crouch," Regulus retorted. Their relationship remained rather strained, yet young Barty relished in provoking the new Slytherin seeker. Young Barty's Christmas was equally dismal. His father had once again chastised him for joining Slytherin, insisting that his grades must remain impeccable. Should he fail to meet these expectations, Mr. Crouch would cut off all his allowances. Moreover, to present a fade of familial harmony to the press, Mr. Crouch forbade young Barty from seeing his mother, and even prohibited their house elf, Winky, from attending to him. Young Barty was on the verge of exploding with rage, but found himself constrained. What a hypocritical politician he was. A delicate, demure, and obedient wife. A wise and dutiful son. What a perfect family. What infuriated young Barty further was that, in his determination to flee his father's tyranny, and vow to expose the true nature of Mr. Crouch to the press, Mr. Crouch resorted to the Cruciatus curse upon him. After all, he was Mr. Crouch's own flesh and blood. That Mr. Crouch would use one of the unforgivable curses against his son was unfathomable. Following the Christmas festivities, the discontented Regulus and young Barty found themselves embroiled in a scuffle in a hidden corner. Without wands or magic, they resorted to physical blows to vent their repressed fury. Eventually, they collapsed on the floor, both glaring resentfully at the ceiling. Young Barty, out of nowhere, felt the urge to confide. "Black, is the Dark Lord truly that powerful?" Young Barty yearned for the strength to vanquish his father, to make Mr. Crouch yield to his authority. Yet the coldness and reason ingrained in the Crouch bloodline made him hesitate. The Dark Lord could command so many wizards. He was not simply a Santa Claus showering gold coins from the heavens. If he were to join the Death Eaters and gain nothing in return, would it not be akin to drawing water with a sieve? At this moment, he had yet to confront the Dark Lord's temptations. nor had he succumbed to madness through the unrestricted use of the unforgivable curses. Thus, young Barty was still capable of rational thought. Crouch, the Dark Lord is great, as the Blacks believe. However, we ordinary little wizards must rely on our fathers to earn the Dark Lord's favor. Your father, Mr. Barty Crouch, wields significant power within the Ministry of Magic, and is an esteemed member of the Ravenclaw lineage. Without him, it would be difficult for you to gain the Dark Lord's attention. When young Barty Crouch mentioned the Death Eaters, Regulus's mind involuntarily conjured images of Olymp Black's pale face and his weeping mother. He recalled that evening when, while descending to the study to retrieve the music box, he inadvertently overheard a conversation. His mother, Mrs. Walburga, wept as she questioned his father, Olymp. How could the Dark Lord treat you so cruelly? Olymp replied, because of Sirius. The Dark Lord has begun to suspect the Black's allegiance. Yet these words he would not utter aloud. He could not guarantee that his tone and emotions would remain unblemished. He recognized that he harbored a mixture of admiration and resentment towards the Dark Lord, much like his feelings toward Sirius. Consequently, at this juncture, Regulus no longer considered the Death Eaters a desirable path. Young Barty was not so detestable. In fact, he found the older boy somewhat admirable. Even if young Barty were to join the Death Eaters, Regulus would not act as a catalyst. Chapter 32. The Deal with Young Barty. Regulus arranged for our meeting. I am willing to extend him a courtesy, as well as offer you an opportunity. The question remains, what are you willing to offer in return? Young Barty nodded. Senior Prince, Regulus mentioned that you possess a potion that can counteract the effects of the Cruciatus curse. I require this. Severus recalled that in his previous life, after Mrs. Crouch had perished in Azkaban, Barty Crouch had subjected his escaped Death Eater son to the Cruciatus curse for over a decade. However, he had not anticipated that young Barty would have such needs even before becoming an inmate at Azkaban. It was no wonder this individual had been peculiar from a young age, growing into a madman. Alas, they were both burdened by wretched fathers. Yet Barty Crouch was always preferable to Tobias. Well then, Mr. Crouch, what do you, a second-year student, have to offer in exchange for these precious potions? Prince was never one to give away drafts freely. Upon hearing Severus's words, young Barty, who had appeared somewhat despondent, suddenly radiated enthusiasm. His eyes sparkled, revealing an uncontainable excitement and anticipation. If Severus had no intention of discussing a price, he would not have mentioned such matters at all. Young Barty was indifferent to the notion of a price. He would pay any cost just to oppose his father. Old Barty had warned him against befriending any young wizards from Death Eater families, or the Order of the Phoenix. Yet, he defiantly chose otherwise, offering a smile to Nott, only to discover that Wilson was a complete fool. As for that little Black, despite appearing rather meek and timid, he did not evoke disdain. Moreover, he was not merely mild-mannered. Otherwise, how could they have clashed? It was indeed a rather undignified brawl. Yes, first Nott, then Regulus. Young Barty had never considered extending friendship to any young wizard from the Order of the Phoenix. Slytherin would never be genuinely accepted by the Phoenix, which was rampant in Gryffindor. Young Barty recognized this truth. Although he harbored a strong dislike for his father, Mr. Crouch, he had to admit that he had learned a thing or two from this Ministry of Magic official. Young Barty's reasoning was not entirely flawed. Just like Sirius in his previous life, a Gryffindor student. Yet was he trusted? At least Severus felt that the foolish dog was not wholeheartedly trusted by the Order. To illustrate this point, had James Potter been unceremoniously thrown into Azkaban without any trial, Dumbledore and the Order would have undoubtedly expressed vehement skepticism regarding such actions. Firmly believing in Potter's complete innocence, they might have undertaken various measures to prove his innocence. Firstly, Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts and a highly esteemed wizard, could leverage his influence to actively investigate the truth behind the matter. He might even employ some special magical means to reveal hidden facts. As a secret organization, the Order might also conduct covert investigations, gathering evidence to overturn false accusations. They could raise public awareness and discussion regarding this miscarriage of justice through social pressure. However, if it were Sirius from the Black family, everything would be different. He would be cast into Azkaban without any inquiry. Young Barty had not witnessed these events, but his academically capable mind had anticipated their possibilities. Hence, he dismissed the option of joining the Order as a means of rebelling against his father. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the Death Eaters. Yet Regulus's words doused his enthusiasm like cold water. If the way to earn the Dark Lord's favor was to grovel before old Barty Crouch, he would rather die than join the Death Eaters. The subsequent words from Lestrange only confirmed this sentiment. He had to rethink his options. Chief Prince, I understand you are currently occupied with your studies and have no time to brew potions. However, I am not in a hurry. As long as I receive the potions before the holidays, that suffices. To ensure confidentiality, we could swear an unbreakable oath, with you designating the protector. As for the remuneration, I must admit my supply of galleons is rather limited, so I can agree to a labor contract to repay the debt. A suggestion from Regulus. Of course. I could also mortgage the Crouch estate to you. Ha! Once my father passes, I could hand it over to you without a second thought. Severus raised an eyebrow. Mr. Crouch, a labor contract from a second-year student 5 years, hence does not sound particularly enticing. As for the estate, my few vials of potions hardly equate to its worth. What is it that you desire, Mr. Prince? Young Barty replied, as long as I possess it, as long as I am able. The invaluable tomes of the Crouch family. You are your father's sole heir. Regardless of his treatment, he would not deny you access to the books. I require manuscripts pertaining to potions and alchemy. Naturally. If you seek a long-term supply of potions, I would also accept your proposed labor contract. Though it may take many years, Mr. Crouch, I concede that you do possess some potential. Last semester, your grades were all OS, which is no small feat for those trolls. The Crouch family had boasted several masters of alchemy in its lineage, as recorded in the Prince family's annals. For Severus, these tomes, which the power-hungry Barty Crouch disregarded, were true treasures. Generally, such family legacies would not be disseminated, but for young Barty, who dared to mortgage the estate, passing these books on in exchange for potions was no great dilemma. Did he not feel remorse for selling off his family's heritage? Indeed, young Barty confidently declared, no problem. I will provide you with complete manuscripts. Senior Prince, I believe we can swear the unbreakable oath now. Very well, Mr. Crouch. Severus opened the two-way mirror to contact Mr. Malfoy, who was reviewing for his nude exams in the room of requirement, summoning him back as a witness. After the agreement was signed, young Barty departed with a flourish. Upon Lucius's return and closing the door, he wrapped an arm around his lover's shoulder and smiled. Your soul-binding curses release agent is of exceptional quality. Crouch certainly did not undervalue himself. I am neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore. To have someone toil without compensation. Clearly, Severus harbored resentment towards his previous life as a double agent, attending order meetings daily before rushing to Death Eater gatherings. Had it not been for the desire to avoid sending a loyal follower to that fool who had torn his own soul, they need not have invested effort in young Barty Crouch. While Crouch was indeed a rare capable individual among those foolish wizards, they were not entirely reliant on him. The children raised in wizard orphanages were quite capable and remarkably loyal, far more dependable than their current wizard classmates. Unfortunately, they had yet to grow, none having reached the age to receive their Hogwarts acceptance letters. Enough about him, Severus. Shall we discuss other matters? Lucius's breath fanned against Severus's ear, tinting the young Slytherin's ears a rosy hue. Lucius, I believe you should prepare for your exams rather than fill your mind with love potions. Yet Lucius paid no heed, continuing to flirt. He felt a twinge of jealousy, alongside a pang of concern for his beloved. Severus was excessively kind to Regulus due to Narcissa. He never ridiculed Regulus and patiently taught him the intricacies of potion making. Merlin, in his previous life, Regulus had never received such favorable treatment. Lucius understood this was due to Narcissa. Even though in this life, Narcissa had joyfully chosen to embrace her career and pursue true love, rather than sacrifice herself for the Black family's alliances, Severus still felt a sense of having taken Narcissa's husband. Thus he assisted Narcissa in caring for Regulus, the only male Black he found tolerable. Lucius was aware of this, yet he could not suppress his jealousy nor his concern. Regardless of past and present, Severus had always possessed an uncanny talent for self-pity. Chapter 33. The Heart of Compassion. Severus's underworld influence had developed to a considerable scale. After consolidation, he emulated the cunning tactics of those astute Muggle elites to legitimize these dark forces, establishing a new multinational security company, Silver Serpent Security Company. The expansion plan of PM in the financial sector has experienced rapid development, with the consortium not only acquiring shares in significant banks such as Barclays and the Royal Bank of Scotland, but also establishing the newly formed LS Bank, which has seized a considerable portion of the market through ample reserves and effective channels. The pharmaceutical consortium has solidified its position as a European pharmaceutical oligarch over the past 6 to 7 years. Severus and Lucius, through intricate cross-holdings, political donations, and subtle manipulations within the wizarding world, have secured the safety of their wealth in the Muggle realm, thereby quelling the ambitions of those who covet their riches. Within the wizarding community, the grand laboratory jointly established by Severus and Lucius has produced numerous gadgets that blend magic with technology, However, these creations cannot yet be sold, rendering them a drain on resources rather than a source of profit. Voldemort harbors an intense hatred for Muggles, and the fragment of his soul has rendered him even more deranged. Currently, Severus and Lucius, unable to withstand the formidable power of Voldemort in his prime, must practice caution. Thus, despite their achievements, they cannot yet market these products in Diagon Alley. In the present wizarding world, aside from Dumbledore, no one else possesses the capability to contend with Voldemort. Of course, should their grand laboratory succeed in producing large-scale destructive magical weapons that fuse magic with modern armaments, perhaps Voldemort, Dumbledore, and the looming threat of Muggles would no longer pose a concern. Yet, this endeavor remains in its nascent stages, and its success is still uncertain. Preparations must be made with contingency plans in mind. After all, the sleeping dragon inscribed in the Hogwarts motto will only awaken in the face of an existential threat to the wizarding race, meaning that it is designed to combat Muggles attacking wizards, not to confront Voldemort. This elucidates why they are fervently amassing wealth in the Muggle world while treading cautiously in the wizarding realm. No one desires to confront Voldemort, who is singularly focused on their demise, and few possess the capacity to handle this master of dark magic. Should circumstances deteriorate to such an extent, Malfoy and Prince would have no recourse but to retreat into their estate. However, none dare gamble on whether Voldemort has the means to breach noble estates. Given his intellect and magical prowess, he is entirely capable of achieving this feat. Lucius and Severus remain acutely aware of this possibility, having lived through a lifetime of experience. They understand that Voldemort has devised curses potent enough to ensnare even Dumbledore. Thus, the protective wards and offensive magical arrays of their estate may not pose a significant challenge to him. The true reason for Voldemort's previous failures lies in his foolish soul-splitting and his not-so-astute brutal reign, the latter being an irreversible consequence of the former. Consequently, Lucius and Severus do not underestimate the resurrected Voldemort. Rather, their reverence for the precious gift of life makes them even warier of him. They have nothing to be proud of, do they? After all, had they not been reborn, they might still be on their knees, fervently kissing the hem of this madman's robes. Oh Merlin, what a nightmare this is. The days leading up to the planned date are dwindling, and the time for the nude examinations draws near. Lucius is contemplating remaining at Hogwarts to teach, allowing him to stay close to Severus while potentially avoiding Voldemort's mark under Ab's machinations. Narcissa Black, preoccupied with the nude exams, no longer frets daily over her sister Bellatrix's obsession with the Dark Lord or Sirius Black's rebelliousness. Instead, she dedicates herself to mastering her studies. In recent days, the bond between Narcissa and Regulus has grown increasingly intimate. Both siblings harbor suspicions that Narcissa's father, Cygnus Black, and others may have perished due to the Dark Lord's jealousy and paranoia. Regulus confides in Narcissa that he is one of the only two boys in the Black family, and now that Sirius has joined Gryffindor, he is almost destined to join the Death Eaters. For the sake of the Blacks, he hopes that Narcissa can quietly amass strength. This way, if the Dark Lord prevails, he will assume the role of head of the family. If the Dark Lord falls, the Blacks will rely entirely on Narcissa. Severus is right. He cannot depend on his brother Sirius. Should he truly succumb to despair, it is entirely possible that Sirius would hand the entire Black family over with ease. Sirius is certainly capable of such a betrayal. Narcissa, however, is far more reliable. Perhaps when he is thrown into that dreadful Azkaban prison, he will need to rely on Narcissa to rescue him. At Malfoy Manor, Severus administers a calming potion and a soul stabilizer that he personally brewed to Abraxas. Uncle Up, how are you feeling? Abraxas lies feebly on his bed, attempting to alleviate the extreme discomfort resulting from prolonged use of the brain-blocking spell to manipulate memories and confuse the Dark Lord. He tightly closes his eyes, gently furrowing his brow to ease his mental agony. Thank goodness, Severus. Enduring this pain is a small price to pay for protecting Luke. Abraxas murmurs, his voice faint yet resolute. He is acutely aware that everything he does is to safeguard the family's security and dignity. Reflecting on his recent confrontation with the Dark Lord, a flicker of relief washes over Abraxas. Despite the Dark Lord's terrifying heart extraction curse, this punishment is a mercy compared to far graver consequences. Although the Dark Lord harbors intense suspicion towards the Malfoys, he still retains a modicum of trust in Abraxas. However, this meager trust does little to reassure Abraxas about the safety of the Malfoy family. He understands that in the days to come he must exercise even greater caution. Severus is well aware of the Malfoys' obsession with family protection, and refrains from saying much more, merely tucking in the blankets around Abraxas and advising, "Take your medicine on time and care for your health. Luke is very worried about you." Abraxas nods gently, slowly closing his eyes. How wonderful it is that, Thanks to his efforts, the tragedy of the Malfoy family foretold in Lucius's prophecy has been rewritten. With his relentless pursuit, his little Luke has graduated without being branded as a Death Eater by the Dark Lord. Instead, the Dark Lord has assigned him to Hogwarts as a spy. Although the cost has been enduring torment at the hands of the Dark Lord, and Lucius has been burdened with a slew of dirty work due to the Dark Lord's ambivalence, it has all been worthwhile. He glances at Severus. His little Luke has found a true love unlike him. When his father cruelly separated him from Marlene, he lost his first love. When Jacqueline passed away, he lost his wife. When the Dark Lord first employed the heart extraction curse on him, his love withered away. Nevertheless, he has been unfaithful, with many lovers. After one relationship ends, he quickly embarks on another. He has been so callous, always prioritizing the Malfoy family over love. Perhaps this is why he has never found true love. He is not as sincere or genuine as his son. Luke's beloved is not a muggle-born like Marlene, nor melancholic like Jacqueline, and certainly not someone like Tom, who has never understood love. They are both Slytherins, endowed with talent, ambition, and cunning. Abraxas is acutely aware of the true nature of the two young wizards. Initially, he worried that Luke might toy with Prince's emotions, leading to an unfortunate conclusion. Later, he feared Severus might exploit Lucius, causing his little Luke to suffer heartbreak. But now he knows he need not continue worrying. They will make a very happy couple. Young Prince loves his little Luke. Though not as deeply as Lucius loves him, he cares for Luke, and Lucius cannot be separated from young Prince. That is enough for Abraxas to bless this young couple. Abraxas sincerely wished for his son's happiness, a desire that echoed both his own aspirations and those of Jacqueline. For the continuation of the Malfoy lineage and the well-being of Lucius, Abraxas was willing to go to any lengths. Chapter 34. Minor punishment for major offenses. Abraxas had indeed aroused Voldemort's suspicions. What could possibly justify Lucius's role as a spy at Hogwarts? This was merely a pretext concocted by Abraxas. It was highly probable that he did not wish for his heir to bear the dark mark. After all, when the likes of Black, Lestrange, not, and Lucius himself eagerly accepted the dark mark, Abraxas Malfoy had been hesitant and resistant. Had it not been for his immense magical prowess, and the substantial advantages that Death Eaters offered to pureblood families, Abraxas might never have bent his proud head to bow before the great Dark Lord. However, Voldemort was not yet able to find a suitable replacement for Malfoy, and would not allow the Lestranges to dominate. Thus, to verify the Malfoy's loyalty, Voldemort, a master of legilimency, subjected Abraxas to intense scrutiny. Yet within Abraxas's memories, he found only Lucius's loyal words and the glimmer of ambition in his eyes. Perhaps Lucius truly meant what he said, that he genuinely sought to leverage Slughorn's connections to serve his purposes at Hogwarts. Though Abraxas had studied the art of mental occlusion, he was no match for the innate legilimens that Voldemort was. Nonetheless, suspicion lingered. From the moment he met Abraxas, Voldemort had never fully trusted him. The Malfoys were cunning individuals. The great Dark Lord could never place his faith in a pureblood family that thrived on deceit and valued family above their master. Abraxas would never exhibit the same unwavering loyalty as the Lestranges, a fact Voldemort loathed. Thus he would never trust the Malfoys. With a wary Abraxas passing Voldemort's test, and with the Malfoys still deemed useful, Voldemort refrained from casting the dark mark over the Malfoy estate. However, the Dark Lord did not easily release the Malfoys from his grasp. Otherwise, a powerful wizard like Abraxas would not have found himself in need of Severus's care. Comparatively, the Malfoy family fared better than the Blacks, who had repeatedly offended Voldemort. First, there was the exuberant Sirius joining Gryffindor, followed by Andromeda marrying a Muggle. Voldemort was displeased, as this scion of the Gaunt family despised all fools who disregarded everything for love. Thus, Oleander had been assigned perilous tasks for 2 consecutive years, an unprecedented occurrence. Consequently, Abraxas felt content with the current outcome. Even though he had endured considerable torment, and Lucius had been tasked with several unsavory jobs, he had begun to strategize upon realizing the truth behind Lucius's prophetic dreams. For instance, it became well known among Death Eaters that Abraxas Malfoy had suffered grave injuries during an exceedingly perilous mission, resulting in severe damage to his magical core, and thus, he had been unable to progress in his magic for years. Once Lucius entered Hogwarts as a spy, he would no longer be compelled to undertake assignments involving murder and arson. He and Lucius had finally passed the test. Voldemort's choice of minor punishment was also due to his reliance on Abraxas. He needed Abraxas to handle matters concerning the German Death Eaters, and to assist in managing his various enterprises. Ordinary Death Eaters lacked the business acumen that the Malfoys possessed. Perhaps for these convoluted reasons, Voldemort exhibited a degree of leniency towards Abraxas, allowing him to recuperate at home instead of forcing him to venture out injured, killing alongside Lucius. Sometimes, Abraxas would find himself lost in thought, wondering if perhaps Voldemort harbored a tiny remnant of insignificant affection for him. Yet he quickly cast aside such superfluous emotions. For the sake of the Malfoys, he would never debase himself to plead for Tom Riddle's favor and compassion, for Tom possessed neither. Lucius had departed to undertake those dangerous tasks at Voldemort's behest. Severus lay quietly on the plush bed in Lucius's chamber, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, as if he could see through it into the endless void. Not a whisper broke the silence. He felt as though he was on a deserted island. He attempted to close his eyes, but thoughts of longing and worry surged forth like a relentless tide, refusing to subside. At that moment, Severus acutely realized that he missed the platinum peacock. He was utterly certain of it. The frost flowers on the bedside table had bloomed, and upon parting from his beloved, Severus pushed aside the covers, and rose to observe the changing colors of the frost flowers' petals. Their hues closely resembled Lucius's eyes. Yet Lucius was out there, compelled to undertake those repulsive and perilous tasks. Soon, he too would leave this place to return to Prince Manor, fulfilling the demands of the portraits who required him to master potions, charms, and alchemy. Then he would have to venture alone into the Muggle world, leading the consortium's new wave of acquisitions. The Cold War had brought about economic depression, yet it had also opened up countless opportunities for emerging capital groups like PM. The capricious tides of international affairs were of a complexity far beyond the superficial intrigues of the wizarding world. Lost in thought, he found himself recalling Lucius once more. He was uncertain why he suddenly thought of Muggle fairy tales. Lucius, with his platinum hair, suddenly reminded Severus of a long-haired princess. And though he bore the surname Prince, he was not a prince destined to rescue the princess, but a wizard. A wizard who would choose to remain in the tower, forever accompanying and safeguarding. Upon contemplating this, Severus found it rather romantic. After the nude examinations, Narcissa had laid her cards on the table with Oleander and Walburga. She did not wish to marry. The Black family needed her. She revealed her plans with Regulus to Oleander. The patriarch of the Black family remained silent for a moment before ultimately nodding his approval. Thus, Narcissa took over part of the Black family's enterprises before even graduating. Naturally, all of this remained unknown to others. She also sent her mother, Druella, abroad. Her mother, Druella Rosier Black, was a paragon of pureblood aristocracy. Unlike Walburga, the delicate Druella bore no dark mark. Such a pureblood which traveling abroad would not attract attention. Narcissa thought to herself that she could not afford to lose Druella again. Though Uncle Oleander was powerful, he shared the same kind of madness that had characterized the Black family throughout the ages, as did Walburga. Her father, Cygnus, though not particularly strong, was shrewd and cunning, rivaling even Abraxas Malfoy. Cygnus's death would benefit the Dark Lord's control over the Blacks. While Narcissa had only gleaned a few hints, they were sufficient to sow seeds of suspicion within her. After the nude examinations, Lucius had taken leave to attend to matters at home. Rabaston Lestrange had already heard about the tasks Voldemort assigned to Lucius, prompting him to assume the role of Slytherin's head even before the chief challenge of the new academic year had commenced. However, Rogier and Dolohov were utterly indifferent, ambitiously seeking to establish their own path. Parkinson, Greengrass, and those foolish Gryffindors, Goyle and Crabbe, were still reminiscing about the graduated Malfoys. Zabini, Avery, and young Black trailed after that potion seller, Prince. In reference to young Crouch, merely mentioning Director Crouch was sufficient for that insolent wretch to dare display a scornful demeanor. Truly perplexing. Consequently, aside from a few minor aristocrats, Lestrange garnered scarcely any new followers. With such a lackluster charisma, it is little wonder that whispers within the circles suggest that the new generation of Lestranges owes their current standing entirely to Bellatrix. Young Barty, of course, harbored a deep-seated disdain for Rabaston Lestrange. This arrogant Lestrange had the audacity to commend him, expressing admiration for the capabilities of Mr. Barty Crouch and hoping his father would pledge fealty to the Dark Lord. This remark ignited a firestorm, with young Barty regarding Lestrange as if he were a lifelong adversary. Meanwhile, the relationship between Regulus and young Barty Crouch significantly softened. Perhaps it was the age-old adage that one becomes acquainted through conflict, or perhaps it was the warmth of that afternoon sun. In any case, they conversed as though under the influence of a truth serum, divulging their deepest thoughts. Young Barty spoke of his domineering father, of his mother ensnared by paternal manipulation, of their gloomy abode, and the house elf Sparkle. Regulus shared tales of his siblings, the Black family, the devoted old creature, and his admiration for Severus. Young Barty found it perplexing that Regulus would idolize a wizard merely a year their senior. rather than venerating the truly illustrious figures. Regulus explained that although the esteemed senior prince was but a young wizard, he bore the weight of prince's glory, a feat young Barty aspired to achieve. Moreover, Severus was the first to acknowledge his courage and strength, deeming him a worthy black. In response, young Barty silently patted Regulus's shoulder and feigned nonchalance, asserting that he was indeed a worthy black. Subsequently, Regulus proactively facilitated a meeting between young Barty and Severus. Young Barty Crouch, hailing from a Ravenclaw lineage, possessed both talent and ambition, yet loathed his father. Thus he was of great utility to the senior student. Young Barty was in dire need of the potions offered by the senior student, who was perfectly positioned to provide them. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Was it not the right choice? Chapter 35. You ignite the fire that was about to extinguish in my heart. Rabaston's attempts to woo or intimidate Severus proved utterly futile. With a cold visage and biting words, he rebuffed Lestrange and his entourage, remaining indifferent to the alluring promises cloaked in grandeur. He declined to engage in political discourse, and subtly hinted to the more discerning Death Eater recruits that while he would not join their ranks, neither would he ally himself with the Order of the Phoenix. Undoubtedly he was a Slytherin. At this juncture, any individual of modest intellect would grasp the underlying implications. Lestrange's scheme had collapsed entirely. No one conspired with him to isolate Severus Prince. After all, while the neutral families within Slytherin were few, they were not non-existent. For these families, the Prince lineage, renowned for generations of potion masters, held far greater value than the outright allegiance to the Dark Lord represented by Lestrange. Furthermore, Severus Prince was the head of the Prince family, whereas Rabaston Lestrange was merely the younger son of his clan. Although Lestrange may have enjoyed a higher social rank than Prince, it did not equate to a superior status over Severus. Rabaston was acutely aware of what these young wizards were contemplating, and harbored considerable dissatisfaction. Even more vexing was the realization that Severus had surreptitiously administered a misfortune potion upon him. A month of misfortune was trivial, but the true concern lay in Severus's ability to poison him without his awareness. This time it was a misfortune potion, but what of next time? Merlin knows it could be a deadly toxin. It was said that in the Middle Ages, potion-making and poisons were the forte of master potion makers. The princes were a celebrated lineage of potion masters. Rabaston understood that this dark-haired boy was issuing him a warning. Moreover, Lucius Malfoy's retainers would not stand idly by while Severus was bullied. They were well aware of Malfoy's high regard for Prince. Therefore, in a bid to appease Lucius Malfoy and the formidable Abraxas behind him, these senior Slytherin students exhibited a certain degree of goodwill toward Severus. This stood in stark contrast to Severus's previous life experiences. He would not be swayed by superficial niceties. Yet neither would he be so extreme as to reject the goodwill of others. Humanity often delights in embellishing the already fortunate. Yet seldom does it extend help in times of need. In his impoverished existence, Severus had experienced two instances of timely assistance, one from Lily and the other from Lucius. He cherished these moments dearly, having paid a significant price for the former. Time has passed, and he has gradually set aside those unspeakable memories. He would likely become the individual he had once aspired to be in his youth, possessing a loving family, wealth and power. Glory would bow before him. Slytherins are indeed such individuals. He would no longer dwell in sorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the final gathering of the academic year. I wish to convey that while Hogwarts may forever remain untouched by war, and no wizard would harm the sanctuary of young wizards, in reality, an invisible war has infiltrated our school. Our headmaster shows favoritism towards Gryffindor, nurturing his righteous followers. The Dark Lord has commanded his devotees to propagate extremist blood purity ideologies, seeking to enlist the entirety of Slytherin in his cause. Yes, my friends, young wizards lacking formed values are more susceptible to external influences, easily becoming fervent admirers of certain powerful wizards. However, we being rational, must think like Rowena Ravenclaw and transform ourselves into a modern-day Noah's Ark amid the raging tides. This is a civil war, a reshuffling of interests. Pureblood wizards, half-blood wizards, and muggle-born wizards are all vying for their rightful space to exist. This is the essence of war. I presume you are all intelligent individuals, capable of understanding that blood purity and justice are merely slogans. Without tangible interests, even the mightiest wizard cannot maintain a multitude of followers for long. In the face of this civil war initiated by the Death Eaters, we must learn to remain discreet and vigilant. However, a bird without talons will have its vibrant feathers plucked, and a plant without toxicity will be devoured by animals. Thus, we must unite and respond fiercely to those provocateurs. The specter of war looms closer. Hogwarts's defense against the dark arts class has proven ineffectual. Upon the commencement of the next school year, we shall not only delve into our studies, but also learn about dark magic defense and dueling. As Salazar Slytherin proclaimed, young wizards must possess the ability to protect themselves. Severus delivered his year-end summary to the members of the study group he had established. This group, composed of pureblood and half-blood wizards from neutral Slytherin families, as well as select elite students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, regularly discussed classroom topics and engaged in additional research endeavors. Occasionally, they even conducted resource exchanges within the organization. The group was small, yet every member possessed considerable intellect. Thus, after attentively listening to their leader, Severus, the members nodded in agreement. They wholeheartedly endorsed Severus's assertions. Subsequently, the group members began to deliberate on how to better ensure confidentiality and avoid foolish actions among themselves. Some proposed strengthening mutual supervision. Others suggested drafting more detailed clauses in a magical contract to guarantee adherence to their agreements. After their fervent discussions and exchanges, they finally delineated the stipulations in an unbreakable magical contract, as reliable as an oath, and inscribed their names one by one. In the wizarding world, names possess inherent magical power. The contract they now entered into was far more stringent and binding than the previous one. Thus, it effectively mitigated the risk of information leakage and prevented those present from being swayed into folly in the future. After listening to his beloved's narrative, Lucius, having completed the tasks assigned by Voldemort, tenderly stroked the boy's hair and praised, "This is truly splendid, Severus. Your prowess guarantees that you will be an exceptional Slytherin." Lucius gazed joyfully into his lover's dark eyes. It was the romantic notions instilled by Eileen Prince that thwarted Severus from inheriting everything. It was the interference of the marauder that disrupted Severus's formative years. It was that lily that transformed Severus's life into a prison. Otherwise, how could he possibly be deprived of glory? He was powerful, aloof, resilient, gifted with a brilliant mind and a gentle soul. Lucius sighed. "You should have succeeded long ago. I anticipated this day long before." Observing Lucius's reflective demeanor, Severus reached out to embrace the platinum noble, locking his arms around Lucius's neck, and gazed intently at him, saying, "Lucius, the days of the past were profoundly dreary, scarcely memorable. Yet in the future, my glory and yours will ultimately stand side by side. I shall always need you." Severus understood Lucius's desire for his success, for him to flourish, for him to improve. The thoughts of the platinum peacock were always so easy to comprehend. Yet he could discern the hidden unease within Lucius. In his past life, Severus's magical prowess surpassed that of Lucius. Otherwise, he could not have stood against 4 marauders nor attracted the Dark Lord's attention as a half-blood. Back then, Lucius was the exalted heir of the Malfoy family, while he was merely a poor half-blood student from Slytherin, with little to boast of aside from a modicum of talent in potions. However, in this life, the intensity of his awakened magic far exceeded that of his former self. Moreover, the legacy of Prince bestowed upon him a certain aura. While the years of solitude amassed a wealth of knowledge and experiences, he accrued wealth and power, appearing to require no assistance to achieve success. In his previous life, the bond between him and Lucius stemmed solely from Lucius's investment, an aid towards a weaker junior. It was only after Lucius's timely assistance that their future materialized. Hence, Lucius's anxiety was understandable. Yet Severus too felt unease. He feared that Lucius might neglect him. They shared a common past, and would undoubtedly share a future. Lucius, tempered by the passage of time, shed the superficiality of his former life, retaining his nobility and elegance of spirit. Lucius's soul was far more pristine than Severus's scarred one. Furthermore, he would never master the Dark Lord's art of manipulation, nor could he emulate Dumbledore's compassionate demeanor, let alone excel in the art of disingenuous socializing. Even as he grew stronger and more visionary, he could not perform the effortless feats that came naturally to Lucius. Thus, he tugged at Lucius's robes and embraced the Malfoy gentleman with profound affection, conveying his need for him and expressing how remarkable he was. "I harbor deep-seated self-loathing, and I carry unspeakable shadows. My soul is weary and sorrowful. Lucius, I am so coldly sarcastic, yet you reignite the extinguished flames of my heart. I cannot live without you." Severus thought, feeling utterly despicable for finding joy in Lucius's assurance that he would not rekindle his past with Narcissa. Even though many within Slytherin deemed that couple a perfect match, and despite the fact that in the previous life, Lucius and Narcissa enjoyed a harmonious marriage. Upon recognizing Lucius's disquiet, did he utter these self-deprecating words solely to soothe Lucius? Severus did not believe so. He felt vile for weaving his own desires and self-hatred into a web that ensnared the wings of the platinum butterfly. Yet he had to do this. For years, he had remained passive, waiting for Lucius to proffer his affection for him to seize. He could not afford to be selfish, perpetually waiting for Lucius to come to him. He needed to convey to Lucius that he loved him too, to alleviate Lucius's constant anxiety. Lucius gently caressed his beloved's silken arms, as if touching an invaluable treasure. His gaze brimmed with tenderness and love, quietly listening as his lover unveiled his heart for the first time, pouring forth his innermost thoughts. Every word, every phrase, resonated in Lucius's ears like celestial music. This heartfelt confession made Lucius feel that Severus's affection for him was no less than his own for Severus. His heart swelled with boundless joy. In that moment, he felt like the happiest person in the world. Amidst their physical closeness, Lucius found himself questioning his self-control. His gray-blue eyes ignited with passion and desire. But he could not. Lucius gazed into Severus's gemstone-like, obsidian eyes, his voice hoarse as he said, "Severus, I must go to the washroom." Yet the dark-haired boy pressed against him, retrieving a vial of silver potion from his ring and gulping it down. Lucius watched as Severus transformed into a tall, imposing man. Severus maintained his grip, kissing Lucius's lips, unable to suppress a moan. Lucius felt like a sacred being ravaged, like a priest in sacrifice. "Severus!" Lucius exclaimed in astonishment, calling the name of the striking dark-haired man before him, having never imagined Severus would take such a form. The youthful Severus had been a tender sapling in need of his protection. The older Severus was a deadened volcano, estranged from the world, cold and sardonic. Since his rebirth, Lucius had witnessed Severus gradually extricate himself from the mire and confinement of his past. He had observed Severus cunningly amass wealth and power, yet had never anticipated him to express his emotions so proactively and fervently. The Severus under the influence of the aging potion was taller, and bore a striking demeanor. His skin was pale, and his features, enhanced by the awakening of his lineage, were far more handsome than the Severus of his previous life. Yet his general contours remained unchanged. His thin lips were as red as rubies adorning a crown. Severus resembled Snow White. Lucius, who had been jested as the long-haired princess by Severus, gazed enraptured at his beloved's transformation. Under Lucius's ardent gaze, Severus continued to kiss him, traversing from the pale neck of youth to his soft lips, and then to his gray-blue eyes. His hands traced Lucius's waist, unfastening his garments, caressing his flushed skin, kissing his snow-white chest. "Lucius, is it permissible? Next time, may I take the lead?" Lucius's rational mind warned him that even if Severus took charge, it was still inappropriate. This was Severus's first initiative. What was there to hesitate about? Agree to him. This was your desire as well, was it not? Moreover, with Severus's character, after this occasion, he would undoubtedly feel guilty, ensuring that next time it would be Lucius's turn to lead. Was this not what you had longed for every night after embracing Severus? Agree to him, and you shall gain everything. The young master of the Malfoy household was thoroughly ensnared by temptation as he gazed into the depths of his lover's black eyes, allowing himself to relax. "Severus, I love you." This was nearly an unspoken agreement. Their bodies pressed closely together, leading to an intense entanglement. Outside, the day blazed brightly, while inside, they indulged in a moment of ecstasy. It was the fusion of spirit and flesh, an amalgamation of the platinum rose and moonlit iris. The most exquisite flowers would blossom together, awaiting the retreat of the night, heralding the dawn. Chapter 36, The Conspiracy of Capitalists. The villa where Severus and Lucius resided in the Muggle realm of London was both spacious and comfortable. The entire edifice was enveloped by an orchard, where one could step outside and glean apples, peaches, apricots, and cherries at will. The overall ambience was remarkably refreshing, akin to the crispness of apple mint hard candy. Upon entering the villa, the first thing that captivated the eye was the vividly colored hall. The walls were adorned with pale green wallpaper, embellished with exquisite patterns and motifs. The floor was covered with a plush, snow-white carpet that felt soft and comforting underfoot, as though one were treading on clouds. The villa boasted numerous rooms, each meticulously arranged and exquisitely decorated. The bedrooms featured cozy beds and furnishings. The study displayed an array of precious books and solid wood furniture, while the dining room was furnished with walnut dining tables and chairs, complemented by elegant French dinnerware. At mealtimes, the chef would prepare the most delectable dishes. The villa's security was entrusted to the staff of the Silver Serpent Security Company, once a notorious gang now clad in pristine leather. Severus and Lucius indulged in their passionate liaison for 2 weeks. Severus had experienced life as a platinum noble, and had been subject to the whims of such aristocracy. After consuming an array of 10 different age enhancement potions, he was reluctantly summoned back to the realm of work by his subordinates' relentless calls. Meanwhile, Lucius remained at home, practicing mental occlusion and preparing lessons. He was to teach at Hogwarts, following the path of Professor Slughorn, serving as the potions teaching assistant and the assistant head of Slytherin House. With the unwavering support of the Dark Lord and the endorsement of the pureblood families of Slytherin, Lucius successfully secured this position. Despite Dumbledore's reluctance to allow Lucius into Hogwarts, the threats posed by Voldemort and the insistence of half the Board of Governors forced Dumbledore to acquiesce under certain conditions. Indeed, the stipulation required Lucius to sign a magical contract pledging not to intentionally harm the lives of young witches and wizards. Dumbledore had hoped for an unbreakable vow, promising not to endanger any interests of Hogwarts. However, Abraxas Malfoy would never agree to such terms, deeming them too damaging and fraught with loopholes. Mr. Prince, the value of properties near your villa has surged due to its defenses, remarked Jackson Oppenheimer as he and Nelson Barkley arrived at Severus's residence in quick succession. The former, known for his playful demeanor, greeted Severus with a teasing remark. Mr. Barkley, Mr. Oppenheimer, welcome to the Fruit Wine Hall. Severus casually returned the greeting, disregarding the jest. The Fruit Wine Hall was a name bestowed by Lucius upon the London villa, inspired by their annual fruit-picking excursions to craft fruit wines. Thank you, my friend. After all these years, you still seem so youthful, Jackson Barkley stated, engaging in the customary social niceties as he took a seat. It is my honor, sir. Severus replied with a slight nod as the staff of Silver Serpent served red tea, fruit wine, and delicacies. The two affluent muggles, oblivious to the world of magic, could not fathom that Severus was a 14-year-old youth who had consumed age potions. The wizards had successfully established magical barriers and enacted confidentiality laws that erased muggles' memories of witches and wizards. Consequently, even the oldest noble families remained unaware of the existence of magic. In a past life, Severus had taken pride in this ignorance, viewing muggles as fools, utterly oblivious to magic. However, decades of spectral existence had illuminated the true purpose of that barrier. To protect whom? The notes from Prince Manor and unembellished historical texts had revealed the capabilities of muggles. Clerics endowed with holy power had once led muggles in vanquishing dark beings like wizards, vampires, and werewolves, only to later be forsaken by their own followers. Wizards, safeguarded by the barriers, remained reclusive, while vampires and werewolves were forced to dwell in shadows. Thus, he would never reveal his existence before muggles devoid of young witches and wizards, unless he could subdue all ambitious contenders, regardless of whether they were muggles, wizards, or dark creatures. Barkley and Oppenheimer had extensively analyzed the man before them, a titan who had ascended to the realm of international capital within a mere few years. Their families concluded that his ancestors must have possessed treasures akin to Solomon's, for there was no other explanation for his immense wealth. However, the truth remained elusive, as Count P, with his armed force of Silver Serpent, harbored no fear of anyone's covetousness. Moreover, Count P's friend, Count M, was a masterful politician, adept in the art of diplomacy, ensuring that Count P's political ventures rarely incurred losses. Of course, they had not gathered merely to uncover secrets but to carve up the market. The stagnation of economic growth had persisted for too long. Welfare programs had nearly crippled the treasury, and the internal issues within state-owned enterprises were becoming increasingly severe. This was the moment for capitalists to unite. The three exchanged knowing glances, each comprehending the other's intent. Thus, they abstained from protracted pleasantries, as it was rumored that Count P abhorred such formalities. Were Count M present, their negotiations might have meandered from oil paintings to jewelry, from the hue of fine wines to the 12 most delectable pastries from France. However, in the company of Count P, there was no need to strain for social niceties. I trust, Count, that you are well aware of the impending economic crisis. Your penetration into the financial sector is profound, and those reckless spenders and mismanagers have amassed considerable pounds from you. I must commend your swiftness, which has led to the loss of several of our ventures, Barkley lamented, recalling instances when his sales representatives had missed opportunities merely by lagging behind. Severus thought to himself that it was the effect of the Felix Felicis. Yet what escaped his lips was, "We are all astute economic minds, therefore, I presume you have also made preparations in advance. Thus, there is no need to lament for your unfortunate friend here. Our meeting today is to discuss future plans, not to reminisce." Oppenheimer shrugged. The economic crisis is worsening. The Dow Jones Index declines daily. Retail investors are out of funds. And I believe we should turn our attention to new ventures. A free economy is something we all require. The era of war and Roosevelt has passed, has it not? The privatization of state-owned enterprises is beneficial for all. We must discuss our next steps. Barkley slowly articulated his thoughts. Gentlemen, I propose we exploit this economic crisis to drive the stock market to its nadir. At that point, the middle class will undoubtedly protest to the government. With the upcoming election year, it presents the perfect opportunity to launch new economic policies. We can categorize our existing and urgently needed industries. Barclay Bank for banking, insurance, railways, and mining. LSO Consortium for mining, daily chemicals, telecommunications, and electrical. PM for pharmaceuticals, arms, daily chemicals, and mining. The rest will depend on individual capabilities? Severus directly addressed the other two. Oh no, Severus. We need to renegotiate, they replied. After a series of negotiations, a broad framework was established. Severus rang a bell to summon his subordinates, instructing them to bring in the waiting lawyers and financial experts for further negotiations and contract drafting. The major framework had been agreed upon, while the finer details would require deliberation by their aides. After 2 hours of negotiations, multiple copies of the contracts emerged. Fresh and ready, Severus and his 2 business partners inscribed their signatures and affixed their seals to the documents. Upon signing the freshly drafted contract, their relationship instantly transformed from that of mere acquaintances to the closest of partners. From this moment forth, they would stand side by side, confronting the myriad opportunities and challenges that lay ahead. Despite harboring mutual suspicions and wariness towards each other, their ultimate ambition remained strikingly aligned. Both aspired to seize opportunities amidst the vast crisis, aiming to profit handsomely from the situation. For now, the trustworthiness of the other seemed acceptable. It was imperative that their existence remained concealed from the public eye. The roots of any potential errors could be traced back to the government, the cyclical nature of economic crises, or the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. However, they must remain hidden in the depths. A task demanding the efforts of the media. Gentlemen, your newspapers may now spring into action, Severus remarked to Barclays and Oppenheimer following the signing of their contract. Indeed, Severus. Nevertheless, your media company should also commence its endeavors. Beyond the relentless bombardment of newspapers, the subtle influence of film and television is indispensable. Severus nodded in agreement, acknowledging the profit to be gained from utilizing magic to create spectacular effects within the entertainment industry. A unified narrative in public opinion is essential. The easily swayed masses are the most susceptible to manipulation. This was a valuable lesson gleaned from the Muggle world. Compared to the intricate machinations of Muggle elites, the public relations and political struggles within the wizarding community seemed rather juvenile. In truth, the pureblood aristocrats of the wizarding world were akin to the top capitalists of the Muggle realm. They monopolized wealth, encroaching upon the interests of lesser purebloods and the living space of the common folk, leading to perpetual disputes. The wizarding aristocrats chose to ally with Voldemort, propagating the doctrine of pureblood supremacy to suppress half-bloods and Muggles, thus safeguarding their own interests. Conversely, Muggle capitalists sought to influence elections through political donations, utilizing politicians as their puppets to suppress rivals and establish monopolies. It was evident that the pureblood aristocrats' scheme had already faltered. They had misjudged Voldemort's capabilities and had transitioned from players to mere pawns on the chessboard. Figures like Malfoy and Parkinson remained composed, at least retaining their rationality, while families such as Lestrange, Black, and Nott had succumbed entirely to Voldemort's authority, some even completely indoctrinated. After finalizing the agreement with Barclays and Oppenheimer, Severus returned to Prince Manor, wrapping up plans for the expansion into Muggle industries. Lucius had yet to return. After their intimate moments, he departed for America to pursue angel investments in the tech industry, not to return until Hogwarts resumed. Severus, holding a doll resembling Lucius, listened to the young Lucius recount his whimsical experiences of riding kangaroos, a smile gracing his lips. We could keep a few at the manor if you fancy, Severus remarked to the doll. Across the ocean, Lucius caressed the soft, white fabric of young Severus's cloak, lazily replying, "Never mind, Severus. I prefer magical creatures, kangaroos, while amusing. Lack elegance." Severus sighed to himself, contemplating that perhaps his gift for Lucius this year should be an easel. As the president of the Aesthetics Association, Lucius would surely appreciate such a beautiful creature. Chapter 37. The start of 4th year. During a holiday filled with sweetness and busyness, time seemed to fly by. Before long, the delightful moments quietly slipped away. The time for Hogwarts to commence had arrived. Severus gazed tenderly at Lucius, who lay beside him, his eyes brimming with warmth and affection. He gently lowered his head, slowly leaning in towards Lucius's serene visage, savoring the softness of his breath. Then, with utmost care, Severus placed a light kiss upon Lucius's forehead. Finally, he tenderly caressed Lucius's cheek, whispering, "May you have sweet dreams, Lucius." He quietly rose and exited the room. As a member of the faculty, Lucius could access Hogwarts directly through the door key. On the Hogwarts Express, Severus found himself in the exclusive compartment of the Prince family, engrossed in a tome on alchemy. Both he and Lucius had dedicated their recent years to studying this art, although they found it far less intriguing than the lucrative fields of dark magic and potions. Nevertheless, to bolster their strength against potential threats from the Muggle world that might emerge decades hence, they needed to delve into alchemy to devise large-scale magical weaponry. Their privately established laboratory was also engaged in this endeavor, though progress was frustratingly slow. Just as Severus immersed himself in the ancient alchemical texts, a knock at the compartment door interrupted his reverie. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Avery and Zabini, who swiftly entered the compartment and seated themselves directly across from Severus with remarkable fluidity, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. "My dear Severus, how delightful to see you again. I detect the scent of love upon you. I wonder which young lady has captured the heart of our beloved prince?" Avery exclaimed, catching the sweet fragrance emanating from Severus, feeling as though he had seen a ghost. It was well known that such ostentatious adornments were favored only by their graduated peers, the likes of Lucius Malfoy. Severus had always exuded the earthy aroma of bitter herbs. Fragrance was foreign to him. "Mr. Avery, if your mind isn't muddled by the trivialities of sensationalist tabloids, you ought to be aware of my age," Severus replied earnestly, fabricating a story as though he had not just risen from Lucius's bed. "As a soon-to-be fourth-year student, my holiday has not been as eventful as yours, Mr. Avery. I heard you had a splendid time at the Zabini residence?" "Mrs. Zabini seemed quite taken with your sweet words, Mr. Avery. To the extent of abandoning her son to spend the entire summer with you?" Avery's face flushed crimson as he shot a glare at Zabini. "Daniel, why do you divulge everything to Severus? Isn't that what your owl is for?" Zabini shrugged in complaint. "Avery, Merlin knows what a mess you and my mother have left for me. While you frolicked in Hawaii, I was left alone with the adults at our family gathering, yearning to vanish into a crack in the ground. Even so, am I not allowed to express my grievances to my friends?" Avery retorted sheepishly. "What of your father? With Mrs. Zabini absent, shouldn't Mr. Zabini be entertaining the guests?" Zabini rolled his eyes. "Of course he is off gallivanting with my mother, just like she is sneaking around with a young lover like you. Whether it is one or several, I have no idea." Indeed, Zabini remained true to his nature. One could not judge his character based on Daniel's lack of charm. Just look at how accustomed he was to such matters. Moreover, with Avery's temperament, if Zabini had cared, he would never have pursued an affair with Mrs. Zabini. Slytherin would never sacrifice friendship for a fleeting romance. Very well, young Mr. Zabini, I apologize. I shall assist you with a week's worth of history of magic homework. 2 weeks would suffice," Avery said, lowering his head in guilt. Thus, after Avery promised to help Zabini with 2 weeks of homework and carry his bag for a month, Zabini finally forgave him for the disgraceful act of stealing Mrs. Zabini away. Their initial topic had shifted, yet Avery still felt inextricably that Severus had emerged as a true man during the holiday, not solely due to the sweet fragrance, but because of an ineffable feeling that lingered in the air. Perhaps it is due to the fact that he too matured during this summer? Moreover, while Severus may not possess the striking beauty of his seniors, Malfoy and Black, it does not imply that he is inferior to Lucius Malfoy or Regulus Black. Indeed, among the girls of Slytherin, Severus's appearance is even more admired than that of the aforementioned two. They say that Prince's looks, much like his demeanor, exude a chilling elegance, and he appears remarkably dependable. If Malfoy embodies the handsome Apollo, then Prince represents the frigid Pluto of the cold county. However, during this encounter, Avery felt as though Severus was akin to an ice river cracking open, unleashing a cascade of spring waters. A profound sense of satisfaction radiated from Severus's brow and eyes. "So, who is that mysterious young lady?" Avery speculated that she might be Vera Dawn or Narcissa Black. The former is one of the few girls in Slytherin capable of engaging Severus in conversation, while the latter is a friend of his. Furthermore, Severus shows considerable care for little Black, making it difficult to dismiss the notion of affection. He never entertained the idea that Severus's beloved could be Lucius Malfoy, for he had never considered that his composed and traditional friend would be attracted to a wizard, and he had always viewed Lucius as merely Severus's close friend. The Hogwarts Express arrived at Hogwarts in the evening. After greeting the fourth-year Slytherins, Severus, with Avery as assistants, led them in an orderly line towards the carriages. Zabini, lacking in such social skills, had quietly concealed himself within the crowd. The trio of Severus, Avery, and the others boarded the same thestral-drawn carriage, while the other fourth-year Slytherins silently took their seats. Compared to the lively Gryffindor, this space was as quiet as a still pond. With James's keen perception, he quickly spotted Severus and his companions. Letting out a disdainful snort, he remarked to Sirius, the little venomous snake from Slytherin, and his lackeys. Sirius, seemingly oblivious, directed all his attention to Regulus, who was closely following little Barty Crouch. "What did you say, James? Sorry, I didn't catch that." James Potter had also noticed Regulus. He was not entirely devoid of tact, at least considerate towards his friends. He shrugged. "It's nothing, I just saw Isadora. Isn't she your ex-girlfriend? No matter. Let us go find Lupin and Lily." "All right, sharp-tongued fork," Sirius replied lazily. The Great Hall of Hogwarts always shimmered brilliantly on the first day of term. Severus sat at the head of the fourth-year table, attentively ignoring Rabastin's chatter. He cast a glance towards the staff table at Lucius, offering him a distant nod. Lucius immediately caught the gaze of his beloved, and returned the gesture with a gentle, affectionate look. It was only when Professor Slughorn called upon him that Lucius reluctantly averted his eyes. Severus, too, was momentarily lost in thought. Just as he was distracted, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. He turned alertly, only to find Vera Dawn had stealthily approached him, holding a bottle of his favorite bilious sparkling wine. This Slytherin girl, hailing from a Ravenclaw family, clumsily offered him a toast, her demeanor earnest yet her expression marked with unprecedented anxiety. What could be the matter? He graciously sipped the wine she poured and softly inquired, "What troubles you, Vera?" In a hushed tone, Vera replied, "Severus, I need your help. Can we talk tomorrow?" Of course, Severus acquiesced to Vera's request. The Dawns are a family worth befriending, and Vera possesses good character. Vera lowered her gaze, praying to Merlin for the 10,000th time. Last semester, she was still an innocent, naive child. Yet, this summer shattered all her illusions. Due to familial strife, her uncle had treacherously attacked her father. The agony was excruciating, leaving him in pieces, flesh torn apart, accompanied by an ominous curse. Had it not been for the intervention of the soulmate contract, and her mother's immediate rescue through the portkey, her father might have succumbed to the cruel torment of his wicked uncle. The mere thought of the St. Mungo's doctors being powerless against the curse on her father filled Vera with a burning desire for vengeance against her uncle. What nonsense about the Death Eater's future and family honor. Her uncle's grandstanding was merely a facade for his ambition to usurp power. Vera was uncertain if Severus could save her father. Admittedly, Severus is a genius and bears the prince name, yet he is still too young. However, at this juncture, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, Vera would not relent. If not truly desperate, why would she seek the help of a classmate for such a faint possibility? Chapter 38. Vera's Plea. Dumbledore did not focus his attention on Severus and Vera. Instead, his cerulean eyes, imbued with curiosity, turned towards Lucius, as if seeking to peer through Lucius's handsome yet haughty visage to unveil the innermost thoughts of his heart. What is the true purpose of Abraxas Malfoy's son coming to work at Hogwarts? Is the cunning fox of the Malfoy family harboring ulterior motives against his master, attempting to secure a backup plan for the family? Or is Tom eager to raise an army at Hogwarts, thus placing Malfoy as a spy? However, Lucius Malfoy's arm indeed remained unblemished, devoid of the repugnant mark, which ultimately led Dumbledore not to vehemently oppose the governor's and Slughorn's resolute endorsement of Lucius. Perhaps Malfoy could be swayed? Dumbledore's gaze then fell upon Rabastin Lestrange of Slytherin. Rabastin, the brother of Bellatrix Black Lestrange and Rodolphus Lestrange, and a fervent follower of Tom Riddle. Dumbledore couldn't help but frown slightly. This seemingly insignificant Rabastin, trailing behind his brother and sister-in-law, though less clever and cunning than Lucius, was undoubtedly more cruel and merciless. Rabastin brazenly pledged his loyalty to his master, wishing for nothing more than a Hogwarts filled with Death Eaters. This was truly disheartening. Yet, Dumbledore was acutely aware that he would prefer to have 10 Rabastins among the Death Eaters, rather than a single Malfoy. The difference between having wit and being devoid of it is significant. Thus, what is Lucius Malfoy's true intention in coming to Hogwarts? As the dinner concluded amidst Dumbledore's reflections, the heads of houses guided their respective new students back to their dormitories. This year Severus, now in his 4th year, was spared from this burdensome task. As the 4th-year prefect, he would inevitably assume the role of Slytherin's head in the 5th year. In the Slytherin dungeons, the contest for the chief position of the new academic year had commenced, with the 1st-year head being a girl from the Caro family named Electo. The 3rd-year Amicus is her brother. No one from the 4th year dared to challenge Severus. Over the past 3 years, Severus had defeated all challengers each year, having already established his authority. Rabastin Lestrange's self-proclaimed shadow prefect position was quite precarious. with Lucius Malfoy becoming the assistant head of Slytherin. He inspired a hint of ambition even within Pansy Parkinson, not to mention Antonin Dolohov and Evan Rosier, who had long-standing grievances with the Lestranges. Young Rosier, lacking the courage to confront the seventh-year Rabaston, could only cast envious glances at the younger Lestrange. Dolohov, however, had fewer reservations. When Rabaston inquired if anyone wished to challenge him, Dolohov boldly stepped forward and declared, "Lestrange, I challenge you." Dolohov, do you a foolish oaf? Aspire to become the head of the house? Very well, I accept your challenge. Zabini cast a glance at Severus, who sat gracefully in a silver-green armchair, observing the spectacle. The intricate dark patterns of the moonlight iris on his house uniform were exquisite, and his slightly curled black hair cascaded behind him. His dark eyes sparkled with interest as he watched the contest for leadership unfold in the common room, akin to a theatrical farce. Vera sat close to Severus, her lashes lowered, lost in her thoughts. Zabini felt an inexplicable sadness emanating from her. Turning his attention to Avery, he found the fellow enthusiastically watching Rabaston and Dolohov engage in a fierce brawl. The younger students, third years Caro, Crouch, and Black, were also fixated on the battlefield. Dolohov's attacks were brutal, raining down blows on Rabaston with merciless fervor. Yet, it proved challenging to subdue Rabaston, a scion of the Lestrange family who had honed his skills under Bellatrix and Rodolphius. He was well versed in the dark arts and adept at utilizing his protective armor. With his formidable defensive capabilities, he toyed with Dolohov, effortlessly evading his onslaught. Ultimately, Rabaston emerged victorious, a testament to Dumbledore's belief that intellect triumphs over brute force. While Rabaston's wits may not rival those of Lucius Malfoy, they were certainly sufficient to deal with a brute like Dolohov. After Rabaston's triumph, Severus promptly departed. He intended to meet Lucius, having secured Slughorn's approval. Lucius still resided in the dormitory shared by him and Severus, rather than having a separate accommodation. That evening Lucius, fueled by jealousy over Vera, coaxed Severus into yielding ground to him, the details of which remain unspoken. The following day, Severus accompanied Vera to the room of requirement. This enchanted space was enveloped in an invisible protective barrier, ensuring that no prying ears could overhear or spy upon them. Vera, realizing this, sighed in relief and settled into the silver-blue sofa that Severus gestured towards. Severus's voice, as cold as a mountain spring, broke the silence. "Miss Dorn, what is it you wish to request of me?" His calm demeanor helped soothe Vera's anxiety. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she summoned her courage and replied, "Severus, I implore you to assist in saving my father." Her voice trembled, heavy with concern. Severus furrowed his brow, signaling her to continue. An air of tension enveloped the room of requirement, as if time itself had come to a standstill. With a sorrowful expression, Vera continued, "Severus, my father has been attacked by a wizard employing the Cruciatus curse, and has fallen victim to 8 or 9 malevolent hexes. The healers at St. Mungo's claim there is no hope. My mother and I, refusing to accept this, sought the counsel of Master Draylon in Nottingham. However, he too stated he could do nothing. The Prince family has a long-standing legacy, and you, Severus, are a rare talent, which is why I thought to request your assistance in examining my father's condition. If you are unable to help, I shall accept my fate. Should you succeed in saving his life, the Dorn family would offer the origins of the ancient runes as a reward." This tome was a priceless classic in the realm of magical runes, and the fee proposed by the Dorn family was not insignificant. "Can you enlighten me on the circumstances?" Vera blinked, revealing the treachery of her uncle who had betrayed her father. There was little to conceal, for if Severus were to investigate seriously, the Dorn family could not maintain their silence. "Due to these events, Headmaster Slughorn permitted me to return home over the weekend to care for my mother. If possible, I wish to request that you accompany me this weekend to assess my father's condition. Severus, the Dorn family cannot bear to lose their father. If you can preserve his life, I am willing to offer more than the origins of the ancient runes. Whatever the Dorn family possesses may be yours." Severus nodded in agreement. After all, Vera appeared to be grasping at straws, and visiting her father would require little effort on his part. If he could save Mr. Dorn, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. If he could not, it would merely be a waste of time. No one could fault him for it. "If you are willing to trust me, Vera, you may seek Professor Slughorn's assistance in securing my leave." Vera exhaled in relief, wishing fervently in that moment that Severus could transform into a master potion maker. At 13, Gregory Street in Wales, Severus followed Vera to her home. It was a 3-story villa, adorned in hues of black and gold, with vibrant pink roses in a vase, Mrs. Dorn's favorite flower. In the master bedroom, Mrs. Dorn tended to her husband, while the house elf Claire brought in red tea and biscuits for the guests. Severus declined the offering, urging Vera to lead him to Mr. Dorn. With a grateful glance at Severus, Vera hastily guided him to the master bedroom. As they walked, Severus donned protective gloves crafted from unicorn hair and mithril. These gloves shielded against various herbs, toxins, and curses without hindering a wizard's tactile engagement with potion ingredients, a requirement mandated by the portraits during his research. Before Mr. Dorn's window, Severus lightly tapped his wand, casting several diagnostic spells. Vera had witnessed these spells before. They were employed by the healers at St. Mungo's. However, she then observed Severus perform 2 incantations she had never seen. Following this, he approached and lifted Mr. Dorn's eyelid for inspection. "Severus, do you believe there is hope?" Vera inquired, her voice taut with anxiety. "The situation is dire, Miss Dorn. Your uncle's madness has inflicted far too many cruciatus curses. If I am not mistaken, the healers at St. Mungo's should have administered the latest soothing and detoxifying potions. However, due to the cruciatus curses, several hexes have infiltrated your father's blood and marrow. This is indeed grim news. Is there any remedy, Severus?" Vera's eyes brimmed with tears, mirroring the sentiments conveyed by Master Draylon. "I possess a freezing potion that can induce a state of slumber in your father's body, halting the curses from further infiltrating his marrow. However, it will not resolve his physical ailments. Moreover, this potion is a recent development of mine, untested on human subjects. Should you choose to proceed, we must sign a waiver, as I risk imprisonment in Azkaban otherwise." "Let us proceed, Mr. Prince," Mrs. Dorn declared, her face pale and voice trembling with resolve. Regardless of the outcome, the Dorn family would remember the Prince family's kindness. The situation could not worsen. By utilizing Severus's potion, they could at least preserve their husband and father's life while awaiting a solution from the wizarding world to counteract the cruciatus curse and those vile hexes. Severus nodded and retrieved a vial containing a glacial blue potion from his ring. This unexpected outcome from his research on the dark mark could maintain a body in its current state of slumber. This potion was crucial for those who suffered severe injuries without timely treatment. Severus believed this potion could earn him immense renown and wealth in both the Muggle and wizarding worlds, prompting his decision to pursue further research on it. With trembling fingers, Vera administered the potion to her father. As Mr. Dorn's complexion paled after consuming the potion, both Vera and her mother felt their hearts quiver. Mrs. Dorn placed her hand on her husband's heart. Thankfully, it still beat beneath her touch. Severus examined Mr. Dorn's body and remarked to Viara, "The potion has taken effect. Your father's life should no longer be slipping away. However, 2 essential conditions must be met to awaken him. One is a remedy for the cruciatus curse, and the other is to resolve these curses. As one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the cruciatus curse lacks a countercurse, and currently, there is no potion capable of healing the soul damage inflicted by its excessive torment. The Lombardons, who suffered at the hands of Death Eaters in a past life, lay in St. Mungo's without awakening until Voldemort was vanquished for the second time. Both in this life and the previous one, Severus had little interest in this research endeavor. In his former life, his mastery of mental occlusion effectively deceived Voldemort, and he had not suffered the cruciatus curse excessively, thus never contemplating how to heal himself from such harm. At that time, Voldemort still required him as a spy and needed him to brew soul stabilizers. So his situation was not dire. After all, excessive exposure to the cruciatus curse could lead to tremors as a lasting consequence. Therefore, he had never considered developing a potion for its cure. Aside from improving the cruciatus alleviation potion for that pain-fearing peacock, he had little interest in such research. However, in this lifetime, he might contemplate placing this seemingly futile research project on his agenda. Those wizards and their families afflicted by the cruciatus curse would surely be grateful to him, and such gratitude would serve him well. After all, those who qualify to be excessively tormented by Death Eaters are rarely simple characters. But that would be a future research topic. At present, he must develop a magical enhancement potion tailored to his lineage, ensuring he maximizes his growth during this critical period of magical development, while also concocting a dark mark potion to ensure the safety of himself and Malfoy. He must create a magical cleansing potion, leaving him no time to rescue the victims of the cruciatus curse. After leaving the master bedroom, Viara finally regained her composure and instructed the house elf to present a copy of the origins of ancient runes along with various gifts to Severus. Severus accepted the offering. "Your gift is splendid, Viara," he said to his friend before departing. "Perhaps you might consider finding a way to travel to China. In that distant land, there exists a potion known as the Tianshan Snow Lotus. To Muggles, it is merely a cosmetic. To wizards, however, it possesses the power to heal the soul. You must understand, the Cruciatus curse affects the soul. Viara had heard of the seclusion and mystery surrounding that far-off country. She recognized the difficulty an outsider would face in seeking ingredients in an entirely unfamiliar land. But the Dorn family would not relent. "Thank you, Severus," she said. Her eyes slightly reddened, grateful that he was willing to provide an effective potion to save her father's life. Although her father remained in a deep slumber, the prospect of true recovery remained distant. Yet there would come a day when her father would improve, and her mother now harbored hope for survival. "No need for thanks. We are friends, Miss Dorn," Severus replied in the manner characteristic of Lucius, feeling uncomfortable as he left the Dorn estate. Chapter 39. Confronting Dumbledore again. "Mr. Prince, the house elves of Hogwarts have informed me that you left the school without permission during the Hogsmeade weekend. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I must inform you that this action violates school regulations, my child," Dumbledore stated, polishing his glasses as he addressed Severus. Severus sat calmly in the chair beside Dumbledore, their proximity reminiscent of their past when he acted as a double agent. This closeness made Severus feel somewhat disoriented. No, he should not dwell on such memories. Even under the protection of his extraordinary mental occlusion, Dumbledore could not perceive his thoughts. Yet he should not be so lax. In an instant, Severus cleared his mind and turned to Dumbledore, presenting a gentle expression. "Merlin knows how he managed to conjure such a demeanor. Headmaster, Miss Dorn implored me to assist in saving her father. She is my friend and is willing to offer adequate compensation, so I agreed to help her. If you wish to deduct points from my house, I would accept that as the price I must pay." His persona at Hogwarts was that of a reclusive scholar and potion genius with certain Slytherin traits. There was no need for him to masquerade as a kind and amiable individual. That would be foolish. Such behavior would invite disdain from his Slytherin peers and raise Dumbledore's suspicions. Instead, maintaining a guarded demeanor towards Dumbledore while lacking the ability to perfectly mask his biases, coupled with his cold yet loyal nature towards friends and his obsession with potions, would ultimately put Dumbledore at ease. "No, no, my child, you have misunderstood," Dumbledore replied, savoring a piece of honeycomb candy. "I summoned you merely to express that in future situations of this nature, you should inform me, your headmaster, as I too worry about the safety of my students. How is Mr. Dorn faring? In his day he was also my student, and I recall his remarkable talent in transfiguration. I have heard from Horace that Mr. Dorn has suffered greatly for an extended period, and his condition is complex and difficult to heal. It is truly heartbreaking. Perhaps Mr. Dorn requires Phoenix tears? I believe Fawkes would be generous enough to spare at least a drop." Was this an attempt to cultivate a relationship with the Ravenclaw family? Severus replied, "Mr. Dorn's condition will not worsen for the time being. Although I am powerless to heal him, I have fortuitously developed a potion that can forcibly induce a deep sleep in Mr. Dorn, halting the loss of his life force. Phoenix tears possess purifying properties and may indeed benefit Mr. Dorn's condition. However, for specifics, I suggest you discuss it further with Miss Dorn." The implication was clear. He would no longer concern himself with the matter. Dumbledore, however, seemed unperturbed by the insinuation, his attention already drawn to another revelation. The fact that Severus had managed to concoct a potion to preserve Mr. Dorn's life astonished him. Was this the genius of Prince? An astonishing potion talent indeed. If only he could influence this young man before him. The Order of the Phoenix desperately needed members like Severus. This was an undeniable truth for Headmaster Dumbledore. In these tumultuous and perilous times, every individual endowed with capability, courage, and wisdom is a priceless asset, especially considering Severus's potential to become a master potion maker. Unfortunately, this boy was impervious to persuasion. Whether it was from him, the greatest white wizard, or from those young Gryffindors extending hands of friendship under his influence, Severus Prince remained uninterested. Fortunately, he also held little regard for the Death Eaters. Aside from Lucius Malfoy and Talia Avery, he had scant affection for the offspring of Death Eater families. Severus dismissed Dumbledore's goodwill. He understood that the old wizard likely desired him to dedicate his wealth, energy, and future to a greater cause, much like the foolish Potter and Black. Perhaps they termed it justice, but he had no interest in such notions. When Dumbledore indicated he could provide precious materials to aid Severus in researching a remedy for Mr. Dorn, Severus flatly refused. "I am afraid, Headmaster, that I do not possess the ability to resolve this issue, nor will I become the personal healer for the Dorn family. Viara Dorn would never make such a request, and I would not consent to it either. As the underage head of House Prince, I have ample responsibilities, a fact that Viara is well aware of. I am truly grateful for your kindness, both towards Mr. Dorn and myself." Severus unhesitatingly rebuffed Dumbledore's overture. displaying no fear of the headmaster's perception of his malevolence. Nor did he care about the thoughts that Vera might harbor upon hearing such words. After all, were it not for Vera Dorn's intellect, he would not find himself engaging in discourse with her. Yet in his heart, Vera remained merely an ordinary friend, unworthy of his mental exertion. Is that so, my child? I regret to say, I am uncertain of this. Dumbledore's olive branch was once again declined, yet he seemed unfazed. Were everyone to cheerfully embrace his goodwill, then those pure-blood aristocrats would not have joined the Death Eaters. He certainly hoped that Prince would serve the Order of the Phoenix. Yet he could not resort to coercive measures. Otherwise, what would distinguish him from Tom? What significance would his years of perseverance hold? The entire wizarding community in Britain would be left in disarray. As Severus hurried back to the dormitory, tumultuous thoughts swirled within him. He pondered. Why did Dumbledore once again take an interest in him? The last encounter with Dumbledore had been due to the foolish Potter. What was the reason this time? Was it Lucius, or Dorn, or perhaps something else entirely? Severus frowned. He detested the sensation of being scrutinized. How could Dumbledore remain oblivious to the alarming expansion of Voldemort's power? Why seek him out instead of conversing with Lucius and Lestrange? It was truly vexing. Perhaps he could devise some trouble for the old headmaster, sparing himself from his incessant attention. The audacious quartet of Gryffindor dared to provoke the vicious and merciless Death Eater Lestrange of Slytherin. Ah, what a most delightful and compelling tale this promised to be. Chapter 40, The Dispute. In the Gryffindor Tower, Lily found herself once again receiving gifts from James Potter. Elizabeth shrugged nonchalantly. Prince was impervious to persuasion, a quintessential Slytherin. She had no choice but to abandon her plans of utilizing Lily to win over Prince for the family. She cast a derisive glance at her dorm mate Brown. Since she had resolved to gain benefits by aiding James Potter in his pursuit of love, why was she now being so pretentious? Envying Evans would not shed a single pound from Nana Brown. Had it not been for her rejection of James Potter's olive branch, due to her fascination with Prince's rare qualities, Nana Brown would never have been in a position to accept the young Potter's advances. Nonetheless, perhaps she ought to be grateful for her initial choice. Otherwise, she would now be loathed by the pureblood girls. Too terrified to disembark from the ship due to the audacity of the quartet, while still compelled to maintain a facade of amiability towards Lily, having severed ties with Prince, had taken her ire out on Elizabeth, and now they were merely ordinary classmates. To avoid becoming the isolated one, Elizabeth naturally sought out other friends. Thus, the Muggle-born girl Mary McMorris became her confidant. Elizabeth found Mary delightful, whether it was the delectable cookies she baked or her affluent background in the Muggle world. Hence, to liberate the socially awkward little witch from the strange atmosphere conjured by Nana Brown and Lily Evans in their dormitory, she must marry. Desperate to find a crevice in the ground to vanish into, Mary looked gratefully at Elizabeth. Isla, did you call for me? I am going for a stroll by the Black Lake. Would you care to join me? Elizabeth, seated before the mirror, lazily adorned her hair with a beautiful crystal hairpin. Mary exclaimed eagerly, of course. I would love to. Upon the departure of the two similarly named girls, Nana Brown scoffed. MacDonald and her little maid have gone out. Lily Evans, who had been happily toying with the defensive necklace she had just received, frowned and set down her gift upon hearing Nana's words. Nana, you shouldn't speak of Mary like that. Then it is permissible to speak ill of Elizabeth MacDonald? Nana Brown loathed Lily's comments, for they always seemed particularly cruel and spiteful. However, considering the prankster prowess of James Potter and his friends, Nana could only muster an awkward smile. Is that so? Lily, I dare say you are far too kind. Elizabeth and Mary strolled near the Black Lake, where the scenery was splendid. The students of Hogwarts adored this locale, particularly couples. Today a pair of enviable lovers, Ravenclaw's St. Phineas and Hufflepuff's Rose Abio, could be seen nearby. The former was the top of the 6th year, reputed to have achieved 11 OS in his OWLs and possessed a keen interest in potions. The latter, highly gifted in herbology, had already become Professor Sprout's assistant. Margaret and Mary were close enough to hear the couple's exchange. Sane addressed his girlfriend, darling. I appreciate that you haven't complained about my lack of fervor compared to Justin's girlfriend. You know how difficult it is for me to express affection. Forgive me. My dear Rose. Rose Abio linked her arm through his, saying, there is nothing for which you need to apologize. Everyone has a different temperament. If you were like Potter, I might not even like you. Besides, excessive boldness can be frightening. During the summer, Potter and Black publicly insulted the Dark Lord at my uncle's pub. I admit they are brave, but you know my uncle's establishment has always been bustling with business. Who knows if any of the patrons were Death Eaters? Yet they acted so recklessly. If you were to do such a thing, I would have to break up with you. For I do not wish to be widowed at a young age. I shall heed your words, Rose. Sane embraced his girl, seemingly casually brushing past Slytherin's knot and others. Elizabeth and Mary exchanged glances, astonished that Potter exhibited such audacity outside of school, and even more surprised that Phineas and his girlfriend were sharing intimate conversation, while inadvertently encountering the most extreme members of Slytherin. Before long, not Lestrange and the Carrows confronted the audacious quartet. The young witches and wizards in the study group successfully completed their task of inciting discord. Severus's guidance ensured that these young sorcerers executed their plans flawlessly, imparting the knowledge he had gleaned from Muggle actors. Moreover, he remained undetected by Dumbledore, fully aware of the areas devoid of the headmaster's watchful eye. Thus, even if Dumbledore were to discover that someone was stirring up trouble and employed his authority to monitor students, he would remain oblivious to the true instigator. The conflict between the quartet and the Death Eater recruits effectively diverted Dumbledore's attention. Severus was exceedingly pleased by this outcome. Furthermore, Dumbledore did not publicly intervene to halt the skirmish. Severus could surmise that Dumbledore was likely preoccupied with training James Potter, as if he were the chosen one. Perhaps also involving Remus Lupin and Sirius Black. The latter was a matter of uncertainty for Severus, considering that the foolish dog was black. Finding solace in the misfortunes of those he despised, Severus once again restored the tranquility of his academic life, until one fateful day, after potions class had concluded, Slughorn called out to him, "Severus, do you have any classes remaining?" "None, Professor." "Could you stay for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." "Certainly, Professor." Thus, after the fourth-year students of Slytherin and Gryffindor departed, Severus and Slughorn proceeded to his office located in the dungeon. "Severus, my friend from St. Mungo's mentioned that you attended to Mr. Doan?" Slughorn inquired, handing Severus a cup of red tea, his tone gentle. "One cannot say attended to, Professor. That potion merely halts the further erosion of the curse upon the patient. It does not resolve the affliction itself. In truth, those ailments do not vanish." "That is quite remarkable," Slughorn exclaimed upon hearing Severus's precise response. "Child, have you applied for a patent?"
Sévru pondait momentarily, instantly grasping Slughorn's intention.
It was evident that the professor, who was keen on showcasing brilliant students as prized possessions, hoped that he would publish a paper, announcing to the world that Severus Snape had invented a wondrous new potion during his student years. This would serve to demonstrate to the entire field of potion-making the exceptional capabilities Slughorn possessed in mentoring his students. "Not yet, Professor. In fact, I have not conducted human trials. Had it not been for Mr. Doan's lack of options, I would not have administered this unstable potion to a patient." Severus's expression turned troubled as he glanced apologetically at Slughorn. "I believe my findings are not yet worthy of a patent." Slughorn, elated by Severus's statement, replied, "If you wish, Severus, I would be more than happy to assist you. Dean Bohan from St. Mungo's and Deputy Director Sambatten from the Ministry of Magic's Patent Office are both my friends." Severus expressed his gratitude. "That would be splendid. Thank you very much, Dean. If you wouldn't mind lending your esteemed name to my paper's introduction and acknowledgements, I would be immensely grateful for your support." Slughorn had not anticipated Severus's astuteness, but regardless of whether the young man was genuinely thankful or shrewdly discerning his preferences, Slughorn was unconcerned. The former would affirm that Severus was a person of gratitude, while the latter would prove that his investment in this student was not in vain. Either way, it validated that Slughorn's current investment was indeed successful. "Of course, Severus, if you wish to proceed, it would indeed be my honor." Chapter 41. The assistance of Professor Slughorn. "Hello, Director Sambatten." Severus stood near Slughorn, greeting him politely. "Greetings, Mr. Prince. Merlin. Horace has regaled me with tales of your new invention. It is truly a boon for those afflicted wizards," Sambatten remarked, gazing at Severus's youthful visage with astonishment. "I can hardly believe that such a young wizard could concoct such a magnificent potion. You are indeed a prodigy." What Sambatten did not vocalize was that some envious individuals suspected that the potion utilized on Mrs. Mercelber was an unpublished achievement of the late Mr. Prince. However, this conspiracy theory was swiftly refuted. Firstly, the young prince had already demonstrated his exceptional talent. According to the Potion Society's records, he had been publishing papers in professional potion journals since his first year, showcasing a remarkable progression from simple enhancements to intricate restorations of ancient formulas, culminating in the development of innovative new potions. Secondly, the young prince had the backing of influential figures, such as Mr. Pareto, the president of the Potion Society, who publicly declared that the Prince family, known for their pride and integrity, would never trade others' achievements for their own honor. Furthermore, his friend Horace had even vouched for him at a gathering of Potion Society members. A remarkable act for someone so prudently self-preserving. Director Sambaton, my ancestor, Laxus, invented the blood-replenishing potion at the age of 10. My grandfather, Edward Prince, created a new antidote for the venomous leopard in his 4th year. And Professor Slughorn developed the eye-opening potion and the clear wind potion during his time at school. Compared to the ancestors of the Prince family and Professor Slughorn, I still have a long way to go, Severus humbly stated. For instance, the freezing potion I developed was merely a serendipitous product of my research into other topics. It may prove useful, or it may be worth little. Thank Merlin, its unexpected efficacy has indeed provided valuable assistance to my friends. Slughorn beamed at Sambaton and the other members of the Ministry's patent office. Severus's words brought him great pride. Moreover, the statement regarding his long journey ahead compared to Professor Slughorn delighted the Slytherin headmaster, so much that he conveniently overlooked the term ancestors of the Prince family. Merlin surely favors the kind-hearted young wizard. Severus heard a melodious voice, and Slughorn joyfully called out, Abby, are you here to apply for a patent as well? Severus turned to see a middle-aged witch standing on the opposite side of the office, clad in a dark green robe and a pointed hat. Her nails painted a shade of blue-violet. Her gaze towards him and Professor Slughorn was warm. Indeed, Horace. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Abby Choba, the owner of Choba Potion Supplies. Good day, Mrs. Choba. Upon hearing the name of the company, Severus felt an immediate fondness for the witch, as he was a loyal customer of Choba's products, having purchased several of their new cauldrons from the shop in Diagon Alley. I am quite fond of your latest invention. The combination of opal and crystal excellently preserves the potency of stimulating herbs. Mrs. Choba, delighted by Severus's admiration for her new cauldron, eagerly began to promote their latest products, as well as her ideas for the fluorite cauldron. Though it may be impolite, Abby, I must interrupt you, Slughorn said apologetically to her. Severus and I still need to apply for a patent. Director Sambaton is waiting. Oh, I apologize. Abby Choba covered her face with a fan, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. I am so sorry, Director Sambaton. Please do go ahead. With the assistance of an acquaintance, Severus swiftly obtained his patent certificate. Mr. Prince, you are truly an extraordinary potion genius, Sambaton exclaimed as he bid them farewell. As Severus contemplated whether to express his gratitude or maintain the humility he had exhibited upon their first meeting, he was interrupted by Slughorn, who boasted on his behalf. I share that sentiment, Sambaton. Severus produced a flawless scabies potion in my very first potions class, and over the past few years, he has published many commendable papers. His excellence is undoubtedly a result of my diligent instruction, yet primarily, it is his own self-discipline that prevents him from squandering his talent. Severus felt as though Slughorn had made this trip solely to publicly declare that his success was due to his tireless guidance at the Ministry of Magic's patent office. Nonetheless, he was not ungrateful. He appreciated Slughorn's assistance and thus resolved to refrain from mocking the rather unappealing name of Slughorn's Slug Club in his thoughts. I believe I might be able to apply for a Merlin badge on your behalf. Mrs. Bohan from St. Mungo's would be more than willing to assist. Slughorn's blue-violet robe was impeccably elegant, and a satisfied smile adorned his plump visage. Merlin Severus, a level 3 Merlin badge, an extraordinary potion master, a member of the International Potion Association. What a splendid path lies ahead. Certainly, should you wish to instruct the young wizard, you may take up the position of potions professor in Slytherin after my retirement. Severus could sense that his potions master was genuinely contemplating his future, prompting him to express his gratitude with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you for your guidance, Professor Slughorn. Slughorn appeared to sense something, though perhaps he did not. He affectionately patted Severus on the head and cheerily remarked, No need for thanks, our future potions master. Come, take my arm. We are heading back to Hogwarts. Shortly thereafter, Severus was escorted by Slughorn to meet Madame Pomfrey at St. Mungo's. Madame Pomfrey's demeanor was warm and welcoming, her silver hair lending her an air of gentle kindness. Possessing a high level of expertise in potions, Severus found conversing with her to be immensely pleasurable. Indeed, he relished engaging with these masters of potion-making. The exchange of ideas provided inspiration for the apothecary. Although he had already achieved the distinction of being the youngest potions master in his previous life, Severus believed it crucial not to become complacent in past accolades, but rather to perpetually strive for a higher realm of potion mastery. Furthermore, he greatly appreciated the opportunity to absorb the teachings of seasoned potion makers, an experience he had never encountered before. Prior to becoming a potions master, he had been a destitute half-blood boy, Unable to access such knowledge, after attaining that title he had become a notorious Death Eater and a conflicted double agent. Madame Pomfrey was exceedingly enthusiastic, and Professor Slughorn informed him that her warmth stemmed from her deep gratitude for his creation of the frostbite potion. Since the conflict between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters had escalated into open warfare, battles had become frequent, inevitably accompanied by pain and sorrow. Over the past 2 years, St. Mungo's had bid farewell to dozens of patients, either beyond treatment or having missed the critical window for healing. However, with Severus's frostbite potion, these individuals could at least stave off further deterioration. While it could not cure them, it nonetheless reduced the mortality rate among wizards. Madame Pomfrey held the Order of the Phoenix in far higher regard than the Death Eaters, yet she still wished for fewer wizards to perish, regardless of their affiliations. Once the frostbite potion demonstrates its remarkable efficacy, I shall join you, Horace, in nominating Severus. I believe such a contribution warrants him a second-class Merlin Award. Madame Pomfrey cheerfully offered Severus a small cake while addressing Slughorn, who was sipping tea nearby. Severus deserves a second-class Merlin Award. Yet, I feel we should apply for a third-class award instead. Those ancient curmudgeons would likely reject our proposal out of jealousy. Perhaps we could write in our letter that we wished to nominate Severus for the second-class award, but he himself declined, believing himself still young, and that the third-class award would suffice to inspire him. Oh, those cunning old foxes. Yet, I must concede you are indeed correct, Madame Pomfrey lamented. Yes, Horace, I should heed your advice. I shall write those confounded words with my quill. She glanced at Severus, concerned that this young child might feel disheartened. However, she was met with a serene smile from him, which offered her reassurance. Merlin, Slughorn is truly fortunate to have such excellent students, who always remember his kindness. There are so few ingrates among them, and now he has yet another such admirable pupil. Look, he is positively angelic. Writing some confounded phrases on parchment for the future of the wizarding world was not an unbearable task after all. Chapter 42 Christmas. Following the publication of Severus's paper on the frostbite potion in the Potions Weekly, Professor Slughorn and Madame Pomfrey sent a nomination letter to the Order of Merlin on Severus's behalf. Upon learning of this, Lucius kindly arranged to deliver thoughtful gifts to Professor Slughorn and Madame Pomfrey for Severus. The gift for Madame Pomfrey was an elegant VIP card, a token that virtually every witch in the wizarding world would appreciate. For Professor Slughorn, he presented an obsidian cauldron and candied jackfruit, both of which were sure to please the professor. Upon receiving the gifts, Madame Pomfrey and Professor Slughorn were indeed pleasantly surprised, as Severus's offerings had touched their hearts. No one could resist a child who was grateful. The students of Slytherin had heard whispers regarding Professor Slughorn's nomination of Severus for the Merlin Award, and they regarded Severus's silhouette with a mix of envy and jealousy, yet none dared to provoke him. Even Bellatrix Lestrange kept her distance from Prince. How foolish would they be to antagonize him? Moreover, Lucius now served as the assistant head of Slytherin and Potions teaching assistant, remaining inseparable from Severus. The younger wizards of Slytherin were well aware of their standings. With their meager strength, they could not even contend with the fourth-year prince, let alone the adult wizard Malfoy. During the Christmas holiday, Severus's modest honor entered the review process. He was in no rush, as he and Lucius enjoyed a ride on the Hogwarts Express to platform 9 3/4, before using apparition to return home. Home. Severus silently repeated this phrase, a faint smile gracing his lips. The scenery of Prince Manor was tranquil and beautiful. In the spring and summer, the estate was filled with the fragrance of blooming flora. By Christmas, the vegetation had withered, leaving only the pine forest and evergreen shrubs vibrant with life. Severus carried the Kneazle that had nuzzled against his feet. Stepping into the castle, this Kneazle was his gift to Lucius. Inside the castle, the banquet hall was bright and opulent, entirely in line with Lucius's aesthetic. A long table adorned with pristine white linens was set with exquisite French cuisine, and slender vases held moonlit irises and platinum roses, magically preserved in their vitality. Lucius helped Severus remove his snow-dusted cloak and kissed him on the cheek. "Where have you been?" Severus cradled the beautiful blue-eyed Kneazle to his chest. "Your Christmas gift." Lucius, pleasantly surprised, kissed him again, then lifted the cat and, taking Severus's hand, sat down at the long table. After a delightfully sticky meal, the two succumbed once more to their desires, rolling into the master bedroom adorned with intricately embroidered linens. On Christmas night, Abraxas arrived at Prince Manor via the door key, leading to a delightful dinner. Severus sat between two peacocks, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy and tranquility. This was the Christmas he had longed for, free from quarrels, devoid of sorrow, and far from the terrifying silence. He would share the festive feast in a warm house with those he cherished. He had completely bid farewell to the dilapidated dwelling in Spinner's End, filled with hunger, curses, and violence. The portraits of Lax's Prince and Edward Prince watched over young Severus and the Malfoy duo, feeling both reassured and regretful. Reassured because Severus retained the capacity for love. He and young Malfoy held mutual affection, and in the future, they would create a fulfilling family together. Yet, as Severus inherited the prince legacy, they gradually discerned the profound loneliness and unresolved sorrow that cloaked the child, an affliction bequeathed to him by Eileen and her ineffectual husband. They yearned to assist Severus in overcoming this, but ultimately, they were merely portraits. They possessed memories, knowledge, and even emotions, yet they lacked souls. They were but echoes of memory, not living ancestors to Severus. What they could not achieve, young Mr. Malfoy could fulfill on their behalf. This was the source of both the prince's reassurance and their regret. Malfoy valued family, which was another reason for the prince family's comfort. Under their insistence, Lucius and Severus have entered into a betrothal contract. Lucius is determined to treat his future partner with kindness. This agreement is far more reliable than Eileen's capricious affection. Abraxas reluctantly departed after the Christmas dinner, yearning to spend more time with his son. However, the Christmas soiree at Voldemort's manor awaited him. Following the festivities, the Malfoy family is also set to host a banquet for guests. Additionally, he must attend gatherings held by the Lestranges, Parkinsons, Blacks, and other families. As the head of the Malfoy household, his absence from these social engagements is not an option. He must foster connections with other families to secure benefits. The internal elections within the Muggle Conservative and Labour parties are tumultuous and fiercely competitive. Severus and his associates are covertly stoking the flames, showing no intention of quelling the unrest. The conflict between the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix intensifies, with Dumbledore suffering repeated setbacks, allowing Voldemort to further encroach upon the Ministry of Magic. According to the gleeful correspondence from young Barty, the centrists like Barty Crouch are under immense pressure. The Order seeks to rally them under the banner of justice, while the Death Eater Lucius hints at a future of prosperity for those who follow the Dark Lord. Each of them is reluctant to choose a side. They merely wish to stand alongside the victors. Yet, such favorable circumstances are hardly a reality. Sometimes, a lack of stance is in itself a stance, and being opportunistic is inherently flawed. Individuals of this ilk are scarce within the ministry. They understand that neither the Dark Lord nor the Light Wizards can be resisted. Nevertheless, their luck leads them to procrastinate, waiting until one side can no longer tolerate their indecision. Seizing this opportunity, Abraxas has garnered a considerable following. On the surface, he appears to be diligently recruiting more followers for Voldemort, but in truth, he harbors ulterior motives. He is acutely aware of human frailty, and adept at exploiting these weaknesses to manipulate others. Through sweet words and false promises, he entices those within the ministry, leading them to believe that allegiance to him yields greater rewards. Similarly, Lucius and Severus are engaged in comparable endeavors at Hogwarts. The former has established the Slytherin Mutual Aid Society, while the latter has formed a study group. They forge a new generation's alliance for the benefit of young wizards under various pretenses. All of this transpires quietly and unobserved. Chapter 43. App's Blessing. Abraxas presented Severus and Lucius with a most extraordinary Christmas gift, a pair of exquisite engagement rings. These rings also serve as keys, allowing Severus and Lucius to teleport to one another. Their betrothal ceremony took place deep within the Forbidden Forest, prior to Abraxas's departure. Apart from Abraxas, the portraits, and house elves, no other witnesses were present to bear witness to this sacred union. Abraxas lamented this simplicity. Had it not been for the current tense atmosphere, the Malfoy engagement ceremony would have been far more elaborate. Lucius smiled as he slipped the ring engraved with LM onto Severus's finger, urging him to adorn himself with the other ring marked SP. Severus obediently complied, gently kissing the corner of Lucius's lips. He understood that Lucius must have exerted considerable effort behind the scenes. Otherwise, Abraxas would not have expressed goodwill upon their first meeting, nor would he have so readily accepted that his son had fallen for a wizard. As a master of potions, Severus is acutely aware that while wizards can conceive offspring through potion magic, the process is undeniably more arduous than natural conception between a man and a woman. Abraxas could not overlook this fact, particularly since both the Malfoys and the princes require heirs. Whether it be him fathering 2 children, Lucius fathering 2, or both of them having 1 each, the hardships involved are unavoidable. Furthermore, Abraxas, being inherently shrewd, would undoubtedly recognize that he shares Lucius's ambitious nature. Such a character could not remain at home like Narcissa, content to play the dutiful wife. His thirst for power is even more intense than Lucius's. Otherwise, in his past life, he would not have felt compelled to join the Death Eaters or attain such a high position within their ranks. Severus recalls seizing the opportunity when he discovered that Voldemort favored him for unknown reasons, using his intelligence and innate talent for dark magic to far surpass Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Dolohov, and others, ultimately becoming a trusted confidant of the Dark Lord. Without such standing, how could he have dared to plead with Voldemort for Lily's safety? This very nature implies that he is not the best choice for Lucius. The Malfoys have always prioritized their interests. A glance at Lucius's criteria for selecting a wife for Draco reveals that he would not be the son-in-law Abraxas desires. Thus, when Lucius joyfully announced a year prior that he intended to reveal their relationship to his father Abraxas, Severus was engulfed by an uncontrollable sense of panic. He knew how much the Malfoys valued family, and understood that Abraxas was the father Lucius had fought so hard to reclaim from the clutches of death, making his approval profoundly significant. He was uncertain whether Lucius would persist in this love should Abraxas disapprove, or if he would choose to abandon him. Ultimately, Severus harbored psychological scars, feeling unworthy of love and the steadfast choice of a beloved. For both Eileen and Lily had, in moments of stark choice, opted for others, forsaking him. Fortunately, Lucius did not let him down. Upon sensing his unease, Lucius assured him that if Abraxas blessed their love, all would be well. If Abraxas opposed, he would endeavor to persuade his father to accept their union. He would never abandon Severus. Lucius was, of course, aware that in Abraxas's eyes, he and Severus were not seen as suitable partners. Abraxas believed that ambitious individuals like them were meant to be friends, not lovers. They should each marry virtuous spouses and establish their own families, rather than come together, compromising their edges in painful adjustments. In Abraxas's imagination, a romance between two strong-willed men would inevitably be fraught with suffering. Even if it might ultimately lead to happiness, the journey would not be a pleasant one. Thus, Lucius firmly stated to Abraxas, "Father, no one else can bring me happiness. I will not love another." I believe Severus feels the same. He trusted that once Severus had fallen in love with him, he would not linger over Lily Evans, for Severus was not of such poor character. Furthermore, prior to confessing his feelings to Severus, had not Severus already severed ties with that Miss Lily? "So you are going to persuade Narcissa Black to vie for power? All for your little friend?" Abraxas inquired with a half-smile. Narcissa Black, of the same age as Lucius and of comparable lineage, was indeed the most suitable match. Previously, the Black family had long harbored intentions of marrying their daughter into the Malfoy family. Narcissa possessed ambition and capability. "I do not love her, and thus cannot hinder her," Lucius replied. In his past life, he had loved no one at this juncture. His mind was solely preoccupied with the necessity of a marriage alliance between the Malfoys and the Blacks to solidify their standing within the Death Eaters and the pureblood aristocracy. Lucius continued to address his father. "I admit that I incited Narcissa. She had initially intended to forsake her love for the sake of the Black family. But I do not believe the Black family is worthy of such sacrifice. The heir of the Malfoy family, Sirius, appears utterly indifferent to the future of his lineage, while Narcissa, who ranks last in the line of succession and has lost her father, sees no reason to sacrifice herself." The elder Abraxas, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "What a fine young Malfoy. Such clever schemes devised for the pristine reputation of young prince." He mused, "Let me think. The Malfoy heir in pursuit of freedom refuses to wed, inciting the ire of his father and ultimately being cast out from home. The junior scholar takes in the unfortunate gentleman, and over time, their hearts entwine in a lifelong commitment. How romantic this tale of love sounds." Lucius, feeling a twinge of embarrassment yet maintaining an air of nonchalance, retorted, "Father, this is not about Severus. It is for the sake of the Malfoy name. I trust you would not wish to hear that the heir of the Malfoy family is involved with a child, would you? We have done all that is necessary." It was then that Abraxas realized that Severus was but a child. He had overlooked this fact in his preoccupation with Severus's career in the Muggle world and his mature demeanor. What does it mean to have done all that is necessary? Was his reckless son truly so impatient? Abraxas, pointing an accusatory finger at him, berated, "You shameless scoundrel. Taking advantage of the absence of elders in the Prince family to act as you please. Do you not fear for that boy Severus?" "Father," Lucius countered defensively, "Severus has consumed an age-enhancing potion. I would never harm someone I cherish. Besides, you are concerned for Severus, which surely means you have agreed to our arrangement." Abraxas conceded. Very well, very well. Family is of utmost importance. Take good care of that child, he is still so young." Abraxas added, "Since you insist on being with Severus, You must recognize that both of you are ambitious souls. Therefore, you must learn to be tolerant. Remember, you are the elder one, do you understand? There is no precedent for divorce among nobles. Lucius nodded obediently. In truth, he and Severus would not encounter the issues that Abraxas feared. Their passionate youth had long since passed, leaving behind two weary souls who found solace and comfort in one another. Fortunately, the swiftly metabolizing hormones of their youthful bodies still ignited a spark within them, allowing them to experience an intoxicating blend of passion and connection. Thank you for your understanding, Father. Concluding his reverie, Lucius resumed his sweet kiss with Severus, his tongue dancing within Severus's slightly parted lips like a fish gliding through water, entwining and swirling. He was resolute in the belief that he would share a joyful life with Severus, a bond that would never tire. Chapter 44. The Merlin Medal. On the final day of the Christmas break, Severus received a letter from the Order of Merlin. The envelope was a rich purple, adorned with an image of a wizarding tower entwined with vines. The letter bore the signature of Albert Shafiq. Lucius, a master of heraldry and genealogy, glanced at it and remarked, "The signature belongs to the vice president of the Order of Merlin." Severus admired Lucius's remarkable ability to recall countless names. Naturally, he praised his beloved. Lucius, as anticipated, relished the compliment. He was determined to provide only the best for his partner, thus he resolved to shower his peacock with praise. As Severus tore open the envelope, he pondered in this manner. Unfolding the letter, he read in elegant script, "Dear Mr. Prince, based on the information provided by your nominators, Ms. Linda Bohane and Mr. Horace Slughorn, and our research at the Order of Merlin, we believe that your invention of the frostbite potion has made an outstanding contribution to the field of potion making, significantly advancing the progress of healthcare. In recognition of your contributions to the wizarding community, we have decided to award you the third-class Merlin Medal. The award ceremony will take place at the Order of Merlin headquarters in March of next year, and we hope you will attend to receive your accolade. Sincerely, Albert Shafiq, Vice President." Congratulations, Severus. Although this is not your first time receiving such a letter, in his past life, Severus had been awarded the second-class Merlin Medal for his contributions to potion making and had earned the title of Master of Potions. Severus did not particularly value the Merlin Medal. To him, it was merely a symbol and not his ultimate pursuit. In comparison, he was more concerned with tangible accomplishments. Particularly, receiving only a third-class medal, one that even Gilderoy Lockhart could attain, was rather disheartening. It must be said that Gilderoy Lockhart had indeed diminished the prestige of the Merlin Medal. On March 18th, Professor Slughorn transported Severus via apparition to the headquarters of the Order of Merlin. This year, 4 individuals were honored by the order, one which received the second-class Merlin Medal, while 3 others, including Severus, were awarded the third-class Merlin Medal. Severus was the youngest among them. In the solemn atmosphere, the award ceremony commenced. All eyes were fixed on the stage as Mr. Selwyn, the head of the Order of Merlin, and Ms. Millicent, the Deputy Minister of Magic, ascended. They were clad in splendid robes, their expressions grave. Mr. Selwyn began his address, his voice resonating powerfully. "Today, we gather to witness 4 distinguished individuals receiving the highest honors. Through their exceptional talent, courage, and spirit of dedication, they have made remarkable contributions to our society." As his words echoed, thunderous applause erupted. Following this, Ms. Millicent delivered a brief speech, congratulating the 4 honorees and emphasizing the significance of their achievements. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, the honorees proceeded to the front. Mr. Selwyn and Ms. Millicent personally adorned each recipient with the emblematic Medal of Honor, shaking hands in congratulation. In this time of turmoil under the reign of Death Eaters, the hardliners within the Ministry of Magic gained a greater voice. Just as the hardliners who opposed Grindelwald had swiftly ousted the oblivious Minister Flitwick, these politicians seemed adept at seizing opportunities. Currently, Harold Minchkin had eliminated McKinney to ascend to the position of Minister of Magic, while Millicent Barnard had taken this opportunity to rise to the esteemed rank of First Deputy Minister. As Severus shook hands with Millicent Barnard on stage, he thought to himself that this minister was no ordinary figure. In his previous life, she had risen to the ministerial seat amidst the chaos of the black and white wizards, allowing the feeble ministry to gain more power, a core member of the hardliners. Although the current minister Harold was somewhat capable, he paled in comparison to Barnard. As for the post-war Cornelius Fudge, he was insignificant by comparison. Without Dumbledore's support, how could that incompetent possibly hold the position of Minister of Magic? Millicent was exceedingly warm towards Severus. Every politician relished the opportunity to win favor with someone like Severus Prince. Just look at his persona. A young scholar of potion making, an orphan without family, He was the perfect embodiment for politicians to showcase their amiable demeanor, especially since Severus was renowned as a prince who abstained from political involvement. Severus could already hear the click of cameras. Evidently, this purple-robed deputy minister had brought along a cadre of reporters. Surely, the photograph of him shaking hands with Deputy Minister Millicent would grace the front page of the Daily Prophet the following day. Severus politely withdrew his hand only after Millicent released her grip, standing beside her, and presenting the smile that Lucius had trained him to exhibit for the camera. Merlin knew how hard he had worked to control his facial muscles to produce such an odd expression, grateful for Lucius's guidance. Even though he had nearly strained his face from smiling too much at home, he was now capable of displaying the appropriate smile in various situations. Following the award ceremony commenced the eagerly anticipated banquet for the guests. Professor Slughorn, a social enthusiast, glided effortlessly through the bustling sea of clinking glasses. Much like a slippery fish, his plump visage was perpetually adorned with a warm smile, as he raised a glass of red wine to toast those he wished to befriend, deftly navigating an array of topics. Whether engaging in academic discourse or light-hearted banter, he was exceptionally skilled. Today, the youngest honoree was none other than his student. In such circumstances, Professor Slughorn had ample conversation to partake in. Severus returned to Slughorn's side, proudly displaying his freshly minted medal. He could distinctly sense that his potions professor's gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar. If he was not mistaken, it was a look of admiration for a fellow practitioner? Slughorn blinked, affirming Severus's perception. Indeed, Severus, you are as astute as I am. Have you also discerned that Millicent Bagnold is not to be trifled with? Otherwise, why would you feign ignorance before her? Severus cast a glance at Mrs. Bagnold, offering Professor Slughorn a resigned expression, as he clinked his cup filled with the juvenile potion of red grape juice against Slughorn's. Through the Merlin medal ceremony, Severus had made the acquaintance of reclusive elder wizards, establishing a correspondence with them for future exchanges. His knowledge and eloquence left a profound impression on these venerable gentlemen, further enhanced by Professor Slughorn's commendations, resulting in a favorable regard from the elder statesmen of the wizarding community. After the dinner concluded, a witch resembling a spindly compass hurried over for an interview. Upon seeing her golden locks and her automatic quill, Severus silently prayed that she was not yet another Rita Skeeter. The thought of Skeeter led him to realize that she was likely not much older than he. This meant he could investigate whether there was a student named Rita Skeeter at Hogwarts or ascertain the whereabouts of the recently graduated Skeeter. It must be said, this woman had an exceptional talent for fabricating sensational news. She could skillfully magnify trivial details into monumental events, crafting fictional tales so convincingly that they were indistinguishable from reality. Furthermore, she excelled at tapping into the interests of wizards, crafting topics based on the desires of her readership. Being the subject of her erratic writings was undoubtedly vexing. However, allowing her to pen the misfortunes of others was an entirely different matter. If Skeeter were truly wise, she would understand the necessity of discretion, considering her well-known vulnerabilities. Skeeter was an illegal animagus, often leveraging her animagus form to eavesdrop on the news of influential figures. If Skeeter wished to avoid a fate in Azkaban, it would be prudent for her to comply. Severus harbored no guilt. After all, Rita Skeeter was hardly a paragon of virtue. Chapter 45. Winter break. Upon returning to Hogwarts with Professor Slughorn, Severus relayed the matter of Rita Skeeter to Lucius. Upon hearing this, Lucius took it upon himself to handle the situation. Leave this to me. There is a fireplace in Professor Slughorn's office that leads outside. Severus felt a great sense of trust in Lucius's capabilities and agreed without a second thought. Lucius typically had little work on his plate. Nevertheless, Slughorn held Lucius in high esteem, and one could say he was diligently nurturing him. Many believed this was due to Horace Slughorn's inherently suave nature, and that he was currying favor with the Malfoy family, given Abraxas's high standing among pureblood aristocrats. However, both Lucius and Severus were acutely aware of Slughorn's true intentions. He was not merely flattering the Malfoys but preparing for an escape. In Severus's previous life, at this juncture, Slughorn had taken a keen interest in Lily, Vera, Nelson, and Severus, young wizards proficient in potions, often providing them with special guidance. His aim was to cultivate a passable potions professor for Hogwarts, ensuring that when he fled, Dumbledore would not be left scrambling. Slughorn feared that if Dumbledore sought him out, his whereabouts might be revealed. Yet, in Severus's past existence, following Slughorn's departure, Hogwarts did not welcome a competent potions professor. During the conflict between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters, Nelson fled overseas, Lily joined the Order, Severus allied with the Death Eaters, and Vera, grieving the loss of both parents, retreated into seclusion. Thus, it could be argued that Severus's swift appointment upon aligning with Dumbledore was perhaps due to the lack of suitable candidates for the position of potions professor at Hogwarts. Voldemort was not pleased with Lucius's progress since his induction into Hogwarts. The idea of forming a private society to cultivate a cadre of Death Eater recruits was commendable. The current Death Eaters had evolved from the Knights of Walpurgis during his student years, and these young students exhibited great potential. However, Lucius's promotion of the Muggle threat theory to unite pureblood and half-blood wizards was both foolish and laughable. Muggles were filthy, cowardly humans devoid of extraordinary abilities. How could they ever be compared to noble wizards? Upon hearing Bellatrix's report, Voldemort mused that if Abraxas's wretched son stood before him, he would not hesitate to inflict a painful reckoning. Even if Abraxas pleaded for leniency, he would not entertain a single word. However, to Voldemort's surprise, Lucius was making considerable progress. In just half a school year, Lucius's little society had begun to take shape. Furthermore, through Lucius's advocacy, several non-Slytherin pureblood students had begun to question Dumbledore's protective stance towards Muggles, with some even advocating for the ideals of pureblood supremacy. Though it was merely minor skirmishes, Lucius was evidently earnest in his endeavors. Voldemort cast a sidelong glance at Lucius, who knelt on one knee. "I hope that next semester, more students from outside your house will join your little group, Lucius." Barely into winter break, Lucius hurried to Voldemort's manor to report on his progress, feigning enthusiasm. "As you command, my lord. I hear your little protege has received the Merlin medal?" Voldemort remarked nonchalantly. "Indeed, my lord." Lucius's heart sank. He harbored no desire for Voldemort to take note of his boy. Forcing himself to remain calm, Lucius's mind reflexively conjured countless simulated memories. The Prince family, a lineage of Slytherins, and their only son, Severus, who was wholly absorbed in potions and oblivious to the world. In these memories, Severus lacked ambition, demonstrated no extraordinary talent for dark arts, and was utterly a bookish scholar. Based on Lucius's understanding of his former master, Voldemort would hold no interest in the bookish young wizard Severus depicted in his memories. Moreover, in this iteration, Severus appeared to the outside world as a pureblood wizard. Indeed, a scion of a pureblood family, Voldemort would not find such an identity objectionable. After all, upon achieving victory, Voldemort would need to govern wizards, and those like Severus would be viewed as suitable subjects for his dominion. As anticipated, upon glimpsing the Severus from Lucius's memories, Voldemort's interest waned. Maintaining a favorable relationship with Severus would be prudent, ideally influencing him to refuse to supply potions to Dumbledore's associates. Voldemort issued a faint command, subsequently casting Severus aside. "As you wish, my master," Lucius murmured, bowing his head and suppressing his revulsion as he kissed Voldemort's hem. The wretched customs of the Death Eaters. Upon exiting Voldemort's study, Lucius felt an unbearable dampness seeping into his back. This cold, clammy sensation resembled that of a serpent, or perhaps a frog. Lucius despised this feeling, yearning to return home for a hot bath immediately. Yet, out of respect for Voldemort, he could only depart at a measured pace. It was only after he had exited the anti-apparition wards of the Dark Lord's manor that he retrieved his portkey to return to the Malfoy estate. Meanwhile, Severus awaited Lucius's return with an anxious heart at Prince Manor. Through the pensive, he had glimpsed Lucius's memories and noted the increasingly grotesque deformation of Voldemort's visage, his eyes growing ever more crimson. Both Lucius and Severus were acutely aware that this was a consequence of Voldemort's soul splitting to create Horcruxes. The Dark Lord's mind was spiraling further into madness. According to Abraxas's reports, the quantity of soul stabilizer ingredients acquired by Voldemort's estate had escalated significantly. Although all materials were procured from various potions recipes to mask their purpose, discerning the truth was not an insurmountable task given the knowledge that Voldemort required soul stabilizers for his dark creations. Severus gazed out at the sunlight filtering through the window, clasping his hands in prayer to Merlin that his beloved would not encounter the Dark Lord in a fit of madness. Just as Severus humbly bowed his head in supplication, a distortion of space-time materialized in the study, emanating a peculiar force. Severus abruptly lifted his gaze to behold a figure clad in a pointed hooded cloak, a pale Death Eater mask obscuring his features. Lucius, with his long, pale fingers, removed the mask from his face and reassured Severus, "Sev, all went smoothly. I have returned home." A sigh of relief escaped Severus's lips. "Thank goodness. I have made some progress in my research on the Dark Mark." After thoroughly inspecting Lucius's body and soul, and finding no difference from when he had departed, Severus felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, allowing him to broach other topics. Upon hearing Severus's words, a swell of joy surged within Lucius. He understood all too well the immense benefits and influence that would accompany the ability to remove the Dark Mark once the Dark Lord met his demise. Yet, it was not this prospect that brought him joy. Rather, it was the news regarding Abraxas. The abhorrent Dark Mark also marred the arm of his father, Abraxas Malfoy. His voice brimming with elation, he exclaimed, "Really? That is splendid news." He seemed to shed the burdens weighing upon him, as if a great weight had been lifted. Indeed, the current potion number 78 can eliminate the superficial markings. I have conducted experiments, and the disillusionment charm fails to negate the potion's effects. Moreover, the freezing potion meant for Velador's father, when used alongside the soul stabilizer, can temporarily suspend the soul contract left by that individual. However, I am still at a loss regarding the soul contract embedded within the mark. As he spoke, Severus's brow furrowed once more with genuine anxiety. No one could predict whether Voldemort might suddenly descend into madness and imprint a mark upon Lucius's arm. After all, that man was notoriously paranoid, and had now lost his sanity. It will be fine. He will eventually perish, will he not? Lucius soothed, smoothing Severus's furrowed brow. The ability to erase superficial marks and temporarily freeze the contract's operation is already remarkable. After all, how many Death Eaters who avoided Azkaban have secretly researched methods to remove the dark mark after that individual's demise, yet still found themselves at a standstill? Very well. Severus conceded, his mood lifting slightly. The annual conference of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association will be held in St. Petersburg. Would you care to accompany me? Lucius smiled. I would be delighted to. Chapter 46. The journey to Russia. The January sky was as blue as the sea, refreshingly delightful. On such a splendid sunny day, Severus and Lucius arrived in London. Platform 7 and 3-4, European Wizarding Express. The ticket provided by the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association was for a private compartment, offering ample space for the two of them. Thus they opted not to purchase additional tickets. Within Russia, there existed a substantial population of werewolves alongside a unique dark magical creature, known as the Dark Snow Woman, both of which held immense research value. The brochure indicated that topics regarding these subjects would be discussed at the conference's subsequent seminar. Severus spoke with enthusiasm about the prospects. Lucius squinted slightly. Werewolves, you say? I have heard that the leader of the werewolves in Russia, Ivanovich, is entirely different from Fenrir Greyback. Ivanovich is more mature and wise, leading his tribe to reside in the snowy mountains. Their tribe even maintains a good relationship with wizards. Ivanovich is a werewolf wizard himself and occasionally teaches the young werewolves about magic and hunting. It was evident that this individual surpassed Greyback in many respects, as the differing mortality rates between the two tribes attested. The mortality rate among Fenrir's werewolves was alarmingly high. After joining the Death Eaters, the lives of Fenrir's tribe had become extremely polarized, with the strong becoming stronger and the weak becoming weaker, a situation that had led to several splinter groups forming within the tribe. In contrast, Ivanovich's werewolf tribe enjoyed a lifestyle where the elderly were cared for, and the young were nurtured. Their rapport with wizards was also amicable. When the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association sought their cooperation in researching Wolfsbane potion, Ivanovich readily agreed. He understood that while life in his tribe was better than other werewolf factions, it was still impoverished and backward compared to the lives of ordinary people in civilized towns. Thus, Ivanovich was particularly hopeful that the research on the Wolfsbane potion would yield success, as it would allow his tribe to leave the snowy mountains and embark on a new life in the towns, where superior material conditions and enhanced safety awaited them, along with better educational resources and medical support. Even if the research did not succeed, it mattered little. The Extraordinary Apothecaries Association had promised generous stipends to werewolves who assisted the association, which was a boon Ivanovich eagerly sought. While Severus was not as well informed about the Russian werewolves as Lucius, what truly piqued his interest was the Dark Snow Woman, a creature he had yet to encounter. What medicinal properties might this magical creature possess? Severus found himself lost in thought on the train. After an indeterminate amount of time, the train arrived at the platform, and as Severus and Lucius disembarked, they were greeted by staff from the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association, who awaited them with signs displaying their names. The weather in Russia was considerably colder than in Britain, with the ground blanketed in snow and a biting wind swirling through the air. However, Severus and Lucius had donned fur cloaks well in advance, rendering the chill bearable. Welcome to Russia, gentlemen. The staff member greeted with a warm smile, extending his hands in a friendly handshake, his gaze sincere and amiable, as though he were welcoming long-lost friends. Yet inwardly he marveled at their youth, glancing at the youthful Lucius and even younger Severus, secretly lamenting that he had squandered the prime of his life. This dark-haired prince, an official member of their Extraordinary Apothecaries Association, seemed to have yet to graduate from his magical education, highlighting the vast chasm that sometimes existed between individuals. "Thank you very much for your tireless efforts in welcoming us, sir," Severus and Lucius addressed the staff. The staff quickly replied that it was no trouble at all, and produced a bear fur hat. It was a key to the door. Lucius and Severus placed their hands upon the key, and after the Extraordinary Apothecary Association's staff activated the key, they were instantaneously transported before a splendid spire-topped edifice. This was the Birchwood Tavern, where the association had reserved all the rooms for guests from around the globe. Upon entering the tavern's grand hall, the staff member who had accompanied Severus and Lucius retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and squinted closely to find Severus Prince's name. "Your room, along with your assistant S, is on the 3rd floor, room 306. The basic access code for the room is 306. After entering, you may change the password at your discretion. There is also a magical lock downstairs, which you may collect if needed. The tavern provides 3 meals a day. You can ring for service, and a house elf will promptly deliver your meals to your room. The annual meeting and symposium will commence the day after tomorrow. I wish you both a delightful stay in St. Petersburg." He tipped his hat in salute. "Thank you for your assistance," Lucius replied with a smile, presenting him with a beautifully wrapped small gift before bidding farewell. "How could I possibly accept something from such esteemed guests?" the staff member protested, waving his hands. "It is merely a customary token. We have brought plenty." Lucius smiled in response. The Extraordinary Apothecary Association staff regarded Lucius with a sincere gaze. For reasons unknown, although his slate blue eyes shimmered with mirth, the staff member felt that those eyes were not as cheerful as they appeared. Perhaps he was mistaken? "Then I shall accept it. Thank you for your gift, Mr. Malfoy." Severus had included his assistant's name in the application form sent to the Extraordinary Apothecary Association via OWL. Lucius Malfoy. This platinum-haired youth seemed to be a young master hailing from a pureblood aristocratic family in England. The staff member departed with the gift box. Severus observed Lucius as he ventured into socializing inside. "You are, after all, a precious little lord. Why stoop to such gestures?" The manual indicated that during the annual meeting of the Extraordinary Apothecary Association, the staff member who came to escort them would likely be at their service throughout. Having accepted the gift, he would naturally be more attentive to you. As they conversed, they ascended the stairs with the magical lock. Upon entering room 306 and changing the suite's password, Lucius affixed the magical lock to the door. After pressing the switch on the lock, a silver magic circle sealed the wooden door. Severus waved his wand to tidy the room. Although the space was quite clean, he habitually performed a thorough cleansing spell on every corner. He was rugged and unrefined, with little regard for his living conditions. However, Lucius, being a pampered young master, possessed a penchant for cleanliness. The following day, they ventured to a ski resort, and then attended an opera at a Muggle theater, where the actors were performing The Marriage of Figaro. Severus noted that Lucius appeared particularly absorbed in the performance, his enthusiasm palpable. That evening, the two embraced as they drifted into slumber. The next day, Lucius, having consumed a potion, set off to explore smuggling opportunities in the Muggle world. Under Brezhnev's leadership, the Muggle Russian, now the Soviet Union's supreme leader, had seen its military develop to unprecedented levels, yet its economy stagnated. Meanwhile, in this nation where the leader engaged in rampant cult of personality, corruption had become increasingly dire. Power and corruption are issues that every nation struggles to eradicate from inception to demise. However, under Brezhnev's rule, corruption in this Slavic nation had intensified. Consequently, Lucius found it easier to navigate the murky waters. Severus, on the other hand, was escorted by the staff member from the other day to the Extraordinary Apothecary Association. After enduring the tedious speeches from disdained leaders and sycophantic praise, the first topic of discussion, the study of werewolves, officially commenced. Severus acquired werewolf fur, blood, saliva, and even teeth. These Russian werewolves were remarkably cooperative during the study. Upon witnessing him produce a set of enhanced testing instruments, they did not rebuff his examination. However, if he was not mistaken, the gazes of these young werewolves seemed to be rather fervent. It appeared that others were not gathering materials as swiftly as he was. Severus was indeed correct. He had awakened his lineage, and the magic of the sirens coursed through his veins, inherently attracting dark creatures and easily earning their favor. Moreover, Severus's austere profile and pale complexion endeared him to these young Russian werewolves. He was as formidable as a wolf. He was like the pristine snow atop a mountain peak. His eyes were as pure as the depths of a dark pool, reminiscent of a moonless night shrouded by clouds. These young werewolves were enamored with such a visage. Furthermore, This Mr. Prince was a remarkably skilled apothecary, capable of studying wolf venom. How learned and talented he was. The Slavic people were known for their fierce spirit, their temperament as fiery as vodka. Werewolves were no exception. Thus, when Lucius returned that evening, he found several handsome youths standing in line in the third-floor corridor of the Birchwood Tavern, holding beautiful flowers that had just bloomed in the snowy mountains. Do you think Mr. Prince would accept my flowers? Not a chance. If he accepts, it will be mine. Stop arguing. Mr. Prince is a pure-blood aristocrat from England. He would never take a werewolf as a partner. However, if I could enjoy one night of passion, I would be quite pleased. Lucius. Fuck. Did this group of Russian fools take him for a fool? The green light flickered at the tip of his wand. And just as he struggled to suppress his murderous intent, the door to room 306 finally opened. Lucius, why don't you come in? Severus, sensing Lucius's magical presence approaching, opened the door and cast a puzzled glance at Lucius and the line of werewolf youths at the entrance. What are these young werewolves doing here? The green light at the tip of Lucius's wand finally dissipated as he triumphantly strode over and draped an arm around Severus's shoulder, shutting the door with a decisive thud. Just before closing it, he cast a scornful glance at the group of young werewolves. Severusis mine. You young pups should know your place and quickly leave. Chapter 47. Daily Life at the Symposium. As sunlight streamed through the window into the room, Severus rubbed his eyes and gently kicked Lucius. The initiative in their bed had always alternated, but yesterday that insufferable peacock had been exceedingly jealous due to the presence of a few young pups at the door, leading to a rather wild night. Damn Lucius. Severus, feeling the soreness in his waist, indignantly tugged at Lucius's hair. Still pretending to be asleep after waking? You deserve a proper lesson. Lucius opened his eyes and gave Severus a charming look, hoping he would relent regarding his hair. Severus clicked his tongue, impatiently releasing his grip. Lucius leaned in to massage his back. I apologize, I couldn't help it, and those young pups were just too annoying. The manual issued by the Extraordinary Apothecary Association states that the discussions will not commence until this afternoon. Had it not been so, I would not have acted so recklessly. Severus, I was wrong. There's a stamina potion in the chest. Please hand me a bottle. Severus pinched his nose, finally regaining his composure. Lucius, upon hearing Severus's words, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He leaned in to give Severus a quick kiss, and hurriedly jumped out of bed to retrieve the potion, even forgetting to put on his shoes. Severus cast a glance in the direction of Lucius, who with his slender, pale feet, treaded upon the emerald green carpet. The stark contrast of colors striking to the eye. He cleared his throat softly, diverting his gaze. When Lucius returned with the potion, he found his beloved entirely ensconced beneath the covers. Severus's hair was somewhat disheveled, yet endearing. Severus, please drink the potion and then return to rest, Lucius urged. Oh. Very well, Severus replied in a flat tone, emerging from the cocoon of blankets. Severus, your face appears a tad flushed, Lucius observed after scrutinizing him for several moments. His brow furrowed in concern. Are you unwell? Allow me to check your forehead for warmth. Severus accepted the vial of potion, deftly evading Lucius's outstretched hand. He gulped down the restorative draught, and the color in his cheeks gradually diminished. I am not ill. The redness may simply be due to the warmth of the room. The magical fireplace within was quite toasty. Perhaps we ought to procure one of this brand to bring back to England? If it pleases you, we can certainly do so. Although its appearance leaves much to be desired, Lucius remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at the imposing, clunky brick fireplace, deeming it devoid of merit aside from its warmth. Much like those youthful werewolves, it held little benefit beyond their fervent youth. He found himself quietly consumed by jealousy. The Russian fireplaces, akin to the Russian werewolves, were not favored by wizards. After Severus finished the restorative potion, Lucius rang the bell to summon breakfast. A house elf from the Birchwood Tavern soon arrived, bearing a tray laden with breakfast delights in room 306. The offerings appeared quite appetizing. Sourdough bread with cream, Roma salad, Russian sausage wrapped in eggs, Belarusian coffee, and a platter of freshly washed berries. After they had completed their morning ablutions, Lucius and Severus leisurely enjoyed their breakfast. Once they finished, Lucius gently rang the bell once more. The house elf appeared at the dining table in response to the chime, swiftly and skillfully clearing the dishes and tidying the room to a pristine condition. Severus, you must wear a pair of thick boots when you go out today. The ones you wore yesterday seem somewhat inadequate, Lucius advised. Though enchantments can provide warmth, such measures are rather uncomfortable. I shall procure you new boots. You should rest well. Lucius gently guided Severus back onto the bed, tucking him under the covers, before donning his own thick wizarding robes and fox fur cloak. pulling the hood up as he prepared to venture out on his errands. Severus, having grown accustomed to Lucius's thoughtful nature, did not feel as awkward accepting his beloved's kindness as he had at the onset of their relationship. Lying on the soft bed, he turned slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he gazed tenderly at Lucius, whispering, "Do remember to wear your scarf and hand warmer." Lucius acquiesced, bestowing a soft kiss upon Severus's cheek, before reluctantly departing. In the afternoon, Severus dressed and donned the new boots Lucius had purchased for him before setting out to attend the seminar. Having narrowly avoided a bite from Lupin, the psychological imprint left by the werewolf was not insignificant. However, he did not harbor fear of werewolves due to this trauma. Rather, he had sought to learn numerous methods to confront them. Consequently, he had conducted extensive research into wolfsbane in his past life, even undertaking several modifications to the potion. In this realm, he could confidently assert his notable contributions. Yet, this did not imply that the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association's studies and discussions on wolfsbane were of no value to him. The collision of diverse thoughts engendered sparks of inspiration. The stones of other mountains could indeed be used to polish jade. Within the brief span of the afternoon seminar, Severus had already penned a substantial stack of drafts, all brimming with newfound insights regarding wolfsbane potions. The potion masters of the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association were notably attentive to Severus. As the heir of the Prince family and the grandson of their old friend Edward, a young recipient of the Merlin Medal, his elegant and adept movements during the werewolf examinations, coupled with his substantive contributions, proved the adage "a prominent name does not deceive" to be true. Had he not been underage, it was likely he would have already passed the Potion Masters examination. The members of the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association shared this unspoken sentiment. Aside from a handful of envious antiquarians, the other potion masters exhibited a particularly amiable attitude towards Severus. To them, they represented the past, while Severus embodied the future. The young prince was rife with potential, and the field of potion making required a fresh infusion of vitality to disrupt its stagnant waters. Severus was that fresh stream. Such a tender sapling required the nurturing care of the elder generation. The few antiquarians who found discomfort in the rise of youth did not conspire against Severus. There were no fools within the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association. Even if they harbored disdain for Severus, they would not oppose the collective will. Moreover, Severus belonged to the Prince family. The late Edward Prince had left behind a considerable legacy. Should anyone dare to bully their orphaned heir, those who had received his legacy would not remain passive. If matters escalated to such an extent, their own reputations would surely suffer. Thus, no one sought to provoke Severus. Severus had no time to dwell on or concern himself with the opinions of the antiquarians. Even when he bore the suspicion of being a Death Eater in his previous life, he had regarded their opinions with indifference, let alone now. Upon the conclusion of the seminar, Severus organized his drafts and rose to seek out the scribe. He requested the compiled meeting notes, which were promptly copied onto the sheepskin parchment he had brought along, and he offered the scribe a word of thanks. "No need for thanks, young sir. It is merely my duty," the scribe replied. "You are quite impressive, becoming a formal member of the association at such a young age. If only my son could be as outstanding as you." The scribe, a plump woman, gazed enviously at Severus, noting that he was nearly the same age as her son. Severus felt his cheeks warm at her praise. Just as he pondered how to respond to the enthusiastic woman, he suddenly sensed someone watching him. Turning his gaze, he discovered it was Lucius, who had quietly entered the conference room at some point, now smiling as he regarded him. Lucius was clad in finely tailored robes, standing tall with an air of elegance, his gaze imbued with warmth and affection. Severus's face flushed further. He averted his eyes from Lucius and addressed the scribe. "Each person possesses their own unique merits. I believe it would be sufficient for your son to inherit your warmth. My beloved has come to fetch me," he added, his tone unexpectedly buoyant. "Until we meet again, madam." Chapter 48. The Dark Snow Maiden and Potion Materials. Following the conclusion of the wolfsbane-themed seminar, the potion masters of the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association provided the Ivanovich werewolf tribe with their contact information. Severus, following suit, also left his contact details for the Ivanovich werewolf tribe. The association and the Ivanovich tribe reached a cooperative agreement, the specifics of which were as follows. From the side of the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association, the association would offer substantial salaries to werewolves assisting potion masters in their experiments. This sum of galleons was not insignificant, representing a rare fortune for werewolves who struggled to secure employment. Although the Ivanovich werewolf tribe, under the astute leadership of Ivanovich, was not as impoverished as other werewolf tribes, they too found themselves lacking in job opportunities. They primarily sell prey from the deep mountains and medicinal herbs to supplement their household income. However, the werewolves themselves also require sustenance from hunting, which leaves little left over for sale. Within the vast mountains, high-grade herbs are often guarded by formidable magical beasts, making it exceedingly difficult for the werewolves to obtain them. Ordinary herbs fetch low prices, which renders these Russian werewolves quite impoverished. They are thus eager to accept the potion testing commissions from the Apothecaries Association. In return for the perilous task of testing potions, werewolves who participate, along with their families, are entitled to receive the newly developed wolf venom antidote without charge, with the Ivankovich werewolf clan receiving priority in the distribution of these potions. In turn, the Ivankovich clan regularly supplies the members of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association with werewolf hair, blood, and other experimental materials, and assists in recruiting volunteers whenever werewolf testing is required. This collaboration is beneficial for all parties involved. Severus is also in need of these experimental materials. In his previous life, he was nearly bitten by a werewolf, Lupin, due to a scheme by Sirius Black. Following that harrowing encounter, he began to study wolf venom with a sense of urgency. However, at that time his research focused on weakening werewolves, reducing the dangers during their transformation, and maintaining their rationality. The notion of eradicating wolf venom had never crossed his mind. Severus acknowledges his prejudice against werewolves. After all, few would harbor affection for a creature that nearly caused their demise. Yet in his past life he loathed Sirius Black and James Potter, who had taken Lily Evans from him, even more than he did Lupin, who ranked merely second on his list of dislikes. However, he now stands at a far greater vantage point than Potter and Black, having transcended the confines of his past, allowing him to view other werewolves with rationality. Severus is acutely aware that if he could completely eliminate wolf venom, he could easily amass a loyal cadre of subordinates. Furthermore, werewolves are prevalent in the mountains and markets of various nations. Should he gain control over them, he would possess a network of informants across countries. The werewolves who manage to survive are rarely devoid of strength, rendering them exceedingly valuable. Is it not evident that both the Dark Lord and the White Wizards harbor intentions to recruit werewolves? If this were not the case, how could such a lofty figure as the Dark Lord permit Fenrir Greyback to attend the Death Eater meetings? Perhaps Dumbledore's decision to admit Lupin was also motivated by a desire to fracture the werewolf community. Of course, it is equally plausible that he is overthinking it. Perhaps Dumbledore merely showed compassion for Lupin's plight by granting him special access. Yet, Severus believes Dumbledore's methodical and strategic approach to problem-solving is far from simplistic. Who can guarantee that Dumbledore's admission of Lupin did not serve as a means to attract moderate werewolves? Thus, upon reflection, it becomes evident that research aimed at the complete eradication of wolf venom is indeed necessary. However, these intriguing studies must be set aside for the time being. The most pressing research remains the elimination of the Dark Mark and the creation of alchemical items designed to weaken the effects of the killing curse. The alchemical texts from the Crouch family prove invaluable, while some runes in the Dorn family's origins of defensive magic can be inscribed upon protective alchemical items. Compared to the research on the Dark Mark, his collaborative efforts with Lucius on alchemical items progress much more smoothly. Therefore, Severus eagerly anticipates encountering the Dark Snow Woman, a magical creature he has yet to behold. As the name suggests, the Dark Snow Woman is a creature of the dark arts, having only been sighted in Russia throughout history, and is exceedingly rare. In his previous life, Severus was too preoccupied with battling Potter and his cohorts to pay attention to the latest developments in the international potion-making community. Even if he had the time, he lacked the funds to purchase the expensive journals of the International Potion-Making Society. While Hogwarts' library is replete with magical tomes, it only archives classic versions of past journals, with recent publications absent from its collection. Severus was, of course, unaware that the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association's annual meeting in Russia would feature the Dark Snow Woman. Later, after joining the Death Eaters and brewing potions for Voldemort, he descended into a cycle of violence. Following the prophecy, he aligned himself with Dumbledore for Lily's sake. After Lily's death, he continued to follow Dumbledore's directives for the sake of her son. Although he maintained an interest in potions, he had never before approached his studies with such fervor and dedication as he does in this life. Viewed in this light, his previous existence appears somewhat of a failure. Now, he finally has the opportunity to investigate the Dark Snow Woman, a creature that has piqued his interest without ever having been encountered. Moreover, as a creature of the dark arts, the materials she produces could potentially lead to breakthroughs in the study of the Dark Mark. As Severus eagerly steps into the laboratory at the conference, Lucius has successfully negotiated several deals with Muggle officials. Lucius has consumed numerous vials containing various hairs, masquerading under different identities as generals and officials to facilitate cooperation. Severus, having departed this life earlier than Lucius, nonetheless observes the unfolding situation in which the Muggle world is encroaching upon the wizarding realm, and has taken the time to study Muggle history. Over the years, Severus's organization, the Silver Serpent Company, has flourished alongside their Muggle ventures, bolstered by the assistance of these oracles. Yet they remain fundamentally weak. Fearing that overuse of magic by the Muggle world might alert both sides to their covert operations and hinder their growth. Thus, they have yet to acquire intelligence on the Muggle world's most formidable weapon, nuclear arms, capable of obliterating entire cities and discouraging conflict among Muggles, surpassing even the contingency plans left by the four founders. Severus posits that the period of upheaval in their country presents the optimal opportunity to procure knowledge, and even tangible items related to such powerful weapons. Therefore, establishing cordial relations with the Muggle elite in this nation is essential. In the laboratory of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association, Severus finally encounters the Dark Snow Woman. She sits upon a chair embedded with a cooling magical array, appearing to be in relatively good spirits. Her appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of a magical snowman, albeit far more slender, which may explain why Russian wizards have dubbed her the Dark Snow Woman. Clad entirely in ebony, she resembles a raven or the ominous black robes worn by Death Eaters. According to the documentation provided by the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association, the Dark Snow Woman can transform into a Dark Snow Crow when under attack, demonstrating a high degree of aggression and the ability to assault a wizard's soul. She is classified as a XXXXX level magical creature. Severus's recent performance has garnered the recognition of several potion masters, and like those seasoned masters, he is allotted a small portion of the Dark Snow Woman's distilled dark ice crystal, and a feather shed by the Dark Snow Crow during its transformation. He brandishes his wand, retrieving an array of testing instruments from a box, and begins to analyze these precious materials. Astonishingly, he discovers that the Dark Snow Crow's feathers contain an exceptionally rich source of soul energy. Indeed, without such potent energy, the Dark Snow Crow would be incapable of launching the formidable attacks detailed in the documentation. Severus realizes that, by skillfully extracting the soul energy from the feather's offensive capabilities, he can substitute it for the primary ingredient of the soul stabilizer, two-life daffodil, yielding far superior results. It also appears to be remarkably effective in dissolving soul contracts. Over the years, Severus has exhausted every avenue to sever the core soul contract embedded within the dark mark. He had endeavored to experiment with an array of herbs and magical materials imbued with soul energy, yet the outcomes consistently fell short of his expectations. Some of these materials were procured at exorbitant prices from magical shops, while others comprised the millennium-old treasures of the Malfoy and Prince families. Additionally, there were rare herbs pilfered discreetly by abercracks from the ranks of the Death Eaters, painstakingly unearthed by the lower-tier followers. However, irrespective of Severus's meticulous concoction and audacious experimentation, he found himself unable to transcend this impasse. Even when fluctuations in the soul contract occurred during the experimentation, the potency of the potion paled in comparison to the soul contract with the Dark Lord, ultimately yielding minimal results. Severus remained undeterred. For a master potion maker, failure was an all too familiar companion. Yet now, he had discovered the Dark Snow Crow feather, a novel material rich in soul energy, albeit aggressive in nature. This characteristic was undeniably significant. Perhaps the aggressive soul energy could assist a wizard in diminishing the power of the soul contract? Might he be able to create an internal potion, or an external elixir that could dissolve the soul contract using the Dark Snow Crow feather? If he succeeded, it could be considered a unique form of triumph over his former master, the most formidable dark wizard in the wizarding world, the heir of Slytherin, now known as Voldemort. Once Tom Riddle. Chapter 49. The eve before returning home. After meticulously documenting his experimental data, Severus stood contemplatively at his workstation for a spell, before methodically organizing his testing apparatus. Once everything was in order, he joined the discussions among his fellow potion masters. His voice was clear, his points articulate, and many of the venerable, gray-bearded gentlemen relished the sound of his eloquence. In the ensuing days, several new potion research projects were initiated within the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association, each incorporating potion materials sourced from the Dark Snow Lady. The potion masters of the association were exuberantly invested in their research, invigorating the academic atmosphere in the wizarding community of St. Petersburg. Herb shops and potion supply stores thrived, buoyed by this newfound enthusiasm. Particularly notable was a platinum-haired, gray-blue-eyed individual, who displayed remarkable generosity, purchasing a plethora of rare herbs unique to Russia from Uncle Ivan's herb shop, and acquiring a gold-to-green stone cauldron from Christina's potion supply store. He resembled a spendthrift young gentleman, showering money without restraint. It was unclear which affluent potion master's beloved young wizard he was, so willing to part with his riches. While the procurement of rare herbs was justifiable, the gold-to-green stone cauldron was evidently a costly luxury, raising questions about its purpose. After discovering that grinding herbs in this cauldron preserved their efficacy and even enhanced certain vital factors, Severus rewarded Lucius. The cauldron, though gleaming, proved remarkably useful. Not merely an ostentatious luxury. Furthermore, Lucius was not his cherished young wizard. Thank you very much. Upon hearing the rumors, a bemused Severus found himself at a loss for words, while Lucius smugly remarked, "They aren't wrong. Am I not your precious wizard? At most, you are my wizard. Sir, not some nonsensical treasure. I never imagined your taste could be so poor as to enjoy such a cloying descriptor. However, you do possess a modicum of self-awareness, Lucius. At least you acknowledge you've graduated and aren't calling yourself a young wizard. I am certainly self-aware, and I am not small at all. Ah, Severus. You are not small either." Severus found himself once again at a loss for retort against Lucius. What color filled Malfoy's mind, one might wonder. They were cloaked in the concealment and silencing charms, rendering their dialogue inaudible to others. Scanning the vicinity, there were hardly any passers-by. Yet even amidst the charms and the desolate streets, this was still a public thoroughfare, not the bedroom of Malfoy Manor or Prince Manor. How could one speak so recklessly? Cease your nonsense, Lucius. Severus felt it was rather hasty to reward this tail-wagging wizard merely for a cauldron. If upon returning to England you wish to work alone, feel free to continue your chatter. Lucius obediently fell silent, as he certainly did not wish to part from his beloved. The annual meeting of the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association concluded amidst a rich academic atmosphere, while the Dark Snow Lady returned to the abode specially prepared for her by the Russian Ministry of Magic, a secluded forest in the snowy mountains. The Extraordinary Potion Makers Association allocated a small quantity of dark ice crystals and dark snow crow feathers to Severus, though the amount was limited, given the Dark Snow Lady's annual yield was scarce. This Dark Snow Lady had encountered Russian wizards after becoming separated from her tribe. They had clashed, yet neither emerged victorious. With the assistance of the Master of Magical Creatures in the Russian wizarding community, she reached a cooperative arrangement with the Russian wizards. The Dark Snow Lady provided materials to the Russian Ministry of Magic, while the ministry offered her territory and sustenance. Possessing a keen intellect, the Dark Snow Lady had attained the cognitive capacity of a wizarding adolescent, thus allowing effective magical communication, and the possibility of binding magical contracts. A gentle cooperative approach proved far more advantageous than a forceful subjugation, while the Russian Oris and Mr. Lev, a master of magic, could indeed subdue the Dark Snow Lady. The might of a XXXXX class magical creature would inevitably lead to casualties among the wizards. Moreover, the Dark Snow Lady was known for her elusive nature, able to meld with shadows or snowy landscapes. Should she desire to flee, few wizards could hope to impede her. Thus, reaching a cooperative agreement was already a commendable outcome. This year, the Russian Ministry of Magic generously provided the materials from the Dark Snow Lady to the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association, largely due to the cold winter fostering her good spirits and increased production. Furthermore, the ministry aimed to promote their potion materials through these potion masters. Upon returning home, they could discreetly organize a team to seek the Dark Snow Lady's whereabouts. After a day of exploring the streets and returning to 306, Severus remarked to Lucius, "I have a premonition that the Dark Snow Crow Feather will be pivotal in our research on the dissolution potion for the Dark Mark." Lucius wholeheartedly supported Severus's notion. The wizarding world differed greatly from the Muggle realm. While Muggle premonitions might be mere fanciful thinking, those in the wizarding community often intertwined with fate and prophecy, mystical forces indeed. Such premonitions could very well herald genuine futures. We could have our subordinates, bound by the highest level magical contracts, journey to Russia to hire local wizards for the search. Lucius suggested. This conference saw a significant turnout of French potion masters. Before the subordinates depart, I can arrange for them to enroll in a French language course in the Muggle world. To outsiders, it would merely appear as if the French potion masters sought additional materials from the Dark Snow Lady for research. Lucius added, they should also learn the manners and behaviors of the French, or else some may unwittingly expose themselves. You know my old profession. I must say that some of our subordinates are riddled with flaws during missions, Severus noted, supplementing a few details. My dear, you cannot expect everyone to be as exceptional as you, Lucius teased. In decades, you are the only outstanding double agent, Severus. The youthful couple lingered in Russia for several days, capturing photographs in the birch forests and donning their invisibility cloaks to explore Muggle palaces and museums. Before their departure, they even attended a Quidditch match. Lucius had indeed gone to watch the match, beyond any doubt. He is a seasoned aficionado of Quidditch, having taken to playing with children's brooms at a tender age. Indeed, Severus finds it perplexing to comprehend Lucius's passion. It is quite disheartening to learn that Lucius shares a common interest with Potter. However, Abraxas once showed him a precious photograph of a 3- or 4-year-old Lucius riding a small broom for the very first time. As is well known, photographs in the magical realm possess the ability to move. Therefore, the little Lucius in the photograph is animated, displaying a proud, sweet smile. His cherubic face adorned with adorable baby fat. Regardless, one cannot help but be fond of little Lucius. At that time Lucius, feeling somewhat neglected, lamented, "Not only do you favor the little Lucius in the photograph, but you also adore the little Lucius doll. I have seen you change its clothes several times, yet you have never done the same for me." Not only did Severus decline to engage in the affectionate ritual of helping each other dress daily, but he also refused to allow Lucius to admire him while changing. Even his attempts to undress failed to successfully entice Severus's gaze on every occasion. Lucius felt certain that his allure had diminished. He secretly indulged in a shopping spree for beauty products and even picked up a long-neglected tome titled How to Become a Charming Wizard, authored by Jerice Malfoy, the 9th head of the Malfoy family. Should Severus discover Lucius's chaotic musings, he would undoubtedly scold this peacock, explaining that his reluctance to accept Lucius's suggestions stemmed solely from shyness. Therefore, he ought to refrain from incessantly attempting to seduce him, as he too has work to attend to and cannot lounge in bed with him every day. However, during that period, Severus remained blissfully unaware of Lucius's strange thoughts, interpreting Lucius's unusual behavior as mere jealousy over little Lucius. After all, his secretive act of administering youth potions to Lucius, spurred by the photograph, was indeed rather excessive. Yet, had he not diligently consoled Lucius's wounded spirit, and acquiesced to numerous of Lucius's whimsical suggestions? The two of them truly operated on entirely different wavelengths. As the reminiscence concluded, it became evident that Severus, charmed by the adorable sight of little Lucius on a broom, no longer found Quidditch as detestable as he once did. Thus, Lucius extended an invitation to Severus to attend a Quidditch match, which Severus graciously accepted. Of course, Lucius was genuinely eager to witness the Quidditch match, while Severus's primary intention was to provide companionship. Nonetheless, the match did possess elements that piqued Severus's interest, one of which was Lucius's encouragement to witness Quidditch for himself. "Severus, the Russian flying broom is as large as a tree. Would you not wish to see it?" Consequently, Lucius enjoyed a rather thrilling Quidditch match, while Severus marveled at the tree-like flying broom, subsequently adding the Russian flying broom to his shopping list. Such a fascinating item surely deserved a place in his collection. Furthermore, he envisioned Lucius riding it for him and Abraxas, an endeavor that promised to be quite entertaining, and Uncle Abraxas would undoubtedly delight in it. After the match concluded, the two embarked on a grand shopping spree, procuring a plethora of their favorite Russian delicacies and gifts for others. They returned to England laden with boxes full of treasures and manuscripts, aboard the International Express train. Chapter 50, The Bouquet. Upon returning home, Lucius selected a few clever Muggle subordinates, and dispatched them to learn French and the customs of the French people. He also withdrew a sum of galleons from Gringotts, intending to use these funds for the search for the Dark Snow Woman. Severus remained at Prince Manor, managing various reports and documents sent by the Muggle agents. After addressing the backlog of paperwork, Severus entrusted these documents to the house elf, Bobo, who would deliver them to the respective agents. The house elf could apparate, making the delivery of documents significantly swifter than other postal methods. Naturally, he could only utilize the house elf for correspondence with his wizard subordinates and Muggle agents. Ordinary individuals would hardly accept house elves as courier beings. Even if they could, Severus could not choose to send a house elf to deliver messages to Muggle subordinates. After all, such actions could easily attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic, thereby jeopardizing his and Lucius's plans within the Muggle realm. Once Lucius and Severus had completed their pressing tasks, Severus waved him away, stating, "Spend a few more days at home. You have been away for so long. Uncle Abraxas will surely miss you." "How callous of you, Severus. After you assist me with my work, you shoo me away. Have I become merely a tool to be used and discarded? I simply wish to avoid Uncle Abraxas coming to Prince Manor to complain to the portraits of my grandfather and others." Severus remained unmoved by Lucius's theatrical display. "Do remember to bring back the delicacies we acquired from Russia." With a heart of iron, Lucius found himself at a loss. he could only reluctantly bid farewell to Severus, saying, "You will come to find me after you finish your tasks at home, won't you? I believe my father would be quite pleased to have you visit the Malfoy estate." Severus nodded in agreement. With that, Lucius departed from Prince Manor. After Lucius's departure, Severus sent a letter to the bookstore regarding his order, and forwarded a shopping list to other shops. Within Prince Manor, the well-fed owls, having enjoyed their nuts, flitted off with Severus's letters towards Diagon Alley and the shops of Hogsmeade. Severus stowed away his quill and parchment, opened his suitcase, and began to organize his manuscripts. During a series of symposiums hosted by the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association, he garnered a wealth of inspiration. Once he completed these business-related tasks, he could finally devote himself wholeheartedly to validating his theories. However, that meager portion of dark crystal and the feathers of the dark snowy owl were of no use to Severus. He resisted the temptation to conduct experiments with these materials. After all, no one could predict whether the Russian Ministry of Magic would sell materials derived from the Dark Snow Woman the following year. Nor could one ascertain whether Lucius would successfully locate other Dark Snow Women. Thus, before arriving at a feasible hypothesis regarding the use of the dark snowy owl feathers to advance the research project on the dissolution potion for the Dark Mark, Severus would not readily expend such precious materials. After completing a series of experiments in the potion laboratory at Prince Manor, Severus achieved some gratifying results. The antidote experiment for wolfsbane had shown preliminary progress. Receiving praise from the portraits that had ventured into the laboratory lifted Severus's spirits considerably. Of course, the potion was not yet ready for unveiling. Hence, Severus was not overly anxious regarding this research. He leisurely organized his manuscripts. Once the final ordered item arrived, Severus instructed the house elves to assist him with packing. After bidding farewell to the portraits, Severus activated the door key and set off for Malfoy Manor as agreed. His suitcase levitated beside him under the influence of the levitation charm, as Severus planned to depart for Hogwarts with Lucius from the Malfoy estate, thus bringing his luggage along. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius rose early to tend to his exquisite emerald green vase. This beautiful vase had been a birthday gift from Lady Malfoy during her lifetime, and Lucius treasured it dearly. At that moment, the vase held artfully arranged platinum roses and soft moonlight irises, their blossoms shimmering with an iridescent glow, a sight to behold. Silver-green satin ribbons entwined the stems, adorned with gold dust and scattered diamonds, while dewdrops clung to the petals, a charming spectacle indeed. It was truly a magnificent work of art. Abraxas watched Lucius's elegant arrangement with great interest. Several years ago, Lucius's vase was far less enchanting. At that time, it housed not moonlit irises but merely roses. But to say it only held roses would still be a bit of a stretch, for even then, the vase possessed a certain charm. The true eyesore emerged when lilies made their unwelcome appearance. In truth, lilies are undeniably exquisite flowers. His wife had adored wild lilies in her youth. Yet, one could only wonder from whence Lucius procured those particular lilies, for they appeared shriveled and sickly, their leaves tinged with yellow. Meanwhile, a grand bouquet of vibrant platinum roses overshadowed the wilted lilies, blooming with an air of arrogant splendor. It was truly unsightly. Then one day, the lilies in the bouquet mysteriously vanished, liberating Abraxas's gaze entirely. Today, as Lucius busily arranged the vase, adorning himself splendidly, Abraxas immediately surmised that Severus was coming over for a visit. Indeed, although Lucius donned casual attire, Abraxas could discern that his son had put in considerable effort to look presentable. Perhaps only Lucius's innocent and charming young boyfriend remained oblivious to the subtle machinations of his heart. Severus was warmly ushered into the drawing room by the house elf Dobby. Upon entering, he beheld Abraxas seated in a high-backed chair, engrossed in the Daily Prophet, while Lucius sat on the sofa, meticulously trimming flower stems. However, upon catching sight of Severus, Lucius promptly abandoned his lovely vase and hurried over to greet him. Meanwhile, Dobby had already taken Severus's suitcase to his bedroom to help settle him in. "Good morning, Uncle Abraxas," Severus said, as Lucius grasped his hand. "Good morning, Severus," Abraxas replied, setting down the newspaper. "Lucius has prepared matcha-flavored cupcakes for you. Their taste is quite subtle, and I believe you will enjoy them. I shall have Dobby bring them to your room shortly." He held a genuine fondness for Severus and took great pleasure in witnessing Lucius's joyful demeanor. His little Lucius had been exceedingly happy since embarking on this romance with Severus, and Abraxas felt gratified. A good love could indeed enhance the lives of both young men. Naturally, he did not hesitate to speak kindly of his son. Severus felt a flicker of happiness and glanced toward Lucius, seeking affirmation. "Is that so?" Lucius responded with a reassuring nod, his eyes conveying a silent agreement. Abraxas, satisfied, addressed Severus and Lucius. You two may go and enjoy yourselves. No need to keep me company, an old man like me. Shall we dine together later this evening? He had no desire to intrude upon the flirtations of the two youthful lovers. Very well, father. Of course, Uncle Abraxas. Lucius, cradling his carefully arranged vase, led Severus upstairs. Hand in hand. Severus appreciated the floral arrangement, for it contained their two favorite flowers, a sight that was genuinely pleasing to behold. After a delightful brief respite at Malfoy Manor, the time for Hogwarts' term to commence had arrived. Lucius and Severus made their way to King's Cross Station. As they boarded the train and had yet to reach their compartment, they heard voices behind them. Those of James Potter and Lily Evans. Lily, do you like the broom I sent you? Lily, let us play Quidditch together when school starts. I told you I don't want your things, James. Lily exclaimed, throwing the broom, which had been delivered to her home by Owl, back into James's arms. If you wish to be my friend, you shouldn't give me such extravagant gifts. I'm sorry, Lily, I meant no offense. I simply wanted to give you something nice. Shut up, you jerk. Lily retorted, anger flaring within her at the thought of what Nana Brown had told her about Elizabeth's claims of her vanity. Yet, upon hearing James's sincere apology, her ire began to dissipate. She pinched James's side playfully. Stop shouting. If you truly consider me a friend, you should know I would still play with you even without the broom. Oh, Lily, it's all my fault, but I like you. Ouch, that hurts. Lily, her cheeks flushed, huffed before releasing her grip. The two Slytherins in front of them quickened their pace. Lucius felt a mix of joy and concern. He was pleased that Severus would surely be disillusioned with Evans now, yet worried that Severus's mood might sour. Love often breeds fear. And perhaps that was the case for him. Severus, on the other hand, exhaled deeply. Perhaps this was destiny's design. Lily and Potter were fated to be together. The Potters were always so fervent in their pursuit of true love, and Lily, being an ordinary girl, could hardly resist Potter's passionate advances. The only son of a pure-blood Gryffindor family, the favored Gryffindor wizard of Dumbledore, adept at Quidditch as a seeker, James Potter, while not the most exceptional wizard nor the most powerful, possessed many qualities that enchanted witches. He simply had never been able to see them or accept them. After all, Lily had once promised him that she would never be with James Potter. However, he felt no undue sorrow now, for he too had found someone he loved who loved him in return. In the past, he had failed to appreciate the sun's warmth, merely because his life had been filled with endless winters. Chapter 51. The Castrated Muggle Threat Theory. Lucius wrapped his arm around Severus's shoulder as they briskly entered the Malfoy family's compartment. Upon entering, Lucius embraced his beloved's shoulder and gently pressed a kiss to Severus's cheek. Severus, gazing into Lucius's tender eyes, sensed that Lucius was there to comfort him. Lucius was concerned that Severus might be affected by Potter and Lily's antics, but Severus had long since ceased to feel sorrow over their romance. He softly brushed his lips against Lucius's. The scent of citrus. They had eaten oranges before leaving. Severus reveled in the kiss. As they parted from this passionate embrace, Severus took the initiative to explain, "You need not worry about me, Lucius. I have moved on. It is only human to feel a twinge of melancholy upon witnessing certain events." But he pressed Lucius's hand against his heart. "In this space resides only you now. I shall not cling to past affections after having fallen for you." Lucius gazed into Severus's sincere and clear eyes, utterly enchanted. "I understand now. I shall no longer envy Miss Evans." Lucius's ears turned a shade of crimson. "Nor shall I clandestinely seek out unattractive, inferior Lily arrangements." Severus chuckled softly. Abraxas had confided in him about Lucius's unsightly floral arrangements from previous years, but they had spoken of it in hushed tones behind Lucius's back. Severus had assumed Lucius remained unaware of his childish antics. Little did he know that Lucius had been privy to this knowledge for some time. "I truly admire how you tend to the vase, Lucius." Severus deftly steered the conversation in a new direction. Following the commencement of the new term, Dumbledore awarded points to Slytherin due to Severus's achievement of the Merlin Medal. Severus felt a peculiar blend of fortune and misfortune in his accolades. On one hand, the Special Contribution Award and the third-class Merlin Medal were hardly trivial accolades. Were any other wizard to receive such honors, they would surely leap for joy. On the other hand, these awards inevitably reminded him of less favorable associations. For instance, the third-class Merlin Medal had been awarded to Gilderoy Lockhart, while the Special Contribution Award had gone to Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord Voldemort. The curriculum for the new academic year is not overly extensive, allowing Severus to navigate it with remarkable ease. After all, he is merely a fourth-year student, far removed from the impending challenges faced by the fifth years preparing for their OWL examinations. and the 7th years bracing for their new assessments. Severus's study group has significantly expanded, attracting a considerable number of Ravenclaw students drawn by the prestige of his Merlin medal, thereby enhancing the group's value. However, due to the stringent requirements for joining the study group, including the necessity of signing a magical confidentiality contract, the influx of new members remains limited. Naturally, the high standards have filtered out many candidates, and the stringent confidentiality agreement has deterred some young witches and wizards. Little Barty Crouch has also become a member of the study group. No, rather, it should be referred to as the Progress Society. Given the group's growth, many members believe they have transcended the simplicity of a mere study group and should be restructured into a proper society. Severus, attuned to the sentiments of his peers, has reformed the study group into the Progress Society. Little Barty Crouch did not join the society merely as a member. He was recruited by Severus to assist in various tasks. This winter holiday, Barty once again defied Mr. Crouch, and the potions Severus had advanced to him proved immensely helpful. He sought additional potions for his reserves, which led to his recruitment for labor to repay his debts. Severus opined that a worker like Little Barty Crouch, with perfect grades across 12 subjects, is undeniably invaluable. Despite being only in the 3rd year, Little Barty adeptly managed the restructuring of the Progress Society, organizing clandestine meetings and magical experiments with remarkable clarity and competence, all without neglecting his studies. Severus generously offered Little Barty the compensation he desired, a suitcase brimming with various potions and poisons. If you can restrain yourself, Severus advised Barty, I recommend you refrain from poisoning your father. Magic is extraordinarily wondrous. Who knows what adverse effects patricide might have on your soul? Moreover, such an act would likely attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic, landing you in Azkaban. There are myriad ways to displease your father. For instance, you could persuade your mother, Mrs. Crouch, to remarry, or serve as a campaign advisor for another candidate during your father's bid for Minister of Magic. Alternatively, you could marry into another family, ensuring your father's line ends with him. Having spent ample time with Lucius, Severus had also begun to entertain such peculiar and unfortunate ideas. However, this was all in the interest of preserving his chosen worker from being imprisoned in Azkaban. In this day and age, a wizard of Little Barty's caliber, capable of managing multiple tasks with grace, is a rarity. Little Barty Crouch nodded thoughtfully, contemplating whether to ask Severus for a potion that could render a male wizard unable to father children. However, the nature of such a potion posed a dilemma. He felt somewhat embarrassed to voice his desire for it, and was uncertain whether the Prince family would engage in research on such unsavory concoctions. Initially, Voldemort was quite displeased with Lucius for propagating the notion of Muggle threats, which he deemed as elevating others at the expense of his own stature. Yet, as the effects of this rhetoric proved somewhat beneficial, Voldemort ultimately acquiesced to Lucius's approach. If such discourse could sow discord among purebloods, half-bloods, and Muggleborns while undermining Dumbledore's authority, Voldemort was willing to tolerate it. Lucius's assertions regarding Muggle threats, presented at his clandestine gatherings and the Slytherin Mutual Aid Society, were carefully curated. He notably refrained from mentioning atomic bombs and missiles, nor did he present any data on such matters to the prideful young wizards. After all, the pure-blood wizards of Slytherin, particularly those from Death Eater families, obeyed him primarily because he represented Voldemort, not out of any profound loyalty. This implies that these young wizards would relay his words verbatim to their parents. Once their Death Eater parents learned of this, Voldemort would inevitably be informed. After all, none of the Death Eaters serving Voldemort were free from envy of the Malfoy family's favored status. They would surely report his actions to the Dark Lord, hoping to find a slip that would allow Voldemort to direct his wrath toward the Malfoy family. Should the Malfoys fall, other pureblood families would seize the opportunity to rise in prominence. For these reasons, Lucius exercised caution when discussing the threat posed by Muggles among pureblood wizards. He only mentioned the rapid-fire weaponry and other advanced arms in the Muggle world. These would pose a threat to ordinary wizards, but to wizards of Voldemort's and Dumbledore's caliber, they were inconsequential. Their magical abilities and instincts would enable them to defend themselves and retaliate before Muggles could approach. Given Voldemort's disdain for Muggles, he would likely dismiss such reports with contempt, devoid of any sense of urgency. Some pure-blooded aristocrats might share this sentiment, as they could afford to carry alchemical items that could withstand a Muggle assassin's lethal strike. After an unexpected attack fails, Muggles find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate a wizard. Indeed, even if Muggle weaponry were advanced, and if wizards were outmatched, they could always utilize portkeys or apparition to escape. However, for ordinary wizards born into the magical world, particularly those in dire straits, The formidable power of Muggle weapons and the grim history of the medieval which hunts evoke a sense of trepidation. As long as his rhetoric possesses sufficient incendiary power, more wizards would be inclined to believe him. Furthermore, by subtly conveying his respect and loyalty to Voldemort, Lucius could effectively navigate the scrutiny of the fervent Death Eater wannabes watching for his missteps, presenting Voldemort with a satisfactory report. Of course, he must also attend to another task assigned by the Dark Lord, monitoring Dumbledore's actions and assisting Slytherin students in undermining the forces Dumbledore was nurturing. For the advancement of the Malfoy family and his father Abraxas's standing among the Death Eaters, Lucius remained deeply committed to the tasks assigned by Voldemort. At the very least, he feigned such dedication, to the extent that Dumbledore often suspected him, and those watching him could see no flaws. Initially, he had leveraged his entry into Hogwarts to aid the Dark Lord's expansion of power, thereby avoiding the Dark Mark. Voldemort could not possibly suspect him in the least. Thus, he must not allow any errors to occur. For his own sake, for his father's, and for the Malfoy family's legacy. Chapter 52. The debate between Lucius and Dumbledore. Within Severus's Progress Society, discussions pertaining to Muggles abound. However, compared to Lucius's Wizard Promotion Society, the discourse within the Progress Society remains notably more temperate, devoid of the extremist views espoused by Lucius's organization, and refraining from overtly championing the Muggle threat narrative. Under Severus's guidance, they engage in dialogues regarding Muggle weaponry, as well as their livelihoods and technological advancements. They contemplate whether Muggles pose a threat to wizards while also considering the potential for harmonious coexistence between Muggles and wizards. Naturally, discussions about Muggles constitute a minor portion of their conversations. More often than not, they explore new spells and ancient potions or conduct experiments in the creation of alchemical items. At Severus's suggestion, some young wizards have begun experimenting with the fusion of alchemy and modern Muggle weaponry, which aligns with the research focus of the institute established by Severus and Lucius. Severus provided them with research funding and entered into agreements with these young wizards in advance. Those who produced results would enjoy lifelong technological dividends, yet the outcomes would belong to the prince family. The young wizards were all in accord. The risks were borne by the princes, while the benefits were enjoyed by them. A fair exchange, indeed, in accordance with both wizarding and Muggle law. Within the Progressive Society, Severus refrained from mentioning anything related to atomic bombs. To ensure their safety and maximize future benefits, Lucius and Severus would not broach any topics that might attract Voldemort's attention. In their society, they frequently referenced Muggles, merely laying the groundwork for the post-Voldemort era. The distinction lay in the Progressive Society's subtle and gentle introduction of Muggles, while the Wizarding Promotion Association's approach was both radical and confrontational. Lucius was reluctant to espouse such extreme views, yet with Voldemort's scrutiny looming overhead, he felt compelled to adopt a more radical stance. His primary mission, assigned by the Dark Lord to Hogwarts, was to cultivate a reserve of power for Voldemort and to monitor Dumbledore, not to promote Muggle knowledge, or to serve as an amateur professor of Muggle studies. Dumbledore gradually sensed that the atmosphere within the school was amiss. Recently, the Slytherin students, born into Death Eater families, seemed to harbor an intensified animosity towards Muggle-born wizards. While Dumbledore believed that the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor was not entirely detrimental, the large-scale brawls among the young wizards within the school were unequivocally unacceptable, and he was thoroughly vexed. What troubled him even more was that, inexplicably, some pure-blooded young wizards from families not associated with Slytherin had also begun to harbor hostility towards Muggleborns, particularly among the purebloods of Ravenclaw. This shift had only emerged since Lucius Malfoy's arrival at Hogwarts, leading Dumbledore to conclude that Lucius was the architect of the upheaval within the school. Aware of this trend, he felt compelled to speak with Lucius to prevent matters from spiraling out of control. In the Slytherin headmaster's office, the rotund Horace Slughorn, seated in a high-backed chair, reluctantly informed Lucius, "I'm not certain what Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to discuss with you. However, he asked me to convey that he would like to share afternoon tea with you today at 4 o'clock in his office, with the password being Chocolate Frog." "Very well. I understand, sir," replied Lucius, his countenance cool and his tone calm. He truly wished to be rid of this tedious potion master role. As he watched Lucius depart, Slughorn felt an overwhelming urge to withdraw. Dumbledore, Malfoy, and the current Dark Lord, who had once consulted him on the creation of Horcruxes. Slughorn pulled out a piece of candied jackfruit and slowly consumed it to calm his nerves. The sweet flavor indeed improved the mood, and Slughorn felt his spirits lift somewhat. Even if it meant prolonging his life for a few more years and indulging in delicious candied jackfruit, Professor Slughorn felt it wise to plan his escape. Otherwise, He would inevitably be harmed by these individuals, whether they stood for righteousness or malevolence. On the 8th floor, in the headmaster's office, Lucius approached the imposing statue of the gargoyle and uttered the password, "Chocolate Frog." He genuinely held a disdain for this password, truly indicative of Dumbledore's poor taste. Upon entering the headmaster's chamber, Lucius was confronted with the appalling attire of their esteemed headmaster. A pink-orange wizarding robe adorned with star patterns. Exquisite silverware emitted billowing clouds of steam, and a golden phoenix perched on a gilded branch as the white-bearded old wizard offered a warm and amiable smile. Yet, Lucius was not one of those naive young wizards. He possessed cunning and strategy, and would not be swayed by superficial appearances. Dumbledore, like the Dark Lord, was perilous, perhaps even more so. In direct confrontation, Dumbledore might only achieve a stalemate with Voldemort or even face defeat. However, in the realm of manipulation and scheming, this seemingly benign old wizard was a shade more formidable than Voldemort, who had yet to fragment his soul. Not to mention the present circumstances. "Good afternoon, sir. Professor Slughorn mentioned that you wished to invite me for afternoon tea?" "Indeed, Mr. Malfoy." Dumbledore gestured for Lucius to take a seat, which he graciously accepted. As Lucius settled down, a steaming cup of coffee and hazelnut muffins appeared on the small round table beside him. Lucius refrained from drinking. Who could ascertain whether Dumbledore had tampered with the coffee? He was no longer the young wizard who could induce Dumbledore to feel morally conflicted about covert actions. Why not partake in something warm? "It is rather chilly outside today with the rain." "Thank you, headmaster, but I am not thirsty and do not wish to eat." Lucius displayed his customary social smile. Dumbledore did not press the matter. He understood that wizards from pure-blood aristocratic families were often steeped in suspicion and reluctant to consume offerings from outsiders. "I wonder if you have noticed the increasingly volatile behavior among the young wizards at Hogwarts. They have begun brawling with one another." Dumbledore sipped his tea, his blue eyes scrutinizing the subtle changes in Lucius's expression. Lucius's demeanor betrayed no cracks. Perhaps that is the case. However, according to the records of the family elders, young wizards have historically trained their combat skills through dueling. With your supervision, no student at Hogwarts would be truly harmed. Given the deep-seated social tensions within the wizarding world, it is indeed beneficial for the young wizards to attain higher levels of practical combat skills. What a wretched world we live in. Why can it not be more peaceful? Lucius lamented, feigning consternation. Dumbledore's blue eyes flickered. Your stance differs notably from that of your father. There is no difference, headmaster. Both my father and I are advocates of peace. Advocates of peace? If Abraxas Malfoy were not Voldemort's most trusted lieutenant, one might almost believe your words, Lucius. After all, pure-blood aristocrats are notoriously protective of their lives. How could they favor the bloodshed and sacrifice of war? With the exception of those corrupted by dark magic. Of course, advocating peace is indeed a commendable notion. Yet, curiously, there has been a sudden emergence of divisive rhetoric within Hogwarts. The existence of Muggles poses a threat to the wizarding community. How absurd, is it not? Such incendiary statements that incite opposition between wizards and Muggles hardly seem to originate from those who truly advocate for peace. Dumbledore's tone was calm yet resolute, his gaze piercing like an arrow directed squarely at Lucius. "Sir, you have witnessed the Muggle Wars, both the first and the second, and during those times, you vanquished the leader of the Muggle supremacist movement, Grindelwald, thereby sparing the wizarding community of England from the ravages of war." Lucius displayed an expression of admiration and reverence, concealing any hint of duplicity. "You must understand the potency of Muggle weaponry, artillery and firearms, yet they remain oblivious to the existence of our world. Thus, even with their formidable weapons, they are rendered ineffective." Dumbledore cast a glance at the overturned picture frame on the table, his heart aching. He recalled the Paris of 1945, when he had sought harmony by confronting Gellert. The Muggle threat narrative was merely a concoction of ambitious individuals vying for dominion over the world. Akin to Gellert and the present Lucius Malfoy, Dumbledore wished to delve no further. He revealed his hand. "We all know what truly threatens the lives of wizards. Yes, presently Muggles cannot locate our world, but what of the future? The Muggle world grows increasingly formidable with each passing day, while the wizarding realm stagnates like a still pond." However, Lucius had no intention of reminding Dumbledore of this fact. He had never harbored plans to collaborate with Dumbledore. Both he and Severus aspired to seize the reins of the wizarding world in this new era. They sought not just victory but a resounding and magnificent triumph. Yet, their youth rendered them overshadowed by the unparalleled powers of Voldemort and Dumbledore, wizards of a century's rarity. Thus, they were compelled to chart an alternative course. Let Voldemort and Dumbledore engage in their own conflict. With meticulous planning, he and Severus could assuredly reap the benefits. Moreover, Severus possessed remarkable talent. In his previous life, he endured relentless bullying from a group of 4 tormentors during his youth, later toiling day and night for the Dark Lord, and eventually becoming a weary double agent, all while instructing those foolish young wizards at Hogwarts. Even so, Severus's magical prowess managed to eclipse that of Bellatrix Lestrange. In this life, free from such chaotic distractions, Lucius could only speculate on the heights to which his beloved might ascend. Even if their plans should falter, Reborn, they would not find themselves at a dead end. With this thought, Lucius suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, losing the inclination to provoke the white-haired old wizard with Grindelwald's name. He admitted that his mention of Grindelwald was entirely intentional. "Well, my esteemed headmaster, it seems you have little desire to share afternoon tea with me, likely displeased with my ascent to this position. Your distrust of me is quite understandable. However, is it fair to assume that the students' animosity toward Muggles is solely incited by me? Our school harbors a number of young witches and wizards from the Muggle world, and even within Slytherin, there are half-bloods who have interacted with Muggles. The external tensions are escalating, and the widening gap between the affluent and the impoverished in the wizarding world may not be solely responsible for the discord among the young witches and wizards. I maintain my stance that ordinary wizards are ill-equipped to defend against the assassinations by elite Muggles. They are a perilous threat. Mr. Dumbledore, my father sent me to Hogwarts precisely because the Dark Lord was gravely dissatisfied with my perspective. He deems Muggles as lowly and incapable of posing any threat to wizards. My father entrusted me to your protection. Headmaster, perhaps one day, when the dark mark looms over Malfoy Manor, I may find myself imploring for your sanctuary?" For the first time, Dumbledore felt the challenging nature of the youth before him. So young, yet as cunning as his father, Abraxas. Capable of uttering falsehoods with a straight face. "Very well, Mr. Malfoy. Perhaps you are correct, but only time shall bear witness to the truth. However, I must inform you." Dumbledore's tone turned grave. "If the provocations of Slytherin students towards Muggleborns escalate, I shall have no choice but to investigate the activities of student organizations at Hogwarts." Lucius was unperturbed. "Headmaster, I shall carefully consider your words. Yet you are aware that the Malfoy family excels in business, not in exerting absolute control over Slytherin. I am not the head of Slytherin. It is Professor Slughorn who must regulate the students." Thus, an unpleasant conversation concluded in an atmosphere thick with tension. Upon leaving, Lucius had no intention of restraining the Slytherin students. He had just heeded Dumbledore's commands, yet his father was to soon taste the excruciating consequences of Voldemort's wrath. Thus, obedience was not on his agenda. If Dumbledore wished to abolish the Wizarding Advancement Society, let him do so. Under a different guise, it would merely continue to convene. If Dumbledore were to follow Umbridge's precedent and prohibit student organizations altogether, that would be even better, for such measures were immensely unpopular. Even if Voldemort were to rage against the dissolution of the Wizarding Advancement Society, he would not kill Lucius for failing to protect it under Dumbledore's rule. After all, Voldemort could not defeat Dumbledore at Hogwarts himself. His pride as the Dark Lord would not permit him to accept that his subordinate suffered under Dumbledore's hand. Thus, even if Voldemort were angered by the Society's demise, the worst Lucius could expect would be a few sharp reprimands during his next report. Patience would see him through. It was no great matter. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Once Voldemort met his first demise, Lucius would aid in vanquishing his splintered essence, incinerating his father's bones and scattering the ashes into the sea. Ha ha ha, his and Severus's plans were truly brilliant. They were indeed geniuses. Chapter 53. The Romance of Potter and Lily. As Lucius departed from Dumbledore's office, night had already descended, and dinner time had arrived. He made his way directly to the Great Hall. Today, Severus had herbology class in the afternoon, and true to Severus's habit, he would head straight to the Great Hall for dinner. Upon entering, Lucius was met with a cacophony of sharp shrieks and low, amused laughter, the sounds intertwining to create a powerful auditory wave that struck his eardrums. The entire hall brimmed with an exuberant atmosphere, akin to a pot of boiling water bubbling over. Lucius focused his gaze and spotted the young witches and wizards near the Gryffindor table, all in high spirits. James Potter stood proudly, chest puffed out, while Lily Evans clutched a magnificent bouquet of lilies, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What a fork! You truly are something," Sirius Black exclaimed exuberantly. "Wishing you both happiness." Remus Lupin smiled gently, applauding them from the side, while Nana Brown clung to Lily's arm, her mouth moving animatedly as she spoke. Lucius glanced over at the Slytherin table. Severus, with a calm demeanor, was sipping pumpkin juice. Upon sensing Lucius's gaze, He turned and offered a reassuring smile. Severus's senses were particularly acute, especially regarding Lucius's attention. The moment Lucius looked over, Severus had already felt it. His smile conveyed to Lucius, "I am well. You need not worry." Lucius swiftly approached Severus's side. The Slytherin students seated next to Severus, noticing Lucius's arrival, tactfully vacated their seats for the young master of the Malfoy family. Lucius tapped the table, and a glass of white wine appeared before him. He raised it to his lips, savoring the crisp flavor that danced on his palate. "So, Potter and Miss Evans have declared their feelings?" he inquired in an unassuming tone. "Indeed, it is a declaration, though not entirely so. Potter is proposing, and Lily has accepted," came the reply. "Ah, how swiftly their relationship has evolved in just one semester. The last time I observed the budding romance between James and Lily was on the Hogwarts Express at the start of the term. Now, as the semester draws to a close with only 2 exams left before summer break, James has proposed. Indeed, without Lucius as an obstacle, the course of Potter and Lily's love had accelerated dramatically. However, Severus had long grown accustomed to witnessing James Potter's courtship of Lily, in both this life and the last. His newfound realization was, "Lucius, I just discovered today that Lupin also harbors feelings for Lily. No wonder Remus, the most normal among the group of 4 tormentors, harbors such resentment towards him. I had assumed Lupin merely feared exclusion from Potter and Black's bullying. After all, he is a werewolf." Severus narrowed his eyes, surprised that the true reason had eluded him until now. Lucius was hardly concerned about whether Lupin had any fondness for Miss Lily. Upon observing that Severus's mood was relatively pleasant, Lucius's spirits brightened instantly, dispelling the clouds that had loomed over him since his encounter with Dumbledore. He swiftly finished his dinner, and then took Severus back to their dormitory. "I brought you a gift while I was out, Severus. Let us hasten back to see it, for you shall undoubtedly adore it." Indeed, there was a gift, although he had initially intended to present it during the summer holidays. However, with Potter and Evans's recent engagement, Lucius resolved to bestow upon Severus the meticulously prepared gift ahead of schedule, so that in the future, when Severus recalled this day, it would be marked as the occasion of receiving a gift from his beloved, rather than as the day of Potter and Lily's betrothal. In the Slytherin dormitory, Severus watched with great interest as a silent play unfolded within the wooden box. A ceramic wizard with gray-blue eyes, his wrist entwined with a silver-green serpent, stood amidst a thicket of roses reciting the works of Muggle poets. The nocturnal birds pecked at the first appearing stars, and when I love you, they shimmer like my soul. A ceramic wizard with dark eyes sat against a willow tree, caressing the snow-white peacock that rested upon his lap. Suddenly, the peacock spread its tail feathers and leapt from the wizard's lap, growing larger as it bore the dark-eyed ceramic wizard toward the rosebush, gently depositing him into the embrace of the gray-blue-eyed wizard. As their lips met, the stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky. Severus gazed at the resplendent sky and twinkling stars within the box, a smile curving his lips in delight. He wrapped his arms around Lucius's waist and gently kissed his cheek. By 4th year, Severus had grown tall enough to reach Lucius's chest, requiring only to rise onto his toes to kiss him without Lucius having to lean down or sit. Lucius had once consumed a potion crafted by Severus that could enhance one's height. In his previous life, Lucius stood precisely at 1.80 m, with no excess at all. In contrast, Severus measured 1.83 m, a result of his youth's malnutrition in his past life. In this life, Severus would undoubtedly surpass his previous height, and Lucius found it difficult to accept that he was shorter than Severus. To address this, Lucius had intentionally increased his exercise regimen, and was quite diligent in consuming the potions Severus provided, regardless of how unpalatable they were. After Lily accepted Potter's proposal, Lucius had already concluded that if Harry Potter were stillborn in July, he would likely become the savior. The only families that met the criteria of Trelawney's prophecy, born into a family that had defied the Dark Lord thrice, were the Potters and the Longbottoms, with the Potters being the foremost benefactors of the Order of the Phoenix, and the premier family of Gryffindor. Furthermore, the child born to Lily Evans would be a Muggle-born wizard. It was exceedingly difficult for Voldemort not to regard the Potter family as his prime target. Severus had also considered this, yet he no longer harbored the same urge to save Lily as he had at the beginning of his rebirth. After all, Potter had fallen in love with Lily at first sight, and she would inevitably agree to his ardent pursuit of her affection. It was as if fate had conspired against them. As Lucius had articulated, the Potter family had never failed to win over their beloved through sheer persistence. Thus, to tear Lily away from Potter, must he expose his secret of rebirth, divulging future events and placing himself in an exceedingly precarious position? That would be utterly foolish. Lily could never keep secrets from Potter and Dumbledore. He understood the girl he had once adored all too well. Moreover, in this life, Lily had no connection to him whatsoever. He had no intention of protecting another's fiancée. The most Severus could do would be to send Lily a letter warning her to beware of Wormtail after the prophecy surfaced. This would serve as his final gesture of friendship from their past lives, a tribute to his dark and tumultuous youth. Whether they could evade the predetermined course of fate would depend solely on the favor of the fates toward the Potter family. Severus recognized that before falling in love with Lucius, he had been somewhat reluctant to sever ties with his past. Now, with his heart claimed, he had entirely become an outsider, allowing him to think with clarity and even a touch of ruthlessness. Suppose he truly were willing to expose himself to protect Lily, setting aside his own interests and focusing solely on the Longbottom family. Once the Potters had escaped their peril, Neville Longbottom would inevitably become the chosen boy. Would that be fair to the Longbottoms? Lucius was unaware that Severus had made up his mind, but he trusted that Severus would not act foolishly. Severus loved him, and Lucius could sense that deeply. He believed Severus would stand by him in safeguarding the future they had envisioned together. Dumbledore's skepticism was not unfounded. Slytherins were indeed selfish and malicious. Severus had been born into a world that had shown him cruelty, making it difficult for him to harbor goodwill toward others. Lucius, having been raised in the cradle of power and wealth, understood the treachery of the human heart from a young age. Compared to Severus, he was more venomous and heartless. The Malfoys were inherently ambitious, thus it was clear that they would not be virtuous. Unless faced with the annihilation of their family, or the peril of the wizarding world, he would never sacrifice himself for those who were unrelated to him, not even the slightest bit. Severus, who had managed to erase Miss Lily from his thoughts, would certainly not be an exception. Chapter 54 Prefect. During the summer holidays, Lucius and Severus first ventured into the Muggle world. In a mere 2 weeks, they traversed several countries, finally managing to attend to their estates and interests. Only then did they return to the Prince Manor to rest. Lucius enjoyed a rare tranquility during this summer. Perhaps it was because both Voldemort and Dumbledore were biding their time, observing each other, resulting in a relatively stable wizarding world for the moment. Lucius made only one visit to Voldemort's estate, dutifully reporting on his progress at Hogwarts and the Dark Lord's disfavor toward him. After that, Voldemort did not summon him again. Perhaps it was because Lucius had proven the Malfoys' loyalty through his effective work over the past year, alongside Dumbledore's disdain, that during this summer, Death Eaters did not come to drag Lucius into perilous assassination missions or cruel acts of terror. Previously, they had dared to disregard Abraxas's reputation and authority in assigning Lucius dirty work, because they had the Dark Lord's backing. Now that Voldemort had shifted his focus away from the Malfoy family, those radical and fervent Death Eaters would have to endure even if they wished to inconvenience the Malfoys. After all, Abraxas was genuinely capable and adept at manipulation. If they did not wish to incur the Dark Lord's wrath for absurd reasons, such as stepping out with the left foot today, or wearing a red tie, they would do well to avoid offending the Malfoy family, particularly the elder Mr. Malfoy. Upon returning to the wizarding world, Lucius and Severus did not indulge in nightly revelries. They would not be so derelict. In reality, they dedicated their days to learning new spells and diligently honing their magical abilities. Lucius utilized the Malfoy family's channels to acquire numerous rare and expensive potions, as well as foods rich in magical energy. He hoped to enhance the purity of the magical essence within both himself and Severus through dietary means. Meanwhile, Severus awaited the arrival of the Dark Snow Raven feathers to research a dissolving potion for the Dark Mark, while also experimenting with a new formula for the pureblood potion. According to the family contract, even though Lucius was his beloved, Severus could not disclose the secrets of the pureblood potion to him. Those who breached the contract would face severe penalties. The punishment is known as the Curse of Aphrodite. This curse has the power to seal the emotions of transgressors. Should one refuse to enter into this covenant, it would equate to an automatic forfeiture of their inheritance rights, thereby rendering them oblivious to the existence of the pureblood elixir. Severus comprehended the reasoning behind the stipulations laid down by the heads of the Prince family through the generations, and he had no intention of undermining such regulations. After all, their lineage often succumbed to matters of the heart. His mother Eileen, himself, and even an ancestor who nearly caused a crisis of bloodline. If those enamored were to encounter individuals of virtuous character, it might suffice. However, should they cross paths with someone like Tobias, the outcome could be disastrous. According to the terms of the contract, Severus was prohibited from supplying Lucius with the meager reserves of pureblood elixir that the Prince family possessed. Yet, he yearned for Lucius to possess greater strength. Thus, Severus resolved to develop a new formula for Lucius. His immediate objective was to stimulate the magical factors within Lucius's body through the elixir, thereby fortifying Lucius's magical core. Ideally, he aspired to concoct a new pure blood elixir capable of awakening the magical lineage within Lucius, although he felt that such an accomplishment was beyond his current capabilities. The formula possessed by the Prince family was the culmination of the efforts of countless generations of wizards. Even with immense talent, it would take Severus more than a year or two to devise a new formula. Furthermore, many herbs suitable for ancient varieties had already become extinct. Therefore, Severus refrained from discussing this matter with Lucius. He had resolved that, should the new formula prove successful, he would reveal it to Lucius as a delightful surprise. Conversely, if it were to fail, he would simply consider the matter as though it had never occurred. Regarding the issue of Lucius potentially not awakening his bloodline, and therefore not living beyond Severus, they could enter into the highest form of marriage contract, allowing Lucius to share in his lifespan. This was hardly a significant concern. As time raced forward, Hogwarts's letter was dispatched to Prince Manor well in advance. Lucius opened the correspondence, which contained Severus's notification for the new academic year, an appointment as head boy, the book list for the upcoming year, and a badge with a green background and silver edging, inscribed with the serpentine letters. Lucius affixed the badge to Severus's collar, exclaiming, "Today, Severus, you are head boy, the finest young wizard of Slytherin." Lucius was effusive in his praise, enjoying the act of complimenting Severus. He sought to compensate for the shadows cast upon Severus's tumultuous adolescence in his past life, enveloping those gray memories with his admiration. Yet, at times, Severus remained oblivious to the warmth of Lucius's sweet words, unable to accept such flattery. "I believe you should recognize that we are reborn wizards. With a modicum of intelligence, we surpass the trolls by a considerable margin. Therefore this honor signifies little," Severus remarked. Moreover, it is well known that Professor Slughorn's appointments as head boy are influenced by personal connections and the lineage of the young wizards. In this life, I happen to intersect with both. In this incarnation, Severus was the youthful head of the Prince family, a recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, and enjoyed a favorable relationship with Slughorn. It would be rather peculiar for Slughorn to deny him the position of head boy, would it not? Isn't that a virtue in itself, Severus? Every commendable attribute you possess constitutes part of your being. Your family's esteemed reputation in the wizarding world, your brilliant intellect, and your captivating presence. Lucius initially spoke with accuracy, yet his assertions grew increasingly absurd. As the new term commenced, Lucius, as in the previous semester, chose to travel on the Hogwarts Express alongside Severus. During their journey, they encountered Zabini and Avery. Since they had crossed paths, the four of them proceeded to the Malfoy compartment. However, due to Severus's position as head boy of Slytherin, he was required to oversee order within the train. "I shall step out for a moment. The head boy seems to need to patrol," he stated. His robe bore the Slytherin head boy badge, which both Avery and Zabini noted. Not only did they see it, but they had also just congratulated Severus on the achievement. Thus, when Severus mentioned his need to attend to his duties, the three gentlemen in the compartment graciously acquiesced. Severus departed with assurance, as Lucius was more than capable of ensuring his peace of mind. Relying on Lucius's social acumen, Avery and Zabini's conversations remained vibrant, and the atmosphere in the compartment remained congenial. However, if he had not miscalculated, Zabini mused, Lucius Malfoy had peeked out 13 times? What sort of obsession stone was this? Indeed, as Severus's closest friend within Slytherin, Zabini had long since discerned the budding romance. Avery, under Zabini's subtle hints, also belatedly grasped the situation. It was noteworthy that their friend, Mr. Prince, had always been an elusive flower, rejecting numerous love letters from aspiring young witches. Who would have thought he harbored such a significant secret? Avery slyly exchanged glances with Zabini. Zabini nudged him playfully, and the chaotic expression finally vanished from Avery's face. Nonetheless, Lucius remained unaware of their antics, as he occasionally cast furtive glances towards the door. An hour later, Severus at last returned, bearing snacks for Lucius and the others. His swift return was due to his decision to delegate his responsibilities. Having left a lasting impression of his obsession with potions, the newly appointed head of Slytherin's 7th year had not assigned Severus excessive duties. Moreover, the female head girl of the same year, Lena Rowell, was eager to join the Death Eaters and keen to prove herself, desiring to take on more work. Observing this, Severus promptly transferred his responsibilities to Lena. Thus, he found himself unburdened. Upon the train's arrival at the station, Lucius bestowed upon Severus an invigorating smile and said, "Go on. Those students await your guidance." Indeed, Those fifth-year and younger Slytherin wizards would be eager for Severus to lead them to the carriages, rather than follow Lena's command. While Lena was undoubtedly ambitious, her magical prowess was insufficient to rival Severus. Therefore, while she could manage routine matters, without Severus's presence at formal events, Lena would struggle to command the respect of those proud young serpents. Severus nodded, waved goodbye to Lucius, and surrounded by Avery and Zabini, made his way into the throng of students. Lucius watched Severus's slender figure retreat, accompanied by his friends, as they boarded the night bus. This was indeed splendid. His Severus possessed everything. He was the most distinguished young wizard. A Malfoy should lead such a life. Severus Prince Malfoy. When would Severus's name finally transform into that last one? Chapter 55. Gryffindor loses 5 points. The opening ceremony of the new academic year had just concluded when the 5th and 7th year candidates immediately plunged into their intense review sessions. Severus's life was exceedingly busy. Although he was a reborn wizard with high proficiency in potions, charms, herbology, and defense against the dark arts, he still needed to study the other subjects. Both Severus and Lucius aspired to transcend their limits, achieving a level of excellence comparable to that of the Dark Lord and the White Wizard in their youth, if not surpassing it. This endeavor was not solely for self-validation, but also to accumulate prestige for their future. Lucius had already succeeded, attaining 12 outstanding grades and graduating at the top of his year, much like the Dark Lord. Severus would undoubtedly accomplish this task. A transcript filled with straight O's would hardly be a daunting challenge. Voldemort had achieved it, as had young Barty Crouch, so why should he not? However, the curriculum at Hogwarts did not pose much of a challenge for Severus. As previously mentioned, potions, herbology, charms, and defense against the dark arts were all subjects in which Severus excelled. Transfiguration and care of magical creatures were also relatively intriguing. At the very least, Severus was eager to learn, especially the latter, as many potion ingredients could be sourced from magical creatures. Although Severus's talents did not extend to these two subjects, through relentless effort, he managed to secure numerous O's in both. Other subjects such as astronomy, divination, and history of magic contained a fair amount of content, but were not particularly difficult. As long as one had a good memory and did not indulge in laziness, excellent grades were attainable. The only subject in which Severus struggled was flying, but since the OWL and Newt exams did not assess broom riding, there was little cause for concern. He held no particular interest in flying. His aversion to broomsticks and Quidditch was alleviated, in part due to Lucius. His academic focus was on runes, or rather, ancient magical script. These runes played a constructive role in the study of ancient magic and grand spellwork, making their study exceedingly beneficial. Moreover, Severus had not taken a runes class in his previous life, rendering this knowledge entirely novel to him. Severus possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge, and was enthusiastic about engaging with these new concepts. Additionally, he had recently devised 2 original area of effect spells. One spell, called Celestial Fire, summoned a multitude of fiery arrows to assail his enemies. The other, Dark Venomous Mist, conjured a vast cloud of toxic vapors. Under the ominous shadow of this cloud, those ensnared would either perish or sustain grievous injuries. He had yet to develop a countercurse for these 2 spells, though he had concocted an antidote for the peculiar toxins within the Dark Venomous Mist. Perhaps this antidote served a function akin to that of a countercurse? Severus pondered. As a countercurse could directly eliminate all harm inflicted upon the cursed, proving to be the most effective means of remedying spell damage. Conversely, an antidote required a gradual process of detoxification, and if not handled with care, residual toxins might linger within the body. The efficacy of the antidote would undoubtedly be somewhat diminished, but having an antidote was better than none at all. Meanwhile, the relationship between James Potter and Lily had blossomed further. James had even taken Lily to meet his parents. Charles Potter and Doria Black welcomed Lily with open arms. Charles, being a Potter himself, understood all too well the fervor that swept through a Potter upon encountering their destined beloved. Thus, even though Lily Evans was a Muggle-born witch, Charles Potter did not voice any objections. Doria Black, however, felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, she was a Black, and although her husband hailed from Gryffindor, the Potter family was also an ancient pureblood lineage. She cherished freedom, and could not abide her family's attempts to correct her perceived misguided notions, which led her to fall headlong in love with Charles Potter. Owing to her husband's Muggle heritage, Doria found herself in agreement with him. Yet, she could not entirely suppress the lingering notion of maintaining blood purity, just like Sirius Black who, despite standing against his family's values due to his friendship with James and others, still harbored disdain for Muggleborns and half-bloods. Anyone raised in a pureblood family, adored like a precious gem, would naturally possess a sense of pride. This was, after all, commonplace. Nevertheless, Doria's demeanor towards Lily remained warm and amiable, her behavior entirely appropriate. The Potter family represented the pro-Muggle faction, and as Mrs. Potter, Doria could not afford to harbor prejudice against a Muggle-born witch. Doria was acutely aware of the underlying obsession the Potters had for their beloved ones. Thus, even if she concealed a hint of discontent, she knew that James would not be swayed by her feelings to seek affection elsewhere. Hence, there was no need for her to play the villain and upset her son. James had finally won Lily's affection, and he was brimming with pride, flaunting his relationship with her before the envious gaze of the young wizards who admired Lily. These boys had already faced James's wrath for their infatuation with Lily several times and knew that they were no match for the Potter family. Thus, when they saw James approaching in a provocative manner, they could do little but swallow their pride. Lucius secretly bribed several impoverished wizards, purebloods, half-bloods and Muggleborns alike, naturally receiving intelligence from them. James Potter was indeed audacious. Even those renowned for their bravery in Gryffindor, when faced with the intimidating quartet and the backing of the Potter family, seemingly lost their resolve, devoid of any semblance of courage. Reflecting on his own experiences, Severus had spent 7 years battling the quartet, 1 against 4. Furthermore, due to Miss Lily, Severus faced considerable ostracism within Slytherin, making life exceedingly arduous. Despite such internal and external strife, Severus never bowed to defeat. And these Gryffindors, perhaps it was too rash to declare them cowardly, Lucius mused. Everyone adapts to circumstances. Perhaps those little lions did not harbor much affection for Lily Evans, which is why they so readily relinquished their vague admiration. Of course, not everyone would silently endure being humiliated by James Potter. When James boasted about his love for Lily in the midst of the crowd and derided Barnes, the latter raised his wand. Legs freeze. James, having let his guard down due to the retreat of several Gryffindor boys, was caught unprepared for Barnes's attack. Had it not been for Sirius Black's keen eye pulling him back, he might have been struck by Barnes's curse. Barnes, how dare you mock me as a pitiful creature who cannot win over the Gryffindor goddess? Yet I am not allowed to test the worth of this outstanding wizard who has captured Lily's heart? James Potter seethed with anger, drawing his wand. Barnes, you sneak attacked me. You are nothing but a despicable coward. If it comes to blows, who would fear you? Sirius Black also aimed his wand at Barnes. And Barnes's friend Diggory was equally defiant, brandishing his wand in a standoff against Sirius. Others may have feared the Potters and Blacks, but they did not. The Barnes and Diggory families were also purebloods. Although they did not possess the same level of power as the Potters and Blacks, their families were not extinct, and they would not allow others to bully them. Just as tensions escalated, Lily appeared unexpectedly. It turned out that Remus Lupin had sent for her. James. Lily called out to him, visibly displeased. What did you promise me? James recollected his promise to Lily that after they began dating, he would learn to be more composed, refraining from pranks and provocations. He felt his bravado wane, but still attempted to justify himself. Lily Barnes attacked me first. I was merely retaliating. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, he would have successfully ambushed me. As he spoke, James completely forgot that he had initiated the provocation. Only remembering that without Sirius's intervention, he would have indeed been struck by Barnes, which only deepened his sense of grievance. Lily turned her gaze toward Barnes. Is that so? It was Potter who came over here to flaunt his relationship with you and ridiculed Wani as a pitiful creature. Evans, while Wani's reaction to being provoked was inappropriate. That does not mean you can disregard reason simply because you are dating Potter. Potter did not merely pass by. He came over specifically to confront Wani. Evans, if you doubt my words, have Potter swear on Merlin. The oaths within the realm of wizards possess a certain enchantment, distinguishing them from the casual promises uttered by Muggles. Diggory's actions stemmed from the fact that Lily was a favored student among many professors and held the esteemed position of head girl in Gryffindor. Naturally, Diggory harbored concerns that Lily, as head girl, might show favoritism towards her own house, potentially deducting points from Hufflepuff or reporting grievances to the professors. However, Burns remained silent, simply observing Lily, awaiting her response. Lily refrained from mentioning the oath, instead apologizing to Burns. Burns, James is a fool, overly elated by his infatuation. If I have offended you, I sincerely hope you will not take it to heart. While Lily chastised James Potter, he bore no resentment, instead wearing a broad smile. Burns' burgeoning affection wilted entirely. He was no fool and could discern Lily's veiled defense of James Potter. Never mind, Diggory. Burns despondently lowered his wand. Just as James believed he had triumphed, a chilling voice pierced the air. Gryffindor, Deduct 5 points for unwarranted provocation. Hufflepuff, deduct 5 points for assaulting a fellow student. Severus and Lena Rosier, patrolling nearby, had silently observed for some time, and only after the dust settled did Severus coldly announce the point deductions. It had been years since he had last deducted house points. He found himself nostalgic for the sensation. Chapter 56, Potter's Inevitable Consequences. Prince Rosier. Upon hearing that Gryffindor had lost points, and at the hands of a Slytherin no less, James Potter felt an overwhelming fury. Yet, he dared not lay a hand on Severus, nor would he call him a snotty brat in his presence. This prince was certainly not the benevolent little wizard depicted by the blind journalists. Rather, he was vindictive and exacting. James vividly recalled Prince's precise vengeance against the Potter family from years past, and the memory of his father swallowing his pride for the greater good of Gryffindor, and the Prince family's long-standing reputation lingered painfully in his mind. Prince, you truly are a treacherous little fiend. If you wish to uphold order, why not step forward sooner? The first to leap to the fray was Sirius Black, who provocatively glared at Severus. Prince, your Slytherins are indeed cunning and treacherous. Was it not your Slytherin captains who deducted points to secure last year's House Cup? Black, you traitor to Slytherin. How dare you slander us here? Lena Rosier glared furiously at Sirius. What traitor nonsense! The sorting of young wizards is based on their personal attributes. Rosier, do you truly believe it was the sorting hat left by the 4 founders that erred? Besides, how have I slandered you? Did you not deduct our house points? Sirius Black was no fool. He noted how Rosier had been publicly chastised, and how the narrative was being twisted to suggest that Severus and Lena were scheming against other houses. This was clearly an attempt to turn Severus and his companions into enemies of all. However, Burns and Diggory were not naive either. It was implausible for them to have just been threatening Potter a moment ago, only to align themselves with him due to a few inflammatory words from Black. Yet, the glances they cast towards Severus and Rosier bore a hint of suspicion, given that Hufflepuff's points had indeed been deducted by Severus. Gryffindor loses 5 points for openly slandering the heads of other houses. Black, do not project your own deficiencies onto others, Severus retorted with a smirk. If your heads were not filled with bogeywigs, you would realize that I alone could amass over 300 points for Slytherin in a single year. There is no need to conspire against Gryffindor or Hufflepuff for trifles. Severus seemed oblivious to Lily's urge to speak and to Remus Lupin, who appeared ready to voice something. Instead, he cast a brief glance at the furious James Potter and Sirius Black, stating, Lena and I are heads of our houses. You are merely ordinary students at Hogwarts. You have made a mistake, and it is perfectly normal for us to deduct points. Miss Rosier, have your legs grown roots? Why are you still standing here? We have not yet completed our patrol. He turned and strode away, his robes billowing like a tail or a sail. Severus's unruffled demeanor incensed both James and Sirius, their necks flushing with anger. Oh, my apologies, Severus. I am on my way, Lena Rosier hastily responded, snapping out of her reverie and following after him. Suddenly, James Potter recalled Lily's close friendship with Prince in their first year, and her heartache after severing ties with him. At that time, he had thought it splendid that Lily had distanced herself from the loathsome Slytherin boy. Now he reflected that this cold-hearted prince deserved a lesson. Fueled by rage, James brandished his wand and, amidst the incredulous gazes of Burns and the others, bellowed, Incendio. Simultaneously, Diggory shouted, Watch out, Potter's about to attack. Yeah. Diggory had not anticipated that James would use Incendio. This aggressive spell was far more potent than the minor jinxes, capable of inflicting real harm. Just as he believed Severus might be caught off guard, a layer of protective armor enveloped Severus, rebounding the flames directly back towards James. This was a silent spell. The searing flames ricocheted back, hurtling towards James, who along with Sirius and the others, scrambled to extinguish the fire with water, but ultimately, a few lingering embers singed James's hair and robes. Gryffindor loses another 5 points for unwarranted assault. The expressionless voice echoed the point deduction. Yet Severus did not even turn to glance at them, simply continuing on his way. It was Lena Rosier who turned back, smirking in derision at Sirius before striding off triumphantly. Humph, pureblood traitor, you deserve her scorn. Severus had never imagined he would find himself on a list of James Potter's boastful conquests after his romantic entanglements. Indeed, his name followed closely behind Burns. Had today's events not unfolded, James might have gone out of his way to irritate him. If that were the case, Severus would surely have been displeased. Though Severus no longer held affection for Lily, nor would he suffer heartbreak as he did in his past life, due to James Potter's intentional flaunting. James's smug demeanor was indeed enough to provoke disdain. Was it not this very irritation that had prompted Burns to act? Moreover, Severus had not anticipated that Burns harbored a secret affection for Lily. While Lily feigned chastising James, ostensibly siding with Burns, she was in truth shielding James and aiding him in evading blame. How reminiscent of his previous life. Poor Burns. Alas, Severus was not a saint, and thus would not rush to rescue anyone from their tribulations. Whether Burns could come to terms with this was solely up to him. Severus shook his head, disinterested in further contemplation of the matter, and continued his silent duties. The rounds for heads were infrequent, and consistent attendance could earn points for their house, making it worthwhile. Yet Lena Rosier felt discontent. Severus Prince was indeed a difficult individual to please. As the second daughter of her family, Lena had to consider her own future as well. Born into a prestigious family of potion makers, Severus, with his exceptional talent and lack of elder guidance, was indeed an admirable choice. Which pure-blooded young witch would not dream of assuming control upon marriage? Certainly, Lena Rochelle harbored such aspirations. However, Severus Snape, who spoke no more than 3 sentences a day, was utterly devoid of romantic sensibilities, which was exceedingly vexing. Being at fault himself and witnessing everything, Burns, harboring animosity towards him, was unlikely to assist in fabricating a lie. Thus, James Potter had no choice but to dejectedly abandon his thoughts of reporting to Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, hastily making his way to the hospital wing to tend to his burns. After apologizing to the heartbroken Burns, Lily too proceeded to the hospital wing. Once the quartet of highwaymen and Lily departed, only Burns and Diggory remained. Diggory, observing Burns's despondent countenance, patted his shoulder and said, "Cheer up, mate. The world is not solely populated by the likes of Evans." The engagement of Potter and Lily was met with widespread acclaim in Gryffindor. Aside from the numerous young wizards boasting about Potter and the few heartbroken young witches, others regarded Potter and Lily as a match made in heaven, a quintessential pair. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall shared this sentiment. James Potter excelled in transfiguration, following in the footsteps of their previous 2 transfiguration professors, and the lineage of Gryffindor's head. Lily, being a kind-hearted young witch, was undoubtedly a splendid match for him. Their union was met with blessings from all, especially Dumbledore, who deemed it a positive influence that James was swayed by Lily, hailing from a Muggle background. Charles Potter, a mature patriarch prioritizing family interests, occasionally found his stance and decisions at odds with Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. Within the Gryffindor family, 2 voices often emerged. One was him, the spiritual leader of Gryffindor, Dumbledore. The other was Charles Potter, the current head of Gryffindor's foremost pureblood family. Dumbledore was pleased that James Potter had not succumbed to the vices of pureblood families, nor exhibited any of their aristocratic airs. Furthermore, after marrying Lily, whether out of justice or selfishness, James would align himself with pro-Muggle sentiments and against the Death Eaters. Everything was for the peace of the wizarding world. For the greater good. Dumbledore gently caressed the frame on the corner of the desk, casting a silent glance at the brilliant clouds outside. Tomorrow rain would fall. Chapter 57. Success in researching the Dark Mark. Lucius had dispatched an aide to the Russian wizarding community, where he had busied himself for over half a year, expending a significant fortune in galleons, yet with little progress. This was hardly surprising, as the Russian Ministry of Magic had fortuitously encountered the Dark Snow Woman, rather than possessing the actual capability to seek out the elusive entity. After all, the Dark Snow Woman currently associated with the Russian Ministry had entered into an equitable contract with them. Should the Russian Ministry guarantee a similar agreement with the Dark Snow Woman's tribe, it would not be inconceivable for the amiable Dark Snow Woman Severus had met to acquiesce. Would the Russian Ministry provide such a guarantee? Certainly. For it was widely acknowledged that the Russian Ministry was in dire financial straits. If they could establish a contract with the Dark Snow Woman's tribe, they would have a continuous supply of materials for sale. Severus speculated that they might have already approached the Dark Snow Woman regarding the tribe, and the absence of any news merely indicated their failure to find a means to connect with the tribe. Hence, it was entirely reasonable that their envoy returned empty-handed. However, amidst this period, there was not a lack of good news. The French aid sent by Lucius had been noticed by the staff at the Russian ministry due to his extravagant spending, and they had even provided him with an invitation, a ticket to the Dark Snow Woman's potion ingredient auction. With the financial backing of the Malfoy and Prince families, these French aides lavishly spent galleons and ultimately secured 3 pieces of dark crystals and 6 dark snow crow feathers. Given that the energy factor within the dark crystals was more harmonious than that within the dark snow crow feathers, the competition for the dark crystals was fiercer, resulting in higher expenditures. However, what Severus valued were the aggressive soul energies contained within the dark snow crow feathers. Thus he specifically instructed his subordinates attending the auction to bid fervently for the feathers. Regardless of the cost, they successfully acquired 6 dark snow crow feathers. While this quantity might seem modest, the dark snow woman produced a scant amount of materials each year, rendering these 6 feathers nearly half of the total available at the auction. Severus secured the 3 materials within the alchemical cabinet that Lucius had gifted him. This cabinet could automatically regulate the temperature, humidity, and other conditions within each drawer to preserve the properties of the herbs stored inside. Not only did it prolong the shelf life of the herbs, but it also maximized their efficacy. These 3 materials would remain untouched for now, should the experiment prove successful. I shall employ these 3 materials to concoct a dissolution potion, one for Uncle and the other 2 as contingencies for us. The remainder will be utilized for research and experimentation. Lucius replied, I trust your judgment, Severus, but do not rush. Even without this, the Malfoy family can extricate themselves, just as in the previous life. Severus understood that Lucius was attempting to reassure him, wishing to alleviate his burden. Yet, little did he know the extent of the grievances Lucius had endured due to the dark mark in his previous life. Arthur Weasley's retaliatory search of Malfoy Manor had only been sanctioned by the Ministry because of the shameful mark on Lucius's arm. Otherwise, with Lucius's acumen, how could he have borne the weight of coercion? While Arthur Weasley may not have seized the Malfoys' wealth, other Ministry officials profited handsomely from multiple searches for dark artifacts throughout the year. With such foreknowledge, how could Severus tolerate seeing his beloved bowing low before those sordid bureaucrats? Of course, the more pressing issue remained the dissolution of the soul contract bound within that dark mark. This malevolent entity was exceedingly treacherous. As long as the Dark Lord lived, those marked would be unable to escape the fate of becoming his slaves. Moreover, the soul was inherently light and vital to wizards. It would indeed be a boon to free Abraxas from that contract. After meticulously storing the 3 dark snow crow feathers, Severus dove into the laboratory at Prince Manor, armed with the remaining materials. While Severus diligently toiled, Lucius, managing the Malfoy family's affairs, also lent a hand in overseeing the Prince family's holdings. The joint venture between the Muggle Pharmaceutical Consortium and their PM conglomerate had accrued a fortune that would take ordinary wizards several lifetimes to amass. With wealth, numbers became mere figures, necessitating continued investment. After investing in several lucrative long-term projects, Lucius redirected his focus back to the wizarding world. Indeed, he still had tasks within the wizarding realm, aiding his father with various Death Eater assignments. Under Dumbledore's watchful eye this semester, he had been diligently working to advance the Dark Lord's agenda regarding the Death Eaters, which the Caro siblings must have discreetly reported to the Dark Lord, thereby temporarily diverting suspicion away from the Malfoy family. Consequently, Abraxas received an increase in responsibilities, with others proclaiming this as a sign of the Dark Lord's favor towards the Malfoys. Lucius silently scoffed, recognizing that both the Dark Lord and Dumbledore possessed an astute understanding of Muggle human resources. What they termed as valuing the Malfoy family was, in fact, merely a refusal to accommodate idle Death Eaters. As soon as his vacation began, his father's workload multiplied, and thus Lucius found himself compelled to create value for the Dark Lord alongside his father. In the final week before the winter break concluded, Severus and Lucius traversed to America via an international portal, administering the last vial of potion number 3, crafted from the dark feathers of the raven, to a test subject imprisoned in a clandestine laboratory nestled within the desolate countryside of the American West. This subject, a gray-haired Death Eater bearing the dark mark upon his arm, had been dispatched by Abraxas to assassinate the favored Malfoy before the Dark Lord. After his plot was uncovered, he had remained in Abraxas's dungeon, as the latter sought to extract the identity of the true mastermind behind the assassination attempt, refusing to allow the Death Eater to take his own life. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, Abraxas's motives shifted when he realized the potential value of the gray-haired Death Eater for Severus's research. Thus, the identity of the true assassin became a matter of indifference. The prolonged absence of inquiries regarding the assassin only served to underscore the diminished power or influence of the true perpetrator compared to the Malfoys. With this understanding, the quest for truth became inconsequential. Upon assuming control of the assassin, Severus and Lucius hastily transported him across the ocean to America using Muggle means. According to the records of the ancient and eerie soul contract, when the distance is sufficiently great, the dissolution of a one-to-many soul contract would not attract the attention of the contractors. Thus, Severus deposited the individual in a remote area of the American West, a location that was more distant from the British Isles than the expanse between Mongolia and Venice, perfectly aligning with the stipulations of the aforementioned contract. Inside the laboratory, After ingesting the potion, the gray-haired Death Eater's complexion flushed crimson, black blood oozing from his nostrils, while his arm radiated an intense heat, ultimately splitting open to release a dark, viscous fluid. A plume of black smoke ascended from the Death Eater's arm, gradually transforming into dust and scattering into the air. The verification of the soul contract's dissolution would necessitate a brief wait. Once the dark smoke dissipated, Severus administered a freezing potion to the gray-haired Death Eater, thereby suppressing the curse that erupted with the vanishing of the dark mark. He swiftly retrieved the purification crystal that Lucius had unearthed from the Malfoy family vault, meticulously arranging it around the incapacitated Death Eater in accordance with the ancient purification array deduced from the remnants of the Prince family texts. The intricate setup of the magical array demanded an immense expenditure of magical energy, yet it could only be orchestrated by a healer. Although Lucius yearned to assist Severus, he found himself powerless to do so. Once Severus completed the array, Lucius hastily produced magical and physical restorative potions for him. Severus's complexion brightened slightly, his dark eyes fixated intently on the radiant ancient purification array. As the white light intensified, the wounds on the gray-haired Death Eater began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Waves of black and yellow smoke, accompanied by anguished cries, erupted from the arm marked with the dark mark, disintegrating into dust in the air. The luminescence of the purification array gradually faded, leaving behind only a faint black scar on the Death Eater's arm. Severus donned his specially crafted isolation gloves made from unicorn hair, adorning himself with an array of alchemical pendants imbued with protective and purifying properties, before advancing to apply the highly effective potion number 73 upon the scar. Before long, the gray-haired Death Eater's arm became as pristine as his own. Severus lifted the Death Eater's arm for a meticulous examination, discovering that the dark mark and the aura of the curse had entirely vanished, which brought him a sense of relief. Subsequently, he pointed his wand at the Death Eater's arm and declared, "Contract manifest." Yet, nothing appeared upon the pallid skin. "Lucius, bring me my equipment." Lucius complied without delay. Soon, an assortment of medical devices, a blend of magical and muggle technology, was presented to Severus. He began testing according to the various methods he had devised during his simulations in the absence of materials. The most crucial of these tests was to ascertain whether the soul contract had been fully dissolved. The results of each examination yielded the outcome Severus had fervently hoped for. Dissolution, and yet more dissolution. Overcome with elation, Severus lifted his gaze and met Lucius's eyes, both recognizing the shared joy mirrored in one another's expressions. Now, they merely awaited the gray-haired Death Eater's awakening, after which they would re-examine his health to confirm the success of the experiment. This would bring them a measure of peace for the future, alleviating at least one of their anxieties regarding the potential dangers posed by the dark mark. Chapter 58. The OWL's examination time flew by, and before they knew it, June had arrived. The examinations that would determine the fates of 5th and 7th year young witches and wizards were upon them. The atmosphere within Hogwarts had grown exceedingly oppressive, with even the typically erudite and exam-savvy Ravenclaw succumbing to the stress. The castle's great hall bore witness to numerous candidates succumbing to overwhelming anxiety. Such an environment was undeniably tormenting for the students on the brink of entering the examination room. Severus distributed small vials of a joy-inducing potion as rewards to the outstanding members of the Progress Society, a gesture warmly received among the anxious examinees. In Slytherin, Professor Slughorn provided additional tutorials in potions and spells, managing to revitalize the weary faces of his Slytherin charges. Severus found himself compelled to acknowledge Slughorn's motivational prowess, as the professor proclaimed that Slytherin students could not be defeated by a mere examination. They must rise to the occasion to avoid ridicule from Gryffindor. If they lacked confidence and resilience, how could they bring glory to Slytherin? The impact was indeed commendable, as the young snakes appeared somewhat invigorated. During the second week of June, officials from the Wizarding Examination Authority arrived at Hogwarts, heralding the commencement of the OWL's and Newt's examinations. This testing period would span 2 weeks, culminating in a vacation thereafter. The first OWL's examination focused on spells, with theoretical assessments conducted in the morning and practical assessments in the afternoon. The atmosphere within Hogwarts was fraught with tension, as every student sought to capitalize on the final moments for review. The 7th year students felt an even heavier weight upon them, as their future employment relied heavily on their performance. For those wizards lacking substantial inheritances, the results of the Newt's examinations were of paramount importance. 5th year students could afford to stumble during the OWLs and still strive to redeem themselves in the Newts, but 7th year students had no further opportunities. Severus remained in high spirits. Yet to accommodate the emotions of Avery and Zabini, He too took out his books to review, alleviating the tension of his Slytherin students who still regarded him with some degree of respect. On the day of the examination, Severus entered the Great Hall, locating a seat by the window. Shortly thereafter, the exam commenced. The table was adorned with quills, inkpots, and a stack of parchment provided by the Wizarding Examination Authority. Severus opened his test paper and swiftly began to write. Within the examination room, many students found themselves blanking upon seeing the questions, struggling to fill the paper as they endured the 2.5-hour examination, before finally exiting the hall. Meanwhile, Severus had already submitted his answers and departed. In the afternoon, during the practical examination, Severus entered the examination chamber for spell practice upon hearing his name called. Sharing the space with him were 2 Ravenclaw students, and under the guidance of the examination officials, Severus drew a card from the box. The card bore the elegant name Marcia Bohan. Severus strode over, and upon seeing him, Martha Bohan smiled and remarked, "Once again, we meet Severus." Martha Bohan was a member of the Wizarding Examination Committee, and a relative of Mrs. Bohan, who had previously assisted Severus by writing a letter of recommendation to Sir Merlin's order at Professor Slughorn's behest. Severus had encountered him during the banquet for the Merlin Medal ceremony. "Good day, Madame Bohan," Severus replied. Martha Bohan smiled gently. "Let us put you to the test, Severus. Your task is as follows." She gestured towards the coffee cup on the table. "First, you must transform the coffee cup into a red hue. Then cast a refill charm upon it. Subsequently cause the liquid within to vanish. And finally, make the cup dance. The color changing and refill charms may be vocalized, but the vanishing spell and the command for the cup to dance must be performed silently." Severus nodded, gracefully waving his wand without uttering a word. Before long, the cup's color shifted from blue to a vibrant red, and steam rose from the freshly summoned coffee, likely conjured from the kitchens of Hogwarts. Shortly after filling the cup, the liquid vanished completely. At last, the cup began to dance, keeping time with the melody of the Nutcracker. Martha Bohan regarded Severus with great satisfaction. "Wasn't that a splendid display of magic, young prince? It appears you excel not only in potions." "Excellent work, Severus," she noted, inscribing anew in her parchment, then winking at him. "Your results are commendable." Severus understood her implication. He had achieved a 9 in his practical examination. "Thank you, Madame Bohan." Severus smiled in gratitude. In the subsequent examinations, he encountered no familiar faces. The transfiguration task required him to transform a mouse into a button, a cup into a cat, and then command the cat to dance. Severus produced a silver-green button of exquisite craftsmanship and a remarkably agile cat, resulting in equally impressive scores. Herbology and defense against the dark arts examinations posed little challenge for Severus. The herbology test focused on the care of magical plants, an area in which Severus had considerable expertise from his previous life, making it as effortless as breathing. In defense against the dark arts, Severus drew the topics of shield charms and fiery conjuration. With his formidable magical prowess and deft spellcasting, he passed with ease. The potions exam was similarly straightforward, though the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. The examiner was a young member of the Wizarding Examination Committee, who appeared utterly astonished upon seeing Severus's name. Does he, Rosier, truly have the qualifications to assess him? If his memory served him correctly, the young wizard before him was a descendant of the Prince family, renowned for earning the 3rd-class Merlin Medal in potions. "Mr. Prince, your assigned topic is the elixir of joy." How fortunate! Although he felt he could concoct any potion, no matter how challenging, it was indeed a stroke of luck. Thanks to Professor Slughorn's guidance, the students of Slytherin House performed admirably in potion making, including Avery and Zabini, who presumably exceeded expectations in their descriptions of Severus. The care of magical creatures examination was manageable as well, given that many potion ingredients originated from magical creatures. Thus, identifying magical beasts posed no difficulty for Severus. However, caring for them was not his forte, but a remarkably talented member of the Society for the Promotion of Magical Creatures had provided him with some tutoring, and in return, Severus gifted them an elixir of joy. Consequently, he performed quite well. The final examination for care of magical creatures involved feeding a unicorn, specifically one from the Forbidden Forest. These unicorns had already consumed the nutritious potion Severus had provided, so it was quite natural for them to assist this young wizard in his examination. They shook their heads at other young wizards, but affectionately nudged Severus. They were quite intelligent and recognized that this clever young wizard was undergoing an assessment. By helping him achieve high marks, he would be more inclined to reward them with delectable treats. "We truly are clever little unicorns." James Potter suffered greatly due to the unicorns. One unicorn that had attended the care of magical creatures class informed others of its kind that the clever young wizard with whom they did business had a poor relationship with the bespectacled boy with the bird's nest hair and red tie, who even suspected that unicorns were being deceived by humans. Thus, Potter experienced the unicorn's uniquely insulting yet harmless verbal onslaught. To make matters worse, Sirius Black found this amusing, exclaiming, "Forks, the unicorn gave you a bath." Ha ha ha. James Potter could only hope that his goddess, Lily, would never learn of this incident. Due to the complexity of ancient runes, few students at Hogwarts chose to enroll in this elective course, resulting in the examination being scheduled for the weekend. Severus and a handful of others completed their papers under the watchful eyes of a group of elderly professors. The following week, the Wizarding Examination Committee conducted examinations in astronomy, history of magic, Muggle studies, and divination. Aside from divination, the subjects were primarily theoretical, requiring little elaboration. However, the practical examination in divination yielded unexpected results. Severus gazed into the crystal ball, employing the method Lucius had taught him of speaking nonsense with his eyes open. "I see the shadow of a Christmas cactus in the crystal ball, which may foretell longevity for the individual before me." The examiner erupted into laughter. "A friend of Lucius Malfoy." Severus sheepishly nodded, cursing Lucius inwardly. Damn it. He had run into an acquaintance. This examiner must have previously overseen Lucius's tests, and heard him utter those very words. He should not have attempted to take shortcuts. Although he had heard such phrases several times before, he could not deny the favorable implication. Regardless of whether one actually saw the Christmas cactus, the examiner would surely grant a good mark. The middle-aged wizard with pale blue eyes mischievously winked, and Severus awkwardly muttered his thanks. He swore that this summer, he would not allow Lucius to take advantage of him again. That wretched, peacock-eyed scoundrel deserved a proper punishment. After the final examination concluded, students in their 7th and 5th years erupted into cheers. The atmosphere in the Great Hall that evening was exuberantly festive, yet Slytherin's head boy, Prince, did not partake in the jubilant feast, opting instead to remain in the dormitory. That night, with his fingers feeling sore, Lucius, on the verge of tears, playfully bit the flesh of Severus's neck. "My Merlin, how long do you intend to punish me?" Severus grasped Lucius's restless wrist. "I am still young and cannot indulge myself recklessly." Lucius's heart soared at this remark, but before he could respond, Severus added, however, "To celebrate that I can go to bed with my favorite person without needing aging potion, I can certainly tolerate indulging a bit more in restorative potions." Lucius was giddy at the mention of my favorite person, though he was not yet completely dazed. Drinking more restorative potions implied that he intended to punish Lucius for a long time, his dear little Lucius. Chapter 59. The time has come. Severus returned home, accompanied by the sore and pliant Lucius and his perfect Torport card. This semester, Voldemort had been pressing Lucius regarding his work progress. To expand the audience for the Muggle threat narrative, Lucius sought to demonstrate his earnest dedication to the Death Eaters, even applying multiple times for the position of Professor of Muggle Studies, including one last application just before the holidays. However, Dumbledore perceived Lucius as the very source of the rampant Muggle threat theory within Hogwarts, thus once again rejecting Lucius's application. As a pureblood scion, he had the audacity to seek a position as a Professor of Muggle Studies without feeling any shame, yet he dares to express disdain. After being punished by Severus, Lucius, in a rather pleasant mood, yet still somewhat indignant, cast a sidelong glance at Remus Lupin, who lingered in Dumbledore's office, and smirked coldly to himself. What could Dumbledore possibly be attempting to achieve by saving face in front of this little werewolf? Had Dumbledore become so careless as to forget to let Lupin leave, or was the venerable headmaster being deliberately mischievous? Regardless, it mattered little. Even if Dumbledore invested all his efforts into this little werewolf, in the end, he would find his endeavors fruitless. Before Lupin's graduation, Lucius would undoubtedly expose his identity as a werewolf. During this midsummer, at the moment Severus faced peril in his past life, Lucius endured nightmares nightly, drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Lupin continued to serve as a head boy, merrily enjoying his student life among the Gryffindor quartet. What justified this disparity? Why was it that he suffered through nightmares while Lupin led a tranquil existence? Lucius harbored an equal disdain for every member of the Gryffindor quartet, even if Remus appeared the most normal among them. Merlin knew the terror he felt upon discovering Lupin's true nature in his previous life, especially as he had crossed paths with Lupin during their time at Hogwarts. Later, this very Remus Lupin had even served as Draco's professor. After being reborn, and learning that Lupin and his companions had nearly led to Severus's demise, his hatred for Sirius and Lupin intensified. The mastermind behind Severus's suffering in his previous life was serious, and Lucius would not let this foolish black escape unscathed. Yet, had Lupin, this werewolf, simply refrained from coming to Hogwarts, how could Severus have nearly been bitten by a werewolf within its walls? While it was indeed tragic that Remus had been bitten by Fenrir Greyback, what fault lay with the other young witches and wizards of Hogwarts? Was it not cruel of Dumbledore to permit this little werewolf's presence, endangering the others? The old headmaster's protective measures for Lupin were hardly reliable. Had he truly been vigilant? Why was there no adult wizard present to oversee Lupin during his transformation by the Whomping Willow? How could Severus find himself in danger otherwise? Moreover, this Lupin was hardly the virtuous figure many claimed. While the Gryffindor students spoke of him as gentle and kind, Lucius remained unconvinced. If he were truly pure of heart, how could he possibly align himself with the Gryffindor Quartet, a gang of bullies? When Potter and Sirius attacked Severus in a 4-on-1 scenario, or when Potter played pranks on other young wizards, Lupin neither distanced himself from the quartet, nor refrained from participating in their mischief. Lucius, astute in understanding human nature, surmised that Lupin feared losing his friends, worried about being ostracized, and dreaded that his werewolf identity would be revealed if he severed ties with Potter. Hence his complicity in their wrongdoing. This was hardly surprising. Lucius Malfoy was no paragon of virtue, thus he would not cast stones at others for their disgraceful conduct. Moreover, cunning and malice were not derogatory terms in his lexicon. The real issue was the necessity for those who commit wrongs to acknowledge their transgressions. Why should Potter and his ilk, who have committed numerous misdeeds, remain exalted while condemning Severus from their self-righteous perch? Even more absurdly, in his previous life, while Lupin served as a professor at Hogwarts, he sipped the wolfbane potion brewed with great care by Severus, yet failed to express gratitude, instead instructing Neville Longbottom in class to use the ridiculous spell to transform a boggart into Aunt March. Indeed, if thanks were due, they should be directed towards Dumbledore. Though Severus was the one who brewed the potion, it was the benevolent and affable Professor Dumbledore who had instructed Severus to concoct it for his enemies. In his previous life, had Lupin insulted his benefactor out of resentment towards Severus, or had he simply grown accustomed to belittling Severus over the years? Lucius could not ascertain. Nevertheless, his compassion for Severus and disdain for Lupin were undeniable. Lucius refrained from exposing Lupin during his nightmares solely due to Severus's admonitions. He was not one to show mercy, he held no sympathy for them. Yet as the Dark Lord grew increasingly unhinged, his demands upon his followers became more severe. Thus, the matter of revealing Lupin's werewolf identity would have to wait. Severus remained remarkably composed, possessing the extraordinary ability to remain unclouded by hatred. Once your efforts are deemed insufficient to satisfy that madman, the Dark Lord, only then should you reveal Lupin's true nature. By then you will have achieved great merit, ensuring a prolonged respite while also aiding Uncle Abbott in solidifying the Malfoy family's standing. Patience is key. Only through careful preparation can you leverage the Dark Lord's hand to further undermine Dumbledore's authority, much like when you reported Hagrid's acromantula. Furthermore, in Lucius's previous life, Professor Slughorn only fled after his 6th year concluded, and this time should not yield any significant alterations. Wait until Slughorn escapes, and then unveil Lupin. This way, you not only satisfy that individual, but also seize the opportunity to attain the position of head of Slytherin House. When Dumbledore faces a public relations crisis, Uncle Abbott can compel Dumbledore to acquiesce to this arrangement through the Board of Governors. Severus's eyes gleamed with remarkable intensity. Let us bide our time, eventually, we shall see them all perish. Once Dumbledore and Voldemort have met their end, they will possess everything they deserve. Time swiftly passed to Severus's 6th year 2nd semester. The Dark Lord's influence grew ever more expansive, and the self-proclaimed omnipotent Dark Lord stirred even greater turmoil. The situation was exceptionally volatile, with the shadow of the Death Eaters looming over the wizarding world in England. Blood soaked the dark earth, staining the loose black-brown soil a deep crimson. The enormous dark mark blazed against the inky night, scattering like countless greenish stars. All wizards recognized the increasing frequency with which the Dark Lord cast the dark mark, as the number of deceased wizards rose alarmingly. Many dark wizards who defied the Dark Lord's reign in Nocturne Alley had either met their demise, or were summoned by Merlin or the Grim Reaper. Only a handful of exceptionally powerful, reclusive dark wizards had evaded this fate, but soon thereafter, they too vanished without a trace. Perhaps they had been slain by the Dark Lord or had fled England. With their abilities, the world was vast enough for them to find refuge elsewhere. When one cannot defeat the Dark Lord and claim all he possesses, it is plausible that these dark wizards chose to flee. They would certainly not emerge to challenge the Dark Lord, for as dark wizards, overthrowing him would yield them no benefit. The shops in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade had all shuttered their doors. Some proprietors had already been murdered by Death Eaters, while others had sold their businesses and sought refuge elsewhere. The atmosphere was rife with anxiety. The time for the emergence of the Order of the Phoenix had arrived. Everyone in the wizarding world was aware of the Order's existence, though the official newspapers rarely mentioned its name. However, now the Order of the Phoenix had finally reactivated. The Death Eaters no longer targeted only Muggle-born wizards as they once did. They had commenced large-scale assaults on opposing pureblood families, particularly the Gryffindor lineage. In the newspapers of the Gryffindor faction, the immense dark mark and wizards wearing Death Eater masks laughing maniacally appeared repeatedly. Meanwhile, within the Ministry of Magic, Millicent had successfully ousted the formerly vocal, yet ineffective Minister for Magic, Muggleborn, by adopting a hardline stance against the Death Eaters, positioning herself for success. She then opted for limited collaboration with Dumbledore. Millicent was acutely aware that aligning with the Death Eaters was hardly a noble endeavor. Collaborating with the Death Eaters not only tarnishes one's reputation, but the Dark Lord would never accept her defiance. Millicent, ever cautious and ambitious, would hardly consent to ally with such malevolent forces. Conversely, Dumbledore harbors an inexplicable trepidation towards politics. Amidst the sweeping tide of Death Eater dominance over the wizarding world, Lucius found the progress of developing followers for the Dark Lord at Hogwarts increasingly inadequate to satiate Voldemort's insatiable ambition. Consequently, when Lucius reported his findings using the two-way mirror, Voldemort vehemently reprimanded him for his inaction. Should he fail to deliver more substantial results, he was to immediately leave Hogwarts and undertake other tasks. After lowering the mirror, Lucius seethed inwardly at Voldemort's tirade. However, Severus was nearing the conclusion of his 6th year, with but 5 days remaining until the full moon, marking the opportune moment to unveil Lupin's true identity as a werewolf. The time since Voldemort's first demise was not so distant either. Ah, let those destined to meet death do so. And let those meant to possess everything claim their due. He and Severus would undoubtedly be among those who possess it all. Chapter 60, Remus Lupin. As night descended, a luminous moon hung in the sky, casting silvery beams across the land. The moonlight, gentle and soothing, caressed every inch of earth, tenderly enveloping all within its embrace. The trees, bathed in lunar radiance, cast elongated shadows, resembling phantoms engaged in a waltz. The rustling leaves and the chirping of insects accompanied this silent ballet. The night sky was exceptionally clear, a deep azure expanse devoid of any clouds. Stars twinkled with a dazzling brilliance, harmonizing with the moon, creating a dreamlike tableau. Yet Lucius Malfoy had no inclination to gaze at the celestial wonders. Cloaked in invisibility, he concealed himself in the underbrush not far from the Whomping Willow. Quietly observing the unfolding scene, Lucius had mastered the art of animagus alongside Severus, transforming into a peacock capable of flight. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding the werewolf's peril. Severus believed the time was ripe to expose Lupin's identity, and they were certainly poised to act. Their plan was rather straightforward. First, they would dispatch some inconspicuous half-blood Slytherin wizards to incite the simple-minded Caro siblings, provoking them into conflict with the Gryffindor quartet. Rabaston and Dolohov, both brash and inept, had already graduated, while Rosie Rhee and Knott, being more astute, were less easily manipulated. The only remaining pawns suitable for their scheme were the Caro siblings. With the flattery and suggestions of these specially trained half-blood Slytherins, the Caro siblings quickly took the bait. Before long, the Caro siblings and the Gryffindor quartet found themselves embroiled in escalating confrontations. Lucius then provided the Caro siblings with incriminating evidence against the Gryffindor group. The four of them would frolic in their animagus forms near the Whomping Willow at night. In executing these machinations, Lucius deftly evaded Dumbledore's scrutiny. After all, Severus had spent most of his life at Hogwarts, and had served as its headmaster for over a year. Under such circumstances, eluding Dumbledore's attention was hardly a Herculean task. From the outset, Lucius had no intention of employing potions to unmask Lupin's werewolf identity. The potion capable of forcibly inducing a werewolf to transform was exceedingly rare, and notoriously difficult to brew. Should he resort to such a potion, Dumbledore would undoubtedly begin to suspect Severus. Lucius had also not contemplated providing the Caro siblings with clues regarding Lupin's lycanthropy. Such overt actions would be too conspicuous, potentially leaving them vulnerable. Instead, the excuse of animagus transformation was quite fitting. It was illegal for wizards to practice animagus without proper registration, though few adhered to this rule. Should anyone pursue the matter, the unregistered animagus could find themselves at Azkaban. Even those of notable lineage, such as the heir of the Potter family or the Black family, would have to expend substantial social capital and gold to secure their son's release if reported. The Ministry, a ravenous beast, would not miss any opportunity to profit. The Caro siblings would not let slip the chance to catch their adversaries, particularly the loathed Potters, on the charge of illegal animagus transformation, an accusation neither trivial nor insignificant. Yet, with deft handling, delivering a harsh blow to the Potters would not pose a challenge. Moreover, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew hailed from humble backgrounds. When the time came, would Charles Potter indeed stand by these two close friends? As for Dumbledore, should he staunchly defend his students? The great Dark Lord could seize the opportunity to tarnish the reputation of this noble wizard. The siblings would undoubtedly earn the Dark Lord's favor for such a significant achievement. In that case, what would Malfoy and Rosie amount to? The Lord would surely elevate them to supplant Malfoy and Rosie, leading all Slytherin wizards. With such a promising future before them, the Caro siblings were undeniably eager to procure concrete evidence of James Potter and his companions as illegal animagi. Initially, the Caro siblings had not contemplated the implications. However, it mattered little, for Lucius would intervene. Indeed, upon hearing the praise and advice from their underlings, the Caro siblings became increasingly invested in the matter of illegal animagi. In the eyes of these fervent Death Eaters, the Dark Lord's favor was the ultimate treasure, and the Caro siblings were no exception. Outside the Whomping Willow's secret chamber, the Caro siblings clashed fiercely with James Potter and Sirius Black, both sides blinded by fury. Meanwhile, a significant portion of Peter Pettigrew's magic was devoted solely to himself, enveloping himself in countless protective charms. Occasionally, he would launch sneak attacks on the Caro siblings, clearly a master of appearing industrious without exerting effort. James Potter, you've been secretly practicing animagus. Did you think we wouldn't notice? Alecto Caro boasted triumphantly. I've just captured photographic proof, and my memories bear witness. You lot are on the brink of expulsion, ha ha ha. Your luck must be running thin, Gryffindor. Lupin, your prefect, is absent today. He has dodged a bullet. Alecto cackled. I wonder if he'll share in your misfortune when the Ministry sends people to apprehend you. Concealed beneath his invisibility cloak, Lucius Malfoy observed the unfolding drama, a cold smile creeping onto his lips upon hearing the Caro siblings' words. Lupin is not absent. He is transforming in the chamber. James Potter silently lamented. The moon waxed fuller, and the hour grew late. He harbored no confidence in vanquishing the Caro siblings before midnight, nor in employing a memory charm on them. If the Caro siblings were to hear the howl of Lupin in his transformed state, it would spell doom for him. These little serpents were undoubtedly keeping a watchful eye on them. How infuriating. All of James's fears materialized. The Caro siblings and he were locked in combat past midnight, with neither side yielding. As the moon reached its zenith, round as a silver platter, a startling wolf howl erupted from the Whomping Willow. This was no mere beastly sound. Alecto listened intently, uncertain, and remarked, could that be a werewolf, as taught in our defense against the dark arts class? Yet Potter and his companions remained unperturbed. Alecto shrieked. Damn it, what have you concealed here? Speak not such nonsense. There's nothing here. James Potter shouted defiantly. Sirius Black's eyes were bloodshot, his expression contorted, yet James, standing before him, remained oblivious to Sirius's plight. Eliminate them. Eliminate these bothersome little Death Eaters. A frenzied thought surged through Sirius's mind. Look at the positions of Alecto and Amicus Caro. What sets them apart from Oleander and Walburga, aside from their youth? These fanatical pureblood devotees of the Dark Lord do not deserve to inhabit this world. You cannot lay a hand on Walburga. Yet you cannot deal with these two insignificant pests? But you are incapable of killing them. No matter, isn't Remus Lupin around? Lupin is a werewolf. He could certainly take down the Caros. But what will become of Lupin afterward? Dumbledore will protect him. And as long as they flee quickly, how could there be any evidence left behind? The more Sirius Black pondered, the more convinced he became. Under his guidance, Amicus's attack struck the knot of the Whomping Willow. The mechanisms of the secret chamber were triggered, and under the moonlight, the transformed Lupin burst forth, still clad in tattered Gryffindor robes. Peter Pettigrew shrieked, James, Sirius, quickly transform into your animagus forms. Lupin has emerged. In an instant, he morphed into a diminutive, grey mouse. James Potter transformed into a stag and dashed towards Lupin, while Sirius Black became a large black dog. The Caro siblings, however, turned as pale as a sheet, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the charging werewolf. And they fled in haste. Damn it! How could there be a werewolf at Hogwarts? Lucius, expressionless, discarded an alchemical item containing the alluring curse favored by the German saints into his storage ring. Following this, Lucius stealthily transformed into his animagus form, tightening his invisibility cloak as he distanced himself. Clutched in his paw was a memory stone, continuing to record the events. This was sufficient to appease the Dark Lord. Chapter 61: Pursuit and Escape. After the assault, Lupin's werewolf instincts were awakened, and he lost control over his own consciousness. His gaze turned vacant. His once clear mind now clouded with confusion. Deep within the recesses of his brain, an uncontrollable madness burgeoned, akin to a ferocious beast poised to devour. The Caro siblings, confronted with the frenzied Lupin, resorted to their still awkward dark spells. Bone separation. Heart-piercing. A wave of somber, ominous red light surged forth, as Amicus and Electo Caro unleashed their aggressive dark magic at Lupin. However, due to their immaturity and limited magical power, coupled with the werewolf's heightened magical resistance, Lupin remained undeterred. Instead, he pursued them with even greater ferocity, his gray-brown fur bristling, sharp claws poised, and drool dripping from his menacing fangs. No matter how much Electo idolized the Dark Lord or envisioned herself as a ruthless dark witch, she was still merely an ungraduated young wizard. How could she not tremble with fear? Just behold the terror emanating from the werewolf's yellow eyes, and its elongated maw filled with sharp teeth. There's a werewolf. Help us! The Caro siblings cried out as they fled. Their screams shattered the night's tranquility. However, due to the considerable distance from the Whomping Willow to the main school building, their cries faded into the abyss. James Potter forced himself to remain calm, his stag eyes filled with compassion. Yet ultimately, he charged towards the werewolf, who was engaged in a chase with the Caro siblings. The werewolf's high magical resistance and thick hide meant that even if he attacked Lupin, it would not harm him. But if Lupin were to bite the Caros today, there would be no turning back. Although the Caro family did not hold as much weight among the Slytherin and Death Eater families as the Malfoys or Lestranges, they were nonetheless infamous. Amicus Caro, being the heir of the Caro family, called out to Sirius Black, now transformed into a large black dog, hoping he would help block Lupin. Yet Sirius seemed oblivious to his intent, instead playfully grasping his tail, attempting to pull him from the fray. James felt a headache coming on, realizing that Sirius must be influenced by his animagus form. He knew that Sirius was genuinely unconcerned with the moonlit face and the rat tail. Though not overtly apparent in ordinary circumstances, it was now evident that Sirius, in his animagus form, was acting in accordance with the nature of his animal self, aligning his actions with his innermost thoughts. Sirius was worried for him, wanting to draw him away from the conflict, and James Potter was acutely aware of this. However, the Caro siblings could not perish here, otherwise, it would spell doom for Lupin. Damn it, why were these two Slytherins running amok? If it were not for them, Lupin would not have gone berserk. For years, Lupin had posed no issue. Yet here was James, who disliked the Caros, forced to save their lives. By the way, where had Wormtail run off to? Had Peter finally acted responsibly and gone to find Dumbledore? Indeed, that must be the case. Though Peter was a useless coward, as an animagus he was but a mouse, too small to confront a werewolf. Thus, at this moment, seeking out Dumbledore was the most advantageous choice. With this thought, James Potter finally found some semblance of calm amidst the chaos. He could not speak or communicate with Sirius Black, urging him to help intercept Lupin, so he would have to take matters into his own hands. The Caro siblings cursed under their breath, their wands unleashing dark magic without pause. Electo, unable to keep pace with her brother, found herself dangerously close to the werewolf, her heart racing. She could even smell the foul stench emanating from the werewolf's maw. Fortunately, just before they were about to collide, Amicus unleashed a bone separation curse aimed at the werewolf's slightly vulnerable eye. The werewolf howled in agony at the moon, and in that fleeting moment of respite, Amicus Caro and his sister Electo sprinted frantically towards the school buildings. At that moment, James Potter broke free from Sirius Black's grasp and charged directly at the werewolf. Sirius would surely understand his intent and assist him. James was confident of this. As James lunged towards the werewolf, Sirius Black, anxious, paced back and forth on the grass before finally stampeding forward. For legs always outpaced too, and with his long, sturdy antlers, the stag indeed managed to knock down Lupin. The Caro siblings, witnessing the werewolf fall, felt a surge of joy and raised their wands to strike Lupin down. But at that moment, a bear-like dog barreled in from the side, knocking their wands away. They recognized this large dog as Sirius Black's animagus form. Why would Sirius Black disarm them? They were not attempting to harm a young wizard, but rather a lurking enemy of wizards. A werewolf hidden within Hogwarts. No, something was amiss. The Caro siblings exchanged glances, and in a flash of realization, the two who had narrowly escaped death recalled the words of Wormtail during their chaotic scuffle. Wormtail had called that werewolf Lupin. The Gryffindor prefect known as the Smiling Tiger was Remus Lupin. Thus, the one who had nearly brought about their demise was a Gryffindor student, and moreover, a werewolf. How had this werewolf infiltrated the school? Was Dumbledore's judgment impaired? However, the Carrow siblings did not relentlessly pursue these inquiries. Instead, they sought to retrieve their wands that had been sent flying by Sirius. After picking up their wands, they intended to flee once more. Under normal circumstances, they would not easily let these Gryffindors slip away. Yet in this moment, they were still under the threat of a werewolf. They were not animagi and had no means of self-preservation. Indeed, James Potter had managed to ambush and knock down the werewolf from behind. However, the werewolf's recovery was swift, and James and his companions could very well be caught off guard and attacked by what appeared to be Remus Lupin, the werewolf. Thus, to avoid being assaulted by the werewolf, which would regain its strength in a matter of minutes, they had to continue their flight. Certainly, their protective wands could not be abandoned. Otherwise, being caught would mean they were at the mercy of their pursuers. James Potter transformed back into human form and shouted, "Sirius, stop the Carrows. Do not allow them to escape with their wands. I will bind Lupin first and assist you shortly." No sooner had James spoken than Sirius Black's animagus form, that of a large black dog, lunged toward the Carrow siblings, engaging them in combat. Meanwhile, James Potter swiftly transfigured a nearby branch into a rope, deftly binding Lupin, and draped his black school robe over the werewolf's face to mitigate the moonlight's effects. Then cast a binding spell upon him. He then grasped his wand and rushed toward the battlefield where the Carrow siblings and Sirius were locked in struggle. At that moment, Sirius Black had also reverted to his wizard form, employing cunning and forceful attacks. Yet, two hands could not match four. By the time James arrived, Sirius was on the brink of being overwhelmed by the coordinated assault of the Carrow siblings. "Sirius, I'm here to help," James shouted, joining the fray. The pressure on Sirius Black suddenly eased, prompting the Carrow siblings to begin their cursing. Were it not for Hogwarts' anti-disapparition charms, they would have been able to use the life-saving portkey provided by their elders. These two Gryffindors were clearly intent on obstructing their escape with ill intent. Just as the Carrow siblings and James Potter were locked in a fierce struggle with Sirius Black, a voice suddenly rang out. "Professor Dumbledore is here. You all must cease fighting." Upon hearing the news of Dumbledore's arrival, James Potter exhaled in relief. However, the Carrow siblings were not entirely reassured. If that werewolf truly was Remus Lupin, would the esteemed headmaster of Gryffindor House truly advocate for them? Why was it not someone else? Slughorn, Flitwick, Sprout, anyone, even Lucius Malfoy, would have been preferable to Dumbledore. The elderly man, clad in a starry night robe, cast a chaining spell on the werewolf bound on the ground. With Dumbledore's magic, even Fenrir Greyback would find it challenging to break free from such a binding charm, let alone the young werewolf, Remus Lupin. He produced 2 lemon drops for Alecto and Amicus Carrow, saying, "Good children, are you frightened? Have a sweet to calm your nerves." Amicus Carrow, pale-faced, shook his head. "No, Professor Dumbledore, I believe I shall pass. The immediate priority is to escort this werewolf to the Ministry of Magic. Sir, the appearance of a werewolf at Hogwarts must be taken seriously." The Carrow family was also deeply troubled that their children faced such a threat. Dumbledore comprehended the veiled threat in Amicus Carrow words. "I just witnessed James transform into his animagus form to save his classmates' lives. You are indeed a good child." A heavy silence fell over Amicus and Alecto. What did Dumbledore mean by that? Was he insinuating that they owed a debt? Failing to register as animagi was indeed illegal, and their lives were threatened precisely because of these few. That werewolf was Remus Lupin, the Gryffindor prefect. Alecto Carrow retorted with scorn. "I believe the Daily Prophet would find this news quite intriguing. This paper, once a staunch supporter of Dumbledore, has lost its admiration due to the dual influences of the Ministry and Death Eaters, especially with their newly hired journalist, Rita Skeeter, a notorious charlatan who will fabricate any sensational story for the right price, provided her life is not endangered. Besides, the revelation of a werewolf at Hogwarts is indeed true. It was my decision to allow Remus to enroll. He was bitten by Fenrir Greyback, a Death Eater, when he was very young, thus becoming a werewolf. Remus's father sacrificed his position at the Ministry to ensure his child could live a normal life, moving to a remote cottage. He is a kind-hearted boy. Indeed, a boy who nearly bit us to death." Amicus Carrow remained unyielding. "Now that you have subdued this werewolf, we shall return to our dormitory to rest. As for these matters, my sister and I are uninterested and wish to remain uninformed." Amicus Carrow grasped Alecto's arm, attempting to leave. However, they suddenly realized they could not depart. Apart from Dumbledore, no one possessed such power. "Mr. Carrow, Miss Carrow, I harbor no ill will," Dumbledore said. his blue eyes shining brightly. However, may I request that you keep Remus's secret? He is a good boy. For the past 6 years, Remus has never harmed a single student. Furthermore, this incident arose because you violated school rules. Sir, is this truly our fault? We indeed trespassed, but I must confess, we came to confront Potter upon hearing that he and his friends were illegal animagi. While we may have committed some trivial errors, that does not mean we deserve to nearly be bitten by a werewolf. Electo Caro retorted angrily. But you employed dark magic and unforgivable curses. Sir, is dark magic inherently evil? Amicus Caro countered. This question stirred long-buried memories within Dumbledore. It harkened back several decades, to a time when a handsome, ruthless young man, suspected of patricide yet adorned with a flawless mask, posed a similar inquiry. Tom Riddle, with his dark hair and red eyes, had asked him the same. Sir, is dark magic inherently wrong? Are you truly unable to keep this secret? Remus is deeply pitiable. The Dark Lord will surely become aware of this matter. Amicus Caro fixed a piercing gaze upon the Gryffindors present. What a righteous Gryffindor. The Caro family will never forget this. Professor Dumbledore, you are not exempt. Our great Lord will not spare you. The Great White Wizard. Who else in the wizarding world, apart from the Lord, would dare defy you, the most esteemed White Wizard? If you choose to shelter Remus, then we shall declare war. Amicus Caro, provoked, began to speak indiscriminately. James Potter felt remorse. Perhaps it would have been better not to save them. How dare they speak so disrespectfully of Professor Dumbledore? Had the Caro siblings perished, they could have fabricated a tale that a werewolf had infiltrated Hogwarts through the secret passage, with the Dark Lord as the mastermind. He had also been blinded by thoughts of Lupin's future, acting impulsively without contemplation. Now they were forced to listen to 2 little vipers threatening the great Dumbledore. If not for them, Lupin would not have encountered such peril. Dumbledore sighed. To prevent Tom from finding a reason to attack Hogwarts, I must, regrettably, apologize to you. Children, I am willing to bear all the blame. Everything is for a greater good. Everything is for the peace of more people. And those 2 children, they have been thoroughly indoctrinated by Tom, and will undoubtedly become Death Eaters in the future. The elder wand emitted silvery sparks, and Dumbledore remained silent. Yet, from a distance, Lucius, perched on a great tree and scarcely daring to breathe, could easily surmise Dumbledore's actions. He narrowed his sharp, elongated peacock eyes, silently observing Dumbledore's movements. The spell Dumbledore was employing was clearly Obliviate. Dumbledore was indeed ruthless. Lucius watched as Dumbledore unleashed a flurry of spells upon the Caro siblings, evidently erasing the traces of the memory charm and weaving new memories for them. What kind of memories Dumbledore had crafted remained unknown. After eliminating the signs of the memory-weaving magic, Dumbledore then cast healing and restoration spells upon the Caro siblings. Instantly, their wounds healed completely, their garments restored to pristine condition, devoid of any signs of distress. Dumbledore then cast an invisibility charm upon himself and the Caro siblings. He needed to escort these 2 young Slytherins to a suitable location, ensuring that when the Caro siblings awoke the following day, they would only recall the memories he had fabricated for them. They had emerged seeking evidence against James and his friends for their illegal animagus transformations, but upon being discovered by James, they had engaged in a duel, narrowly prevailing before finding the room of requirement, where they healed their injuries and spent the night. Returning to Slytherin was not an option. Who knew what contingencies Lucius Malfoy might have left in the common room? Peter Pettigrew had administered the Wolfsbane potion entrusted to him by Dumbledore to Remus Lupin. His heart racing. The mysterious benefactor had compensated him handsomely in galleons to ensure he would summon Lupin's name today and seek out Dumbledore. Merlin preserve him. He must not expose himself, for he could scarcely fathom the consequences. Lucius Malfoy, transformed into a peacock, weighed the memory stone in his claws, pondering its significant potential. Seizing the opportunity while Dumbledore was preoccupied, he flapped his wings and returned to the Slytherin dungeon. Chapter 63, Reporting to Voldemort. As Lucius had anticipated, the events unfolded precisely as before. Just as Severus had encountered peril in his past life, Dumbledore would not disclose Lupin's identity as a werewolf. In Severus's previous life, it was the powerless Severus who had captured Lupin as a werewolf. Under Dumbledore's coercion and the threat of an imposed debt, Severus had sworn an unbreakable oath to keep the secret. However, now it was the Caro siblings who had apprehended Lupin. They hailed from a pure-blood Slytherin family, their father a wizard of considerable standing under the Dark Lord. Such young wizards were not comparable to the powerless half-blood Severus Snape of his previous life. Dumbledore could not persuade the Caro siblings to keep Lupin's secret, and their provocative words about igniting a war among wizards incited his fury, compelling him to employ Obliviate. Unlike Voldemort, Dumbledore, after casting Obliviate, at least mitigated the potential harm that the memory charm might inflict upon the young wizards, demonstrating a modicum of concern. Nevertheless, he had resorted to a memory charm. Moreover, he had not dispatched the werewolf Lupin away. Severus cast a scornful glance at the Gryffindor table. To be candid, concealing everything was far superior to the half-hearted attempts of his previous life. At least he would not have to witness James Potter being lauded for his gallantry in rescuing a Slytherin wizard. Even if a wizard erred, their house could still earn points for bravery. And Lily, if James could set aside his biases to save you, why could you not cast aside your prejudices to bless our love? Long-buried memories resurfaced, yet those words could no longer wound Severus in the slightest. Avery and Zabini continued to converse merrily, while the Caro siblings flushed with embarrassment, unaware of the thrilling vengeance Dumbledore had woven into their new memories. Severus simply lowered his gaze, quietly consuming his lunch. Lucius would manage these matters adeptly. He believed in him. Professor Slughorn smiled as he observed the students at the Slytherin table, yet turmoil raged within him. Business in Diagon Alley was dismal, and the number of fallen wizards was steadily increasing. His desire to flee grew ever stronger. However, Dumbledore would not permit such a thing. He had signed a contract with Hogwarts. Breaking the contract would damage his magical circulation, which was not something he desired. Once magical circulation is harmed, it is easily done, but restoring it could take over a decade. How many years can a wizard expect to live? Without opportunities, divine artifacts, or exceptional magical talent, a wizard might only live to 100 years at best. How could one escape death? A decade represents nearly 1/8 of a wizard's life. Though the Dark Lord was becoming increasingly unhinged, he had yet to reach the point of eliminating pureblood wizards, and at Hogwarts, he had Dumbledore's protection. Perhaps England was not so perilous after all? No. He was not one of those indecisive individuals. He could not let the fear of loss prevent him from seizing an opportunity to escape. If he did not flee, how could he be certain that Dumbledore would not invite him to join the resistance against the Dark Lord? When the Dark Lord sought to assassinate him, could Dumbledore always be there to protect him? Thus he must indeed escape. Dumbledore, meanwhile, furrowed his brow. On the night of the full moon, he had placed a barrier preventing magical creatures and wizards from passing near the Whomping Willow, yet he had failed to capture any wizards. The prospect of directly apprehending the mastermind had evaporated. Later, during his search, he discovered a trace of exceedingly faint magical residue near the Whomping Willow, reminiscent of the bewitching charm employed by German saints, suggesting the presence of German wizards. Were they the saints? He had imprisoned Grindelwald. It was only natural that the saints would despise him. Or was someone else masquerading as a saint? Who could that someone be? Could it be Tom Riddle? If it were Tom, how much did he know? And what of Sirius Black? He bore traces of the bewitching charm. Wizards whose magic leans towards the dark side are more susceptible to its influence. Despite Sirius's rebellious nature, he struggled to escape the impact of his family's legacy. The days leading up to the holiday passed in the midst of Slughorn's and Dumbledore's profound concerns, while Severus, Lucius, and other students returned home. On the first day of summer vacation, Lucius received a summons from Voldemort via the two-way mirror. After informing Lucius of the need to report on his work, Voldemort set down the mirror with an irritated click of his tongue. He had truly fallen for Abraxas's deceptive words, failing to mark young Malfoy with the dark mark. This young Malfoy had accomplished little at Hogwarts, yet he still required his master to fuss over him, preparing a two-way mirror for communication purposes for this novice who had yet to prove himself. It was vexing. Had Lucius borne the dark mark upon his arm, he would have come running the moment the mark was activated. Alas, if Lucius had received the dark mark, he would also be unable to enter Hogwarts. Nor could he roam freely beneath Dumbledore's watchful eye. In truth, Lucius was far from the unaccomplished individual Voldemort claimed him to be. He had been secretly assembling a clandestine society, discreetly promoting the threat of Muggles. Yet in the eyes of many Death Eaters, these decisions were evidently Lucius Malfoy's ploy at Hogwarts, uniting pureblood wizards under the guise of Muggle threat, while drawing half-bloods closer, all the while remaining unwaveringly loyal to the Dark Lord. Dumbledore had engaged in numerous private conversations with Lucius Malfoy, and the unpleasant countenance Lucius exhibited upon leaving the headmaster's office served as irrefutable evidence that he was not, in fact, playing both sides, securing an escape route for the Malfoy family with Dumbledore. Those Death Eaters with young wizards at Hogwarts were well aware of this reality. However, who is the Dark Lord? Severed into pieces? He is a master who demands the utmost loyalty from his subordinates, punishing those who utter a word amiss with excruciating retribution, wielding the power of life and death over these deceived servants bound by soul contracts. Therefore, It is only natural for him to harbor suspicions regarding Lucius Malfoy's lack of recent accomplishments. After all, Lucius had neither captured Dumbledore's secrets nor bore the dark mark upon his skin. In Voldemort's manner, once more in the study, Lucius Malfoy, having dutifully endured the Dark Lord's reprimand, revealed an expression of profound admiration. "My lord, I have secured a leverage against Dumbledore." "What is it?" Voldemort, however, was not easily convinced of Lucius's capabilities. Thus, serving such a leader was fraught with difficulty. If a subordinate failed, Voldemort doubted their loyalty, berating them as worthless, inflicting cruel punishments. Conversely, if a subordinate succeeded, he questioned how such simple minds could achieve what he found challenging, suspecting they had been duped by Dumbledore. This was Voldemort's current mindset towards Lucius. Lucius produced a memory stone from within his robes, presenting it to Voldemort. "My lord, this is a memory stone. You will see for yourself." Voldemort took the plain memory stone from Lucius's hand, channeling a flicker of silver-green magic that enveloped the dull stone. In an instant, countless scenes and dialogues recorded by Lucius unfolded within the Dark Lord's study. Voldemort witnessed the Carrow siblings attempting to capture young Potter and young Black, both illegal animagi, observed Potter's evasive gaze and the bewitched Black, and finally saw the werewolf emerging from the hidden chamber beneath the Whomping Willow after its mechanism had been disabled. Alongside Peter's call of Lupin, he turned his gaze towards Lucius. "Remus Lupin, he is Dumbledore's prized pupil, a friend of young Potter, and the head of Gryffindor." A glimmer flickered in Voldemort's eyes. Perhaps he had not misjudged Abraxas after all. Just look at the delightful surprise Lucius Malfoy had brought him. Dumbledore remained unchanged from decades past. Years ago, Dumbledore, then the head of Gryffindor, sought to protect Hagrid, who had brought a acromantula into Hogwarts. Voldemort admitted that he exposed Hagrid to conceal his own crime of murdering Moaning Myrtle. However, it was an undeniable fact that Hagrid coexisted with young wizards. Yet, Dumbledore shielded him, even appointing Hagrid as the keeper of keys. Now as headmaster, Dumbledore had become even bolder, allowing a werewolf into Hogwarts. No matter how he knew, within Hogwarts, no one could conceal their werewolf identity without Dumbledore's consent. Lucius Malfoy had indeed presented him with a splendid gift. This memory would undoubtedly tarnish Dumbledore's reputation. Even if Dumbledore claimed to pity the unfortunate young werewolf unable to attend school, pureblood families and wizarding parents with children would hardly believe his fabrications. Yet, Voldemort was still unaware that even more thrilling developments lay ahead. Chapter 64, Public Outcry. Voldemort gazed upon the recorded events within the memory stone, feeling immensely satisfied. The illustrious headmaster Dumbledore had audaciously employed Obliviate on the Slytherin students, Amicus and Electo Carrow, in a bid to shield Gryffindor's werewolf head, Lupin. Voldemort had already drafted headlines for the Daily Prophet, Wizarding Weekly, and the Quibbler. The Secret of Hogwarts Werewolf. Conspiracy or Compassion. The pureblood family's revenge against the pitiful Carrow heirs, who, in the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, is truly exclusionary. Well done, Lucius. You are indeed the son of Abraxas, the finest Slytherin of this generation. Voldemort could easily deduce that the Carrow siblings' nocturnal venture to confront Potter was orchestrated by Lucius, as was the anomaly concerning Sirius Black and the stout Gryffindor who had called out the young werewolf's name. All could not escape Lucius's shadow. But did this not affirm Lucius Malfoy's capabilities? It also highlighted the Dark Lord's discerning eye for talent. As for the Carrow siblings, having been manipulated by Lucius was a privilege for their family to create value for the Supreme Dark Lord. Their failure to evade Lucius Malfoy's machinations spoke to the foolishness of Amicus and Electo Carrow. How could Voldemort possibly fault Lucius for the missteps of two simpletons? "Thank you for your kind words, my lord." Lucius feigned excitement, offering his counsel. "My lord, you could directly disseminate this evidence to the newspapers. Richard Will and Rita Skeeter are adept at crafting attention-grabbing headlines. We can gather the Board of Governors to challenge Dumbledore and oust him from Hogwarts. My lord, you are the finest headmaster Hogwarts could ever wish for. Once we have expelled Dumbledore, you shall restore Slytherin's glory within Hogwarts and the wizarding world, constructing a legacy even grander than that of Salazar himself. You will reign as the king of the wizarding world." Lucius had a talent for flattery, though his words bordered on the overly blatant. Considering they were alone in the study, devoid of even a house elf, Lucius felt no embarrassment in being overtly complimentary. Voldemort indeed relished Lucius's praise. Yet, he was not pleased merely by the flattery of becoming the king of the wizarding world. He had heard countless variations of such praise before. What truly delighted him was Lucius's assertion that he was the best candidate for the headmaster of Hogwarts. It is worth noting that being denied the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts weighed heavily on Voldemort. akin to the regret of one's father being a muggle and mother a lovesick fool, a lingering grievance against Dumbledore. Lucius's commendation that he was the most suitable wizard for the role was a testament to Abraxas's son's discernment, albeit somewhat naive. With such scant evidence, expelling Dumbledore from Hogwarts entirely was an insurmountable task. After all, those filthy Muggleborns, the disillusioned commoners, the obstinate ministry officials, and the venerable members of the Order of Merlin would undoubtedly rally to Dumbledore's side. Nonetheless, inflicting a significant blow to Dumbledore's reputation and acquiring a righteous pretext for conflict was a worthy endeavor. The thought of Death Eaters, akin to Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, assuming a moral stance to confront their adversaries was quite amusing. Very well. The matter of contacting the newspapers and the Board of Governors shall be entrusted to you, Lucius. Do not disappoint my expectations. Slughorn wishes to flee abroad. In light of his meager assistance in the past and his lack of true allegiance to Dumbledore, I shall turn a blind eye to his departure. Once he leaves, the position of head of Slytherin will be vacant. You should comprehend my meaning. Lucius immediately displayed even greater excitement, fervently expressing his loyalty to Voldemort and vowing to ensure the successful execution of this plan. As Voldemort stealthily infiltrated Lucius's mind, he discerned that the thoughts and intentions of the young Malfoy were largely aligned. The only notable difference was that this young Malfoy harbored unspoken ambitions. Such ambitions were trivial. After all, there exists no Slytherin devoid of ambition. As a master of soul extraction, Voldemort could inflict upon the wizard undergoing his extraction a pain exceeding that of a typical experience by over tenfold. He was also capable of conducting the extraction silently, leaving the subject entirely unaware. A few years prior, when punishing Abraxas, he employed the former method. Now, in probing Lucius, he utilized the latter. Upon departing from Voldemort's manor, Lucius exhaled in relief. Having engaged in countless counter-extractions with Severus, he was acutely aware of Voldemort's invasion of his thoughts. Yet, aside from fabricating illusions, he was powerless to counteract it. The Dark Lord was notorious for his lack of chivalry. A single misstep would provoke his wrath. It was not a matter of vengeance. The timing simply had not yet arrived. Once Voldemort was reduced to a mere remnant, Lucius vowed to eradicate every trace of him. Swiftly, several prominent headlines began to materialize in Voldemort's mind, soon appearing in the papers. Accompanying these headlines were the images captured by the Memory Stone. A werewolf has appeared at Hogwarts. Dumbledore casts Obliviate on the Slytherin young wizard. Little Potter and Little Black are illegal animagi. Such revelations sent shockwaves through the wizarding community. Pureblood wizards from Slytherin clamored that this was Dumbledore's animosity towards their house, while those with children of appropriate age studying at Hogwarts were gripped by inexplicable terror. The 3 adult wizards of the Carrow family proclaimed that they would seek justice for their offspring. Meanwhile, Dumbledore's followers and members of the Order of the Phoenix asserted that these claims were fabrications, mere slanders perpetrated by Death Eaters against the esteemed Dumbledore. They insisted that the so-called images were conjured by dark magic. Yet, the Memory Stone's recordings were irrefutably authentic. All awaited Dumbledore's response. Amidst Dumbledore's mounting distress, Abraxas Malfoy, along with Orlane Black, Parkinson, and Phineas, convened a board meeting. With the agreement of 8 board members and 4 abstentions, the meeting proceeded as scheduled. This was undeniably a challenge directed at Dumbledore. Several Slytherin board members exchanged glances, sensing Abraxas's formidable intent. It was rumored that the Dark Duke once remarked at a clandestine Death Eater gathering that the head of Slytherin ought to be a Slytherin. Casting a significant glance at Abraxas Malfoy,
Lucius Malfoy, Abraxas son.
Not only bore no dark mark on his arm, but also served as a potions teaching assistant and Slytherin head assistant at Hogwarts. They had initially presumed that Lucius's lack of the dark mark stemmed from rebellious behavior that had angered the Dark Lord. The subsequent punishment of Abraxas and Lucius's assignment to menial tasks for 2 months only reinforced this belief. Later, the fervent Death Eaters, such as Bellatrix Black, did not scorn Lucius out of jealousy towards him, but rather out of envy for Abraxas Malfoy's favor. Yet now, it appeared that Lucius Malfoy was no ordinary wizard. However, if Lucius Malfoy was indeed a rebel, it would be even more alarming. The Dark Lord, despite his disdain for Lucius, still wished to promote him to head of Slytherin. What could this signify? Merlin, it suggested that the Malfoy family, or more precisely Abraxas, was held in high regard by the Dark Lord. Such favoritism was indeed enviable. Malfoy. Several Slytherin board members, having heard whispers of this rumor, discreetly glanced at Orlane Black, who, with a weary nod, confirmed their suspicions. Their eyes gleamed with intrigue, shifting their focus to Abraxas, seated at the forefront to the left. They beheld his platinum locks cascading like a waterfall, radiating an intoxicating sheen. Clad in a meticulously tailored, form-fitting black robe that seemed to merge with the night, he grasped the Malfoy family serpent staff, which glimmered with a mysterious and resplendent light, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. His demeanor remained as tranquil as a still lake, concealing his thoughts with an inscrutable calm. Yet it was clear to all that Abraxas had come today to challenge Dumbledore, as he was the one who had summoned the board meeting. Chapter 65. The Board Meeting. The board meeting convened by Abraxas Malfoy also invited Hogwarts professors. All but Horace Slughorn arrived punctually, including Dumbledore. The headmaster was the last to enter the meeting room. Just as the image projected by Abraxas's memory stone froze on the moment Dumbledore had cast Obliviate on the Caro siblings, the expressions of the professors in the room varied. Yet Minerva McGonagall steadfastly maintained that all of this was a fabrication. Dumbledore hesitated momentarily. Upon seeing Abraxas and Orlane among the Slytherin heads, he resumed his composure and entered. Remus was surely just an ordinary young wizard, was he not? Professor McGonagall, with a sense of urgency, turned to Dumbledore. Could it be that the memory stone was forged? She could hardly accept the notion that a werewolf had emerged within her own house, particularly one she had always admired, the prefect Remus Lupin. Merlin, if this were true. The Gryffindor youngsters had been in close proximity to Lupin daily. Dumbledore had concealed this matter, even resorting to using a memory charm on the Slytherin young wizard to keep it a secret. How could this possibly be true? Professor McGonagall. I dare swear to Merlin that this memory stone is flawless, Abraxas declared with a smile. You may come and inspect it at your leisure. Just as Professor McGonagall prepared to rise and examine the memory stone, Dumbledore's weary voice interjected. Minerva, let it be. Professor McGonagall cast a puzzled glance at Dumbledore, but ultimately retook her seat. Orlane Black, dripping with mockery, remarked, Esteemed Professor McGonagall, I believe you should now possess a fair and accurate assessment of the authenticity of this memory stone. Orlane's sudden interjection on behalf of Abraxas stemmed purely from his disdain for Gryffindor. Ever since Sirius Black had joined Gryffindor, the Black family had encountered a series of misfortunes. First, they were suspected by the Lord. Then Sirius became increasingly rebellious. As Sirius's bond with Potter deepened, the Lord's suspicions regarding the Black family intensified. Within Slytherin, the Black family was now entirely overshadowed by the Malfoys and Lestranges, with even the likes of the Rosiers, Rawls, and Mulciber families daring to undermine the Black family's interests. While Berga had succumbed to neural pain from these troubles, growing increasingly neurotic. Fortunately, Narcissa was blossoming, and though Regulus was not particularly outstanding, he was obedient. Yet even so, Orlane Black harbored a profound hatred for Gryffindor, which fueled his fervent efforts to vex Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Very well, Professor McGonagall dryly inquired of Dumbledore, what on earth is going on? What role have you played in this affair, my transfiguration professor? Minerva, I must confess that beneath my benevolence I have faltered. However, I cannot help but feel immense sympathy for Remus' plight. You are aware that Remus' father was an exceptionally distinguished Gryffindor, holding a promising position within the Ministry of Magic. Yet, due to Fenrir Greyback's bite on the young Lupin, that once happy family and the father's bright future were reduced to ashes. Albus' eyes glistened with unshed tears as he removed his crescent-shaped spectacles to wipe them, continuing, This is my fault. In the pursuit of peace for the wizarding world, I allowed Remus Lupin to join my small group opposing dark forces, which ultimately resulted in retaliation against the Lupin family. Albus cast a meaningful glance at several board members from Slytherin, noting, Fenrir Greyback serves under the Dark Lord. What nonsense are you spouting? Dumbledore, interjected a voice, unmistakably that of Olymp Black. When Fenrir Greyback pledged his allegiance to our master, the young werewolf was already at Hogwarts. Dumbledore, are you casting aspersions on our master, attempting to place the blame on the illustrious Dark Lord? It was Bellatrix Lestrange who spoke next. Old Lestrange is gravely ill. Under such circumstances, Bellatrix Lestrange has ascended to the head of the Lestrange family, supported by Voldemort and flanked by Rodolphus Lestrange. Rabaston Lestrange, consumed with envy and disdain for his brother Rodolphus, still dutifully refers to Bellatrix as sister-in-law when in her presence. Bellatrix has always taken pride in her identity as a Death Eater, and indeed, many of her fellow Death Eaters share this fervor. Unlike Abraxas and his ilk, they do not conceal their allegiance. Ultimately, the Death Eater organization has become rather paradoxical. As the Dark Lord descended further into madness, so too did the nature of the organization. In the Dark Lord's youth, the Knights of Walpurgis, despite being steeped in the outdated ideologies of blood purity, were fundamentally a collective striving for mutual benefit and higher ideals. At that time, they harbored no intentions of exterminating all Muggleborns. After all, if Muggleborns and commoners were eradicated, whom would these few pureblood families govern? What they desired was merely to acquire more resources and living space, ensuring their lineage remained exalted, and to invent powerful magic to rejuvenate the stagnant wizarding world. However, the Dark Lord, wielding his formidable power and charismatic influence, coerced his followers into signing soul-binding contracts, the Dark Mark, rendering them incapable of resisting his dominion. Then, the Dark Lord spiraled into madness. From that point forward, the composition of the Death Eaters became exceedingly perplexing. Within their ranks were either avaricious individuals or fervent devotees of the Dark Lord, with nary a rational soul among them. Oh no, there were a few, albeit in scant numbers, who, like Abraxas Malfoy, excelled at self-preservation. They feigned unwavering loyalty while remaining shrouded in obscurity, downplaying their Death Eater affiliations. In stark contrast were zealots like Bellatrix, who longed to proclaim to the world her status as the Dark Lord's favored subordinate, only restrained by his disapproval of such audacity. "Headmaster Dumbledore, let us not divert from the topic at hand," Abraxas interjected coolly. "Let us not dwell on how Remus Lupin became a werewolf. The pressing matter is whether you sheltered Lupin, the werewolf, within the halls of Hogwarts. I believe an explanation is warranted." At last, Bellatrix's ire subsided, and she mused enviously on Abraxas' utility, pondering why their master favored him. After considerable contemplation, Dumbledore finally responded, "Indeed, Remus Lupin did enter Hogwarts with my assistance. However, he is a gentle soul, who has never harmed anyone. I believe we should extend compassion towards such a child. After all, in the matter of werewolves, Lupin is also a victim. But our children coexist under the same roof as a werewolf. What of the dangers they face?" came the sharp retort. "Who can guarantee that this young werewolf will never lose control? Just recently, the Caro children were nearly bitten. Our children's previous immunity to such peril was mere fortune, not a testament to the werewolf's benign nature. Headmaster, we are not heartless. Every household has children. Do we not? Let us walk a mile in their shoes. Previously Hogwarts faced issues, did it not? That incident with Hagrid, who raised a giant spider and a three-headed dog. Now we are confronted with a werewolf. Is Hogwarts still the safest place in Britain?" At this juncture, it was not merely the Slytherin board members who criticized Dumbledore. The representatives from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in the clamor. Only the staunch supporters from Gryffindor continued to back Dumbledore, yet Bellatrix's caustic sarcasm threatened to undermine their support. "Charlie Potter, your sole heir has mastered Animagus. You need not worry." Instantly, the collective scrutiny shifted towards Charlie Potter. Were you, Charlie Potter, completely unaware? Or were you already privy to Remus Lupin's werewolf identity? Meanwhile, the elderly matriarch of the Longbottom family lowered her gaze to the pattern on her dress, silent and inscrutable. Chapter 66, Negotiation. Headmaster. As articulated by the esteemed gentlemen and ladies present, Remus Lupin's tragic experiences bear no relation to the other young wizards. While we surely empathize with the innocent young Lupin, this does not justify sacrificing the safety of our young witches and wizards for the sake of Lupin's normalcy. Your concealment of Remus Lupin's werewolf status to facilitate his admission, followed by your failure to supervise the werewolf you allowed into Hogwarts, is indeed indefensible. Surely, you all witnessed the images preserved in the memory stone? On the night of the full moon, there was no professor in attendance to supervise Remus Lupin. He was accompanied only by a few students who had learned Animagus, namely young Potter. Abraxas turned his gaze toward Charlie Potter, a smirk playing on his lips. Charlie averted his eyes, guilt evident in his demeanor. "Mr. Malfoy." Lupin transformed in the presence of the Whomping Willow. While James and the others were there, no incidents occurred over the years, nor did he pose a danger to other students. That night, had it not been for Mr. and Miss Caro engaging in a brawl with James and the others, this unfortunate incident would not have transpired. Dumbledore attempted to downplay the perceived threat posed by Lupin to the other students, redirecting the conversation back to Voldemort. In contrast, adult werewolves like Fenrir Greyback, should they plan to go rogue, would undoubtedly result in consequences of unimaginable severity. Indeed, Voldemort instills fear among ordinary witches and wizards. And aside from the pureblood families and those dark wizards eager for power, few common folk rally to his cause. Only Dumbledore stands capable of opposing Voldemort. Therefore, after Dumbledore once again mentioned Fenrir Greyback, Voldemort's werewolf subordinate, some Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw board members wavered. Yes, the Caro siblings not only roamed the night, but also engaged in fights. However, their actions were not without merit. After all, they sought to gather evidence against those young wizards who defied the ministry's regulations. Abraxas cast a glance at the parents of the two involved parties. Charles Potter and Olean Black. When it comes to the altercation, it seems that it was indeed young Potter and young Black who initiated the conflict, is it not? I would certainly not deny Sirius's wrongdoing. Olean, with a tone as unyielding as iron, supported Abraxas's assertion. Charles Potter could only offer a few dry remarks about the Caro siblings being the provocateurs, failing to present any substantial counterarguments. Furthermore, in your effort to maintain secrecy, you employed a memory charm on the young wizard. Headmaster Dumbledore, must you always bring up matters unrelated to Hogwarts? Is the principal issue not that you allowed a werewolf to enroll, and in your attempt to shield this young werewolf, resorted to violence against Slytherin students? Mr. Malfoy is correct, Headmaster Dumbledore. Phineas, the Ravenclaw governor, interjected. The Book of Admission does not bear the name of any werewolf. The founders established Hogwarts to protect young wizards. And how could the magical artifacts they left behind permit a creature that poses a threat to their safety to enter the school? You have obscured the Book of Admission, which is a grave error. Rochelle then unceremoniously tore off the facade. I believe that Mr. Dumbledore is no longer fit to continue as the headmaster of Hogwarts. Over the years, Mr. Dumbledore's treatment of the four houses has been far from impartial. He shows undue favoritism toward Gryffindor. Moreover, since Mr. Dumbledore assumed the position of headmaster, the reputation of Slytherin, especially that of the illustrious Salazar Slytherin, has deteriorated significantly. It is difficult not to harbor some unfavorable suspicions. This time, the headmaster's use of the memory charm on the Slytherin young wizards only confirms my suspicions. Are you suggesting that someone else should take the position of headmaster? Perhaps the Dark Lord? Charles Potter, pointing an accusing finger at Rochelle, exclaimed in anger. Or you, Rochelle? Do you think that if you were made headmaster, you would not show bias toward Slytherin? Gentlemen and ladies, Charles Potter directed his gaze toward the governors from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, speaking calmly. If we were to oust Dumbledore and appoint another wizard as headmaster, who can guarantee that this new headmaster would not fall under the control of that individual through the Imperious Curse? Who can assure us that Hogwarts would not become a training ground for Death Eaters? At that point, the safety of your children would be even more compromised. It is well known that that individual is the most powerful dark wizard in 2 centuries, without exception. He is currently young and vigorous, at the peak of his magical prowess. In the entire wizarding world, aside from Mr. Dumbledore, who can extricate themselves from his control and curse? Lady Longbottom pondered for a lengthy while before finally stating, I do not consent to the removal of Headmaster Dumbledore. Setting aside his achievements in defeating Grindelwald, considering Mr. Potter's points, we should recognize that currently, no one is more suited to be the headmaster of Hogwarts than Mr. Dumbledore. Minerva McGonagall clenched her teeth but still remarked, I trust Dumbledore. He has merely grown old and soft-hearted, leading him to err out of pity for Lupin. Minerva, it's all right, Dumbledore, tears glistening in his eyes, replied in a gentle tone, I acknowledge my mistakes, and I should face the consequences. Even if I leave my beloved Hogwarts, I shall always remain its headmaster. Dumbledore's demeanor exuded warmth as he regarded Professor McGonagall, akin to a parent addressing a child who has erred. Sprout, feeling a pang of sympathy, attempted to speak but was quickly restrained by Madame Pomfrey, who pulled her back into her seat. What are you getting all sentimental about? In this office, aside from us professors, everyone else harbors ulterior motives. You, a naive herbology professor, cannot outmaneuver these seasoned foxes. Dumbledore's affection for Hogwarts was undeniable, a fact Madame Pomfrey would never contest. Yet, whether Dumbledore's current display of emotion was genuine or merely an act, she observed with clarity. Hence, it would be wise for them to refrain from intervening. As anticipated, confronted with the unprecedented option of dismissing Dumbledore and James Potter's ominous threat of the Dark Lord, the members of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff began to waver. Abraxas had foreseen such an eventuality, thus remaining unperturbed. He approached Rochelle and patted him on the shoulder. Look at you. So hurried. I know you care deeply for your nephew and niece, which is why you spoke so bluntly. You should quickly apologize to Headmaster Dumbledore. Headmaster, surely you do not mind a loving uncle's concern for his kin? Abraxas flashed a radiant smile at Dumbledore, his expression suggesting that Rochelle's offense stemmed from affection. And surely, Dumbledore would not hold a grudge against Rochelle. Of course not. Dumbledore responded with a benevolent smile, regarding Rochelle as one might a wayward child. We certainly remember Mr. Dumbledore's contributions in preserving the British magical community under Grindelwald's reign, yet matters must be delineated, Mr. Potter. The removal of the headmaster from his post is indeed a harsh measure. However, it remains a fact that the headmaster has placed students in jeopardy and employed a memory charm on Slytherin young wizards. We cannot simply sweep everything under the rug, Mr. Potter. If you are willing to overlook these matters, we cannot be so complacent. He cast a glance at Black, Lestrange and Parkinson. Minerva McGonagall and Charles Potter discerned the subtext of Abraxas's words. The former frowned while the latter directly inquired, "What exactly do you intend, Malfoy? Is it Malfoy who is seeking something? Rather, it is the headmaster who must contend with how he will rectify his errors." Parkinson retorted sharply at Charles Potter. "Oh, headmaster. You were confused out of kindness." Abraxas placed emphasis on the word kindness. He did not believe that Dumbledore had allowed Remus Lupin, the young werewolf, to attend Hogwarts solely out of benevolence. Lupin had rendered significant service to the Order of the Phoenix, and Dumbledore certainly could not afford to alienate one of his allies. Creatures such as werewolves, giants, and vampires were forces that both the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters sought to enlist. With Fenrir Greyback already in the Dark Lord's ranks, Abraxas doubted Dumbledore was unprepared. "Thus, we must assist you in rectifying these errors. The previous Keeper of Keys, was it not Hagrid? Following the incident involving Hagrid, you declined our proposed administrative team, or whatever it may be called. In any case, a team to manage Hogwarts's administrative affairs ought to be established. Surely you have no objections? Furthermore, as everyone has seen, Professor Slughorn is absent today. If my information is correct, Professor Slughorn must have bid farewell to Hogwarts. Am I right, Vice Principal McGonagall?" Minerva McGonagall, suddenly called upon, nodded in confusion. Indeed. Slughorn had left without a word, only leaving a note in his office. Yet thus far, only she and Headmaster Dumbledore were privy to this matter. How did Malfoy know? "I have also heard that the headmaster's choice for the new head of Slytherin is Shacklebolt from the Ministry of Magic? How can a Gryffindor graduate serve as the head of Slytherin?" Bellatrix exclaimed in indignation. "Given the circumstances surrounding the headmaster's use of a memory charm on Slytherin students, I find this selection most unsuitable. The head of Slytherin should ideally be a Slytherin headmaster. I believe our Lord would make an excellent candidate. Is the cat out of the bag? This cluster of Slytherins is pressuring us, because Tom wishes to become the headmaster of Hogwarts?" Lestrange interjected. "What was said is true. If our noble Slytherin lineage is deemed unfit, then you may select someone from the Slytherins present." Ollivander Black addressed Dumbledore. "I, Parkinson, Rosier, Malfoy, or Mrs. Lestrange." The moment Ollivander uttered a name, Dumbledore felt a weight descend upon his heart. "You all are heads of pureblood families. Where do you find the time and energy to dedicate to Hogwarts?" "I ponder this question." Ollivander directly interrupted Dumbledore's discourse. "If none of us are suitable, let Lucius Malfoy take the position. Did he not intern under Slughorn after graduation?" Headmaster Dumbledore, young Malfoy arrived at Hogwarts immediately upon his graduation. "If you are dissatisfied with him and insist on having Shacklebolt oversee Slytherin, our board members from Slytherin may well cease their donations and support for the school." Dumbledore wearily replied, "Lucius Malfoy may serve as the head of Slytherin, yet Hogwarts does not require an excessive number of administrators. The formation of an administrative team is unnecessary. I shall have Professor McGonagall supervise my conduct." However, Abraxas interjected, "Professor McGonagall is your student. Having her oversee you may appear suspicious. It would be more equitable for each of US board members to appoint 2 wizards to establish this administrative team. The others present could express their agreement through a show of hands." As expected, all wizards present, save for Charles Potter, raised their hands, including Madame Longbottom. After all, Slytherins had already made concessions. Dumbledore had indeed sheltered werewolves and had employed the memory charm on young Slytherins. Should he refuse Abraxas Malfoy's request, and if Slytherin, or rather, the Dark Lord behind them, decided to retaliate, what then? Moreover, the rationale for Slytherin proposing the formation of an administrative team was to oversee Dumbledore's actions, preventing incidents akin to those involving Hagrid and Lupin from recurring. This justification was entirely valid. Meanwhile, the board members from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff found nothing amiss. They required Dumbledore to combat Voldemort, and were thus unwilling to expel the venerable headmaster from Hogwarts, but that was the extent of their support. The young wizards are the future hope of the wizarding world. Dumbledore allowing werewolves and their children to coexist was indeed somewhat excessive. The board members were quite displeased with this matter. Had anyone else committed such acts, those present would have already sent them to Azkaban. Now, merely restricting Dumbledore's power was hardly a transgression. The final matter was compensation for the Caro siblings. After the board meeting concluded, the members departed from Hogwarts. As soon as they exited the gates, Rosier coldly remarked to Ollivander, "You must have received considerable benefits from the Malfoys, to speak on their behalf so readily. This is my affair. You need not concern yourself." Ollivander retorted, "What are you so pleased about? Are you delighted by Sirius Black's growing influence within Gryffindor? Just as Rosier mocked Ollivander, a red light surged towards Rosier's back, a silent curse, an unforgivable one. The alchemical trinkets adorning Rosier just barely intercepted the curse, causing his exquisite sapphire pendant to shatter into dull fragments. Upon turning, he beheld Bellatrix Lestrange, wand in hand, her expression haughty as she declared, "No matter the circumstances, the Black family is not for you to criticize. Bellatrix, you wretched harlot! How dare you insult me?" The two nearly engaged in a duel on the spot. It was only Abraxas's warning that if they wished to embarrass the Lord, they ought to fight here for Dumbledore's amusement, that they reluctantly withdrew, vanishing through apparition. Abraxas squinted at the azure sky, reflecting on how Lucius's deft maneuvering had alleviated many of the Lord's suspicions. He could now enjoy a period of relative ease, and even exploit the Lord's vulnerabilities. He pondered when these days of intrigue and rivalry would cease. Indeed, Abraxas was beginning to contemplate retirement. Chapter 67. Malfoy as Headmaster and the Caro Revenge. In Abraxas's intricate machinations, Lucius ascended to the throne of Slytherin Headmaster. This position held considerable allure within the British wizarding community. Otherwise, Lucius would not have fervently advocated for Severus's rise, nor would Dumbledore have arranged for Severus, who was covertly aligned with him, to occupy this role. For Lucius, the identity of Slytherin Headmaster was a vital asset in the post-Voldemort era, allowing them to inherit the Death Eater legacy. Furthermore, as Headmaster, Lucius would gain greater authority within Hogwarts, facilitating many advantages for both himself and Severus. For instance, during Severus's tenure as Slytherin Headmaster, he had discovered a hidden library belonging to Salazar Slytherin. This library was accessible solely to the Slytherin headmasters who uncovered it. Now that Lucius had finally secured the position, they could access the manuscripts and tomes collected by Salazar Slytherin and replicate them, bringing forth this knowledge. Severus had regrettably not meticulously studied these materials in his past life, given his role as a double agent. However, those matters would have to wait until the school year commenced. Currently, Lucius was preoccupied with tarnishing Dumbledore's reputation in the newspapers. This endeavor served a dual purpose. It would demonstrate the Malfoy family's loyalty to Voldemort, easing Abraxas's burdens, and simultaneously undermine Dumbledore's esteemed reputation. After Voldemort's demise, Dumbledore's standing would soar. Otherwise, how did that fool Fudge ascend to the position of Minister for Magic? Was it not entirely reliant on Dumbledore's renown? Now, with the opportunity to undermine Dumbledore's stature, yet under the guise of the Dark Lord's influence, allowing him to remain hidden in the shadows, how could Lucius not exert himself? As for whether the Malfoy family's vigorous involvement in the endeavor against Dumbledore would arouse his suspicions, of course, it would. But who truly cares? If the Malfoy family does not oppose Dumbledore, would Dumbledore not harbor doubts regarding Lucius? Besides, with no dark mark upon his arm and under Severus's tutelage in advanced memory occlusion, even if Dumbledore suspected him post-war, he could not convict him as a Death Eater. In his past life, even as a genuine Death Eater, he had managed to evade condemnation, let alone in this lifetime. He had no need to worry about his father. With Severus's potion to dissolve the dark mark and his own financial prowess, no one could drag his father, whom he had painstakingly rescued from the grips of dragonpox, to meet death. Severus held a certain fondness for the position of Slytherin headmaster. On the day Lucius assumed this role, he indulged in a modest drink. The golden champagne bubbled in the crystal-clear goblet, the scent of mint wafting through the air. Severus reflected, looking back on my past life, due to Lily and young Potter, I owe much to the students of Slytherin. You will become a more suitable headmaster than I, Lucius. You have already excelled. Although Severus was notoriously sharp-tongued and severe, he remained fiercely protective of Slytherin. Your assessment is hardly objective, Lucius. Has love clouded your judgment? Severus remarked, I am well aware of my nature. I treat Slytherin fairly, whereas my unfavorable treatment of Gryffindor stems from my lingering grievances regarding my youth, not from an excessive desire to uphold Slytherin's honor. However, Lucius, your education from a young age instilled in you a profound pride for this academy. Undoubtedly, you will become a far superior headmaster than I. I am even less competent than Professor Slughorn. While Horace may be somewhat sycophantic, he does not neglect the ordinary students. I have never undertaken the task of tutoring students, let alone extending gratuitous assistance to those I favor. You underestimate the significance of a potion master's remarks in aiding students, Severus. Only a fool would oppose your ascension to headmaster. Yet Lucius disagreed with Severus's sentiment, stating, moreover, who decreed that a headmaster must play the role of a caretaker for the students, Severus? Very well. Have I become obstinate, my dear Professor Malfoy? Perhaps you should address me as Headmaster Malfoy? Headmaster, cheers? Lucius poured himself a glass of champagne, and gently clinked his glass against Severus's. The champagne possessed a remarkably delicate flavor, with the refreshing aroma of citrus mingling with toasted bread wafting from the glasses. Both Lucius and Severus relished it. The compensation from Dumbledore to the Carrow family was swiftly delivered by Owl to their estate. Yet Mrs. Carrow retained only the precious tears of a phoenix. She intended to summon a potion master to concoct restorative potions for her 2 children, who had suffered greatly. The remainder of the compensation was reduced to mere shards by Mrs. Carrow's furious actions. Subsequently, she instructed a house elf to discard the fragments into the trash bin. The newspapers engaged in a vehement exchange of words. The Slytherin publication accused Dumbledore of hypocrisy in collusion with Gryffindor, while the Gryffindor paper recounted the threats posed by the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. Ultimately, neither side emerged victorious. Yet, it was clear to all that Dumbledore had lost this round. First Hagrid, then Remus Lupin. The recurrent troubles at Hogwarts could only signify one thing. It turned out that the Dumbledore who once vanquished Grindelwald was aging, and he was not a deity after all. In such circumstances, an increasing number of wizards chose to prioritize self-preservation. However, only pure-blood and half-blood wizards held the privilege of selecting self-preservation. Muggle-born wizards were acutely aware of their precarious situation. Once the Dark Lord ascended to dominion over the wizarding world, their lives would become as insignificant as chaff. Consequently, Dumbledore's approval ratings did not dwindle significantly. The struggle for power was no mere child's game. Allegiances were not easily swayed. Whether it was Dumbledore or Voldemort, both maintained a solid foundational support that would not be altered by the incidents involving Hagrid and Lupin. At Voldemort's mansion, he cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling Carrow, a dark glimmer passing through his crimson eyes. Are you content that Dumbledore has laid hands upon your children while remaining unscathed? The subordinate felt discontent, yet their feeble powers rendered them incapable of retaliating against Dumbledore. You may pursue Charles Potter, my acolyte. Amicus and Alecto ventured near the Weasley residence because of Potter's son. Did they not? If you eliminate him, you could publicly claim it as an act of vengeance. How does that sound? As you wish, my lord. Initially, a look of confusion clouded Carrow's eyes, but soon the haze dissipated, replaced by a resolute expression. His wife was furious, and their children had suffered immensely. As the head of the family, he was obliged to seek vengeance for his wife and children. If he could not contend with Dumbledore, could he not scheme against Charles Potter? Voldemort observed his thoroughly ensnared subordinate, narrowing his elongated eyes. What a pity. This newly invented magic of mine only proves effective on such weak-willed wretches. It is akin to a chicken's rib, tasteless yet regrettably wasteful to discard. If only this magic could ensnare individuals like Abraxas Malfoy and Orion Black, then I would have no cause for concern. As for manipulating Carrow to trouble Potter, it was but a trivial jest born from his idle moments. Whether Carrow succeeded was inconsequential. The primary goal was to experiment with his new magic while simultaneously sending Carrow to cause some disturbance for the Potter family. Over the years, Voldemort had grown weary of Charles Potter's incessant support for Dumbledore. If Carrow were to succeed, that would be even better. Even the Dark Lord would relish an unexpected delight. Chapter 68. Head of House and President of the Male Student Council. Following the commencement of their 7th year, Severus naturally ascended to the position of head of Slytherin and president of the Hogwarts Male Student Council. In truth, Severus could have defeated Rabaston Lestrange in his 5th year. By his 6th, he could have easily bested Rocher, thereby taking the title of head of house early. However, he refrained from doing so, as he had no need. Rabaston and Rocher's fervent desire for the head of house position stemmed merely from their wish to showcase their prowess during their school years, seeking to secure favor with Voldemort. Severus did not desire Voldemort's favor. In fact, he hoped Voldemort would remain oblivious to his existence. Thus, he was indifferent to whether he attained the title of head of house. Nevertheless, by the 7th year, he did earn the title based on his qualifications, as no younger wizards dared to challenge him. During their 1st year, the Slytherin students of Severus's year had witnessed his remarkable feat of defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. They had been unable to contend with him then. Would they be able to triumph over him now? Perhaps not. Although they had indeed progressed in their magical abilities over the years, they were no longer comparable to their former immature selves. Yet Severus Prince had not remained idle either. It must be said, Severus Prince had exerted far more effort than they. His days were filled with attending classes, studying in the library, or tutoring with those bookish Ravenclaws. Their study group, perceived by outsiders as an unremarkable tutoring circle, was entirely reliant on Severus's promotion. Aside from the members within their group, No one was aware of the high-level confidentiality agreements signed by their members, nor did they know of the extensive research projects undertaken within their group, which also included dueling training. The Slytherin students hailing from Death Eater families and non-member members from other houses remained oblivious to these matters. They assumed that the group centered around Prince was merely a casual homework collaboration. However, the primary reason the Slytherin students dared not underestimate Severus's magical prowess was not merely his diligent study habits. What truly intimidated these rebellious young serpents were Severus's accomplishments. In their first year, he defeated all his classmates, becoming the year leader. In the second year, he faced Gryffindor's formidable quartet without faltering. By the fifth year, he had sent Dolohov flying in the dueling club. He even managed, unbeknownst to Rabaston Lestrange, to administer a potion to him. Though not a lethal poison, it was merely a vial of misfortune potion. Yet such unpredictable abilities were sufficient to instill fear. Little did they know that the reason Severus's opponents could exchange blows with him was entirely because he had allowed them to. Despite his youth and the underdevelopment of his magical core, the accumulated power within him from his previous life far surpassed that of these young wizards. If any young wizard could hold their own against him without his leniency, Severus would undoubtedly commend them as an extraordinary talent. Such remarkable abilities surely qualify one for a position as a prospective Dark Lord. In any case, the unparalleled Severus ascended to the role of head boy and chief of Slytherin House for his 7th year without contest. Subsequently, with the backing of both Slughorn and Lucius, he became the president of the Hogwarts Boys Student Council. Professor Slughorn had, of course, left behind a recommendation letter prior to his departure. It must be acknowledged that the professor's ability to attract numerous distinguished students from far and wide to visit him post-retirement is well-deserved. He did not merely leave Severus with a letter of recommendation for the position of president. He also provided similar letters for the other members of his Slug Club. Letters were dispatched to the Ministry of Magic, the International Potions Conference, and the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association, as well as to St. Mungo's. He distributed recommendations to every exemplary student he admired. Severus felt a sense of gratitude toward Slughorn. In his previous life, Slughorn's treatment of him as a poor student was neither particularly kind nor excessively harsh. Severus had long been accustomed to the capriciousness of human affection, and thus he did not hold any resentment toward Slughorn for his relatively neutral demeanor. One cannot complain about another's lack of warmth if it does not impede one's own life. The superficiality of others is their own affair. As long as it does not disrupt your existence, you possess no right to cast judgment. In this life, Slughorn recognized Severus's background and potential, treating him remarkably well. Not only did he assist him in applying for the Order of Merlin, but he also facilitated valuable connections and, before his departure, remembered to write him a recommendation letter. Severus cherished this gesture of goodwill. While one may critique intentions, it is essential to recognize that kindness, even if motivated by ulterior motives, can yield tangible benefits. Moreover, if one possesses nothing and lacks potential, few would invest their resources in them. Severus maintained a pragmatic outlook. Should Professor Slughorn ever require assistance in the future, he would be inclined to lend a hand. Lucius, too, wholeheartedly supported his beloved Severus in assuming the role of president of the Boys' Student Council. However, Dumbledore had a different aspiration. He wished for James Potter to occupy this position. Lucius could easily discern Dumbledore's intentions. The Boys' Student Council president would interact with young wizards from all Hogwarts houses. With a modicum of capability, this role could easily become a leadership position for students in their grade, and even the lower years. For instance, Lucius had successfully recruited several talented yet ordinary peers from his own year into the Malfoy family business. These individuals not only possessed skills, but also held great respect for Lucius. Although James Potter may not be particularly astute, he is, after all, the heir of the Potter family, and the favored successor of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. The old bee would naturally plan for James Potter's future. In his previous life, James had indeed triumphed over all to become the president of the Boys' Student Council at Hogwarts. Yet, how could Dumbledore dare propose such a thing this time? Following the revelation of Lupin's werewolf identity, both James Potter and Sirius Black found themselves at the center of controversy. Their failure to expose the werewolf and the illicit animagus resulted in significant repercussions for Charles Potter and Orion Black at the Ministry of Magic. Thus, how could James Potter possibly hold the qualifications to be president of the Boys' Student Council at Hogwarts in this life? Even without the Lupin incident, he could not compare to Severus, not even a hair's breadth. It is worth noting that Severus had received the Order of Merlin, published multiple papers in academic journals, and had served as head boy for 2 consecutive years. In terms of awards, achievements, and qualifications, Severus surpassed James Potter, who was known for his pranks on ordinary young wizards. Yet still, the old bee dared to nominate Potter, claiming his enthusiasm and capability for student leadership. It was truly absurd. Under Lucius's staunch opposition, Dumbledore's nomination failed to garner any support. The professors cast their votes against it. Lucius Malfoy made a compelling argument, with several infractions hanging over James Potter's head. How could a student who had so egregiously violated school rules be entrusted as the president of the Boys' Student Council, and serve as a role model for the young wizards of Hogwarts? Minerva McGonagall felt immense shame after hearing Lucius's critique, her face reddening like a ripe tomato. The students she had taught had indeed committed numerous transgressions. Could it be that her teaching methods were flawed? Ultimately, Severus was awarded the position. After all, he enjoyed the strong support of Lucius and the recommendation letter from the departing Professor Slughorn. The other professors also held a favorable view of this diligent and academically gifted student. Even Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, harbored no negative impressions of Severus. Although Severus was not particularly adept at flying, he was obedient and hardworking. Even Dumbledore could not contest Severus's qualifications for the role of president of the Boys' Student Council. With the Order of Merlin, the development of new potions, and published journal articles, Severus Snape truly was one of the most outstanding young wizards of recent decades. Lucius was delighted to have assisted Severus in securing this prestigious position. After all, this role came with numerous advantages. The privileges at school, such as a private washroom, access to the restricted section, and the ability to deduct points from other students, were merely minor perks. The true significance lay in Severus's opportunity to emerge as a spiritual leader for this cohort of young wizards. Furthermore, Severus could, as he had in the past, cultivate a group of capable subordinates. However, it was not long before Lucius's joy began to wane. How could he have been so foolish as to forget that this year's president of the Girls' Student Council was Lily Evans? Chapter 69. The Sin of Indulgence. Lily Evans held the position of president of the Girls' Student Council at Hogwarts. Lucius began to regret Severus's election as president of the Boys' Student Council due to this development. Nevertheless, he could not allow this concern to deter Severus from reaping the benefits he rightfully deserved. However, Lucius soon found himself reassured. Influenced by James Potter, Lily Evans firmly believed that Lupin's werewolf identity would be exposed due to a Slytherin conspiracy. Consequently, her attitude toward Severus was decidedly unfriendly. While Lucius was pleased with this outcome, he also found it somewhat absurd. Although Lupin's werewolf identity would undoubtedly be revealed, it was not without the machinations of Lucius Malfoy. Yet he did not consider himself to be conspiring, rather, he perceived his actions as a righteous endeavor to eliminate the threat that werewolves posed to the safety of Hogwarts students. He was indeed a benevolent Malfoy. However, Lily perhaps genuinely believed she was always in the right, as those around her never contradicted her views. James Potter, hailing from a distinguished lineage and favored by Dumbledore, held an unassailable position within Gryffindor. As the object of James Potter's affections, Lily Evans had long been enveloped under his protective wing. The other Gryffindor students, due to James Potter's influence, were consistently courteous towards Lily. Moreover, Evans was not only beautiful but also adept at crafting her persona. As long as her actions did not infringe upon their own interests, few harbored any genuine dislike for her. Even if some girls were envious of Lily or had conflicts with her, the Marauders would discreetly resolve any issues on her behalf. Which young wizard would not fear the Marauders' mischievous antics, especially those not of pureblood lineage? Under the threat of the Marauders, all who had offended Lily would be compelled to approach her and offer apologies. In the confines of her home, Lily Evans was raised in a cocoon of adoration, never having tasted hardship, nor faced the disdain of others. The sole blemish on her idyllic existence was the jealousy harbored by her sister, Petunia. However, Mr. and Mrs. Evans favored Lily above all. Following a rift between the sisters, Lily had never been at a disadvantage. This girl had been utterly spoiled by life itself. Subconsciously, she believed that others ought to elevate her, allowing her to shine as the radiant sun. Yet, Severus was no longer the humble childhood companion who had once revered her. In this lifetime, the wizarding media extolled him as a prodigious potion master from the Prince family, and the Slytherin serpents revered him as an outstanding leader. His lover Lucius treated him with utmost care. Thus, how could Severus, shielded by kindness and tenderness, tolerate Lily's unfounded disdain? Lily Evans was James Potter's girlfriend. What connection did she have with Severus Snape? I presume you are aware that Remus was expelled from school due to his identity as a werewolf, rather than the so-called Slytherin conspiracy you speak of. By the way, if you harbor such disdain for Slytherin, Why seek my collaboration? I too am a Slytherin, Miss Evans. While the roles of the male and female student council presidents may overlap, solutions are not insurmountable. In the past, Slytherins and Gryffindors have worked together. If the male and female presidents maintain an adversarial relationship, they can communicate via owl. We can do the same. I am utterly exasperated, Mississippi. Each time you enter my office, you bring along a foolish appendage. He cast a cold glance at James Potter, who was struck by his spell and was now spewing slugs uncontrollably, remarking with biting sarcasm. This makes me feel as though your intellect has plummeted to the level of your boyfriend. After that day, Severus partitioned the Hogwarts Student Council President's office into 2 rooms using a transformation spell. Avery and Zabini were elevated to the position of assistant presidents, and all communication responsibilities with the female president were outsourced to these 2 gentlemen. Their pockets were filled with generous allowances from Lucius Malfoy, and their bookshelves boasted the essential review materials for the nude examinations that Severus had provided. Avery and Zabini felt as though they had reached the pinnacle of their lives. They privately lamented how fortunate Gryffindors Lily Evans and James Potter were. Without this Gryffindor couple, where would they have found such benefits? They now wished upon James Potter, for sometimes he was more fortunate than Merlin himself. The incident involving Remus brought significant repercussions for the Potter family. The charges of harboring a werewolf and an illegal animagus were severe. The Ministry of Magic would not let this matter pass lightly, as they had no special relationship with the Potters. Having finally found an opportunity to profit from the Potters, they would not let it slip away. To protect their son, the Potters had no choice but to resort to gold. James Potter remained unfazed. He even naively implored Charles Potter to assist Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. James understood that Walburga Black and Orion Black harbored deep animosity towards Sirius for being friends with him. Now that trouble had arisen, the couple could only extricate Sirius from the predicament, and would not dare to further persecute Remus. Hence, James Potter willingly took on this burden. Charles Potter, of course, refused, even going so far as to express rare displeasure towards James. That Lupin was clearly a werewolf, yet was in close proximity to his son. Before his son learned to become an animagus, he bore the risk of contracting lycanthropy. He felt no sympathy for the little werewolf, and the gentle, composed image he once had of Remus shattered completely. How foolish was James to expect him to assist Remus. It was already sufficiently merciful of him to overlook Dumbledore's initial negligence, and provide that Lupin with travel funds. Did James think he was Merlin, capable of performing miracles? To mitigate the werewolf incident, and preserve the reputations of Dumbledore and Gryffindor, how much gold and resources had the pureblood families of Gryffindor expended in the media? How many favors had Dumbledore exhausted? It was precisely due to their propaganda that Gryffindor and Dumbledore's staunch supporters firmly believed that Lupin was also a victim, and that Dumbledore was merely a hapless spokesperson for a misstep. It was thus that Remus narrowly escaped being incarcerated in Azkaban by the Ministry of Magic. This was already the best possible outcome. And yet James foolishly entertained the notion of securing a Hogwarts diploma for Remus? What was this foolish son of his dreaming about? Charles regretted countless times that he had overly indulged James during his childhood simply because he was born late in life. And then there was Peter Pettigrew, timid, dull-witted, devoid of value, and lacking sincerity in his interactions with James and the others. What merit did such a person possess to warrant the expenditure of so many galleons and resources to save him? One does not understand the value of resources until they are in charge. Did James believe that everything in this world could be accomplished merely by speaking? James Potter's request was denied by his father, and upon returning to school, he was met with the disheartening news that his beloved Lily intended to collaborate with the very Slytherin serpent, Severus Snape, who had once humiliated him. The moment he recalled Lily's extraordinary attention towards Severus before their fallout, alarm bells rang in James's mind. Overcome with a sense of crisis, James reverted to his old habits, seeking to provoke Severus, yet failed to achieve his goal of vanquishing the pretentious prince. Instead, he earned a hefty deduction of points from Severus for Gryffindor. Indeed, Severus had risen in rank, significantly increasing his point deduction authority, and he relished the opportunity to penalize James Potter and Sirius Black severely. After the failure of Plan A, James reluctantly resorted to Plan B, secretly disparaging Slytherin to Lily, inciting her to quarrel with Severus Snape. Ultimately, James achieved his objective. Severus and Lily fell into a silence. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Severus had long since moved on, having cast aside Miss Lily, harboring no intention of vying for her affections. Not everyone was intent on contesting for Lily Evans. His performance was merely for an audience of heir. Just as James believed he had triumphed over Severus and reveled in his victory, in a secluded courtyard in Godric's Hollow, Charles Potter found himself bound and thrown into a filthy dungeon. Charles felt his body weaken and his strength wane, yet his mind remained alert. He feared he had been dosed with a disabling potion. Who could it be? Could it be a Death Eater? However, those from pureblood families were typically cautious and would not resort to such brutish methods against a member of another pureblood family. Moreover, as the leader of the Gryffindor clan, his abduction would be tantamount to sounding the horn of war. Generally speaking, no wizard would willingly undertake such a perilous task. Charles forced himself to remain calm, though his heart raced with panic. After a lengthy wait, footsteps finally echoed outside the door. Charles strained to see, his neck aching, as the door swung open. The figure that entered was garbed in Death Eater attire, with a pale mask that resembled a ghastly visage. Charles steadied his resolve, preparing to negotiate with the intruder, only to hear the hoarse voice of death demand, Avada Kedavra. A series of sinister green lights flashed as the intruder unleashed 5 or 6 killing curses upon him. Before Charles could utter his final words, he perished at the hands of the head of the Caro family. In the final moments of life, a question flickered uncertainly in Charles's mind. Without him, could James adequately care for his mother and uphold the honor of the Potter family? Chapter 70. The Death of Old Potter. The news of the demise of the heads of the Potter and Caro families sent shockwaves throughout the wizarding world, leaving many in disbelief. Despite the ongoing covert and overt conflicts within the magical community over the years, resulting in the deaths of numerous high-ranking officials, such as Cygnus Black, Isa Pruitt, and Jorius Shackle, none had been heads of pureblood families. All factions had exercised restraint. Until now, no head of a pureblood family had met an ambiguous end. Yet both Potter and Caro were not only deceased, but their bodies were callously discarded in the streets of Godric's Hollow. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. The Aurors from the Ministry of Magic examined the two corpses and discovered signs of a struggle. The cause of death was confirmed to be Avada Kedavra, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Upon this revelation, the Ministry hastily issued a bland, non-committal statement, declaring that Charles Potter and Caro had perished in a brawl. The Ministry felt relieved, yet no one found this explanation credible. How could such a perfunctory conclusion account for the bizarre circumstances surrounding their deaths? While Charles Potter was indeed a Gryffindor, known for his bold and affable demeanor, who could overlook the cunning he possessed, he was no fool. Otherwise, how could the Potter family maintain its position as the foremost pureblood family in Gryffindor? Thus, how could such a prudent head of a pureblood family engage in a brawl that led to his demise? How could he possibly have been struck by Caro's unforgivable curse? Charles Potter, possessing considerable magical prowess, likely bore protective alchemical items. At the moment the killing curse struck, he could have easily evaded it under the defense of his alchemical artifacts. It was implausible that he would die outright. The same applied to Caro, who was equally astute and possessed the requisite protective charms typically worn by heads of pureblood families. How could he have succumbed so easily? The age-old adage, "A wealthy son does not sit idly in the hall," rings true. The extraordinary manner of their deaths was bound to evoke suspicion. To quell the rumors, the Ministry summoned the venerable Ollivander to examine the wands of Charles Potter and Caro. After casting a meticulous reversal charm on the wands, Ollivander concluded that traces of the unforgivable curse were indeed present, and that the curses had been cast within the same time frame on the same day. Thus, the Ministry's explanation could not be entirely dismissed. But what truly transpired? Did Caro seek vengeance against Potter? After all, their bodies were found in Godric's Hollow, a considerable distance from Caro residence. Would he have ventured such a great distance for revenge without a compelling reason? The Caro siblings had indeed suffered at the hands of Gryffindor students. Caro, known for his vengeful nature, could hardly have accepted Dumbledore's attempts at reconciliation. Yet, he too had met a grisly fate, one even more brutal than that of Charles Potter. The two were evenly matched in terms of magical ability. If Caro had indeed prepared for revenge, how could he have perished so tragically? This casts doubt on the notion that Caro had come with murderous intent. Having meticulously planned an assassination, would meet such a gruesome end? Dumbledore discerned that this bore the hallmark of Voldemort's handiwork. Such an extreme exchange could only be orchestrated by Tom. Tom was adept at manipulating others, easily persuading someone like Caro. With Charles Potter's death, the pureblood wizards of Gryffindor found themselves in peril, while the Death Eaters, apart from Caro, suffered no losses among their elite. Caro was merely one among many, overshadowed by the likes of Lestrange, Black, Malfoy, Rossier, Mulciber, and Luke Wood. The Caro siblings possessed significant magical talent, surpassing that of their father. With their father and Charles having mutually perished, the siblings were bound to harbor even greater animosity towards Gryffindor. Exchanging an ordinary subordinate for two young and promising wizards who would harbor intense hatred for their enemies was a shrewd transaction for Tom. It was indeed Charles Potter who had been slain by Caro, and Caro, in turn, was personally eliminated by Voldemort. After testing his newly devised bewitching magic on Caro, Voldemort realized the severe drawbacks of this spell. While it could hypnotize a wizard, leading them to believe that the tasks assigned by the hypnotizer originated from their own volition, its effects were more enduring than the soul curse and operated with greater subtlety. However, no endeavor is without flaws. After several applications of this new magic, Voldemort discovered that it adversely affected the mental and magical cores of those upon whom it was cast. Thus, he devised this extreme exchange method to eliminate Potter, erasing any traces of his irreversible experiments on Caro. Voldemort, ever cunning, even in his current fractured state, retained his intellectual prowess. He understood the necessity of erasing any evidence of his experiments on Caro. His pureblood followers could tolerate his brutality and the torment he inflicted, but this was contingent upon their belief in their survival to enjoy their status and wealth. Should they realize they could suffer irreversible damage like Caro, the outcome would be madness or death. Those cunning subordinates, like Abraxas Malfoy, would inevitably harbor treachery. Hence, Voldemort eliminated Caro, and brazenly displayed the bodies of Caro and Potter in the streets of Godric's Hollow. This act was both a provocation and a taunt, aimed squarely at Dumbledore. See, your prized student Potter was slain by my minion. What will you do now? Caro is dead. Will you retaliate against the Caro siblings, whom you have wronged, or will you oppress the grieving Mrs. Caro? Given Dumbledore's reverence for love and justice, he would undoubtedly refrain from such actions. However, if Dumbledore did not avenge Charles Potter, would Mrs. Potter remain passive? Would the other pureblood families of Gryffindor not feel the chilling winds of vulnerability? Meanwhile, the Dark Lord would publicly proclaim his intent to avenge his loyal Death Eaters, thereby securing their loyalty and the affections of the two young Caros. This was, indeed, a masterstroke. Thus, the strategies of Lucius and Severus, who had no intention of aligning with either side, were utterly astute. Dumbledore would never trust Slytherin, especially not the purebloods. The members of the Order of the Phoenix were embroiled in insurmountable class conflicts and interests with Lucius and his ilk, rendering collaboration impossible. As for Voldemort, if they encountered a version of him untainted by soul-splitting, he would be a worthy leader. If Tom were truly inept, why would the purebloods of Abraxas's generation have ever pledged allegiance to Tom Riddle? Is it not true that Tom Riddle possessed both exceptional talent and noble lineage? Coupled with an ambitious and grand vision, he had the capacity to lead them towards glory and prosperity. However, after the act of soul-splitting, Voldemort descended into madness and brutality, losing the calmness and wisdom of his youth. The ruthlessness displayed by Lucius and Severus is not viewed as a pejorative. They are not devoid of such traits themselves. Yet, the term ungrateful is unequivocally derogatory. Neither Severus nor Lucius would engage in such behavior, nor would they ever pledge allegiance to a master who embodies such ingratitude. Voldemort's exploitation of the Caros, followed by his continued manipulation of the young Caro siblings to serve him, certainly qualifies as ungrateful. The funerals for the Caro family and the Potter family were scheduled for the same day, a timing laden with pointed symbolism. The pureblood families in the wizarding world of England attended the respective funerals according to their interests and allegiances. Yet there were scarcely any wizards who mourned sincerely. As a wizard hailing from a pureblood Slytherin family, Lucius dutifully paid his respects to the Caros. Severus, however, chose not to attend either funeral, though he did send a token of condolence to the Caro family. After all, he was the head of Slytherin House, and the Caro siblings were students of Slytherin. It was entirely appropriate to extend this gesture of sympathy. James Potter was engulfed in sorrow and confusion following his father's death, facing an immense upheaval that left him at a loss. Just before the term began, he had been in a quarrel with his father over his refusal to assist him. How could it be that, in the blink of an eye, his father had departed to meet Merlin? After the funeral, James sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere at Hogwarts. Previously, buoyed by the support of the Potter family and Dumbledore, he had reigned as the undisputed leader of Gryffindor, with no one daring to challenge his authority. He had reveled in mischief with his band of marauders, living each day with unrestrained joy. The only thorn in his side had been Severus Snape from Slytherin. However, Snape had always kept to himself, making it easy for James to ignore his existence. But following his father's passing, James felt as though everything had changed. Those Muggleborns, lacking any connections, treated him no differently than before. Meanwhile, the pureblood wizards he had pranked began to rebel against him, even mocking him with scorn. They never failed to mention Lupin, claiming that his marauding group had nothing to fear from werewolves, while the other young wizards had not learned. They accused him of malicious intentions, suggesting that he wished for the werewolf to kill them all. Charles Potter might perish, they said, perhaps as a consequence of his actions. The Gryffindor wizards did not come to James's defense. After all, they were the ones who spent every day in close proximity to Lupin. Thus, when the sharp-tongued young wizards made their biting remarks, the others merely observed coldly, with no one stepping in to intervene. For the first time, James Potter experienced the harshness of the world. Due to Dumbledore and Charles Potter, the Gryffindor students had always been subservient to the Potters. Severus smiled at Regulus and remarked, "If Potter were in Slytherin, would he be enjoying such ease? By the way, I heard your father disown Sirius Black?" Regulus nodded. Thanks to Narcissa's capabilities and the experiences he gained from the upperclassmen, the family dynamics had somewhat improved. Even though Walburga and Orion remained deeply dissatisfied with Sirius's association with Gryffindor, and even though Sirius continued to reject the Black family's obsession with maintaining purity, with him and Narcissa in the picture, Walburga breathed a sigh of relief. She was not as harsh towards Sirius as she had been in previous years. Yet this time, Sirius had truly pushed Walburga too far. After the family had finally managed to extricate him from trouble, he still clung to thoughts of Potter and that werewolf named Lupin. Walburga, infuriated, had a fierce argument with him and subsequently expelled him from their home. From that moment on, a new black hole appeared on the tapestry of the Black family tree, positioned beside Regulus's name. Good luck to him, Regulus thought, for with Uncle Alfred's support, Sirius would not fare too poorly. Regulus remarked nonchalantly, "In any case, Sirius has always despised me as his brother, and has no attachment to the family. His leaving is for the best." Severus shook his head. "Despise? Are you certain it is not jealousy? Jealousy of me? But I am gentle and meek, lacking any remarkable qualities. What is there to be envious of? You are the new heir of the Black family, a position that originally belonged to Sirius Black." Severus chuckled. Does he truly mean what he says, that he has no attachment to this position, and would cast it aside as if it were worthless? Does he not harbor even a hint of jealousy towards you, our little Mr. Black? Regulus fell silent for a long while. Indeed. You see, even the upperclassmen referred to him as Little Mr. Black. Before Sirius was stripped of his title as heir, this appellation belonged to him. After Regulus replaced Sirius, he transitioned from being Regulus to Little Mr. Black, while Sirius became simply Sirius. How could such a shift in status not evoke a sense of disparity? Do you feel pity for your brother? No, Regulus replied with conviction. If it were in the past, perhaps I would have been that weak. But after witnessing Sister Narcissa's efforts, how could I possibly feel sympathy for Sirius, the irresponsible eldest son? Sister works tirelessly for the family, dedicating herself, and is exceedingly kind and gentle with him. Even the upperclassmen were introduced to him by her. If anything, he should feel remorse for Narcissa's struggles rather than waste time pitying the traitor Sirius. Chapter 71. Different Choices. James Potter and Sirius Black joined the Order of the Phoenix. This marked the first occasion since Grindelwald's imprisonment in Nurmengard that the Order, a secretive organization, permitted undergraduates to join. And it was the first time they openly presented themselves to the public. The intention behind James Potter's inclusion in the Order aligned with the broader goal of uplifting the morale of the Gryffindor faction, and ensuring the safety of the Potter family's widow and heir. As for Sirius Black, his motivation for joining the Order primarily stemmed from his friendship with James Potter. Additionally, he believed that Voldemort was fundamentally wrong. The Black family ought not to cling to such archaic notions of blood purity, serving a malevolent madman who reveled in war. They were of noble lineage. Why should they submit to others, groveling at their feet? Sirius Black could not fathom the notion of kneeling and calling another lord. He could not abide by that. He detested Voldemort, believing that were it not for this dark wizard, venerated by the Black family as a deity, Walburga and Orion would not be so obstinate. He would not have been stripped of his heirship, nor would he have been forced to endure a life of conflict and despair upon returning home. Now, with a new black hole appearing on the family tree tapestry, and his name removed from it, he felt liberated from familial ties. He could join the Order of the Phoenix and strive for ultimate victory, proving to Walburga and Orion who was truly in the right. Upon learning of Sirius's choice, Walburga felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly causing her to faint. Well, Sirius truly is my good son. Orion had spent many years in service to the Master, undertaking perilous tasks and ingratiating himself with Malfoy, thereby securing a respite for the family, and preserving the Black family's standing within Slytherin. Just when the Master had begun to restore his trust in the Black family, Sirius had orchestrated this upheaval. Merlin, she could hardly fathom that the surname Black would one day grace the roster of the Order of the Phoenix. The Black family had disowned Sirius, and that had occurred even before his induction into the order. Would the master direct his ire towards the Black family? While Berga's gaze was vacant, her mind swirling with uncertainty. In the kitchen of the Black residence, Creature muttered to himself while concocting a sweet broth for Narcissa, lamenting, "Heartless Master Sirius, the mistress sighs for him daily. What an ungrateful scoundrel he is. What a cunning maneuver indeed." After becoming a prefect in his 5th year, and able to change dormitories, young Barty Crouch had taken up residence with Regulus Black. Perhaps it was due to Severus as a common link, or perhaps for other reasons, but in an odd twist of fate, young Barty Crouch and Regulus Black had become roommates. "I cannot believe that the headmaster would allow your foolish brother to join the order without ulterior motives aimed at your father. Best keep an eye on him, after all. You are not like me." Regulus Black maintained a reasonably amicable relationship with his father, Orion Black, unlike himself, who secretly wished for his father's misfortune, hoping he would suffer calamities at every turn. Regulus emitted a complex sound of acknowledgement. As Barty had remarked, Sirius's enlistment in the order was even more sensational than his sorting into Gryffindor during his 1st year, and indeed more perplexing. He was uncertain if the Dark Lord would once again vent his wrath upon the Black family as a consequence. Was Sirius's joining the order a matter of ideological divergence, or a result of his friendship with Potter? If the former, Regulus had no grounds for reproach against Sirius. When family and ideals clash, not everyone chooses the family. Sirius had been disowned. He was certainly entitled to pursue his ideals. Yet if it were solely due to the latter, Regulus found it exceedingly difficult not to harbor resentment towards his brother. While Berga's hopes were dashed, Voldemort cared not whether Sirius Black had been disowned at the time of his joining the order. He only valued his own interests. What a splendid excuse to exploit the Black family he had. How could he not seize the opportunity? Orion Black's previously tranquil existence was once again snatched away. At this moment, as the Death Eaters clashed with the Order of the Phoenix, individuals like Orion, who needed to redeem themselves, would naturally volunteer for frontline combat. The Slytherins were all too eager to capitalize on the misfortunes of the Black family, and none rushed to offer assistance. The great aristocrats sought to gain more, while the lesser nobles aspired to ascend the ranks. In a flash, all manner of wolves and monsters had emerged, leaving both Walburga and Narcissa beleaguered. Fortunately, the most powerful Slytherin families, the Malfoys and Lestranges, refrained from attacking the Black family. The former did so to repay Orion's substantial assistance in Lucius Malfoy's rise to the position of Slytherin head, while the latter was constrained by the fact that the current head of the Lestrange family, Bellatrix, was a daughter of the Black family. Thus, the Black family found a moment's respite, free from the fear of being trampled into the mud. This year, the young witches and wizards in the same year as Severus were exceedingly busy. They were now in their 7th year, facing not only the pivotal newt examinations that would determine their fates as wizards, but also the daunting challenge of surviving in the outside world. At such a juncture, the advantages of joining the Progress Society became particularly apparent. Members were not only able to learn more advanced magic, but also received offers from Severus Prince. The young head of the Prince family bore some resemblance to the heads they remembered, yet was distinctly different. They shared a profound love for potions and dark arts. However, Severus Prince exhibited a greater leadership quality and managerial acumen. They were all aware that numerous graduates from the Progress Society seemed to have signed magical employment contracts from their president. Yet there was nothing amiss with this. Who would not relish a well-paying job with excellent benefits, working alongside former schoolmates, under the guidance of a soon-to-be master of potions? Not to mention, the allure of the blood purification potion was undeniably captivating. Alumni working under the Society's president had informed them that employees of the Prince family were granted purchasing privileges for the blood purification potion during pregnancy, and at a discounted price, reportedly at least 15 off. Who would not fear that their future offspring might suffer the misfortune of being mute? Just this benefit alone was sufficient to entice these young witches and wizards from the Progress Society to choose to work with Severus after graduation. Due to the confidentiality agreements within the society, such matters remained unknown to outsiders. However, it was likely that even without such agreements, these exceptional young witches and wizards would refrain from divulging their secrets. Who would wish to compete with a larger pool of candidates? Enticing them with benefits was indeed the most effective approach. Lucius remarked, previously, their secrecy was merely a constraint of the contract. Now their discretion is for their own gain, and thus they shall be even more diligent. The methods taught by Uncle Abuff were indeed quite effective. Severus, who was currently revising for his final examinations, responded absent-mindedly. Speaking of which, you are on the verge of adulthood. The Prince family will soon face the scrutiny of the public. Do you intend to host a coming-of-age celebration? Indeed. Edward and the others had suggested that I hold a grand event to announce the resurgence of the Prince family. However, the current situation is not conducive to such ostentation. So I shall opt for simplicity instead. What a pity, Lucius murmured. Severus certainly deserved the best. Yet, to host an extravagant affair would pose challenges, particularly in deciding whom to invite and whom to exclude. This alone could reveal a family's stance and be subject to scrutiny. Serving guests had always been a difficult endeavor. One misstep could lead to disaster. In light of this, it would be best not to host a grand event, lest we become pawns in the hands of cunning foxes. What a shame, Lucius interjected. Did you not also scale back your own coming-of-age celebration? Moreover, we cannot publicly announce our betrothal, nor can we dance together, rendering even the most splendid soiree devoid of joy. Hearing Severus's words, Lucius felt a surge of delight, suppressing the smile that threatened to escape his lips as he replied, "In my past life, I hosted such an extravagant affair, yet I was the sole heir, compelled to project an image of grandeur to quell the ambitions of those coveting the Malfoy family. Now that we have substance, there is no need to concern ourselves with superficial appearances." After all, in his previous life, following Abraxas's passing, Lucius had seemingly endured a period of great hardship. Severus patted Lucius on the arm. "Fear not, Abraxas is thriving now. In this life, your father shall enjoy a long and prosperous existence." Lucius understood Severus's meaning and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, our family shall thrive, and we shall lead lives filled with happiness." Despite this, it was imperative not to appear too humble, lest outsiders regard the Prince family with contempt. "I suggest we host the event at the estate we purchased in the Muggle world. The exterior is enchanted, allowing wizards to enter without alarming Muggles. As for the guests, we shall invite young witches and wizards from all 4 houses, but we shall exclude adults, inviting only those of our generation." Claiming that the Prince family lacks elders and fears inadequately hosting guests of various backgrounds, those youthful witches and wizards were yet untouched by the trials of life. Even if a few were rather mature for their age, they would hardly be a match for us. Thus, no one would discern your true stance. "I shall defer to your judgment, Lucius. Will you take charge of this matter?" "It would be my honor, Severus." Lucius pressed a kiss to Severus's fingertips and then inquired, "Father has expressed a desire to assist as well. He says you are his son too." Severus's heart softened. "Please convey my gratitude to Uncle Abuff. I am truly appreciative." The kindness of his elders has always been a tender and precious gift for Severus.